Woe to the commissar who lives by the old axiom, everything is going all right, and makes himself a concealer of the deficiencies of his regiment. A good commissar is the salvation of a regiment, a bad one is its ruin. The commissar personnel of the 13th Army must be carefully examined on the basis of the experience of recent weeks. The weak and unstable among them must be removed and replaced. 4. Immense help to the commissars and commanders in restoring the shattered army can and must be given by the communist comrades, the members of the party cells. The communist soldier is the most conscious, courageous, and self-sacrificing soldier. Therefore, he must be a model of discipline and endurance. Communists like this hold together a company, a battalion, a regiment, an army. But it has to be said that there are communists and communists. Since the Communist Party came to power, its ranks have been joined by numerous workers and peasants who lack clear communist consciousness and the necessary revolutionary tempering. In action, a young, unseasoned communist of this sort often gets infected by the mood of the unconscious soldiers, he gives way to panic, he himself violates order and thereby offers an example of breakdown to others. Moreover, it often happens that corrupt elements, careerists, worm their way in among the communists, calculating that the title of communist will bring them privileges of all kinds. Such pseudo-communists are the worst thorn in the army's flesh. Abscesses form around them. If the army is to be restored to health, the communist cells will first have to be purged. The purges must be undertaken, jointly with the commissars, by the most conscious and energetic members of the cells themselves. There must be a very strict checking on how all the members of the party cells, and all the sympathizers, behaved during the recent retreats. Did they help the commissars, did they stop the runaways, did they kill the provocateurs, or did they themselves yield to senseless panic and become a source of disintegration? The party does not need a communist who launches into discussions when what is wanted is to fight. It would be better to have fewer communists in a cell, provided they were reliable firm comrades who would remain at their posts at a difficult moment. The Red Army is united by the lofty idea of struggle for the rights and interests of the oppressed. But the idea alone is not enough. Firm revolutionary military order is needed. Everyone must answer for his own actions. Not everyone can be a hero, but everyone is obliged to do his duty as a soldier to whom the working people have entrusted a rifle. Whoever evades the performance of his duty must be punished. There must be no impunity in the army. A commissar or a commander who connives at a negligent attitude to duties, especially on the part of commanding personnel, is worthless. By such conduct he protects slovenliness and self-seeking. Irresponsibility is the death of an army. A great deal of such irresponsibility still remains in the 13th Army, as a heritage from the guerrilla epoch. Machnovite agitators did much to introduce licentiousness and hooliganism into the regiments of the 13th Army. We must now deal with those phenomena with redoubled severity. Not a single offense, and still less any crime, must go unpunished. The commissar and the commander are armed with disciplinary regulations for punishing minor offenses. The army has the revolutionary tribunal for punishing crimes. Self-seekers, counter-revolutionaries, deserters, Machnovites must be eradicated, then the better elements will lift their heads and restore the regiments to health. The 13th Army will not dare to lose any time. Every hour is precious. The work of restoration must be carried through in the next fortnight. This will require the greatest concentration of physical and moral forces. I do not doubt that these forces will be found. Other armies, too, have known periods of decline and decomposition, and they have all emerged stronger from the test. It is now the 13th Army's turn. Commanders, commissars, communists of the 13th Army. The Soviet Republic orders you, expel disintegration and decay from the ranks of your army, imbue your regiments with the spirit of self-sacrifice, and within 2 weeks take your rightful place on the sector of the Soviet front assigned to you. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The threat to Voronezh and to Kursk.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Last autumn Voronezh was in danger. Today that danger has reappeared. And the immediate military threat may now seem to be, in itself, graver than it was last year. What, then, has happened during these months? What has changed? Who has become stronger? Who has become weaker? Last year, Krasnov's troops were only the irregular vanguard of other forces that were more powerful and a greater danger to us, Hohenzollern's hordes and the troops of the Entente. We all understood and said at that time, let the Red troops retreat for the time being, when Krasnov's cavalry make a raid, or let them crush them, that's not the point. A few weeks sooner or later, Soviet forces will beat the Whites. But the outcome of the greatest revolution in the world depends on whether the White Guards of Germany, Britain, France, and America are going to come to the aid of our Whites. That was where the answer to the real question lay. And that is where the greatest change has taken place. German militarism has disappeared. Despite its pathetic constituent assembly, Germany is in the grip of civil war, which will inevitably bring the proletariat to power. Britain, France, and America have won, but their military power is already doomed. We have seen that this is so, at Odessa and in the Crimea, from which the Allied vultures fled, and during the last few days the impotence of Anglo-French militarism has again been confirmed by the fate of Petrograd. The British and French governments spoke categorically about General Yudenika's entry into Petrograd in the near future. Already a report had gone out through all Europe and all over the world, saying that Red Petrograd had fallen. The atmosphere on the French stock exchange became feverish. But Petrograd stood firm. 52 The British and French bourgeoisies proved incapable of helping their Russian allies. America is again withdrawing her forces from Archangel. Kalkuk, whom the imperialists of the Entente were going to recognize, has fallen back to the Urals and beyond. The Allies are unable to give help there, either. Anglo-French militarism is already no more than a huge cardboard facade. It has been ravaged internally. It has been gnawed through and through by revolution. Very soon it will collapse, before the eyes of the whole world. Denikin's bands that have thrust up from the south are no longer the vanguard of Anglo-French armies, no, they constitute the whole of the army which the counter-revolution is now able to bring against us. Behind Denikin there is nothing but a rear that is hostile to him. True, during these months the counter-revolution in the south has succeeded in creating a considerable army. Our southern armies, having beaten Krasnov's bands, came up, as they advanced, against a second line, the White Guard forces of Denikin. During the last few months we have been waging a second campaign in the south. The enemy has renewed his strength while our forces have remained the same. Our principal forces and our attention have been temporarily diverted eastward. Together with this there has been the disintegration of the Ukrainian guerrilla movement and the poison of Makhnovism. Our southern front has wavered and fallen back towards Tsaritsyn, Balashov, and Voronezh. From all its previous trials the Red Army has emerged stronger than before. The blows now being struck at Kharkov and Yekaterinoslav. The text has Yekaterinodar, but this evidently is a misprint for Yekaterinoslav, Dnipropetrovsk, are forcing the Soviet Ukraine to pull itself together. That country is now passing through the same period that we experienced last summer, when the Czechoslovaks seized the Volga country from us, including Kazan. The workers' and peasants' Ukraine is a source of immense forces, material and human. It has now arisen as one man to support the southern front. Reinforcements are arriving in ever-increasing numbers. After a few weeks there will be a decisive turn on the southern front. In these transitional weeks all forces and resources must be put at the service of the troops on the southern front. The rear must be strengthened. The whole zone adjoining the front must be cleared of deserters. Under the direct threat from the bludgeon of the landlords and generals, millions of peasants in the region of Kursk, Voronezh, Tambov, and Saratov are rousing themselves, and are themselves driving deserters into the ranks of the Red forces. Not a single dodger must remain in any village. The same applies to the commanding personnel.
Hundreds and thousands of former officers of the old army are sitting in various Soviet offices. They are hiding themselves, or are being hidden, as indispensables. If they are at present indispensables anywhere, it is in the ranks of the Red Army. An end must now be put to this, the worst sort of legalist desertion. Kursk, Voronezh, Tambov, Saratov are being transformed into fortified areas. The armed communists constitute the nucleus of these fortified areas. The Denikinite wave will break against this line of fortifications. The situation on the southern front is grave. Let us redouble our efforts, treble them and multiply them tenfold. Let us prepare for Denikin, the fate of Kalkuk. June 27, 1919, Voronezh. En route, number 55. Endnotes. 52 on the May offensive by the Northwestern Corps against Petrograd. See note 76 in the chapters ahead. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Once more on the lessons from the Ukraine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Our setbacks on the Donets front have increased. We have not only been driven out of the Donets basin but also out of the adjacent uyezds of Kharkov and Yekaterinoslav provinces, and Kharkov itself, the capital of the eastern Ukraine, has been lost. This is a serious blow. It will reverberate heavily all through the Ukraine and throughout Soviet Russia. Kharkov is a large, rich, industrial working-class city. Even our temporary loss of Kharkov gives great advantage to the enemy and does great damage to the revolution. Hitherto it has been the case that defeats have produced among us not depression but, on the contrary, an intensification of energy that has resulted in a new advance. There can be no doubt that that will happen this time as well. It is in this way that a young, revolutionary class differs from a decaying old one. For the Tsarist monarchy, military defeats meant ruin. For the revolutionary working class they are stimuli, arousing its energy. The Ukraine's turn has now come. For the loss of Kharkov is, first and foremost, a blow at the Ukraine, and a lesson for the Ukraine, just as, last year, the loss of Samara, Simbirsk, and Kazan was a harsh but salutary lesson for Great Russia. Not only the Ukrainian peasantry but also the Ukrainian working class have failed to appreciate until recently the full extent of the military danger threatening the eastern, that is, the more important, half of the Ukraine. The sentiments that prevailed among the working masses of the Ukrainian south hindered mobilization and proper formation of armed forces. These sentiments had a cause, which must be understood. We often hear it said, in the Ukraine the kulaks are strong, and that's why there are all these bands. There is truth in that, of course. The kulaks play no small role in the Ukraine. But the immediate course of the revolution depends on who is to lead the middle peasants, the working class or the kulaks. Consequently, we have to explain why it is that the kulaks have gained ascendancy over the Ukrainian peasantry. Is this a permanent phenomenon or is it only temporary? The Ukraine has experienced a large number of regimes during the last 2 years and more. After the overthrow of the Tsarist monarchy, the Kerensky regime was established, taking in the Ukraine the form of the Kiev Rada. That was overthrown by the Soviet power. Then the Rada came back, with the help of German bayonets. The German occupation regime was masked by petty bourgeois pseudo-democracy. Then the Germans got rid of the democratic rubbish and installed their noble steward, Hetman Skoropadsky. Then the German Revolution, which had immediate repercussions in the Ukraine, brought down the Skoropadsky regime. For a time the Petliurists were in power. As was to be expected, the Petliura regime was backed up by an Anglo-French, Greco-Romanian, and Arab Negro invasion. Then the Soviet power overthrew the Petliurists. The Ukrainian peasant lived through all that. Passively or actively, he resisted, during these 2 years, 7 successive regimes. It is not surprising if it began to seem to the peasant that he had no need of any regime at all. He was living there in his uyezd of Zolotonosha or Mariupol. Zolotonosha is in the middle of the Ukraine, Mariupol, Zdanov, in the southeast corner, and there he would go on living.
The state power, whatever form it took, demanded that the peasant provide grain for the towns, and it conscripted his sons. Hence the peasant's opposition to any and every state power, which provided the soil for anarchist tendencies. It was these sentiments that engendered Grigoriev and Grigorievism, Makhno and Makhnovisny, and a collection of Zeliones, Struks, Shkilias and other bandits of anarcho-left SR or purely pogromist coloring. Of course, as soon as the anti-statists of the anarcho-bandit type had spread their wings somewhat, they at once proceeded to do as much damage to the peasant as had probably been done in its time by Tsardom, which plundered and oppressed him in a more systematic way. In the meantime, though, it seemed that the Makhnovite bands provided some local defense against the landlord's attacks. Actually, this was not the case. Powerful when it was a question of plundering, the Makhnovites proved helpless against regular units. When Shkuro's cavalry occupied the uyezds of Taganrog and Mariupol, the Ukrainian mujik began to understand that this matter of state power was not so simple. Of course, the Soviet power requires the peasant to show a certain self-restraint and to make considerable sacrifices. But under any other authority things will be 10 times worse for the peasantry than under Soviet power. This is the simple truth that is now being beaten into the consciousness of the Ukrainian villages by the hammer of defeat. A parallel process is going on in the heads of the Ukrainian workers. For a number of historical reasons, opportunist, petty bourgeois socialism enjoyed in the south of our country much greater influence on the upper circles of the working class than was the case in the north. This circumstance restricted from the very outset the scale of the proletarian revolution in the Ukraine. After the Germans crushed the Ukrainian Soviets, the most revolutionary elements of the working class left the Ukraine, and subsequently fought in the Kuban, in the Terek region, in the steppes of Astrakhan, on the Don, and before Tsaritsyn, Novokhopersk and Voronezh. Under the regimes of the Rada, of Skoropadsky and of Petli Ura, the Mensheviks and Right SRS emerged as the legal opposition in the name of the working class, and did all they could to infect the workers' consciousness with the poison of pettiness and time-serving. They made use of every difficulty experienced by the Soviet power, every military setback, the invasion by the Germans and also the invasion by the Entente, to deprive the working masses of the Ukraine of their hopes and expectations. Given the great backwardness of the Ukrainian proletariat, this work of theirs could not remain without effect. Until lately the Mensheviks and SRS played, in their own way, a considerable role in the labor movement in the Ukraine, especially in the trade unions. In Kharkov trade union circles it was the Mensheviks and their associates who set the tone. Naturally, the flag of Menshevism often served as a cover for mere ignorance and self-seeking instincts, or obdurate narrow-mindedness, such as that of the Ukrainian peasant described above. They've given us all sorts of regimes. Let's get by without any regime at all. Or, still more simply, there's always somebody giving us orders. During our defeats in the Donets Basin, the Kharkov Mensheviks carried on a pernicious agitation with the aim of breaking the workers' willpower. In words they recognized the need for mobilization, but made such stipulations that anyone who believed what they said must have said to himself, well, if that's the way things are, I'm not going to shed my blood. The leaders of the Kharkov trade union movement engaged, to the accompaniment of Menshevik speeches, in shameful bargaining about when and under what conditions they would agree to contemplate the necessity of undertaking preparation for some sort of mobilization. Denikin's blow served as a harsh lesson in this case too. Denikin is now teaching the backward, semi-petty bourgeois section of the Ukrainian proletariat that one cannot live without a regime. If the Soviet regime disappears, its place will automatically be taken by the White Guard regime. The loss of Kharkov is a grave loss. But if it leads to complete liquidation among the Ukrainian proletariat of petty bourgeois, compromising illusions and self-seeking sentiments, we shall have to say that it has been bought at not too high a price. A turn has already, to a considerable extent, taken place. The mobilization of the Ukrainian workers is going ahead with substantial success. In many parts of the Ukraine the peasants themselves have demanded that they be mobilized on the same basis as the workers,
to resist the landlord's yoke which is advancing from the east. There can be no doubt that the mobilization of 19-year-olds which has been proclaimed by the Ukrainian Soviet power will produce the expected results. Of no less importance is the mental turn that has been made, which must have its effect, and is already having this effect, on the entire Soviet apparatus in the Ukraine. There has been too much chaos in that apparatus, continuously since the initial period of the revolution. A turn towards Soviet order, assiduity, accounting, and discipline which has been slowly prepared, is now, under the impact of our severe trials, coming about all at once. The Ukrainian peasants and workers now understand that it is often harder to hold what you have won than to win it in the first place, and they are demanding that their representatives in all Soviet institutions show strict assiduity within the framework of Soviet centralism. The disintegration of the Ukrainian guerrilla movement opened a very dangerous gap in the southern front. There can be no doubt that, by concentrating its forces, the Ukraine, in the coming weeks, will not only block this gap but, shoulder to shoulder with Soviet Great Russia, will crush the Denikinite White Guards and force them back to the Caucasus Range. June 28, 1919. En route, number 56. The Southern Front. 2 Denikins Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 119. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, June 29, 1919. Number 119, Kursk. ******. Within the bounds of Kursk province there are a very considerable number of citizens who have evaded military service or who have directly deserted from units of the Red Army. Denikin's temporary successes have enabled him to occupy part of Kursk province. Denikin is mobilizing peasants and workers, turning them into enemies and hangmen of the working people's country. In these circumstances, every deserter is twice and thrice a traitor to the working class. I order that measures of exceptional severity be taken to dig out deserters and draft dodgers from among the inhabitants of Kursk province. Those found carrying arms are to be shot on the spot. Men who have lost or sold part of their equipment are to be dealt with severely by courts-martial. Persons who conceal deserters are to be punished ruthlessly, their horses, carts, cattle, etc., are to be confiscated and they themselves brought before the court-martial. Those deserters who give themselves up voluntarily, even after the expiry of the period laid down by the Defense Council, are to be shown as much leniency as possible. It is the duty of all uyezd, Volst, and village Soviet authorities to make every effort to carry through the struggle against desertion. In these days when the insolent landlords and capitalists are threatening to enslave the workers and peasants of Kursk, not a single deserter must be allowed to remain within the bounds of Kursk province. All measures taken, and the results obtained, are to be reported to me by telegraph every 3 days. The Southern Front. 2 Denikins Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The causes of the defeats on the Southern Front. ******. The defeats we have suffered on the Southern Front are very important. The temporary loss of Riga and Vilna is far from having, from the military standpoint, such importance as the loss of Tsaritsyn, Novokhopersk, Kharkov, and Yekaterinoslav. In the west we advanced, after the German Revolution, almost without fighting. Our forces there were slight. The organization of the Western Front was until recently rudimentary, and there was no reason to be surprised if the first serious thrust by the enemy caused us to fall back. In the West all our work still remains to be done. It was different on the Southern Front. There we had made substantial efforts, and our successes of last winter on the Southern Front were very important. Why has a period of victorious offensive been succeeded by one of grave defeats? There is now much talk about this problem and many articles are being written. It must be said, however, that a considerable proportion of these articles seek the causes of our recent defeats not at all where they should be sought. Our defeats are due to the most natural, most fundamental, and most elementary cause of the majority of defeats in war. At a certain moment we proved to be significantly weaker than our adversary.
How did this happen? The armies of the Southern Front fought against Krasnov's troops. At first, when guerrillism and amateurism prevailed on the Southern Front, we retreated. When the resistance of the guerrillas, both open and concealed, had been overcome and a unified, Central East Command had been established, we at once obtained greater superiority and began quickly to advance towards Rostov and Novokirksk, enclosing the nest of counter-revolution in a half-ring of iron. If the affair had been confined to Krasnov's Cossacks, our armies of the Southern Front would long since have finished it off. But behind Krasnov, to the south, stood Denikin's White Guard forces. Did we know about them? Of course we did. But behind Denikin's forces, in turn, stood the Soviet armies of North Caucasia. These two armies comprised 150,000 or even 200,000 men. At any rate, they indented for supplies for that number. However, these were not properly organized forces, but guerrilla detachments, behind which tailed numerous refugees and mere parasites and plunderers. There was no trace of any proper organization of supply, administration, or command. Self-appointed commanders were unwilling to take orders from anyone, and fought each other. R. Luckety, the White Generals, 1971, writes, p.191, of Sorokin, the Red Commander in the Stavropol area that, in October 1918, he began to execute commissars and commanders whom he disliked, notably those of Jewish birth. He also started conspiracies against Cellist and Kozak, respectively commanders of the Iron Division and the Taman Army Group. Then he arrested and shot 5 leading members of the Soviet of the North Caucasian Republic who had tried to oppose his regime of high-handed executions and unwillingness to undertake systematic planning. In the end, men of the Taman Army shot him. As always happens with guerrillas, they exaggerated their forces to a frightful degree, treating with disdain all the warnings they received from the center, and then, after the first serious blow from the Denikinites, they began to crack up. When this happened, a great quantity of military equipment fell into the hands of the enemy, and innumerable men perished in the course of the retreat. Nowhere, perhaps, has guerrillism cost the workers and peasants so dear as in North Caucasia. The rapid collapse of the North Caucasian guerrilla armies of the Soviets at once freed Denikin's hands. Leaving only small garrisons in Novorossiysk, Yekaterinodar, Stavropol, Pyatigorsk, and Vladikavkaz, Denikin hurled his main forces, well supplied thanks to British aid, northward onto the front along the Don and the Donets. Our southern armies, which had marched several hundred versts and suffered heavy casualties in the struggle with Krasnov's Cossacks, came up against Denikin's forces which were fresh and very numerous. Thus, the fundamental cause of our defeats in the south is not the defects in organization of our armies of the Southern Front, but the role, treacherous in the full sense of the word, that was played by outdated guerrillism. While the North Caucasian atamans, unwilling to accept any order or discipline, were allowing Denikin to move his forces without any hindrance up to the Don and the Donets, the Ukrainian guerrillas were coming to Denikin's aid on the extreme right flank of the Southern Front. However difficult the situation of our weakened and tired Red regiments after their clashes with Denikin's men, they would never have fallen back so far as they did if the Makhnovites had not opened wide gates through which the White Guard cavalry could attack our armies in the rear. During the rapid retreat there were, of course, numerous cases of panic, disobedience to orders and actual disintegration of units. But this pestilence, too, had its source entirely in Makhno's corner, and spread in waves, like typhus or cholera, first to the right flank of the adjacent army, then moved on to the center, and so to the left flank and beyond. A regiment proved to be the worse affected by the pestilence, the closer it was, organizationally, to being a guerrilla detachment. Having by its impotence and uselessness ensured that our opponent possessed numerical superiority, guerrillism crowned everything by once again stabbing our army in the back when the decisive conflict occurred. From this we can see what miserable chatter it is to talk of the causes of our defeats lying in the methods of organization of the Red Army. The truth is precisely the contrary. If the weakened Southern Front has not collapsed,
but has retained its cadres. This is precisely because it had been properly organized. Only thanks to this is it that the Southern Front is now able to absorb into its framework tens and hundreds of thousands of fresh fighters, who will deal a mortal blow to the White Guards. Organization, like an individual, becomes best known for what it really is when a difficult moment arrives. That is the case now on the Southern Front. Precisely in misfortune, in defeat, and retreat, has it been fully demonstrated that the strongest regiments of all are those in which our Soviet military system has been best and most completely introduced. Especially miserable are the attempts that are being made to rekindle once more the question of the military specialists and to demand that it be reviewed. Naturally, under the influence of defeats, the number of cases of betrayal increases. But no single traitor or renegade, nor all of them put together, did or could do so much harm to Soviet Russia as was done by guerrillism in North Caucasia and by Makhnovism and Grigorievism in the Ukraine. For every traitor we have now hundreds of former officers who have bound their fate with the Red Army and are working honorably and successfully. Our recruitment of military specialists has been completely justified. The division of labor between commanders and commissars, together with the close collaboration between them, has stood the test of experience and needs no changes. This does not mean, of course, that all is well. No, we have many shortcomings, in the matter of supply, in the matter of commanding personnel, and in the matter of commissars and communist cells. But this does not bring the system into question. The supply apparatus needs to be improved, worthless commanders need to be removed, traitors need to be shot. Weak commissars have to be replaced. Communist cells have to be checked in terms of their practice and purged of unworthy elements. This work must never be slackened, any more than the work of military training and political education of our Red Army units. Today, when the Southern Front is receiving such a substantial number of fresh political workers and commanders, there can be no doubt that the armies of the Southern Front will be regenerated within a few weeks, and will show the impudent White Guard swine that the Soviet military system, which proved its victoriousness in the fight against Kolchak, is perfectly capable of disposing of Denikin as well. June 8, 1919. Kozlov. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Green and white. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the zone near the front there have recently appeared what are called green forces. What are they? It is usually said that the green bands consist of runaway soldiers, deserters, who do not want to fight for either side. At first sight, this is indeed how it seems. The red forces are fighting for the freedom and independence of the working people, the white forces are fighting to restore the power of the landlords, the capitalists, and the Tsar, and the Greens want merely to save their own skins, and so they go off and hide in the woods. But, in fact, the results turn out differently. The latest intelligence tells us that the green bands have joined Denikin's army and are fighting on the side of the whites against the workers and peasants. How has this come about? Very simply. The bulk of the Greens are, of course, ignorant self-seekers and cowards. But Denikin's officers are operating everywhere as secret organizers and provocateurs. If a White Guard provocateur openly proposed to deserters and self-seekers to go over to Denikin, they would, of course, refuse, because they want to fight for the interests of the landlords even less than they want to fight for the interests of the working people. The Denikinites have therefore resorted to a cunning trick in order gradually to get the deserters under their control. In various places secret White Guard agents have appeared and started to gather deserters into green bands, assuring them that in this way they will not have to fight either against the Reds or against the Whites. However, once the bands have been formed, they find themselves between two fires, on the one hand, the Soviet troops, and on the other, pressing them hard, the White Guards. The position of the green bands, caught between hammer and anvil, becomes hopeless. Then the Denikin agents start to come out into the open, explaining to the deserters whom they have deceived that there is no other solution for them. They lead them into the camp of the Whites, under Denikin's protection.
and Denikin begins to drive them before his machine guns against the workers' and peasants' Red Army. In this way deserters who had hoped to escape from the war by hiding in the woods, find themselves in the front line of fire and are now being shot to death from both sides. And that is quite as it should be. Between Reds and Whites, between landlords and peasants, a war to the death is being fought. There can be no room for Greens in this war. Better an open White Guard enemy, whom you know, than a low-down Green traitor who crouches for a time in the woods and then, when the Denikinites approach, sinks his knife in the back of the revolutionary fighters. The Soviet power shows the greatest leniency to those deserters and draft dodgers who honestly and of their own free will return to the ranks of the Red Army. But there can be no quarter for the bandits, self-seekers, and looters who come together in green bands. They must be exterminated in good time. The woods and the Volosses must be purged of the green scoundrels. Our southern front has been strengthened and is preparing to strike the decisive blow. But before the Red regiments go over to the offensive against the Whites along the whole front, they will crush the Green vermin under their heel, so as to ensure that their rear is secure. The Green is the worst enemy of the people. Strike your first blow at the Green. July 11, 1919, Voronezh. En route, number 59. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 122. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, July 11, 1919, number 122, Voronezh. The Presidium of the Moscow Soviet of Workers and Red Army Men's Deputies has entrusted to me, as a gift from the Moscow Soviet, 10 banners of honor, to be awarded to units which have distinguished themselves at the front. I have awarded 2 of these banners to the officer cadets of Siberia and Samara, who covered themselves with glory in the fighting on the southern front. The remainder will be awarded to the most distinguished of the regiments. On behalf of the Red Army I express fraternal thanks to the Moscow Soviet. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The East and the South. *******. Our affairs in the East are going splendidly. The Red troops are tirelessly pursuing the beaten, disorganized, and frightened bands of Kolchak. Kolchak's best regiments, that is, the ones made up of more conscious workers and peasants, are willingly surrendering to us. The less conscious are taking flight. There are evidently very few worker or peasant enthusiasts left who are ready to sacrifice their heads so that Admiral Kolchak's head may wear a crown. We have taken Zlatist, are approaching Ekaterinburg, and we are moving on Chelyabinsk. The Red garrison of Uralsk, which was for a time surrounded by White Guard Cossacks, did not surrender, for it expected help from without. The help came. Soviet forces broke through the ring round Uralsk and linked up with its Red garrison. Our brilliant victories in the East are of immense importance for the whole country. Very rich grain-growing regions have been opened up. The industry of the Urals has been restored to the workers and peasants. The factories of Perm and Zlatist, and soon this will be true of those of the Ekaterinburg areas as well, are working in the interests of the Red Army. The Izvest works, wrested from Kolchak's hands, is already producing the rifles we so badly need. Great is our victory in the East. 53. In the South, victory has yet to come. We have only checked the enemy's offensive. But this is already a great thing. In the first place, it shows that Denikin has spent his forces and is played out. In the second place, this enables us to bring up reinforcements, supply and reorganize units which have fallen into disorder, and re-establish a powerful front. Soviet Russia is now engaged in doing just that. Leading workers of the Southern Front. Commissars, commanders, conscious Red Army men. Do not lose so much as a single hour. By checking the enemy's offensive we have gained a breathing space. This breathing space we must utilize to bring up to strength, supply, train, and educate our units. Our work must go forward intensely and conscientiously. Tens of thousands of reinforcements have to be educated, disciplined, turned into good soldiers. The Southern Front must equal the Eastern Front. We must prepare for Denikin the fate of Kalkak. We have sufficient forces and resources to do this, and they are growing day by day. All that is needed is to bring them to order, and then, forward. The sun rises in the east, and at noon it stands over the south. So it is with our victory. This began on the Eastern Front, and in the next few weeks the sun of victory will stand high over the Southern Front, and light up our red banners in Rostov, Novokirksk, and Yekaterinodar. July 15, 1919. Bukryevka Korenaya Pusin. Korenaya Pusin is about 30 kilometers northeast of Kursk, on the line from Orel. En route, number 61. Endnotes. 53 On the course of the events in the East, see Note 75 and the chronology. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Finish it before winter comes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We must finish with Denikin at all costs before winter comes. A winter campaign, a burdensome campaign, would demand great sacrifices in blood and materiel. We must do all that we can to avoid a winter campaign. There is only one way to ensure this, doubling and trebling the vigor we throw into our campaigns in the summer and autumn. We must put 3 riflemen where now stands only 1, and 5 cavalrymen where now a single trooper sits astride his horse. This is perfectly possible. We are not short of men. The mobilization of 19-year-olds and a section of the 18-year-olds, together with the influx of peasants who previously failed to present themselves for call-up, means that we have a mighty, almost inexhaustible source of reinforcements for our army. But this, by itself, is not enough. We need commanders. The men we need are available in large numbers in various civilian posts, and have hitherto been carefully preserved from mobilization by various Soviet institutions. The decree of the Defense Council directs commanders to the place where they ought to be, the front. From now on, any resistance by local authorities, any attempt to keep back or to conceal any valuable, experienced military worker is the worst sort of sabotage. Besides officers of the old army, we need new commanders. We must extend to the maximum the courses for training commanders. Here we most often come up against the question of accommodation. Local Soviet authorities frequently delay for months the opening or the extension of command courses on the pretext that the appropriate buildings are required for cultural purposes. Sometimes they keep their hands in this way on premises of the former cadet corps, which would be most suitable for the command courses. It would be hard to stigmatize strongly enough such short-sighted conduct. All cultural tasks now take second or third place in relation to the need to provide the Red Army with the 1,000 extra commanders it lacks. The shortage of commanders leads as often as not to our having temporarily to surrender to the enemy entire provinces, with all their cultural institutions and enterprises. No one must presume to forget that Soviet Russia is an armed camp. Local Soviet institutions are now under orders, in the next few weeks, not only to provide the command courses with the most suitable accommodation, but also, generally, to ensure that these courses enjoy conditions, material and spiritual, such that the cadets may work at full stretch. Supplies are needed. This is a fundamental question. We have to feed, clothe, shoe, equip and arm fresh hundreds of thousands of soldiers. All sources and means of supply must be mobilized and militarized. The country will, of course, suffer as a result. But it will suffer less than it would suffer from a long drawn-out war. Mobilizing a little, arming a little, fighting a little, proceeding by little packets, as the French say, is the most exhausting way of waging war. Gathering all forces, concentrating resources, focusing energy, that is the only proper way. In the last analysis, it is this way that ensures the maximum economy of forces and resources, for it leads to decisive victory in the shortest possible time. At the center we have now achieved the necessary concentration of all organs and institutions of army supply. It is necessary that the local institutions fully cooperate with the center in this respect. Boots, underwear, overcoats, to the front. Make as many overcoats, pairs of boots and sets of underwear as possible. More and more. Lorries, light cars, motorcycles, to the front. Local Soviet institutions have a lot of horses. The army suffers from a tremendous shortage of them. Horses, to the front. All this will naturally have a serious effect on life and work in the localities. But only for a time. Later on, this will be repaid 100-fold. We have to finish the war as soon as possible, so as to be able to transfer Allur forces and Allur resources to economic and cultural work. War is a harsh and burdensome business. But since we have been forced to wage war, we must do this in the proper way, so as to bring the war to an end as soon as we can. We can't pay on the installment system for what war demands of us. We have to act at once, to buy it wholesale. Enough of the policy of little packets. We must ensure in time the utmost concentration of forces and resources. During this summer and autumn we must finish with Denikin. The first snow of winter must become the shroud of the counter-revolution on the Don and in North Caucasia. July 16, 1919. Vazy Station, Ponyry. Ponyry is on the Kursk-Orel line, just inside the Ukraine. En route, number 61. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Criminal demagogy. Asterisk. In the town of Sumy, that is, in the zone adjacent to the front, a newspaper called Krasnaya Zvezda is published, declaring itself to be the organ of the Kharkov Committee of the Bolshevik Communists and of the political administration of the Kharkov military district. There appeared in this paper's issue of July 10 a criminally demagogic article entitled, Military Specialists, or Red Commanders. We must consider as one of the main causes of the breakup of the Southern Front, says the article, the treachery of the commanding personnel, who went over in whole packs from the Red Army to Denikin. This entire sentence is a monstrous lie, made up of two statements each of which is itself a lie. The Southern Front has not broken up. The Southern Front has suffered big defeats as a result of the twofold and threefold superiority of numbers on the part of the enemy. Denikin possessed this superiority because the Soviet forces in North Caucasia, who numbered 150,000, broke up completely in a few weeks, and there were no military specialists among them. Instead, there were numerous ballers and guerrillas who engaged in demagogy. After our armies of the Southern Front had proved to be incomparably weaker than the enemy, who had drawn large reinforcements from North Caucasia, Kuban, Odessa, and the Crimea, some units on the Southern Front began to break up. But where did this happen? On the extreme right flank, among Makhno's bands and among the troops of the former Kursk Ukrainian group, that is where guerrillism, the amateur principle and distrust of our military organization prevailed most strongly. The statement that commanding personnel of the Southern Front went over in packs to the enemy is false through and through. If we exclude the Kharkov group, which will be considered on its own, we find that throughout the remainder of the gigantic Southern Front the cases of betrayal by commanders did not exceed single figures, whereas the cases of heroic death in action by members of the commanding personnel amounted to hundreds. The writer of this criminally demagogic article does not take the trouble to think out why victories are being won by the forces of our Eastern Front, which are wholly constructed on the principle of close, friendly collaboration between political workers and experienced commanders, many thousands of whom are drawn from the officer corps of the old army. The writer does not ask himself why it was that this same Southern Front of ours won brilliant victories over Krasnov and got to within 20 versts of Novokirksk. The writer has no notion of the facts, of the events, of the actual course of operations, of the weakening of our armies of the Southern Front through the temporary concentration of all forces against Kalkuk. The writer evidently has no notion, either, how North Caucasian guerrillism helped Denikin transfer large forces to the Don, and, being in ignorance of all that, he slanders both the Southern Front in general and its commanders in particular.
he asserts that the Southern Front has broken up. Whereas in reality the Southern Front has only suffered a temporary defeat, owing to the enemy's superiority in numbers. The writer alleges that commanders in all parts of the Southern Front went over to Denikin in packs, whereas in fact, commanders went over to Denikin only on these very small sectors of the Southern Front where the entire organization was worthless, where there was no order among the political workers, but instead confusion and demagogy reigned. Demagogy is a sort of politics, of agitation, which leads those masses whose level of consciousness is low into delusions, by showing them false reasons for calamities suffered, giving them false information, and directing their thought along a false path of salvation. In short, demagogy is exactly what Krasnaya Zvezda is busy with, in the zone adjacent to the front. Towards the end of this article it is said, we must understand the lesson given to us by the catastrophe, and how else can one describe the breakup of the Southern Front, which has befallen us in the struggle against Denikin. We must have the courage to recognize our previous mistakes. Our immediate slogan must be, "Long live the Red Commander." Here again we see a criminally demagogic distortion of the facts in the interests of a lying argument. From the grave experiences of the Southern Front, one lesson emerges: under the blows of superior enemy forces those units broke up which lack serious, capable commissars and experienced, responsible, serious commanders. Those armies held out best in which the military system established by the Soviet power had been introduced most fully. The worst organized part of the Southern Front, in all respects, was the Ukrainian corner. And the writer of the criminally demagogic article ought, first and foremost, to study our Eastern Front and the other sectors of the Southern Front before he presumes to propound lessons drawn from the experience, which has been wretched up to now, of Ukrainian amateurism. Recently, that is after all the trials experienced on the South Front, the political workers of two neighboring armies of the Southern Front reaffirmed at their conferences almost unanimously, with a single abstention in one of these armies, and two in the other, the complete and absolute correctness of our military policy. 54 And those are serious, responsible workers who have done a great deal in the last 18 months to develop the Red Army. They certainly stand in no need of lessons from the windbag of Krasnaya Zvezda. It is true that in the Kharkov sector a considerable number of betrayals occurred. But we have often observed on other fronts as well, during their infancy, how the work of sham revolutionary demagogues has been complemented by treachery on the part of commanders. The overwhelming majority of the officers of the old army lacked even elementary political education. They easily lost their bearings when the slightest change occurred in the political situation. The prejudices of the petty bourgeois milieu were strong among them. But at the same time our party program, which is opposed by the demagogues of Krasnaya Zvezda, speaks clearly and precisely of the methods by which the working class can and must make use of the experience of the military specialists. 1. General leadership of the life of the army and supervision of loyal specialists to be concentrated in the hands of organized representatives of the working masses. 2. Relations of comradely collaboration to be established with the military specialists, creating conditions for them in which they can develop their powers. There are communists of a poor sort who treat military specialists as though they were accused persons, or simply persons under arrest, imagining that this is how to safeguard the interests of the revolution. Actually, in this way they impel unstable, wavering members of the commanding personnel to seek safety in Denikin's camp. Posts of command in parts of the Kharkov sector and other administrative positions were given to military specialists whose families were resident in Kharkov. When Kharkov was captured, these specialists preferred to remain with their families. Many of them probably thought, in their political naivete, that the surrender of Kharkov meant the downfall of Soviet power, for among the former officers there are many politically ignorant simpletons who suppose that Denikin can halt the course of the revolution, just as previously they believed in the power of Hetman Skoropadsky. Of course, these commanders who fling themselves from one camp into the other, or who simply fear being cut off from their families, do not constitute the best of human material. How prudent was it to put them in a situation where the place of residence of their own families would incline them towards going over to the enemy's camp? Whose fault was that? The fault of the local Soviet military organization. There is no doubt that among those who remained in Kharkov there were a certain number of direct agents of Denikin, men who were already on his payroll earlier. World counter-revolution is fighting its last fight against us, and for the disintegration of our units, in particular, bribery of commanders is one of the important methods it uses. We must and will keep a sharp lookout for the activity of counter-revolutionary scoundrels who have penetrated our ranks. But at the same time we shall not allow unbalanced windbags and demagogues to hinder serious party workers in their task of building a properly organized army, especially by employing qualified commanders on a wide scale. On July 9, the Central Committee of our party addressed an open letter to all organizations, in which the question of the military situation is examined. The Central Committee notes that now, in this period of extremely acute struggle on the western and southern fronts, attempts at bribery and cases of treachery are becoming more frequent, and calls for attention and vigilance on the part of all the Army's responsible workers. But, the Central Committee goes on, it would be an irreparable mistake and unforgivable weakness of will if this were to result in bringing up the question of altering the foundations of our military policy. Hundreds of military specialists have betrayed us and will betray us, and we shall catch them and shoot them, but thousands and tens of thousands of military specialists are working with us, systematically and conscientiously, and without them we could not have created that Red Army which has grown out of the guerrillism of accursed memory and has shown itself able to win brilliant victories in the East. Experienced persons who are at the head of our War Department point out, rightly, that where the party's policy concerning military specialists and concerning the eradication of guerrillism has been implemented most strictly, where discipline is firmest, where the political work of commissars is carried out most carefully, there, by and large, we find the fewest cases of military specialists wanting to betray us, and the least possibility for such of them that there may be to realize their intentions. In those places there is no slackness in the army, its bearing and spirit are at the highest level, and most victories are won. Guerrillism, with its traces, vestiges and survivals, has caused both our republic and the Ukrainian Republic incomparably more disasters, collapses, catastrophes and losses of war material than all the betrayals by military specialists. 55. Our party program defined the policy of the Communist Party with complete precision both regarding the general question of bourgeois specialists and regarding the particular question of one variety thereof, the military specialists. Our party combats and will carry on a merciless struggle against the seemingly radical, but actually ignorant and conceited opinion that the working people can overcome capitalism and the bourgeois order without learning from bourgeois specialists, without utilizing them, without undergoing a long schooling through work alongside them. At the same time the Soviet power will, as before, and more effectively than before, deal with traitors and acts of betrayal. This voice is clear. What to the demagogue of Krasnaya Zvezda seems the last word in wisdom, the conclusion to be drawn from all experience, is called by our Central Committee pseudo-radical, ignorant conceit. The Central Committee calls for merciless struggle against this ignorant conceit. It is perfectly clear that the work of educating the Red Army masses cannot be entrusted to ignorant conceit. The Army needs serious, responsible political workers. There is no place among them for demagogues. July 17, 1919. Vorozhba Station. Endnotes. 54. The correctness of the military policy of the Central Committee of the RCP, B, and the People's Commissar for Military Affairs was confirmed at the Conference of Political Workers of the 8th Army held at Voronezh on July 11, 1919 and at the Conference of Responsible Party Workers on the 13th Army and the Livni Organization of the RCP, B, on July 13, 1919. 55. The process of transforming guerrilla armies into regular armies took place with particular slowness in the Ukraine. The Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukraine noted in its resolution of August 4, there is still an almost complete lack of a proper network of political commissars, of discipline, of trained commanders, of organized supply, and of a properly organized administration. The principal reason for this is that the creation of a regular army in the Ukraine is having to proceed amid the most intense civil war, in the confusion of still surviving guerrillaism. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 126. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Forces on the Southern Front, July 18, 1919, number 126, Smorodino Station. Order number 126 was published in an English translation in Soviet Russia for February 14, 1920, and that translation was reproduced in Leon Trotsky Speaks, Pathfinder 1972, p.133. During our retreat, Denikin's counter-revolutionary bands committed indescribable crimes against the workers and peasants in the provinces temporarily seized by them. The Red Army, along with the working population, is filled with hatred for the White Guard oppressors and thugs. Now, when the armies of the Southern Front are taking the offensive, there is ground for fear that the just indignation of the Red soldiers may in some cases lead to the killing of White Guard officers taken prisoner. In view of this possibility, I deem it my duty to address to all fighters on the Southern Front these words of warning: Comrade Red Army men, commanders, commissars. Let your just anger be directed only against the enemy with arms in his hands. Spare the prisoners, even those who are known scoundrels. Among the prisoners and those who come over to us will be found a considerable number of such who had joined Denikin's army either through ignorance or under compulsion. Denikin's generals spread among the soldiers and junior officers whom they have conscripted lying rumors to the effect that the Red forces kill their prisoners. By this means the Denikinites seek, on the one hand, to confuse their soldiers and officers, so as to prevent them from going over to our side, and, on the other, to embitter their men and cause them to engage in bestial pogroms against the workers and peasants. This makes it all the more important for us to show Denikin's soldiers and officers that we kill only enemies. Whoever admits his guilt, whoever comes over to our side with an honest intention, or whoever falls into our hands as a prisoner will be spared. I issue this order. Prisoners are no case to be killed, but are to be sent to the rear, under the orders of the nearest command. Commanders and commissars are to check most strictly on the fulfillment of this order. All cases of violation of it are to be reported through the proper channels, so that the Revolutionary Military Tribunal may immediately go to the place where the crime was committed. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The Harvest and the War. *****. The crops in the fields of the Ukraine are very rich. The cornfields are coming luxuriantly into ear. They threatened us that, in the absence of the landlords, the gendarmes, and the Tsar, the land would cease to bear fruit. But nature does not commit sabotage. The rain moistens the land, the sun warms it, the shoots become stalks, the stalks bring forth heirs, and all this goes on without landlords, gendarmes, or a Tsar. There is only one difference: previously, the lion's share of the crop went into the capitalist's bin, whereas now it all belongs to the peasants and the workers. It is the same with the factories. Coal is just as capable of burning in the blast furnaces, a steam hammer is just as capable of beating out iron, and a steam-driven saw cuts planks just as it did before, without the help of any manufacturer, any capitalist. The landlord and the manufacturer are thus not needed by the economy. They are like boils on the body, they contribute nothing to the organism but merely suck out its substance. With this plentiful harvest the country would be set to rights in a few months, and it would be restored to full life if the coal and iron of the donuts were in the hands of the workers. How quickly would our economy, the people's wealth, expand if we could bring back the workers and peasants from all our fronts to the factories and fields. The war has dragged on for too long.
The workers and peasants of the Ukraine and of all Russia are too slow in cleansing their land, their towns and villages, of the accursed enemies who are disrupting the people's wealth and the people's well-being. We must finish it as quickly as possible. We must cleanse the Donets Basin and North Caucasia. We must recover Baku. Then coal, iron, cast iron, and oil will bring to life the economy of the whole country. The Urals have already been freed. Very soon the cotton of Turkestan will reach us. We must finish the final blow at the accursed enemies of the working class, and cleanse the Ukrainian land of the Tsarist generals and the minor bandits, the Grigorievs, Zeliones, Angels, Makhnos, and the rest, and then the Soviet Ukraine will step out, hand in hand with Soviet Great Russia, on the broad road of economic prosperity and spiritual development. One final exertion, one final effort is needed. We must carry through faultlessly the mobilization of men, horses, and all the necessary forces and resources. The heavy ears of wheat in the fields of the Ukraine show the economic might that all the workers and peasants of Russia will be able to develop if they pursue their cause to the end. Let us press still harder, workers and peasants. The last pass to be crossed lies ahead. Beyond it are freedom, prosperity, and happiness. July 19, 1919. Lokhvitsa Romodan. Lokhvitsa is north of Romodan, on the line from Konotop. En route, number 66. The Southern Front. 2 Denikins Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Reality and critical chatter. Asterisk. In the izvestiya.ts.I.k. of July 10 we read this in an article by Taras Sofrodyanov. Denikin's sudden attack teaches us that we must now pay attention principally not so much to the quantity as to the quality of our forces. 56 If these words mean anything at all, they must be understood to signify that we had a great superiority in terms of quantity on the southern front, whereas Denikin enjoyed superiority in terms of quality. And so the perspicacious author of the article in Izvestiya wants to explain to us that we need to replace large quantity by good quality. Whence comes this lesson? What is the source of this information? It is a concoction, pure and simple. Actually, Denikin's success was wholly and entirely due to the superiority of larger over smaller numbers. It is not possible at the present time to elucidate in the press all the problems connected with this circumstance. But it is necessary to get certain facts and certain criticisms in perspective, so as to stop the row which idle-minded persons like Taras Sofrodyanov, with the connivance of certain editorial boards, are kicking up around the most acute problems affecting our armed forces at the fronts. If Denikin's sudden attack teaches serious people anything, it is, precisely, that even if one has troops of the highest quality, such as were the majority of those on the southern front, with the exception of the right flank, one cannot allow the quantity of these troops to fall below a certain level. Many comrades, even those whose approach to all problems, including military ones, is incomparably more conscientious than Taras Sofrodyanov's, are inclined to forget that our forces on the southern front are waging in one and the same region, their second campaign in the course of the last 6 months. After smashing Krasnov's army, the Red forces encountered the very substantial forces of Denikin. These forces had been brought up from the Kuban and North Caucasia, and, in part, from the Crimea and Odessa. The Central Soviet government was aware, of course, that behind Krasnov's, several hundred versts away, Denikin's forces were present, and it did not close its eyes to this danger. But at the same time we knew that there were in the Kuban and North Caucasia, fighting against Denikin, Soviet forces numbering between 150,000 and 200,000 men. This army, which was so huge in quantity, also, in the persons of its own local Taras Sofrodyanovs, evaluated its quality very highly, boasting especially that it was not constructed in accordance with the bureaucratic system generally in force in Soviet Russia, that it did not want to know anything about old-fashioned regulations and statutes, or military specialists, but was, at the same time, on the highest level as a fighting force. At the center, of course,
we took with a pinch of salt this self-estimation by guerrillas who, as usual, did not call themselves guerrillas but always swore devotion to the idea of a properly organized army. Nevertheless, we at the center never expected this shameful collapse on the part of helpless, amateur detachments with ignorant commanders, a collapse which, at one blow, freed Denikin's forces and enabled him to advance to the line of the Don and the northern Donets. In addition to this, as is well known, the guerrillas on the right flank of the southern front themselves broke up and decomposed entirely. The leading workers of the southern front had frequently warned the center of possible complications. Thus, Comrade Sokhonikov wired Moscow on April 21, "The slowing down in operations on the southern front is due to the breakup of the N Army, which is now in need of reconstruction from top to bottom, together with the complete incapacity for fighting shown by Makhno's units. The enemy has been given a respite of which he has made excellent use, to transfer what are undoubtedly substantial forces from the Kuban and Caucasia. Instead of the beaten Don army, we are now faced by a new army which has forces that are fresher than ours. Up to now, the enemy has not succeeded in wresting the initiative from us, but he is carrying out a thorough regrouping of his units, while at the same time reorganizing them into larger fighting formations, and we can regard it as definite that the probable direction of this blow will be the center of the half-ring that envelopes him, the Lugansk-Koninskaya sector. By this plan, of course, Denikin aims to link up with the rebels on the Middle Don, dividing us deeply into two parts, and once more raising the Don region against us. Our position cannot yet be considered shaky, but over the last 2 months the relation of forces has altered in the enemy's favor, and it is continuing to alter in that direction." Later, Comrade Sokhonikov refers to the revolt in the rear, which has in turn diverted forces from a front which was already weakened, and comes to this conclusion: "Our practical task is to prevent a White Guard comeback on the southern front like the comeback on the eastern front, a comeback which is imminent owing to the stationary state of our forces while the enemy is growing stronger. Forces need to be brought here from the fronts of secondary importance. We must establish the principle that the front in the Donets Basin is the most important front in the Ukraine. Without disturbing the concentrated attention and energy being focused by wide circles on the eastern front, we need now to see a number of organizational measures taken to safeguard us against defeats in the south." That was Comrade Sokhonikov's eloquent telegram. At that period, however, the center, even though recognizing the seriousness of the warning given, was obliged for the time being to sacrifice the interests of the southern front for the sake of the eastern front. The Ukraine, to which care of the Donets Basin was entrusted, proved to be still in no position to furnish units that were at all reliable. As a result, the armies of the southern front, worn out by months of ceaseless struggle, in which they had advanced several hundred versts through snow and spring mud, and weakened in numbers, faltered when they came up against fresh enemy forces, splendidly armed and equipped, which on many sectors of the front were 2 or 3 times as numerous as our men. Thanks to the protracted, self-sacrificing and persistent work of the best communists and the best military specialists, the Southern Front acquired during last autumn and winter a stable organization and firm, reliable cadres, and included in its ranks a number of heroic regiments and divisions. If this front gave way, that happened only because it had not received adequate reinforcements, so that the expenditure of human material exceeded the inflow. The inevitable consequence was that the cadres became worn out. This simple cause of our defeats, incontrovertible because based on facts and figures, cannot, one would have supposed, provide any grounds for chatter about the workers in the War Department favoring quantity at the expense of quality. Our party, which, starting last autumn, has sent thousands upon thousands of the best proletarian communists to the Southern Front, has no need of Tarasov-Rodionov's explanation of the military importance of quality. It is true that phenomena of demoralization and breakdown were observed on the Southern Front. But these occurred almost exclusively on the extreme right flank, that is, where, in the words of Comrade Sokhonikov's telegram, it was still necessary to reconstruct the forces from top to bottom, subordinating them to the regime generally obtaining in the Soviet forces. Insofar as isolated manifestations of breakdown were observed also in other units on the Southern Front, they resulted from the heavy blows received, the retreats imposed and the losses suffered, that is, they were inevitable as psychological consequences of the physical superiority of Denikin's forces. And the only conclusion that emerges from the facts is that it was solely thanks to the exceptionally high quality of the armies of the Southern Front that they not only preserved their cadres under the ferocious blows of the enemy's superior forces, but also showed that they were fully capable of absorbing large reinforcements in a short time, and endowing them with the necessary steadiness. Now, when the entire task of the rear consists in providing the manpower needed to bring the cadres of the Southern Army up to strength, Tarasov-Rodionov's critical exercises on the theme that what matters is not quantity but quality strongly recall the wishes expressed by that sage who at funerals used to say, "So many corpses, you'll never carry them all," and at weddings, vigil and incense. July 19, 1919. Bakamok. Bakamok is on the line from Konotop to Kiev. En route, number 65. Endnotes. 56 The Izvestia v.ts.I.k. of July 10, 1919 carried an article by Comrade Tarasov-Rodionov entitled A Company of Communists, in which, on the basis of experience of the way communists were being used in one division on the Southern Front, he drew conclusions regarding the lack of organization and direction in the way that these precious forces were being utilized in the army. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 129. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army, July 21, 1919, number 129, Kremenkug. ******. The Council of People's Commissars has undertaken to supply the families of Red Army men with the most necessary articles of consumption, and therefore, instead of increasing pay in terms of money, which under present economic conditions would by no means always produce the desired result, it has arranged for the Red Army men's families to be provided for in kind. However, the decree by which Red Army men's families are to be supplied with rations, together with the decree obliging local Soviets to help Red Army men's families with their farm work, are far from everywhere being complied with. 57 In those places where kulaks are at the head of the village and Volast Soviets, Red Army men's families are left without help. It also happens that in town Soviets, too, proper care is not taken of Red Army men's families. This situation must be ended. The families of Red Army men must be looked after. This can be achieved by persistent checking in the localities on the way the decrees are being observed, and calling to account those Soviet institutions which are not showing proper concern for the families of Red Army men. I hereby order the Revolutionary War Councils of the armies, through orders issued to their respective armies, to call on all Red Army men who have had news from home that their families are dissatisfied to hand over such letters, or authenticated copies thereof, to the commissar of their unit, for passing up to the Revolutionary War Council of the given army. The Revolutionary War Councils immediately to make known to the military commissar of the uyezd concerned, whose responsibility this is, to investigate the complaint, strictly, on the spot, and to ensure that those at fault fulfill their duty to satisfy the legitimate demands of the Red Army men's families. Endnotes. 57 Both of the decrees mentioned were of great importance in helping the families of men called up into the Red Army. The first decree by the Council of People's Commissars, on plowing and sowing on the holdings of Red Army conscripts, was issued on March 20, 1919, and ordered all land departments and rural Soviets to take all measures necessary to ensure the plowing of the fields in question, giving extensive aid and conscripting labor. Subsequently, the People's Commissar for Military Affairs was asked to agree to giving Red Army men leave during those periods when they were needed for work in the fields. The decision of the Defense Council on ensuring that Red Army men's families were adequately fed was taken on August 20, 1919. By this decision, the families of Red Army men were to receive an additional ration on production of their Red Star food cards. The Southern Front.
2 Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. There must be order. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the moment, what the Soviet Ukraine needs more than anything else is firm order. The struggle against the Germans, against Skoropadsky, against Petliura, and against the French and British has shaken the country up and unsettled many people, and consequently, has made it hard to establish order. But order is necessary, firm workers' and peasants' Soviet order. All forces and all resources must be accounted for and properly distributed. So long as we are at war, the bulk of forces and resources must go to the army. First and foremost, an end must be put to banditry. It is impossible to tolerate for one day longer a situation in which depraved scoundrels calling themselves atamans and batkos assemble equally depraved bands, and plunder the peaceful population, smash railway installations, organize the derailing of trains, and destroy hundreds and thousands of human lives. We must completely exterminate all the Grigorievs, Zeliones, and Makhnos and all their kulak helpers and accomplices. Firm order must be established in the Red Army. Experience has shown that the bravest Ukrainian detachments sometimes retreat without justification before Denikinite units, merely because the Ukrainian detachments still lack proper organization and fail to observe with the necessary care the rules of guard mounting, reconnaissance and liaison. A review of the garrison of Poltava, which had been ordered for 9 o'clock on July 21, did not begin until 10, simply because certain units of the garrison were an hour and more late in turning up. This is unacceptable, and testifies to absolute slovenliness on the part of the commanders and commissars. What will happen on the battlefield to a unit which, under peaceful garrison conditions, turns up an hour late for a parade which had been announced the previous day? A rule must be firmly laid down in the Ukrainian army: the commander and the commissar are answerable for every hour. The Ukrainian military commissars put up with disorders and connive not only at faults but also at real crimes. This practice must cease. Commissars, the military commissars of units in particular, must act as bearers of the idea of revolutionary Soviet order and firm discipline. Many Ukrainian commanders allow themselves to commit unheard of violations of the rules and regulations. Commanders of units grab workers and peasants who have been mobilized in a certain locality for service in that locality, and arbitrarily embody them in their own units. Work in the units is carried on in a slack way. Negligence is apparent in everything. Weapons are badly looked after. Many commanders think to win the love of their units by making no demands on the comrade Red Army men. But when it comes to fighting, the unit will see how helpless it is, and will curse the commander and the commissar who took up a slovenly attitude to the training and education of their soldiers. Many soldiers who have suffered the hardships and trials of war find themselves left without boots or uniforms. It is painful and disgusting to see honorable fighters having to walk barefoot, and wearing filthy, lice-ridden shirts. And, on the other hand, there are not a few self-seekers and scoundrels who get into units as volunteers, obtain uniforms, and then at once set off for home. Others roam from one unit to another. This low-down behavior must be stopped, with an iron hand. Deliberate plunderers of army property must be punished ruthlessly. The Ukraine can quickly become a rich and happy land. The Ukrainian army can quickly become an invincible army. But, for this, there must be order. Down with slovens, loafers, gasbags, and slug guards. Death to bandits, impenitent self-seekers, and looters. Long live firm revolutionary order, everywhere and in everything. July 21, 1919. Poltava. En route, number 66. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 130. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the troops stationed or in action on the territory of the Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic, July 22, 1919, number 130, Kremenkug. ******. The numerous military goods trains which move along the railways of the Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic very frequently fail to arrive at their destinations. The most usual reason for this is that certain military units intercept these goods trains en route, regardless of their destinations, and take them for their own use. Such conduct is the worst sort of banditry, and is often equivalent to treason, since there have been many cases when active units have found themselves without arms or ammunition at a critical moment, merely because the supplies intended for them had been intercepted by somebody on the way. I order that arbitrary seizure of army property is henceforth to be punished as the gravest crime against the state. Commanders and commissars of units guilty of arbitrary seizure will be subjected to severest punishment, on the same footing as bandits, regardless of all their previous services. This order is to be presented for their signature, to all commanders and commissars of individual units, and likewise to station commandants, for them to pass on to commanders of military trains. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 131. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs to the 14th Army, July 22, 1919, number 131, Kremenkug. Certain units of the 14th Army are, as before, engaging in self-reinforcement, that is, they are accepting volunteers from the neighboring villages and volosts, and sometimes also seizing persons mobilized by the uyezd commissariats. I inform all commanders and commissars of the 14th Army that this mode of self-reinforcement is absolutely forbidden by the central military authority. The volunteers brought into a regiment usually lack the necessary training, easily give way to panic, and render the unit in which they serve incapable of fighting. Furthermore, self-seekers often join a unit in the guise of volunteers, with the aim of obtaining a rifle and boots and then going off home. Volunteers are immediately to be sent to the rear, so as to be enrolled in holding units, from which drafts can be sent to the appropriate regiments. Any other way of bringing units up to strength is absolutely impermissible. Commanders and commissars whose units engage in self-reinforcement will henceforth be brought before the Revolutionary Military Tribunal, just as for disobeying a military order. This order is to be made known to all commanders and commissars of the 14th Army and personally signed by them. The Southern Front. 2 Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 132. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the 12th and 14th Armies July 26, 1919, number 132. Korenivo Station. Korenivo is on the line linking Kursk with Konotop, between Lvov and Vorozhva. 1. The state farms of the Ukrainian SSR, the zone adjoining the front, are placed, by agreement with the Defense Council, under the protection of the active armies. Thanks to the very bountiful harvest, the state farms will enable us to overcome, during the year that lies ahead, the shortage of food in the towns of the Ukraine and Great Russia. They will at the same time provide for the feeding of the army. It is now necessary that the armies guard the state farms from damage and devastation, both intentional and unintentional. All consequent measures will be taken by the Revolutionary War Council of the Army, through the proper channels. The purpose of these measures will be to create conditions under which there can be no misappropriation of livestock or equipment, or of stocks of fodder or foodstuffs belonging to state farms, whether sugar-producing or grain-producing, and no arson or other destructive acts can be committed against them. The Revolutionary War Council of the relevant army will make contact with the local uyezd land departments, obtain from them all the information needed concerning the location of the state farms and the dangers to which they are subject, and will take appropriate steps, assigning the implementation of measures for the protection of the state farms in each sector to the relevant divisional commissars. Where necessary, the Revolutionary War Councils will appoint assistants to the divisional commissars for the purpose mentioned. In case of need, the divisional commissars will mount patrols, and will draw the local executive committees into the work of guarding the state farms.
In places where this action is called for, they will take hostages, by agreement with the local authority. In short, they will take all measures that may serve to give real protection to the state farms. In those cases where Kulak elements try to damage the state farms in one way or another, the Revolutionary War Councils are required to act ruthlessly in order to safeguard the people's property and the food supplies of the working masses. 2. At the same time, the Special Food Committees of the 12th and 14th Armies are ordered to take, with full cooperation from the Revolutionary War Councils of the armies mentioned, all the measures within their power to assist the land departments in reaping and collecting the crops of the state farms. For this purpose, the Army's Special Food Committees, together with the larger land departments, will set up a temporary commission for bringing in the harvest, which commission will have full power to take emergency measures, such as conscription of workers and means of transport, on the basis of labor service. The Revolutionary War Councils of the armies are obliged to furnish all the armed forces needed for this to be done. In all cases, the Army's Special Food Committees are to act jointly with the Uyezd land departments, only where the latter do not exist are they to act independently. Strict care is to be taken to ensure that all measures are in conformity with existing decrees. It is to be widely made known to the Red Army men that protection and timely harvesting of the state farm crops means looking after the interests of the Red Army, for the food stocks of the 12th and 14th Armies will, in accordance with the decision of the Defense Council, be replenished, first and foremost, from the crops of the state farms. The Defense Council of the Ukrainian SSR is to be informed of all measures taken, not less frequently than twice a week. The Southern Front. 2. Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 134. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Commanders and Commissars of the 9th Army of the Southern Front, July 29, 1919, number 134, Penza. ******. The 9th Army of the Southern Front has many military achievements to its credit. Having been formed to a considerably extent out of guerrilla detachments, it was brought into line last autumn and acquired a regular organization. There were cases of insubordination and misbehavior on the part of individual commanders. The tribunal punished the disorganizer severely. The discipline of the commanding personnel became a model for the Red Army men. If the discipline of the commanders has weakened in any way during the retreat, it must be restored and raised to the proper level. The 9th Army has suffered more than others. It fell back under heavy blows from a very powerful enemy. The breakup of the Soviet guerrilla armies of North Caucasia had freed Denikin's forces in North Caucasia and made it possible for them to be transferred to the Don and the northern Donets. That was the reason for the defeat of the Southern Front and of the 9th Army in particular. Denikin has now used up all his reserves. He no longer enjoys numerical superiority. Our armies of the Southern Front have been brought up to strength with fresh replacements and have received substantial reinforcements. The supply service has been brought up to scratch. The Southern Front has been provided with all it needs. The task now is only to allocate the supplies that have been made available, as required, among the units. It is the duty of commanders and commissars to watch most attentively over the rapid and energetic movement of supplies and their precise distribution among the units and the Red Army men. During the next few days it must be ensured that every soldier is fed, clothed, shod and armed. The entire country is now concerned about the Southern Front. Commanders, commissars, and after them, Red Army men, must realize we are now already considerably stronger than Denikin on the Southern Front. Our forces are growing with exceptional speed. Military echelons and through goods trains are moving southward in an unbroken stream. We now have to organize all this and to become inspired with the idea of a decisive offensive. The 9th Army has, with others, been retreating for a long time. This fact has to a certain extent told on the morale not only of the rank and file but also of the commanders and commissars. There have been isolated instances of treachery and desertion to the enemy by responsible commanders. Individual traitors and fools were found who imagined that Denikin was capable of halting the great worldwide process of the workers' and peasants' revolution, just as, earlier, the more retarded section of the former officers believed in the omnipotence of Skoropadsky. The treachery of short-sighted careerists cannot, of course, induce the Soviet power to change its policy regarding the former officers, the immense majority of whom are honorably and courageously serving the working class and the working peasantry in the ranks of the Red Army. The task of the commanders and commissars of the Ninth Army is now to prepare the army for a decisive offensive during the next few weeks. In every unit the commanders and political workers must be checked on. They must be imbued with redoubled energy and conscientiousness in their work. It must be explained to all the Red Army men that we are now both stronger numerically and also better armed than our enemy. In the units held in reserve, in the holding battalions, training must be carried on at the highest intensity, and in this training extensive use must be made of the experience of recent clashes with Denikin's forces, especially his cavalry. The armies of the Southern Front are ordered to go over to the attack and smash our last large-scale enemy. The Soviet Republic expects that the Ninth Army will do its duty along with the rest. Commanders, commissars, and all responsible workers generally in the Ninth Army must henceforth make their watchword, another 2 or 3 weeks of continuous, intensive preparations for the offensive, and then a swift, irresistible charge southward, until Denikin's forces have been completely annihilated. With this watchword I greet the glorious Ninth Army. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 135. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army on the Southern Front, August 1, 1919, number 135, Voronezh. *******. According to information received, certain army units are not always showing sufficient regard for the local population. A complete change needs to be made in this respect. The peasants of the zone adjoining the front already understand very well that the Red forces of the Southern Front are their only defense against the unbridled Denikinite bands, who destroy crops, burn down villages, kill peasants, and rape peasant women. The overwhelming majority of the local peasants willingly do what they can to help the Red Army. Commissars and commanders must see to it that, when army units need something, they apply through the village and Volast authorities, for it is senseless and criminal to take by force when the peasants are willing to give. In fraternal unity between the Red Army and the peasants and workers lies the salvation of the Soviet Republic. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 136. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army and the Red Navy, August 2, 1919, number 136, Vorozhba. ******. On August 5, 1918, beneath the walls of Kazan, which had been captured by the Whites, a small group of Red forces came into being. On August 10 this group was given, by order, the title of the Fifth Army. 58 The best workers of Moscow, Petrograd, and the whole country helped this small detachment to become a strong, unified, victorious army. In the fight against the Czechoslovaks and in the fight against Kolchak the Fifth Army occupied and is occupying one of the foremost places. In greeting the Fifth Army on the anniversary of its birth, I consider it my duty to hand over to the Army the banner of honor I have received from the Moscow Soviet for awarding to a valiant unit. To this banner is pinned the Order of the Red Banner, which distinction will henceforth be borne by the Fifth Army as a whole. When the Fifth Army is discharged, after our final victory over the enemy, its banner of honor will find a place in the Museum of the Red Army, as a sacred revolutionary relic. Endnotes. 58 On the creation of the Fifth Army, see Note 28. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Hand in your rifle. ******. The Red Army is growing not just daily but hourly.
Hundreds of thousands of peasants who hitherto had evaded conscription are now presenting themselves voluntarily and asking to be enrolled in the army so as to wage ruthless struggle against the landlord's army of Denikin. Many thousands of Great Russian peasants have come to the Ukraine. Many thousands of Ukrainian workers and peasants are fighting on the Great Russian sectors of the Southern Front. The army is growing rapidly. But the production of arms is not keeping pace with the growth of the army. We need rifles. We could immediately put twice and 3 times as many soldiers in the field if the country were not short of weapons. Every rifle hidden among the civil population means a crime committed against the Red Army. There are a lot of rifles in the hands of the civil population in the Ukraine. Considerable numbers of peasants have not surrendered their rifles because they think that, if the need should arise, they will look after their own defense against Denikin. A false and fatal calculation. Isolated peasant bands, hastily armed, are incapable of opposing Denikin's forces. We need regular, well-organized units, united by a firm command. The peasants of Kharkov and Yekaterinoslav provinces, who concealed their rifles, thereby helped Denikin to conquer these provinces and to set the landlord and the gendarmes once more on the backs of the working peasants. The Red Army needs weapons. Given a sufficient number of rifles, we shall wipe Denikin's landlord bands off the face of the earth within a few weeks. The Ukrainian peasants possess that sufficient number of rifles. Whoever does not hand in his rifle is helping Denikin and is a traitor to the working people. Ukrainian peasant. If you have a rifle, hand it in at once to the nearest military commissariat or to the headquarters of the nearest unit. With this rifle we shall arm your son, your brother, or, perhaps, you yourself, if you are of call-up age. This rifle is a weapon of struggle for the freedom and independence of the peasants. The Red Army demands this of you, Ukrainian peasant. Hand in your rifle. August 2, 1919. Bakhmut. En route, number 73. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Who betrayed Poltava? Poltava was ingloriously surrendered. While we can say about Kharkov and Yekaterinoslav that the enemy took us unawares, that argument will not do where Poltava is concerned. After the surrender of Kharkov and Yekaterinoslav we had time to prepare. Furthermore, not long before Poltava was lost we had taken Konstantinograd. Things seemed to be going well. Then, suddenly, Poltava fell. They betrayed us, says one Red Army man. For sure, the commanders at headquarters betrayed us, they betrayed us, a second repeats. It's obvious, they were bought, adds a third, and even some communists, presumably not very serious ones, have said at meetings, Poltava was surrendered owing to treachery by the commanders. I don't know about that, comrade Red Army men, I don't know at all. It may well be that there were some traitors, agents of Denikin, among the commanders in our Poltava army, and also, perhaps, among the Red Army men. But they could not have surrendered Poltava. There are traitors in our armies on the Eastern Front, too, yet we are advancing very well on that front, and giving Kalkak an excellent beating. Traitors cannot do much harm in an army that is well organized and unified, a fighting, disciplined, firmly welded army. Traitors are dangerous in an army which is not yet firmly set on its feet, an army which staggers, reels and stumbles. And such an army as that the Ukrainian army still is. You want to know, comrade Red Army men, who it was that betrayed Poltava. I will tell you honestly, Poltava was betrayed by disorder in the Red Army itself. 2 of our regiments, from the brigade of the bandit Bagunsky, took off when they felt like it and disappeared into the blue. That's who betrayed Poltava. When an unsatisfactory commander is replaced, the self-seekers and idlers start a protracted discussion, shall we or shall we not accept the new commander appointed by the Soviet power? Where military orders are concerned the same thing happens, talk, gossip, discussion. Section and platoon commanders, and lower-level commanders generally,
often take their line not from the orders they receive but from the self-seekers in their sections and platoons. That's how Poltava was betrayed. Do they observe strictly the rules for mounting guards? No, they do not. Our Ukrainian units often let themselves be taken by surprise. Do they carry out serious reconnaissance? No, reconnaissance is carried out in anyhow fashion. Do they maintain proper liaison? Do they send reports when they should? No and no. They do whatever chances to come into their heads, or just act as things happen. There is no order, no discipline, no strict responsibility. Everyone blames someone else. The Red Army man blames his commanders and wrongly accuses headquarters of treachery, while weak, inexperienced commanders put the blame on the Red Army men. Denikin exploits this situation. His agents roam around all over the place, spreading rumors. Poltava was sold. Denikin bribed the headquarters staff. Credulous people listen to this and fools repeat it. Uncertainty, wavering, distrust sets in among the Red Army men, and this suits Denikin very well. In this way he can beat the Ukrainian army with his bare hands. No, comrades, this empty gossip must stop. It was not traitors who surrendered Poltava, but your own disorderliness. We must now begin to drive this disorderliness out of every corner where it exists, and where necessary take a red-hot iron to it. No trace of impunity for misconduct must be allowed to remain. Every Red Army soldier will answer to the Soviet Republic for every step he takes. A soldier is a soldier, an order is an order. War is a serious business. It does not tolerate thoughtlessness, idle chatter, and slovenly behavior. Commanders and commissars will answer for their regiments with their own heads. Communists must be in the forefront of battle. To the honorable and courageous, praise and reward; to the cowardly and self-seeking, ruthless punishment. The Ukrainian revolutionary soldier is a splendid warrior. All he needs is order. Firm, steadfast, iron order. With our combined efforts we shall establish this order. Then we shall get Poltava back. And not only Poltava but also Kharkov, Yekaterinoslav, the Donets Basin and North Caucasia. Then we shall rout Denikin as we have routed Kalkuk. August 3, 1919. Mirgorod. Mirgorod is east of Romodan, on the line to Poltava. En route, number 74. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Makhno and others. ******. According to report, Makhno shot the so-called Ataman Grigoriev when they met. The reason was that Grigoriev was acting in collusion with counter-revolutionaries, not only the Petliurists but the Denikinites as well. This report has still to be confirmed. The most fantastic rumors are spread by the rebel groups and bands, and what they say needs to be checked 10 times before being believed. However, let us assume that this report is confirmed. What does it mean? Makhno became convinced that Grigoriev was nothing but a dirty, hired counter-revolutionary bandit, and so Makhno decided to put an end to Grigoriev. Not one honest person will want to argue or express regret on that score. After the killing of Grigoriev there is one scoundrel fewer in the world, and that's all there is to it. Well, but wait about Makhno himself, many people will ask. Does he intend to do anything further? For a time, Grigoriev was caught up in the workers' and peasants' revolution and swam with the current. Then he came out against the revolution, because he was unwilling to submit to the discipline of the workers' and peasants' Ukraine. Grigoriev led his band against the Red Army. But then his complete impotence was exposed. Grigoriev was beaten in battle and his band broke up, part of it surrendering and part taking refuge in the woods. When he saw how helpless he was, Grigoriev started to look for someone to lean on, someone to unite with, so as to become stronger. In the Ukraine, as in all Russia, there are now only two forces: the revolutionary organization of the workers and peasants, united by the Soviet power, on the one hand, and, on the other, the landlord bourgeois organization headed by Kolchak and Denikin. Whoever hesitates between these two camps is insignificant and powerless. Having broken with the Soviet camp, Grigoriev inevitably began to seek links with Denikin's camp. This frightened Makhno. He does not want to unite with the counter-revolutionaries, but, like Grigoriev, Makhno has also broken with the camp of the revolution. He broke out of the ranks of the Red Army, violated its discipline, caused it immeasurable harm, and is now engaged in building some sort of force of his own. This merely shows that Makhno cannot put two and two together. If he understood the banefulness of Grigorievism, he should also understand the fatal nature of Makhnovism. For these are only different rungs in one and the same ladder, which leads down into the abyss. Among the rebel atamans and Baitkos there are two categories of people: there are bandits, rogues, venal careerists, but there are also honest men who are unable to put two and two together. Grigoriev harmed the Red Army out of careerism, greed, and venality. It is quite possible that Makhno is innocent of all those sins, but he too has done frightful harm to the Red Army, for he acted in accordance with the false anarchist rebel program. And Makhnovism is still today a poison which has infected backward units of the Ukrainian army. By killing Grigoriev, Makhno has, perhaps, appeased his conscience, but he has not atoned thereby for his crimes against the workers and peasants Ukraine. If Makhno and other guerrillas really want to leave the road of Grigorievism, to become regenerated and take up the defense of the revolution, there is only one way: to declare openly that they renounce, once and for all, disorganization, atamanism and willfulness, and place their forces, as disciplined soldiers, wholly and absolutely at the disposal of the workers' and peasants' power in the Ukraine. Leon Trotsky. August 4, 1919. Lubny Station *. En route, number 75. Lubny is west of Romodan, on the line to Kiev. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 142. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the 14th Army, August 8, 1919, number 142, Konotop. ****. Communists serving in the army must be models of self-control, discipline and assiduity. However, I have soon become convinced that certain responsible workers in the 14th Army permit themselves to go absent, in order to make reports, from the area in which the army is operating, without having been given any leave to do this. Such examples have a harmful effect and undermine that firm discipline without which no army can exist and victory is impossible. I give notice that every communist whom the party has delegated to serve in the army, and who has thus become a Red Army man, has exactly the same rights and duties as any other soldier of the Red Army. Those who arbitrarily absent themselves will be treated as deserters and, regardless of the positions they hold, will be brought before the Revolutionary Tribunal, to be judged in accordance with the laws of war. Communists found guilty of offenses and crimes against revolutionary military duty will be punished twice as severely as non-communists, because what may be forgiven to an ignorant, unconscious person cannot be excused in the case of a member of the party that stands at the head of the working class of the whole world. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. A word to the Ukrainian soldiers misled by bandits. There are many bands operating in the Ukraine at present. All of them are led by atamans, Petli Yura, Zeliany, Sokolovsky, and so on and so forth. Almost every day some more petty atamans make their appearance. They seize weapons and recruit to their bands either deserters, or ignorant Red Army soldiers, or kulaks from the villages, or ordinary highway robbers. These bands are making life impossible in the Ukraine. They plunder the peasants, commit pogroms in the towns, destroy railway lines, derail trains, and slaughter hundreds of thousands of absolutely innocent people, old men, women, and children. What do the leaders of these bands want? That is clear: without much thought being needed, each one of them calls himself Ataman, and therefore strives for authority, for power and wealth. They all think that the Ukraine is now just a huge prey that has been thrown to the vultures for them to tear apart, and each one hastens to grab for himself as big a piece of it as he can. Among them there are a number who have been directly bought by Denikin. Besides thugs, thieves, and brigands, there also sometimes fell into the clutches of these Atamans some soldiers and peasants who are honest but ignorant, lacking in consciousness. Life in the Ukraine is hard now, for the many years of war, the German occupation, the reign of Skoropadsky, the plundering carried out by the French and British, the crimes of the petty jurists, all these experiences have shattered, exhausted, and debilitated the country. In order to save the Ukraine, to revive it so as to ensure a better income for the worker and the peasants, to make their lives easier and happier, what is needed is intense, combined work by millions of peasants and proletarians, for the common good of the working people. But there are many ignorant peasants who see only the difficulties of life and know of no way out. These are approached by tempters, agents of Denikin and Petliura, bandits of the Zeliany and Sokolovsky type, who call on them to join their ranks, promising them freedom and an easy life. Each province, and almost each uyezd, has formed its own band. As a result of the violence and brigandage of these bands, the Ukraine is being still further exhausted and impoverished. A few more months of this outrageous, disgraceful, bloody anarchy, and the Ukrainian people will be reduced to a corpse. This is why the Soviet power has made it its principal task of the present moment to cleanse the Ukrainian land of all rebel atamans and bandits. Power in the Ukraine must belong only to the united Ukrainian peasantry and working class. Their will is expressed through the All-Ukraine Congress of Soviets and the All-Ukraine Central Executive Committee. There can be only one armed force in the Ukraine, the Red Army, created by the will of the working masses of the Ukraine. There is no room for any bands, any guerrilla detachments, any atamans, baitkos, bandits and thugs. The Revolutionary War Council of the Russian Socialist Federation Soviet Republic, together with the Council of the Ukrainian Socialist Soviet Republic, has taken all measures necessary to ensure that within a very short time Ukrainian banditry shall be eradicated and the Ukraine's bandits ruthlessly crushed. Now, when Comrade Voroshilov, as Special Plenipotentiary of the Defense Council, is setting about this task, I consider it my duty to address a final word of warning to all those soldiers and peasants who have been drawn into dishonorable bandit gangs but who are still capable of changing their minds and renouncing their work of Cain before it is too late. In the first period of Soviet power, a lot of bands flourished in Great Russia. They were all annihilated long ago, their guiltiest members were shot, and the rest are expiating their crimes in places of detention. The same fate awaits the bandits of the Ukraine. Firm, reliable units have been sent to all parts of the Ukraine, with the task of finding and collecting arms, catching deserters, and exterminating bands. The purge will be carried through to the end. Misled soldiers, misled peasants, all of you who bear the shameful name of Grigorievites, petty jurists, Zeliany's men, Sokolovsky's men, and so on, listen to this warning from the revolutionary Soviet power. For your own good, for the good of your children and for the good of the whole Soviet Ukraine, give up banditry. Hand over your bloodthirsty, predatory atamans, surrender voluntarily to the Soviet power, you will meet not with harshness but with leniency at its hands, as repentant prodigal sons who have returned to the family of labor. The Ukraine must be cleansed of vultures and kites. Then the Red Army will deal with Denikin in short order. Then the Ukraine will begin to live a peaceful, free, and happy life. Death to the black crows of banditry and atamanism. Long live the power of the workers and peasants in a free and happy Ukraine. The Southern Front. To Denikin's Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Instructions to the responsible workers of the 14th Army. Our recent serious defeats show that the military and political workers of the 14th Army have not as yet succeeded in coping with the task that confronts them, namely, converting a shattered army into one that is disciplined and capable of fighting. Additional forces both of political workers and commanders are now being brought into the 14th Army. It is necessary to utilize these forces in a planned way and, on the basis of the grievous lessons we have been taught, to overcome at any cost the shortcomings and defects of the 14th Army. First and foremost, there must be the strictest registration of all commanding personnel and all communists in the army. This work must be begun at once and completed in a week, that is, not later than August 17. 2. The commissar of a division and its political department must carefully check on the commissars of regiments, leaving in post only those who showed firmness and courage during the defeats. Together with the commissars who survive this checking, they must check on the communist cells, eliminating the chance elements from them and bringing into these cells the firm, reliable workers who have been sent into the army. If there are even so few as 4 or 5 firm communists in each company, serving as Red Army men and participating in the company cell, then, given a good commissar, a regiment can quickly be made quite sound. The cells must always maintain internal liaison and support the commissar in his fight against scoundrelly, counter-revolutionary kulak and self-seeking elements. Cell members must be model Red Army men both on parade and in battle. 3. In the Ukrainian units there are a large number of corrupt kulak elements, including many former soldiers of the Tsarist army, who carry on disruptive agitation, have an attitude of kulak hatred towards communism, oppose our work of agitation and organization, and incite the Red Army men to engage in pogroms and banditry. The communists serving in army units must keep a very careful eye on harmful elements of this sort and point them out to the commissar, so that the regiment may be quickly cleansed of them and the most guilty of them subjected to ruthless punishment. If a few dozen self-seekers and kulaks are ejected from a regiment and replaced by a few dozen communists, the regiment in question can be re-educated within a week or two. The special sections must help the commissars and political departments in their task of cleansing regiments of scoundrels and traitors. 4. We must immediately undertake the formation of battle police units, at both army and divisional level. Battle police units must be formed from the best, most reliable Red soldiers, with a substantial quota of communists. It is especially important to choose for these units commanders who are absolutely reliable, communists wherever possible. It will be most expedient to organize battle police units in accordance with the establishments laid down in Order Number 220, forming regular sections and platoons, so that, when necessary, the battle police units may be brought together in battalions and larger formations. 59. The task of the battle police units is to maintain order in the immediate rear, arrest deserters, exterminate bandits and thugs on the scene of their crimes, prevent panicky retreats, and, when the need arises, show to disordered units an example of firmness and courage. Until the divisions of the 14th Army have their own reliable battle police units, it will continue to be impossible to establish firm order and discipline in them. 5. At the same time, a purge needs to be undertaken, a purge of the commanding personnel. In the Ukrainian units there are still too many petly Urist, guerrilla, and Ataman elements such as Bogansky, Lopatkin and Soon. Even the best of these guerrilla commanders still do not understand what an order means and consider disobedience to an order quite a natural thing. Those responsible commissars who, directly or indirectly, connive at willful conduct on the part of guerrilla commanders, their non-fulfillment of military orders, commit the gravest of crimes against the cause of the working class. Not a single offense committed by commanders against discipline must be left unpunished. Only severe treatment, ruthless penalties for treacherous willfulness, can teach the Ukrainian commanders that they must give strict obedience to military orders. 6. Every commissar must know precisely the family situation of the commanders in the unit entrusted to him. This is necessary for 2 reasons: first, so as to help a commander's family in the event that he is killed in action, and, second, so that members of the family may at once be arrested if the commander should act treacherously. All information about the family situation of commanders and political workers is to be concentrated in the political department of the Army's Revolutionary War Council. 7. The experience of all armies has shown that it is quite impermissible for servicemen's families to be living in an area where active units and headquarters are stationed. One cannot allow the attention of commanders, commissars, and political workers to be distracted for a single moment by family circumstances. During a retreat, more than at any other time, the Army's responsible workers must think about the unit or the institution in their charge, and not about evacuating their own families. It is therefore most strictly ordered that within 1 week the families of all servicemen be removed from the 14th Army area to a distance of not less than 50 versts in the rear. The Revolutionary War Council will, of course, take all measures necessary to ensure that the resettlement of these families is carried out without suffering and will render all aid required for this purpose. 8. The special section of the Army must recruit for its work only tried and absolutely honest workers, predominantly party members. The special section is an organ of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and must operate in close cooperation with the political department and the tribunal. 9. All the Army's leading institutions, the Revolutionary War Council, the political department, the special section, the Revolutionary Tribunal, must firmly lay down and apply the rule that not a single crime committed in the Army is to be left unpunished. Penalties must, of course, be strictly related to the actual character of the crime or offense committed. The sentences passed must be such that every Red Army man, reading about them in his newspaper, may clearly appreciate their justice and necessity in order that the fighting capacity of the Army may be maintained. Punishment must follow as quickly as possible upon the crime. The tribunal must therefore hold a sufficient number of assizes and must have at its disposal the number of investigators it needs. 10. Problems of supply are among the most urgent. The soldiers of the 14th Army must be clothed and shod as soon as possible. The necessary quantity of kit has already been provided, and will henceforth continue to be provided. It must be distributed quickly and precisely, records of the kit issued to individuals must be compiled, and strict attention must be paid to ensure that Army property is not squandered, sold, lost, or expended in vain. The commissar of a division, together with the supply officer, the supply service commissar, the chief of staff where possible, the divisional commander, insofar as this does not take him away from urgent operational work, must work out with the utmost care a plan for the most speedy distribution of uniforms, equipment, and arms. The divisional commissar must prompt the commissars of regiments to see to it that the officer in charge of the quartermaster's stores does not hold up the issue of these supplies 1 day longer than necessary. The Red Army men must see and feel that they are being looked after. At the same time, every case of selling or bartering Army property by a Red Army man must be strictly punished. 11. The authority of commanders must be enhanced. The Ukrainian soldiers have seen in the past a number of muddle-headed atamans who led them into the enemy's line of fire, and a number of traitors who went over to the enemy. And still today, given the slackness and absence of discipline in the units, most power is, more often than not, held by utterly worthless commanders who indulge the worst elements in their units. With the establishment of a firmer regime and more serious supervision, cases of treachery will at once become less frequent, and honorable commanders will be able to lift their heads. Commissars must support firm and vigorous commanders in every way, not competing with them but proceeding shoulder to shoulder with them in all their work. 12. The Army newspaper Ruz High to Arms must become really the Army's newspaper, that is, a mirror of the merits and the shortcomings of the Army, of its successes and failures. At present it is not yet that. From the agitational standpoint it is well run, but that is not all that is needed for an Army newspaper. There must be a direct link with every unit. Commissars' reports must be extensively used. Special correspondence must be sent out and persons dispatched on official missions made use of. Members of the newspaper's staff must be sent to travel in the hospital trains and interview the wounded. All manner of disorders must be exposed, merited praise must be rendered to heroes, idlers, cowards, and traitors must be branded and denounced. This applies also to the newspapers of particular groups in the Army, Krasnaya Zvezda. 13. Distribution of the newspaper and of publications generally must be ensured throughout the whole army. It is not feasible to create an independent apparatus for properly distributing publications. But it is quite possible to make use of all opportunities and occasions for their distribution. Matters must be so organized that not a single person sets out to the front from headquarters, or from the supply administration, or from the political department, without a parcel of publications, to be handed over, against signature, to the commissar of a division, a brigade, or a regiment, or to some other responsible individual. The political department of a division, the commissar of a brigade, the commissar of a regiment must all act in just the same way, so that, as a result, our publications find their way continuously by the widest variety of channels, to the Red Army men in the front line. This task can and must be performed. 14. Of very great importance in the life of our army are the holding units. They are the sources from which the army is reinforced, re-educated and restored to health. For this purpose, holding units must be provided with good conditions in respect of billeting, food and clothing allowances. Men in training must be supplied with bast sandals, so that their boots do not get worn out prematurely. Exercises must be carried out with the strictest precision. Political education in a holding battalion is of first-class importance. A sufficient number of communists must be introduced among the Red Army men, both the permanent staff and the changing element. These communists must in no way differ in their living conditions or their work from the rest of the soldiers. An adequate place must be found for physical training, sport, and games, so as to counter the harmful influence of barrack conditions. The principal fault of the responsible workers of the 14th Army is that they have not managed to bring the holding units up to the proper level. This omission must now be made up for. The inclusion in military units of so-called volunteers, who are often predatory self-seekers, or of untrained conscripts must be punished as a very serious crime. Regiments must be reinforced only by drafts from holding battalions, into which both conscripts and volunteers are to be sent. In proportion as a regiment receives fresh drafts, its untrained, undisciplined and worn-out elements are to be withdrawn and sent back to the holding battalions for training. A strong army cannot be created all of a sudden. Plugging the holes and cobbling the rents in the front will not help matters. Transferring particular communists and communist detachments to the most threatened places can improve the situation only temporarily. There is only one path to salvation: transform, reorganize and educate the army through persistent, steady work, starting with the basic cell, with the company, and moving up through the battalion, the regiment, and the division, arranging proper supply, proper distribution of communist forces, proper relations between commanders and commissars, and ensuring strict assiduity and absolute conscientiousness in reports. The responsible workers of the 14th Army must immediately set out along this path. August 9, 1919. From the Archives. Endnotes. 59 by Order Number 220, November 13, 1918, the 3 Brigade, 9 Regiment, establishment for an infantry division was introduced in the Red Army. This establishment was modeled on the Siberian units. A division corresponded to previous infantry corps. These establishments remained in force until the end of the Civil War. The Southern Front. 2 Denikins Offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The 14th Army and its commander. At the head of the 14th Army stands the Revolutionary War Council. Among the members of this council is the Army Commander, who bears full responsibility for the operational leadership of the active forces. Every Red Army man has the right to interest himself in the personality of his commander, upon whose actions depend, to a considerable degree, the success or failure of the struggle. There must be especially great interest in the commander's personality in the case of the 14th Army, because in the Ukraine they are all too often accustomed to explain setbacks by reference to the mistakes, and even the acts of treachery, of those at headquarters. Who is the commander of the 14th Army? Comrade Yegorov is a former officer of the old army.
but he was born into a working family and always remained devoted to the cause of the working people. The son of a peasant of Samara province, Comrade Yegorov was for a time a blacksmith, then a stevedore. By stubborn effort he acquired an education, sat for the examination for 5 years of study at the secondary modern school, and passed out from the Junker training school in Kazan in 1905. Already at the training school he was regarded as politically unreliable and under suspicion, as his regimental commander was subsequently informed. There were grounds for his suspicion. While at the Junker school, Comrade Yegorov became a member of a secret socialist group. After graduating from the Junker school he served for 3 years in the army. When the war began he was called up, and he served throughout the war. He commanded a company, then a battalion, then a regiment. He attained the rank of lieutenant colonel. During the imperialist war he was wounded 5 times. After the February Revolution, Comrade Yegorov organized regimental and divisional committees, and himself became a committee member in a regiment, a division, and an army. From his army committee he was elected to the 2nd Central Executive Committee and was assigned to the post of elected Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Front, after October. In the first phase of the revolution, Comrade Yegorov adhered to the left wing of the Socialist Revolutionaries. This was the period when the left SRS marched together with the Communist Bolsheviks in the fight against Kerensky's treacherous policy, against the imperialist slaughter. But later, as soon as the left SRS, yielding to Kulak and Philistin sentiments, began to struggle against the workers' and peasants' power, Comrade Yegorov did not hesitate for one moment, but broke with that party of unbalanced intellectuals and joined the Communist Party of the working class. For his opposition to the imperialist slaughter, Comrade Yegorov was, during the period of Kerensky's government, condemned by a court composed of the officers of his regiment and removed from his post. After the demobilization of the old army, Comrade Yegorov worked continuously at the task of building the new, Red Army. He occupied a number of responsible positions. He was Commissar for the formation and training of the Red Army, Chairman of the Supreme Credentials Commission, which evaluated candidates for posts of command, and Commissar of the All-Russia General Staff. After the middle of August last year, Comrade Yegorov commanded the 9th Army of the Southern Front, and in December he was appointed commander of the 10th Army. Thanks to his energy and his knowledge of military matters, Comrade Yegorov succeeded in raising the fighting capacity of the 10th Army to the highest level. Soldiers and commanders looked to him with complete trust. Under his leadership the 10th Army won a series of brilliant victories and, after a fighting advance of 400 versts, it forced a crossing of the river Menik. At that time Denikin, who had brought his forces up from North Caucasia, launched his offensive. After the 10th Army had withdrawn to the river Sal, Denikin's forces broke through the front and tried to cut off some units of the army. Comrade Yegorov then took direct command of 2 cavalry divisions, and during an attack received a through bullet wound. Before this 6th wound of his head healed, Comrade Yegorov was summoned by the Soviet power to take up another responsible post. He was appointed deputy to the commander of the Southern Front and a member of the Revolutionary War Council of that front, and, in view of the special importance of the work of organizing and training the 14th Army in the Ukraine, that task was entrusted to Comrade Yegorov. This is not the first time Comrade Yegorov has been in the Ukraine. After the October Revolution, Comrade Yegorov was in December 1917 sent into the Ukraine by the military department of the Central Executive Committee in order to elucidate certain questions, and he was arrested here by the government of Vinikenko and Petli Yura in January 1918, on a charge of participating in preparations for an attempt to blow up the Rada from within. Comrade Yegorov was released from prison by Red Army forces after their capture of Kiev. In the person of its commander, the 14th Army thus has a fine fighting soldier and a communist devoted to the cause of the working class. May the Red Army men and commanders be worthy of their commander, the first soldier of the 14th Army. 60. August 9, 1919. Konotop. Endnotes. 60. The 14th Army kept its cadres and, after receiving the necessary reinforcements,
again became one of the best armies of the Southern Front. It was on this army's sector that Denikin concentrated his best volunteer divisions, and it was this army which formed the shock group that inflicted a heavy defeat on Denikin in mid-October 1919, before Orel. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. August in the Ukraine. ******. The Soviet Ukraine is going through a hard time at present. The forces of the landlords and of the Polish gentry are pressing the country from all sides. The Ukrainian army is retreating. The enemy gloats. Some faint-hearted friends are giving up. Let us take a look back. A year ago Soviet Russia was going through times no less difficult than these. August 1918 was the blackest month in the history of the Soviet Republic. The Western Zone, the Ukrainian South and Finland were all occupied by the German militarists. The robber forces of the British and French were consolidating their positions in Archangel and Murmansk. Krasnov was in revolt on the Don. On the Volga the banner of revolt had been raised by the Czechoslovak hirelings of France. Together with the White Guards they had seized Samara, Simbirsk, and Kazan, and were threatening Saratov, to the south, and Nizhny Novgorod to the north. They had cut Russia off from the Urals and all Siberia. What was frightening was not so much these temporary enemy successes as, and a great deal more, the helplessness of the Red Army. Young, inexperienced, barely put together from chance detachments, the Eastern Army was retreating all along the line. At the beginning of August Kazan fell, and it seemed that the road to Moscow was open to the Czechoslovaks and White Guards. But these extreme calamities evoked a more extreme intensification of effort by the workers and the revolutionary peasants. All honest people in our country realized that what was at stake was the fate of the working people for many years to come. The workers and peasants thrust into the background their own demands, their individual and group interests, their discontent. They all understood that their first duty was to crush the enemy. Along with this, the army was ensured a sound rear. In August of last year the Russian kulaks, and especially those of the Volga country, felt for the first time the stern hand of Soviet power. An extensive and orderly mobilization was carried out. Kulaks who fraternized with the White Guards and Czechoslovaks were ruthlessly shot, and their property confiscated for the benefit of the poor peasants and the needs of the Red Army. Firmer and more courageous workers and peasants were introduced into our weak, unseasoned military units. Unwavering discipline was established. The commanding personnel were ruthlessly purged of traitors and undisciplined atamans who knew neither how to command nor how to obey. The month of August was spent in intense, feverish work. The whole country looked to the east with a sinking heart. Would we hold the enemy on the Volga, would we throw him back eastward, or would we have to retreat and open broad gates leading to Moscow? August of last year was thus not only a bad month of disasters and alarms, it was also a time of the greatest intensification of effort, feverish work directed to forming and supplying the Red Soviet regiments. This work was not done in vain. September reaped what August had sown. On September 10, the forces of the Fifth Army, assisted by units of the Second Army, wrested Kazan from the enemy. 2 days later, the neighboring First Army recovered Simbirsk. These events signified a major turning point, and have entered forever into the history of the Russian Revolution. The Red Army felt strong after these first victories, while the enemy's morale declined. Since then we have known both defeats and victories. But, on the whole, the Red Army has, during this 12-month, greatly extended the boundaries of the Soviet Republic and, what is most important, the workers and peasants of Russia now know well that they are not defenseless. Last year's Black August has now been repeated for the Ukraine. The country is under enemy pressure from west, east, and south. Our Red Ukrainian army is still young and lacks the necessary organization and tempering in battle. It is still retreating. The enemy is gloating. Friends are asking themselves, anxiously, will the workers and peasants Ukraine survive? But for the Ukraine, too, this difficult month is not merely a time of defeat,
it is also a time of intense constructive work. Hundreds and thousands of the best, most conscious workers and peasants are entering the Ukraine units. Thousands and tens of thousands of reinforcements are passing through the holding battalions and are there being turned into disciplined drafts. Supplies are beginning to arrive regularly and to be distributed as they should be. And a serious purge has started in the rear. The Soviet power in the Ukraine has taken up a broom of barbed wire with which to sweep the towns and villages clear of White Guards and kulak parasites. Thus, the Soviet Ukraine is being purged and strengthened from both ends. We are still retreating. But we are gathering strength, the Ukrainian army is consolidating and growing. The Ukraine's Black August will be followed by a September of Ukrainian victories. Do not slacken your efforts and do not lose heart, comrade workers and peasants. The Ukraine shall not fall to the landlord and the Tsar. The Ukraine shall remain forever a proletarian and muzhik land of honest labor. En route. August 12, 1919, number 80. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. The 10th Army. Like some of our other armies, the 10th was formed mainly out of guerrilla detachments. These detachments included many heroic workers and peasants who strove to defend at any cost the freedom that had been won by the working people. But, as always happens, the guerrilla flag attracted many scoundrelly and rotten elements, idlers who settled upon army rations like flies upon sugar. And it frequently happened that the heroism of the best fighters was brought to naught by the shameful cowardice of the self-seekers. But not by this only. More than any other army, the 10th was lacking in proper military organization, by which every regiment forms part of a regularly constructed division, while a division is an organ of an army that is directed according to a common conception and plan. So long as the 10th Army was a guerrilla army, self-will on the part of certain commanders, who refused to obey orders, was en vogue. There was no proper supply service, and its place was often taken by arbitrary seizures carried out by individual units. In the case of bad units, these seizures became plundering pure and simple, and gave rise to justified indignation on the part of the local population. The best elements in the army combated all this, as it was necessary to do. The most conscious workers and peasants among the Red Army men supported this struggle. The 10th Army pulled itself together. Numerous unworthy commanders were removed, while other guerrilla commanders, the best and most honorable among them, understood that a step forward had to be taken, namely, the establishment of regular organization and of real military order. The reconstruction and re-education of this army was accomplished during the autumn and winter of last year, with great success. The army went over to the offensive, dealt Krasnov many hard blows, reached the Menik and crossed to its southern bank, at the end of a fighting advance of about 400 versts. But Denikin's reserves proved stronger. Our armies of the southern front, weary and betrayed by Makhno's activity in the Ukraine, were unable to withstand the onslaught of Denikin's forces. The 10th Army started to fall back. In the course of the retreat, the army's apparatus inevitably suffered some derangement. Furthermore, the firmly established order was frequently violated, and the disorganizers and self-seekers started to lift their heads again. However, thanks to its battle-hardened cadres, the 10th Army survived this severe test. It stopped retreating, and halted the enemy. Today it has itself taken the offensive and is already pressing the enemy with considerable success. If this success is to be developed and transformed into a shattering blow at Denikin's right flank, the establishment of order in the organization of the 10th Army and the elimination of the last vestiges of guerrillaism must be carried to conclusion. An army is an army. This army is an organization of armed warriors of the working class and the working peasantry. There must be no families with the army, their place is in the rear. The soldier must think only of crushing the enemy. A family that is being dragged along behind it in a cart is a burden for an army. The Soviet power must take care of the soldier's family, in the rear. Families increase the army's baggage train, making the units less mobile and less vigorous.
The first task to be performed is the removal from the army of the soldiers' families, who must be transferred to the rear, where they will receive from the Soviet power the help that they need. An army is an army. Its carts are meant to carry supplies for the fighting units. They must not be burdened with one unnecessary pood. If captured trophies are not assigned by the regulations to a particular unit, that is, if it does not need them for its fighting tasks, they must be immediately removed by the army administration and transferred to the proper quarters. Woe to the unit that has too long a baggage train. An army is an army. It is an aggregate of soldiers bound together by unity of command and unity of iron discipline. Where discipline is violated, where orders are not obeyed, where the regulations are not observed, where the necessary measures are not taken for carrying out reconnaissance, mounting guard, maintaining liaison, sending reports, there can be no long-term, lasting, serious victories. An army then ceases to be an army. It is the sacred duty of the commanders and commissars of the 10th Army to implement our red regulations in the life of their army. The 10th Army has been reinforced numerically and is growing bigger day by day. Materiel that had been expended or lost is being replaced, and more than replaced. The Soviet land is straining every nerve to ensure that everything needed is made available to this army, which had in the past no few achievements to its credit and which is now operating in one of the most important directions. Comrade Red Army men, commanders, and commissars of the 10th Army. In greeting you at this turning point for the Southern Front, I call upon you at the same time to make an heroic and unanimous effort to purge your army of everything that weakens and disorganizes it, to establish in it unity of will and deed, to transform it into a mighty hammer of steel which will strike from the banks of the Volga a mortal blow at the skull of the counter-revolution on the Don and in Caucasia. August 18, 1919. Saratov. En route, number 83. The Southern Front. To Denikin's offensive, May 15 to August 1919. Order number 143. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Armies of the Southern Front, August 13, 1919, number 143, Vonas. ******. Comrade Red Army men. Using exceptionally dirty methods, Denikin and the Denikinites are circulating numerous false orders over my signature. The purpose of these orders is to befog the brains of the soldiers who have been forced to serve in the White Army and to deceive you, soldiers of the Red Army, bringing confusion and division among us. I do not doubt that an intelligent soldier will be able without difficulty to distinguish between a Denikinite forgery and a genuine order by the Soviet power. For the benefit of the hesitant and doubtful, I offer this reliable guide: if an order is dictated by the interests of workers and peasants, in the struggle against the landlords, then it is a genuine order. If, however, an order is directed to supporting landlords' greed and bourgeois profits, then it comes from Denikin and his accomplices. The Denikinites have recently been fabricating, in particular, false orders about leave for Red Army men, and they are trying by every means to incite Red soldiers to apply for leave. Their purpose is plain: quickly to thin out the ranks of our fighters, to weaken us, and to strangle us. Comrade soldiers, we all need leave. More than that, we need our discharge to the reserve, we need to hang our rifle on the wall, to settle down with our families and to work under peaceful conditions for the good of the whole people. This leave we shall win for ourselves through victory over Denikin's landlord horde. When we have crushed the snake, we shall return to peaceful labor. It is in Rostov-on-Don, whither Denikin has transferred his headquarters, that we shall get our leave, comrade fighters. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Round them up. ******. The White Guard cavalry have broken through into our forces' rear and are bringing disruption, alarm, and devastation into Tambov province. The task of the White Guard cavalry is to frighten our southern forces which are pressing Denikin and to make them retreat. But this is a vain hope. The Red regiments on the southern front have maintained unshakable firmness, and on the most important sectors they are successfully advancing. The zone adjoining the front tells the Red warriors, confidently, carry on with your work, the rear will deal with this raid by Denikin's bandits. And this is now the sacred duty of the rear, above all in Tambov province. The task is a clear and simple one, to surround Denikin's cavalry with a firm ring, cutting them off from their base, and then, with a sure hand, to pull the noose tight. That this may be done, the workers and peasant masses, led by their Soviets and the communist organizations, must rise up as one man against the white raiders. The landlords' mercenaries must be made to feel that they are in the land of the workers and peasants, that is, a land that is hostile to them. Danger must lie in ambush for the white bandits at every corner, behind every hillock, in every gully. At their approach the peasants must in good time remove their horses, cattle, and carts and carry away all grain and other foodstuffs. What cannot be removed must be destroyed. The Soviet power will pay compensation for all losses incurred. Woe to the peasant who voluntarily helps the landlord's troops in any way at all. Communists, to the forward positions. In all the villages, volosts, uzids, and towns of Tambov province and the neighboring uyezds of other provinces the communist organizations must ask themselves, how can we, immediately and directly, injure the raiders and facilitate the task of our regular units? Intelligence must be flawlessly organized. Information must be collected about every enemy patrol, which must be tracked down, taken by surprise, and either annihilated or made prisoner. Wherever the whites think of spending the night, they must be awakened by fires. Their horses must run against barbed wire where, the day before, there was an open, unencumbered road. Woe to the executive committee that withdraws without extreme necessity and without having done the Denikinites all the damage it is capable of. A Denikinite pack of ravening wolves has broken into Tambov province, and they are cutting down not only the mujiks' cattle but also the working people themselves. Round them up, workers and peasants. With weapons and with cudgels. Allow these beasts of prey no rest, not a single moment, drive them from every place. Tally ho, at the whites! Death to the brigands! August 18, 1919. En route, number 84. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. The Courage of Despair. Denikin's cavalry has broken through our front at Novokhopersk and penetrated deeply into Tambov province. It is a bold raid. But, at the same time, every person of common sense must ask himself, what do the leaders of this operation hope to achieve? Several white cavalry regiments have separated themselves by almost 200 versts from their bases, they have carried out raids on railway stations, on the telegraph line, on villages and hamlets, they have seized horses and grain. The white cavalry are operating in localities where the majority of the inhabitants are hostile to them, because they know that the whites are carrying out the will of the landlords, trying to restore to them the land they have lost. The cavalry who have broken through may, of course, do considerable damage here and there, in certain places they may blow up bridges, cut communications, pillage the peasants, burn down some villages. But what is the military purpose of this adventure? Do Denikin's generals really hope to take Moscow by means of a cavalry raid? No, they are not so stupid as to believe that. They also know that their cavalry, cut off from their base, in the rear of our forces, cannot hold out for long. Around them, sooner or later, a steel ring will close, it is already closing now, and then the dashing horsemen will become wretched bandits, surrounded and caught by beaters on foot. Why did Denikin decide to make such a move? Because nothing else was left for him to do. This move was dictated by the hopelessness of his position. It is the courage of despair. Having struck his first hard blow at our armies, shaking their steadiness and their communications, Denikin then used to the utmost the principal advantage he possessed, namely, his abundance of cavalry. His task amounted to this, not to allow the Red forces time to stabilize themselves,
consolidate and take in reinforcements. The White Cavalry pursued our troops for several weeks. This mode of action was imposed on Denikin by the simplest rules of the art of war, but at the same time this procedure presupposed the presence of substantial reserves, commensurate with the task undertaken. These reserves Denikin did not possess, especially for such an immense front as he had created through the rapid thrust of his cavalry. The shortage of reserves soon made itself felt. The force of his pursuit began to slacken. Our reserves came up. Our retreating forces acquired increasing steadiness and eventually consolidated their positions all along the front, apart from the extreme right, Ukrainian flank, farthest from Denikin's base, Rostov-Yekaterinodar. The moment when Denikin's troops found themselves obliged to halt along almost the whole length of the front was really the moment when the southern counter-revolution suffered defeat, for the lack of reserves was now bound to make itself felt quite obviously. A small body that flies fast can strike a hard blow, in this case the small size of the force was made up for by its high speed. The rapidity of the cavalry thrust replaced, for the moment, the large reserves that were not available. But as soon as Denikin's offensive was brought to a standstill, his own forces felt all too clearly that they were insufficient. The Red front proved to be incomparably denser. The Red troops had recovered their self-possession and, in a spirit of calm confidence, they grouped their forces and their material resources in order to strike a final ruthless, crushing blow at the accursed enemy. Denikin and his Mamontovs saw and felt this growing strength and confidence in the camp of their enemy. There were no reserves. Denikin pleaded in vain with Britain and France, they were in no position to help him with military units. The leader of the southern counter-revolution was then left with no alternative but to try to break the terrible wall of the Red front by means of a risky, venturesome blow. It was then that the desperate raid by General Mamontov's cavalry was conceived. The first part of the plan was accomplished successfully. With a crash the White Cavalry opened a gate for themselves and charged into our deep rear. Only then, however, was the real question posed. What effect would this cavalry raid have upon the steadiness and strength of the Red forces of the southern front? Naturally it is disagreeable and worrying to have the enemy's cavalry operating behind one. When a man is about to strike a blow, he can be prevented by the bite of a wasp that sinks its sting into his shoulder. Frightened by the unexpectedness of what has happened, the fighter may turn round and let go of his weapon. That is what Denikin counts on. His cavalry are the stinging wasp behind the Red infantrymen whose face is turned toward Novokirsk and Rostov. To frighten our southern forces by the unexpectedness of the breakthrough, the impetuosity of the raid, the uncertain extent of the danger to the rear, to cause panic among the population, disorganization in the ranks, breakdown of communications, collapse of the administrative apparatus, disarray and alarm in the units, resulting in their disorderly withdrawal on both flanks of the breakthrough and, at last, complete breakup of the Red southern front, that was Denikin's plan. Everything in it was based upon surprise, suddenness, the creation of fear. But Denikin miscalculated. The breakthrough was made in spirited style, but our southern front stood firm, barely faltering in the place where the cavalry thrust in their sting. And that means that Denikin's plan has suffered complete ruin and will within a few days come crashing down on its organizers' heads. The Red Army forces stand firm as before, in a heavy, compact mass, having stopped the hole that the White Cavalry had punched in their wall. Our left flank, at Kamyshin, is successfully advancing, as also is our heavy center. The Red infantry are going forward in dense ranks as though quite unconcerned by the fact that a poisonous insect is buzzing about behind their backs. And they are right. The southern front has sufficient reserves with which to cope with the daring raid. The ring is being drawn tighter and tighter around the raiders. The gate that they broke open for themselves has closed behind them. They wanted and hoped to spread despair and fear, but, in face of the firmness of the Red Army, they themselves are filled with fear and despair. Mamontov's cavalry detachment is doomed. It will be surrounded, either as a whole or in sections, it will be disarmed, and it will be smashed, part of it will scatter. But it is not only the detachment that will perish. Along with it will perish the last hope of salvation for the whites. The last marked card of Denikin's strategy will have been covered, and Denikin's forces will see, hopelessly, that their numbers are too few. The cavalry adventure has brought the moment of complete and conclusive change on the southern front. Our offensive will become general, confident, irresistible. History will record that Denikin's horsemen broke through into Tambov only so as, by their desperate raid, to announce to Soviet Russia that the moment was near when the counter-revolution on the Don and the Kuban was about to fall. En route. August 19, 1919, number 81. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. To the troopers of Mamontov's Corps. *******. Troopers. Cossacks deceived by Mamontov. I address to you a brief word of explanation and warning. Led by White Guard generals, you broke through in the Novokhopersk direction, you temporarily captured Tambov, then you were driven out of it by our infantry, and now you are riding along the line between Kozlov and Bogoyavlyansk. You were assured that by this raid you would save Denikin's army. But they deceived you. There is no way of saving Denikin. His forces have been exhausted. After routing Kalkuk we have concentrated numerous forces on the southern front which will strike a mortal blow at Denikin in the coming weeks. In their first thrust they have captured Kamyshin and the important junction of Valuiki, in the Kharkov direction. All along the front the Red forces have gone over to a victorious offensive. Borisoglebsk and the railway junction of Poverino have been taken. 61. The gate through which your horsemen broke has been closed by great masses of infantry. The Red southern front stands as a solid wall from the Volga to the Dnieper. You have no way of escape. Led by your generals you may manage to destroy this bridge or that, knock down some telegraph poles, burn a few storehouses, slaughter some unarmed workers and peasants whom you have captured. But there is no salvation for you. You are caught in a ring. Your general's calculations have not been justified, the southern front has not wavered in the least as a result of your breakthrough, on the contrary, it has become still more firmly welded, and has gone forward. Communication between your cavalry and the retreating armies of Denikin has been permanently severed. The reserves, both light and heavy, of the southern front have been set to surround you, and, if you continue to commit outrages, to destroy, set on fire, plunder, and violate, to crush you. Deceived troopers. There is only one path of salvation for you, renounce this shameful brigand raid against the workers and peasants, yourselves arrest your criminal commanders, and stretch out the hand of reconciliation to the workers, peasants, and Red Army men of the whole country. If you do this, then, in the name of the workers' and peasants' government, I undertake to provide you with the possibility of a peaceful existence in Soviet Russia or, if you prefer, with unhindered return, when you wish, to your homeland. The Soviet power does not wage war against workers, peasants, and working Cossacks. The Russia of the working people wages ruthless struggle only against the landlords and those former Tsarist generals who want to restore the privileges of the nobles, the tyranny of the officials and the autocracy of Tsar-Dom. This war of extermination against the oppressors we shall wage to the end. We have crushed Kalkuk. The Red forces are approaching Kalkuk's capital, Omsk. The same fate is in store for Denikin. Are you, working Cossacks, working men, going to give your lives for the people's oppressors? Now when you have learnt the truth, act as your conscience commands and as your own interest demands. You are inside a ring of steel. An inglorious death awaits you. But, at the last minute, the workers' and peasants' government reaches out to you the hand of reconciliation. August 24, 1919. Moscow. isv.v.ts.i.k, number 188. Endnotes. 61 On our counterblow in August 1919, see Infra, Note 66. The success of this offensive was partly paralysed by the breaching of our front by a large mass of Don cavalry,
7,000 sabers, led by General Mamontov. On August 10, having broken through the front at Novokhopersk, this cavalry force penetrated into our rear as far as Tambov, Kozlov, Yelets, and Voronezh. Mamontov moved along from one railway junction to the next, destroying communications and depots and plundering the local inhabitants. This raid seriously disrupted the work of the rear, and some of our forces had to be diverted to oppose the raiding party. After the end of his raid, Mamontov succeeded in rejoining the forces of his front at Voronezh. Map 3. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Order number 146. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, September 4, 1919, number 146, Tula. *******. Into battle against Mamontov's brigand gang. Bands of mounted brigands under the command of General Mamontov, a former landlord, have broken through to Tamboy and from there to Kozlov and Yelets. These bandits on horseback have destroyed railways and telegraph lines. They are plundering, violating, burning, killing workers and peasants. Mamontov's task is to terrify the working population and help Denikin to strangle the workers and peasants and restore the power of the nobles and the capitalists. In view of the above, be it known that any assistance given to Mamontov's brigands, whether direct or indirect, constitutes treason to the people and will be punished by shooting. Village and Volast executive committees in the threatened localities are required to organize their own reconnaissance units, mounted and on foot, and to give warning of danger to neighboring railway stations and army authorities. The chairman of every executive committee is to be held personally responsible for the implementation of this measure. When danger approaches, village and Volast executive committees are to remove horses and cattle, and also foodstuffs, so as not to leave any supplies for Mamontov's bandits. If this order is not obeyed, the members of the executive committees concerned will be punished by the tribunal in accordance with martial law. Railway workers, Red Army men engaged in defense of the railway lines, and employees of the post and telegraph services in the zone under threat are required to show the greatest vigilance and to take in good time all measures against the danger of a cavalry raid. Anyone found guilty of negligence and carelessness will be punished by the tribunal as an accomplice of the enemy, in accordance with martial law. There are a number of agents of Mamontov among the bourgeois elements of the local population, including the Soviet employees. Surveillance must be redoubled. Every honest citizen must report any information he receives, or any suspicion he forms, to the nearest Chaika, to the special section, or to the commissar of the nearest military unit. Anyone who knows about Mamontov's agents but keeps silent is to be punished as a traitor, in accordance with the stern laws of war. The communist cells in the villages and volosts, on the railways, in the telegraph service and in army institutions in the rear have the duty of maintaining careful surveillance of all suspicious and untrustworthy elements. They must, in conjunction with the Chaikas and the special sections, crush all the agents of Manyantov and Denikin. Any citizen in the endangered zone into whose hands this order comes must call for a meeting of his village or Volast executive committee to discuss practical measures for struggle against Mamontov's brigands. Among such measures are, organization of intelligence, establishment of close liaison with neighboring military units, railway authorities and railway guards, sabotage of the routes which the enemy's transports or artillery have to follow, organization of ambushes, extermination of enemy patrols and isolated bandits. Henceforth, such meetings must be held daily, and all their decisions minuted. The provincial Chaika and the special section in the threatened area are to check these minutes and immediately call to account chairmen of executive committees who have not taken the necessary measures. 8. When Mamontov's bandits pass through, the local counter-revolutionary snakes lift their heads. They perform services to the raiders, pointing out the local communists and the families of Red Army men, and thereby bringing tens and hundreds of people to the gallows. I issue this warning: Mamontov's cavalry will pass, but the Soviet power will remain.
The workers and peasants, both men and women, who have been killed, will be avenged. The counter-revolutionary snakes will be crushed. Their property will be confiscated and given to the poor peasants. Every poor peasant killed will be answered for by the kulaks, traitors, and counter-revolutionaries. This order is to be posted in railway stations, barracks, transit and victualling points, post and telegraph offices, railway carriages both civil and military, and the premises of village and volocst executive committees. The appropriate commissars and chairmen of Soviet institutions are personally responsible for reading this order at village assemblies, gatherings of railway and post and telegraph employees, local army units, and so on. All the local Soviet press in the endangered zone is to publish this order prominently and to assist in every way to make it widely known and put into practice. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Order number 147. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and the People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, September 4, 1919. Number 147, Orel. Mamontov's cavalry have been carrying on their brigandage up to now almost with impunity because we have organized our intelligence and communications so badly. The local authorities have often relied on obscure rumors instead of precise facts. Uncertainty is the mother of panic. And yet our Uyezd and Volocst revolutionary committees have remained in a state of uncertainty. Even now the local organs often pass on rumors and malicious fabrications instead of providing intelligence reports. All this must stop. 1. Mamontov's commanders circulate through various channels the rumors that suit their book, about the direction their cavalry are going to take, or about innumerable Denikinite forces that are supposed to be following at their heels. The task of the revolutionary committees and of the local Soviet authorities in general, and especially of the military institutions, is to organize precise intelligence, constantly and strictly checking every rumor and report. It is especially important to check on our own reconnaissance patrols, on horseback and on foot, because, as the facts testify, they often avoid contact with the enemy and rely in their reports on hearsay cock and bull stories. I issue this warning. The circulation of unverified statements as though they had been confirmed will be punished in the same way as malicious panic-mongering. Whisperers, chatterboxes, and gossips are to be ruthlessly prosecuted. 2. Some units assigned to local defense have shown a complete lack of staunchness and have abandoned their positions when they encountered the enemy. This has resulted in Mamontov's bands invading villages and towns, and slaughtering helpless and unarmed working men and women. I issue this warning. Cowardice, self-seeking, desertion on the internal front will be punished in the same way as on the external front, by shooting. 3. Task forces and detachments assigned to the task of preventing access to certain points, railway junctions, bridges, towns, must be strictly checked. So far as possible, experienced commanders must be chosen for them. These task forces must include a group, even if only a small one, of firm communists. Severe punishment must be applied to self-seekers. 4. Where a force is fairly large, several hundred men and upwards, a small battle police unit composed of firm fighters must be attached to it, capable both of fighting and of dealing with deserters and self-seekers. 5. In the struggle against Mamontov's cavalry it must be firmly kept in mind that it is better to have 50 resolute and self-sacrificing fighters than 500 wavering and unsteady ones. Mamontov's Cossacks are self-seekers and cowards. They don't want to fight. They show boldness only in relation to unarmed men, women, and children. When they meet a rebuff they take refuge in flight. Therefore, every detachment must have attached to it a few selflessly resolute daredevils. 6. Since Mamontov's Cossacks are mere thugs and bandits, they must be exterminated by all means available. No one has the right to avoid participation in the rounding up of Mamontov's bandits and thugs, by groups or as individuals. A revolutionary committee that allows the bandits to pass it by is a traitor to its neighbors. Such treachery is punished severely in wartime. In the name of the revolution I call on each and everyone to show not only firmness and endurance but also selfless heroism. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Workers and peasants, get out and round them up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Mamontov's cavalry have not yet been crushed. They are continuing to commit atrocities and brutal deeds. These bandits on horseback are destroying, burning, plundering everything that comes their way. Their operation has no serious military significance. But they are committing atrocities and crimes without number. By wrecking railway lines they obstruct the movement of food supplies. They pillage grain and other foodstuffs, they seize the peasants' cattle and carts as they come upon them, they get drunk and rape women and kill old men. In Tambov, Kozlov, and Lebedyan their path is marked by revolting crimes and disgusting debauchery. Mamontov's cavalry, cut off from their own forces, avoiding battle and engaging in arson, plunder and rape, cannot, of course, be regarded as a military unit. It is a gang of brigands, arsonists, rapists, and thugs. There can be no talk of war where they are concerned. What is needed is a roundup, as with a beast of prey. This roundup must be carried through with all energy and completed within a few weeks. We cannot allow these bandits to commit any more atrocities. Every day that is allowed to slip by means fresh hundreds of human victims, workers and peasants, men and women. The workers and peasants' government has offered pardon to any members of Mamontov's force who voluntarily surrender to the Soviet power. But no quarter can be given to those of Mamontov's men who are found armed. They are not prisoners but brigands caught on the scene of their crimes. They must be exterminated without mercy. This is now the duty of the workers and peasants in the zone in which Mamontov's troops are carrying out their incursions. Village, Volost, Uyezd and province executive committees and party organizations in the area between 50 and 100 versts around the Mamontov blot must make every effort to contribute to the fight against the mounted robbers and murderers. The local communists must be in the forefront of this struggle. A clear task is posed. Mamontov's men must not be allowed to break through to the north, Tula and Moscow. They must not be allowed to move southward, into the rear of our Red forces on the Voronezh and Kursk sectors of the front. Their routes to west and east must be cut. They are to be exterminated on the spot, to be annihilated like mad dogs. Close the ring, workers and peasants. Bring the people out to take part in the roundup, comrade communists. Daredevils, to the forefront. September 4, 1919. Moscow Tula. En route, number 86. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Do we need guerrillas? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For the fight against Mamontov's cavalry we have put out a call to daredevil guerrilla fighters. There may be some who will say to themselves in bewilderment, how is this? The Soviet military authorities have always condemned guerrillas and opposed the use of guerrilla methods, and yet now they themselves are encouraging guerrillas again. This way of seeing the problem would signify a complete misunderstanding, due to the circumstance that quite different things are meant by one and the same word guerrillism. The Ukrainian guerrillas, who proved incapable of defending the Soviet Ukraine, consisted of hastily assembled detachments made up of untrained and poorly armed worker and peasant rebels. A properly constructed, regular army had not yet been formed in the Ukraine. Our Red Army grew entirely out of volunteers, rebels, primitive, inexperienced guerrillas. Through protracted struggle we overcame this amorphous, clumsy guerrillism and built proper, trained, disciplined regiments and divisions. But just now, when we have a stronger regular army, we can and must supplement it with well-organized guerrilla detachments. An army acts as a solid mass, sweeping away the enemy who has occupied an extensive territory. Guerrilla detachments, while subject to the same command, separate themselves, when necessary, from the main army, in order to carry out particular tasks, causing damage to the enemy and making their way deeply into his rear. 62. The guerrillas we need, of course, are not those of the monotype. We did not need helpless, timid bands of scarcely armed men, but very well organized, trained, seasoned, bold light detachments, equipped with all that they need, and carrying out tasks assigned to them by the overall command. Depending on their tasks, guerrilla detachments may be of various sizes, ranging from a group of 10 or 20 daredevils to a cavalry force comprising several thousand sabers, with light artillery and armored cars. Mamontov's raid has now created an acute need for guerrilla detachments. Mamontov is himself undoubtedly a guerrilla. He has separated himself by hundreds of versts from Denikin's forces, and is roaming about in the rear of our armies, destroying railway lines. We cannot deny that Mamontov's detachment possesses adroitness and mobility. True, it is doing brigands' work, killing unarmed workers and peasants, raping, and so on. But that is the fate of a counter-revolutionary guerrilla movement, which serves the dirty aims of the landlords and capitalists. We have to make our guerrillas serve the lofty tasks of the working people. Slow-moving infantry will not keep pace with Mamontov's cavalry. Here we need light detachments mounted on horseback, in carts, in motor cars and boats, but also on foot as well, acting unexpectedly from ambush, or stealing up by night and taking the enemy unawares. For detachments like these we need the best fighters, the most self-sacrificing and most disciplined, for, unlike the unruly Makhnovites, real guerrillas require an iron discipline that is stricter even than in the regular regiments. Mamontov's raid forces us to take a step forward in the building of our army. If we were able to go over from insurgency and amorphous detachments to a regular, centralist army, we shall be able in just the same way to supplement and strengthen this centralist army with splendid guerrilla detachments, molded from steel, which will thrust themselves like sharp thorns into the enemy's body. To the question about whether we need guerrillas we must answer, yes, we do need guerrillas. They are necessary for our purpose, but only real guerrillas, really brave men, warriors without fear and without reproach, for whom nothing is impossible. In the last period of the Civil War, detachments of such daredevils can, if backed by the weighty masses of the Red Army, play a very great role, paving the way for the army, speeding up its attack, covering its flanks, threatening the enemy's rear, raising revolts in that rear, appearing here, there and everywhere as the embodiment of the spirit of the revolution. This kind of guerrilla movement we must now create. September 6, 1919. Orel. En route, number 88. Endnotes. 62 Guerrilla war means independent operations by forces detached from the army, cut off, if only for a time, from communication with it, and engaged in inflicting damage on the enemy, mostly in his rear. Vulnerability of the enemy's rear creates the most favorable conditions for the development of guerrilla operations. Compare the operation by guerrilla detachments in Napoleon's rear in 1812. The purpose of the operations of such detachments is in the main to sever or obstruct the enemy army's communications with its sources of food and of reinforcements, and also to destroy these sources. Another very important task of guerrilla detachments is to organize forces in the enemy's rear, carry on propaganda, and create cells for providing intelligence. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. No entry for adventurers, careerists, and rogues. ******. The defeat suffered by the Ukrainian armies is a big and serious lesson for us. The Ukrainian revolution triumphed through the mighty pressure of the masses. But the Ukrainian army was formed too slowly. In its construction the principles of regular organization and firm discipline were not applied. Why this was so is another matter. Now, after the harsh lesson of our rout in the Ukraine, the work has to be begun again almost from scratch. Measures must therefore be taken to ensure that the former mistakes do not recur. Our first task must be to clear the ground of worthless elements. After the October Revolution a lot of rogues, Lieutenant Schnurs, Cornet Pokrovsky's Cornet N.I. Pokrovsky was appointed commandant of the Winter Palace and the Hermitage Museum following the Bolshevik Revolution,
but was dismissed soon afterward, for misusing his position and such like, tried to snuggle up to the new order. They were especially numerous in the provinces that were short of men. After the first Soviet regime a vigorous purge began. Rogues, careerists and adventurers were ousted from the centers, and so they crawled away into the provinces, first into the major provincial cities and then from there into the uyezds or, still further, into the zone near the front. As soon as the bounds of the Soviet Republic were extended, all the adventurers or plain criminals who had been ousted by the Soviet power and were being sought for by the appropriate authorities hurled themselves upon the freshly occupied territory with a view to finding prosperity for themselves there, with opportunities to domineer and swagger, until the primitive chaos was overcome and firmer Soviet order established in the new region. An especially large number of adventurers and political scoundrels were concentrated in the Ukraine, where political regimes changed with extraordinary rapidity, and every one of these regimes left behind it a handful of adventurers. As soon as the Ukraine had been purged of the Skoropadsky regime, the Petliura regime and the Anglo-French occupation, the crevices of the Soviet apparatus began to be penetrated by thousands of sinister and semi-sinister characters who could not be trusted with a brass farthing, let alone with the building of a state. When Denikin's successes began to develop, these characters were the first to desert their posts, to evacuate themselves, along with their property, into the deep rear, and to sniff around for new possibilities for a quick and dazzling career. It was about then that our forces on the Eastern Front cleared the Urals and a considerable area of western Siberia. This time, however, precautionary measures were taken. The Soviet power established a strict cordon protecting the Ural area. A barrier was set up on the roads leading thither and on it was inscribed, "No access for crooked adventurers." Among this fraternity there were quite a few who lyingly called themselves communists and had even equipped themselves with party cards. The Chaikas must, of course, ruthlessly fish out those blackmailers who in the Ukraine temporarily succeeded in disguising themselves as communists, and in their case the reckoning must be doubly severe. There is a danger that when these crooks who wanted to get into the Urals and Siberia find the gates of Siberia closed to them, they will try to return to the Ukraine and take part in the work of restoring the army of the Ukrainian front. Very vigorous and resolute measures must be adopted to prevent this. The workers sent from the center must, together with the best, most responsible workers in the Ukraine, start a most ruthless purge of all the military trains, and of all the evacuated institutions and units. In the rear immediately adjacent to the Ukraine there are concentrated, along with serious, responsible workers in search of opportunities to apply their powers, also a large number of professional idlers and parasites who are trying once again to attach themselves like leeches to Soviet, and especially army, work in the Ukraine. The military tribunals, jointly with the special sections, must purge the immediate rear. In order that this may be done, of course, there must be a purge of the special sections themselves, which will leave among their members only persons who have been thoroughly tested and who are selflessly devoted to the cause of the revolution. We shall return to the Ukraine which we have temporarily lost. This time, we shall return with organized military power and we shall establish the authority of the workers and peasants unshakably. But when we set about driving out the Denikinite bandits and thugs we must at once take measures to ensure that plunderers and petty crooks do not enter the Ukraine in the wake of the victorious armies. At the entrance of the Ukraine, which we must liberate, we shall set up a clear and distinct inscription, "No entry for adventurists, careerists and rogues." September 8, 1919. Bryansk. En route, number 90. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Proletarians, to horse. ******. The Red Army's principal misfortune is its shortage of cavalry. Our war is a war of maneuver and calls for the maximum mobility. This assigns a big role to the cavalry. We sensed our weakness in this respect earlier. Khaldan, Krasnov and Yutov always enjoyed superiority in cavalry. Now,
Mamontov's destructive raid has sharply posed the question of creating large units of Red Cavalry. Our shortage of cavalry is not accidental. The homeland of Russia's old cavalry was the steppes, and the Cossack communities settled there. The revolution of the proletariat came to birth in the great industrial centers. We have no shortage of machine gunners and gunners, but we are experiencing a great lack of horsemen. The steppes, remote from the centers, were the hotbeds of counter-revolution. From the Don and the Urals came the Kaldins, Krasnovs, and Yutovs. Denikin found his most important support on the Don and the Kuban. As for the non-Cossack cavalry units, these were, from time immemorial, the appendage of the privileged and titled officers. An ultra-reactionary spirit always prevailed in the cavalry. The old cavalry regiments were the last to come over to the side of the October Revolution. And we notice today that acts of treachery are committed most often by former regular officers from the cavalry. From the purely military standpoint, cavalry is regarded as basically the most backward arm. Its structure and method of fighting have changed little over the centuries. The Cossack charge is still what it was in the 16th and 17th centuries. In the last imperialist war, although the cavalry may have rendered considerable services in particular cases, in general its role remained one of third-class importance. Now, in the conditions of our civil war, we see the cavalry becoming ever more important. It has become a powerful weapon of mobile warfare, making breakthroughs and deep turning movements and cutting into the enemy's deep rear. This renaissance of the cavalry in our civil war is not accidental. Mamontov's raid would have been impossible if he had not found in our rear points of support, accomplices, agents, sympathizers, informants, and so on. On the other hand, there can be no doubt that our cavalry would find behind Denikin's front incomparably more friends than Mamontov's cavalry have found behind the backs of our southern armies. In addition to direct sympathy and help received, the deep raid is facilitated by the fact that it is taking place in the raider's own country, where the people and their ways are familiar to them and where they speak the same language. In short, these are the conditions not of international but of civil war. The most conservative and largely moribund army has suddenly, as it were, revived and become a most important means of defense and offense in the hands of the most conservative and moribund classes. We must wrest this arm from them and make it ours. The workers' revolution must create a powerful Red Cavalry. Can this be done? It must be done, and so it can be done. Creating the Red Army as a whole was an incomparably harder task, yet the working class has accomplished it. All the less reason has it, then, to be blocked by the difficulties in the way of creating its own cavalry. The easiest part of the task is the provision of arms and equipment for horsemen and horses. Zlatist will supply us with the number of sabers we need. We are fully capable of making an adequate number of saddles. All that is required is that these be quickly produced, in the places where the appropriate conditions exist, without waiting for an initiative from the center. The problem is harder where horses are concerned. But this problem, too, can be solved quite successfully. In the east our armies are entering steppe regions where horses are plentiful. Every advance that we make on the southern front will again present us with extensive opportunities to purchase horses. Finally, the sources in Great Russia itself are far from exhausted. All that is needed is that the creation of a cavalry force should become a task for the working masses. It is necessary that the proletariat grasp the importance for the cause of the revolution of this new step forward. The communist must become a cavalryman. The executive committees of provinces, uyezds, districts, and volosts must compete with each other in forming cavalry units, however small these may be, from their local forces and resources. These units can later be merged to create bigger formations. 63. The Soviet Republic needs cavalry. Red cavalrymen, forward. To horse, proletarians. September 1, 1919. Tula-Ryazk. Ryazk is east of Tula, at the junction of the Tula-Penza and Moscow-Voronezh lines. En route, number 93. Endnotes. 63. This endnote is missing. Tia.
The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. The local Soviet Home Guard. ******. The deep breakthrough effected by Mamontov's cavalry made it necessary to raise up local forces out of the land. It can be said that our Soviet apparatus has in this matter again shown sufficient flexibility and capacity for concentrated work at an urgent task, in many localities, railway junctions, uyezd towns, and to an even greater degree in provincial centers, groups and detachments, not only of infantry but also of cavalry, have been created literally out of nothing. Whereas in the first few days Mamontov's raiders proceeded quite without hindrance, after their capture of Tambov they began to encounter resistance at every step. It must be said, however, that this resistance does not yet display the required staunchness. The local Soviet Home Guard, which arose in order to rebuff the raiders, is still far from fully up to its task. The detachments of the revolutionary committees are too much infected with local spirit. Local limitedness is expressed above all in the fact that the commanders of these detachments do not try sufficiently hard to establish communications to their left and right and behind them, and have an extremely negligent attitude regarding their duty to report. This makes it extremely difficult to unify the forces and their leaderships. The commander of every detachment specially formed to combat Mamontov's cavalry must look on his detachment not from the standpoint of defending his junction or his settlement but from that of the common task of surrounding and annihilating Mamontov's cavalry. Each detachment is merely a link in a common chain. Therefore, first and foremost, liaison and proper, precise reporting. Attachment to the locality also finds expression in lack of the required initiative. An uyezd detachment waits patiently for the white cavalry to descend upon its uyezd, so as to repulse it on the spot. This will not do at all. Local Soviet detachments must make it their business to prevent the enemy cavalry from passing through, to pursue it, take it unawares, and do it all kinds of harm. If the Soviet detachment is small it cannot, of course, engage in conflict with large enemy columns, but it is always capable of exterminating patrols, of attacking the enemy's rear, his transports and stragglers, of taking prisoners, of driving off, capturing or killing, depending on circumstances, the enemy's horses when they are resting, and so on and so forth. Where such separate enterprises are concerned, the Soviet detachments must, without waiting for orders from the center, themselves display the initiative required. A waiting attitude is inadmissible also because it lowers morale instead of hardening it. A freshly formed detachment that passively awaits an enemy raid at the borders of its own uyezd or in the approaches to its own town, will in most cases show itself to be of poor fighting capacity when it does actually meet the enemy cavalry. Prolonged inactive waiting for the enemy demoralizes people, it engenders sluggishness and even an inclination to panic. As soon as a detachment is formed it must be given a task to perform. Until the detachment has been properly subordinated to the nearest sectoral command, this task must be assigned independently by the detachment commander. The first task should be in the sphere of reconnaissance, making contact with the enemy, taking a few prisoners, and soon. After its first successful raid the detachment will be transformed, it will at once feel an uprush of self-confidence, if only because it will have seen how frightened Mamontov's troopers are, feeling as they do that they are completely surrounded by enemies. We must overcome at all costs the immobility and sluggishness of the detachments of the Soviet Home Guard. For this purpose the best, most militant of the local workers must join them. The best horses, the best motor cars and means of transport generally must go to the Soviet detachments. More self-confidence, less passive waiting and circumspection, more initiative, more examples of courage, resourcefulness, and daring. Then the local Soviet Home Guard will soon acquire the warlike character that it needs, and every detachment will become an inspired link in one common chain. With this chain we shall strangle Mamontov. September 11, 1919. Tula. En route, number 93. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919.
Order number 149. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Forces advancing in the Gryazov-Voronezh direction, September 12, 1919. Number 149, Tambov. ******. Mamontov's principal successes have been due, up to now, to the extreme slowness of our army's advance. The result has been, seizure of towns, shooting of workers, destruction of stations and so on. Every hour that we gain saves the lives of thousands of workers and public property worth millions. I call upon the commanders, commissars, and Red Army men to redouble their efforts wherever you are, on wheels, on horseback or on foot, forward, without stopping. The Soviet Republic will judge the merit of different units, and of their commanders and commissars, by the speed of their advance. Everyone will be rewarded according to his deserts. Do not allow Mamontov's thugs to rest, hit them on the back of the head, cut off their baggage trains, destroy their rear bases. To the rescue of Voronezh. Forward. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Order number 150. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the N Army, September 12, 1919, number 150, Radishchevo. To be read in all companies, squadrons, task forces, and batteries. The former Cossack Colonel Mironov. For the background of the Mironov affair and Miranov's subsequent career, see Miranov's last letter, in Samizdat Register 1, edited by Roy Medvedev, Merlin Press, 1977, fought at one time in the Red Forces against Krasnov. Mironov was motivated by personal ambition, aiming to become Ataman of the Don. When it became clear to the Cossack Colonel Mironov that the Red Army was not fighting for the benefit of Mironov the careerist, but for the interests of the peasants and Cossack poor, Mironov raised the banner of revolt. Having made contact with Mamontov and Denikin, Mironov succeeded in confusing a few hundred Cossacks, and is trying to force his way with them into the ranks of the N Division, so as to introduce confusion and betray the workers' and peasants' regiments to the counter-revolutionary enemy. As a traitor, Mironov is declared an outlaw. Every honorable citizen who encounters Mironov has the duty to shoot him down like a mad dog. Death to the traitor! Long live the alliance of the workers, peasants, and working Cossacks! Long live the honorable fighters of the N Division! 64. Endnotes. 64. The factual side of Miranov's revolt is here described on the basis of the materials published by Comrade Smilga, Voyenoy Okerki Military Sketches, published by Ekvator, as follows. Mironov, a former Cossack colonel, formed after the October Revolution a division of volunteers named after himself. There were no communist cells in this division, and commissars were treated with suspicion. Mironov enjoyed much sympathy among the population of his native stanits of Ust Medveditskaya and its neighborhood. During the offensive in January-February 1919 he commanded Group of 2 divisions which advanced ahead of the 9th Army to the northern Donets. Already at this time it became apparent that he was trying by means of demagogic procedures and agitation against local party workers to win fame as the defender of Cossack interests against the communist threat. Mistakes in our policy in the Don country provided him with rich soil for such demagogy. This obliged the High Command to transfer Mironov to the West M front. When Denikin's successes began, the Revolutionary War Council of the Southern Front applied for Mironov to be appointed to command the Don Corps that was being formed at Saransk. From that moment Mironov began to behave very suspiciously, sent telegrams in the form of ultimatums to the Soviet government, and made speeches at meetings in which he sharply protested against the policy of comrades Lenin and Trotsky. In the middle of August, when the Southern Front began its unsuccessful offensive towards Kharkov, and when Mamontov's cavalry broke through at the junction between the 8th and 9th Armies and captured Kozlov and Yelets, Mironov decided, without authority from the command of the Southern Front, to move up to the front,
alleging that the government was sabotaging the formation of his corps. Comrade Smilga tried to argue with Mironov, and summoned him to Penza, but nothing came of this, and on August 23 Mironov, having announced his decision to fight on two fronts, against Denikin and against the Bolsheviks, began to move his units towards the 23rd Infantry Division, which he had commanded and on whose support he counted. His forces consisted of about 4,000 men, of whom only 2,000 were armed, 1,000 cavalrymen, 2 guns, and 10 machine guns. Mironov's calculation that the Cossack masses would join him proved unfounded. He was proclaimed a mutineer. To liquidate the revolt, a combined force was formed, consisting of units from the 1st and 4th Reserve Armies and the Samara fortified region, under the overall command of Comrade Goldberg. The first clashes took place on August 26. Mironov successfully evaded pursuit until he came up against Comrade Budyonny's cavalry corps, which had been transferred from the southern group of the Eastern Front to help the Southern Front. Within a few hours it was all over with the mutineers. Mironov and all the active participants in the revolt were sentenced to be shot, but the majority of them, including Mironov, were pardoned by a decision of the Presidium of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee. In the fight against Rajul, Mironov commanded the 2nd Mounted Army. In the winter of 1921 he was again arrested, in connection with the organization of a revolt on the Don, and shot. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Colonel Mironov. The career of ex-Colonel Mironov has come to a shameful and miserable end. He considered himself, and many others considered him, a great revolutionary. Mironov fought against Krasnov and attached himself, with his first guerrilla units, to the Red Soviet forces. What was the reason for Mironov's temporary adhesion to the revolution? This is now perfectly clear: personal ambition, careerism, an endeavor to climb on the backs of the working masses. It is the revolution's task to establish complete and lasting rule by the working people. The representative and leader of the exploiters on the Don was General Krasnov, just as Denikin is now. Consequently, the struggle of the Soviet forces was directed against Krasnov. The aim of this struggle was to raise up the Cossack poor, the most downtrodden, to organize and unify them, with their help to crush the Cossack nobles and kulaks and to make possible a new, more just and happier life on the Don. Mironov had no understanding of this or any sympathy with it. He thought that if Krasnov was defeated and replaced as Ataman of the Don by his former Colonel Mironov, that would solve all problems. He conceived the People's Revolution as a change of individuals at the top, that is, he saw in the revolt and struggle of the working people merely a means for advancing his own personal career. When he began to notice that the victory of the Soviet forces was leading to rule not by him but by the local poor, he grew angry and bitter. He began to agitate more and more against the Soviet power. And how could he do otherwise? After all, this was the power of the working people's Soviets, and not that of the Cossack Colonel Mironov. When the Red forces advanced to the Don, unjust and even harsh actions were undoubtedly committed in various places by particular Soviet representatives and bad Red Army units against the local Cossack population. These mistakes were due to the fact that the Cossacks had supported for too long the accursed White Guard movement. A thoughtful and honest person must understand the reasons for this mutual bitterness and exert every effort to mitigate the antagonism between the Red troops and the local Cossacks, to eliminate it altogether, and to replace it with mutual understanding and cooperation. Particular mistakes and false steps by representatives of the Soviet power will be corrected by that power itself, and the central government will punish sternly all those local representatives who do not understand what their tasks are in relation to the working people. Mironov acted quite differently. He decided to make political capital out of the blunders and mistakes of particular local officials, winning popularity, fame, and glory for himself. In his incoherent appeals and speeches, he began to depict himself as the defender and protector of the Cossack masses, stirring them up against the authentic Soviet power. He began to put around, in concert with Denikin, the false rumor that the Soviet power wants to destroy Cossackdom. Mironov began to falsely present the fight against the Cossack generals and kulaks, on behalf of the Cossack poor and middle peasants, as a struggle against the working Cossacks. 65. It was obvious to serious old revolutionaries who had fought against the oppressors for decades, that Mironov was heading for downfall. During the revolution not a few such unlooked-for zealots on behalf of the working people, revolutionaries for a day, were brought to the surface. Some responsible comrades tried to make Mironov understand, to hold him back from the brink of the abyss. If representatives of the Soviet power on the Don have made mistakes, they told him, we shall correct these mistakes by our joint efforts, and shall as quickly as possible draw representatives of the Cossack lower orders into the Soviet administration. The working people's revolution is a hard and heavy task, it cannot avoid making big mistakes, but, in the end, only the Soviet power will lead the people, including the working Cossacks, onto the broad highway. However, these speeches were not to Mironov's liking. All his objections came down to this one: make me ataman of the Don and all will be well. But the Soviet power could not, of course, agree to take such a step, in the first place, because the working Cossacks of the Don had no need of an ataman. What they needed was their own Cossacks, peasants and workers' Soviet power, and, in the second place, it was impossible to grant any power at all to the unbalanced, incoherent baller and babbler Mironov. Having finally become convinced that he was not going to be made ataman, Mironov resolved upon a desperate step. Like the Ukrainian ataman Grigoriev, who resembled him like his own brother, Mironov raised the banner of revolt against the Soviet power. How Grigoriev ended is well known. After the first clashes, the troops he had deceived were scattered and broken, they fled or fell into the hands of the Red armies. Grigoriev himself was killed. It is quite obvious that a similar wretched and shameful end awaits Mironov, only it will come even more quickly. Grigoriev did manage for a time to draw behind him several thousands of deceived, ignorant peasants, led by kulaks. But Mironov succeeded only in attracting a few miserable hundreds of supporters at the very outset. Like all bankrupt adventurers, Mironov spread stories about his strength, saying that he has behind him 7,000 sabers, and soon, whereas in fact he has not even 700. Within a week of rebelling against the Soviet power, the Ukrainian ataman Grigoriev made contact with Denikin, seeking his protection and support. Mironov, as is known, swears that Denikin is not his friend but his enemy. But what fool will believe the oath of the traitor Mironov? Denikin says to himself, Mironov has rebelled against the Soviet power, and so Mironov is my helper. Mironov says to himself, Denikin fights against the Soviet power, which I hate, and so Denikin is my defender and support. One hand washes the other. Denikin does not hinder Mironov, Mironov helps Denikin. There can be no doubt that secret links are already being established between them, sinister intermediaries passing from Denikin's camp to Mironov's and back again, behind the backs of the Cossacks deceived by Mironov. What will happen next? It is not hard to prophesy. Mironov will push himself now into this place, now into that, trying to bring confusion into the 23rd Division, which he formerly commanded. Nobody will follow him. The kulaks will not, because they have their leader, a stronger and more reliable one, Denikin. The working Cossacks will not, because they have no need of ataman Mironov but only of the power of the working Cossacks' deputies. Mironov's adventure will burst like a soap bubble, but not without having done considerable harm to the cause of the working masses. History will plant an aspen stake on Mironov's grave, as the fitting monument to a despicable adventurer and wretched traitor. September 13, 1919. Balashoy. En route, number 94. Endnotes. 65. In order that Mironov's program may be more clearly understood, here are excerpts from the order appeal issued by Mironov, as commander of the Don Corps, on August 22. Honorable citizens of the Russian Republic. The town of Kozlov, where the Southern Front has its headquarters, is being evacuated. Before the onslaught of Denikin's hordes, the Red Army, being without moral foundations, is retreating, just as it is retreating on the Western Front before the onslaught of the Polish legions. The ring around the Russian Revolution, after the frightful human sacrifices made upon its altar, is drawing tighter. Land and liberty are threatened with mortal danger, which the Hungarian Revolution has not removed. The causes of this disaster must be sought in the constant evil deeds of the ruling party, the Communist Party, which has aroused universal discontent and indignation against itself among the working masses. The appeal ended with the following call. What is left for the Cossack to do, when he knows that his house has been given to someone else, his holdings seized by others, and his cattle driven off to a pen in the steppe? Only to set fire to his stanitsas and farmhouses. Thus we see in the Cossacks as a whole those who are taking harsh vengeance on the Communists for their desecration of truth and justice, which, together with the universal discontent prevailing among the working peasants of Russia, caused by the Communists, threatens to bring final ruin to the conquests of the revolution and a new, severe enslavement of the people. To save the conquests of the revolution only one way is left to us, namely, to overthrow the Communist Party. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. The lesson of the Mironov affair. Miranov's criminal and stupid adventure has ended. The chief culprit has been captured, with all his assistants and his deceived followers. The capture was effected without a single shot being fired, nobody was killed or wounded on either side. This fact is alone the best proof of how shaky and uncertain the mutineers felt. Whereas Mironov had launched the struggle with the aim of becoming ataman, the majority of his collaborators clearly did not know where they were going or why. Consequently, at the critical moment they could not find the strength even to resist. They all surrendered at their first encounter with the Red Soviet cavalry. Dismounted and disarmed, they were sent off to be dealt with by the Revolutionary Military Tribunal. The following fact is noteworthy, though, as soon as Miranov's men had been captured, they at once asked the commander of our cavalry corps to take them into his service. These men had raised a revolt against the Soviet power, had marched against the Red Army, had had some clashes with it and disarmed some groups of Red Army men, but then, as though nothing had happened, they started to ask to serve in the Red Army, for all the world as if they had been indulging in some prank but now wanted to get back to work. What does this mean? It means that among the Cossacks the fissure between the Reds and the Whites has not yet gone deep enough. Whereas the Cossack capitalists and kulaks understand very well where their class interest lies, and give their backing to every bourgeois authority, Krasnov, the German Kaiser, Skoropadsky, Denikin, the Anglo-French imperialists, the working Cossacks still have too weak an appreciation of their own interests and too easily let themselves be misled by various adventurers and rogues who raise all Cossack slogans. There are no such slogans, apart from lies and deception. The Cossacks are divided into antagonistic classes. There are the Cossack poor, the proletarian and semi-proletarian section of the Cossacks, who are now on our side with all their hearts. There is the Cossack upper stratum, which is irreconcilably hostile to the proletariat and to Soviet power. And there is the broad intermediate stratum of Cossack middle peasants, who are politically very backward. It is these peasants that robbers like Krasnov and Denikin and adventurers like Mironov deceive. The Cossack of middling status watches the fierce struggle between the Whites and the Reds and does not know which side to join. As a rule, he joins whichever side seems to him to be the stronger at the given moment. When the Reds arrive, he is with them, but when the Whites temporarily drive out the Reds, the middle peasant does not resist the Whites, either. Mironov reflects the muddle and vacillation of the backward Cossack middle peasant. So long as our forces were victoriously advancing southward, Mironov led his division as part of the army as a whole. When our front was shaken and yielded and Denikin threw us hundreds of versts back, Mironov went into opposition, and along that path reached the stage of open mutiny. But Mironov does not merely reflect the instability of the middle peasant, he consciously and maliciously exploits the middle peasant's ignorance, trying to make a career for himself thereby. When the Red forces cleared the Don country, Mironov hoped that with their aid he would gain power over the Cossacks. When Denikin temporarily got the upper hand, Mironov began to adapt himself to Denikin, and was obviously ready to betray the working Cossacks to him in return for the position of ataman. In doing this, Mironov invariably played upon all Cossack slogans and sentiments. In his proclamations and speeches Mironov alleged that the Soviet power was preparing the destruction of Cossackdom. Here Mironov simply lumped together the Cossack landlords and kulaks with the Cossack middle and poor peasants. The Soviet power is bringing destruction to the Don bourgeoisie and the Cossack kulaks. But to the Cossack poor and middle peasants who march with the Soviet power it is bringing freedom and deliverance. In his attempt to deceive the Cossacks with all Cossack slogans and phrases, Mironov got himself cruelly burnt. He was caught and disarmed by the Red Cossacks. The Cossack regiments of the 23rd Division, which he formerly commanded, turned their backs in indignation and scorn upon the adventurer and traitor. Nevertheless, as has been mentioned, Mironov's henchmen expressed readiness to go over from the White forces to the Red, just as previously they had gone ever from the Red to the White. Naturally, their request was bluntly refused and they were all handed over to the tribunal. The latter's task is to show to all the vacillating Cossacks that the fight between the Reds and the Whites, the workers and the exploiters, the working people and the oppressors, is a fight to the death. In this fight the Soviet power will allow nobody to play tricks and launch adventures. At the same time, as they advance more deeply into the Don region, the Red Army and the Soviet power will at once take all necessary measures in order to make the Cossacks realize that they must once and for all choose between the Reds and the Whites. It is a lie that the Soviet power is going to drive the Cossacks by force into the realm of the commune. Communism will be inculcated only by persuasion and example. But what the Soviet power will not permit the working Cossacks to do is to move from one camp to the other, and at a difficult moment stab the Red Army treacherously in the back. While waging a campaign of annihilation against the Don counter-revolution we shall by word and deed bind the poor and middle peasants to the Red Army and the workers' and peasants' power, for in this alone lies salvation for the working people of the Don. September 16, 1919. Povortno Balashov. En route, number 95. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Guiding principles of our immediate policy on the Don. Notes from the archives. *******. 1. We shall explain to the Cossacks in words, and prove in deeds, that our policy is not one of vengeance for the past. We shall forget nothing, but we shall not take revenge for past actions. Future relations will be determined by the conduct of the different groups among the Cossacks themselves. 2. The criterion in our relations with the different strata and groups of the Don Cossacks will be, in the period immediately ahead, not so much a class evaluation of the different strata, kulaks, middle peasants, poor peasants, as the attitude of the different groups of the Cossacks themselves towards the advancing Red Army. We shall take under our resolute protection and armed defense those elements among the Cossacks who meet us halfway. We shall allow those strata and groups of the Cossacks who maintain a waiting attitude to look around them and find their bearings, while not ceasing to keep them under observation. We shall ruthlessly destroy all those elements who give support, whether direct or indirect, to the enemy, or make difficulties for the Red Army. These criteria are purely practical, very clear, and very simple, and their good sense and fairness will be understood by every Red Army man, including the Cossacks in the Red Army, and also by the local population, both Cossack and non-Cossack. 3. We shall take strict care that the advancing Red Army does not commit robberies, rapes, and so on. We must keep it firmly in mind that, in the circumstances of the Don region, every outrage committed by the Red forces becomes a major political fact and creates very serious embarrassments. At the same time we shall demand that the inhabitants provide the Red Army with everything it needs,
we shall collect in an organized way, through the special food committees, and take care that payment is made fully and in good time. For the social groupings among the Cossacks are very amorphous. Nevertheless, it is possible broadly to foresee that the groups characterized by their attitude to the Red Army will coincide, very roughly, with the Cossack poor peasants, middle peasants, and kulaks. Although the Don middle peasant, and, even more so, the Kuban middle peasant, is richer than the kulak of Tver or Novgorod, all the same, class antagonisms are developing their effects on the Don, too, even though the proportions in terms of property possessed are different. We must at once give a demonstrative political character to our support to the poor and a section of the middle peasants, helping those who have suffered at the hands of the whites. A similarly demonstrative character must be given to our punishment of those elements which have entered the Don region during its liberation and committed abuses of one kind or another against the Cossacks. 6. We must clearly and persistently put forward, in agitation and in practice, the idea that we are not going to force anyone into communes. 7. When forming provisional organs of local authority, we must take all measures to ensure that those we draw into them are representatives of the inhabitants who have stayed put, and who are therefore not hostile to us. At the same time, it is absolutely necessary that there should be in each executive committee at least one non-Cossack. Inorogodny, the Inorogodny, outlanders, were the non-Cossack peasant settlers in the Don region, who made ups large proportion of the inhabitants and were often in conflict with the Cossacks. Communist, who will show far more vigilance towards counter-revolutionary sentiments and conduct in the locality. 8. Thorough organization of Soviet communications and intelligence. September 16, 1919. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Plan for operations on the Southern Front. Notes from the Secret Archives. ******. The plan drawn up in advance for operations on the Southern Front has proved to be absolutely incorrect. Our defeats on the Southern Front are due primarily to the errors in the basic plan. One fundamental to the plan was the identification of the threat from Denikin's White Guards with the Don and Kuban Cossack communities. This identification was more or less sensible so long as Denikin's center was at Yekaterinodar and the limit of his successes was the eastern border of the Donets Basin. As time passed, this identification became less and less sound. Denikin's tasks are offensive, whereas those of the Don and Kuban Cossacks are confined to the defense of their own regions. When Denikin advanced into the Donets area and the Ukraine, elementary considerations urged the need to separate his westward moving forces from their original base, the Cossacks. A blow struck from Kharkov towards Taganrog or towards Berdyansk represented the shortest trajectory across a territory inhabited not by Cossacks but by workers and peasants, and gave promise of maximum success with minimum expenditure of forces. 2. A considerable section of the Cossacks would have remained hostile to us, and liquidation of the specifically Cossack counter-revolution on the Don and the Kuban would have remained a distinct task. Whatever its difficulty, this is a task of a local character and we would have been able and would have had every possibility to deal with it as the second item on our agenda. As a base, the Don is now exhausted. A large number of Cossacks have perished in the endless fighting. As regards the Kuban, it is opposed to Denikin. By our direct offensive against the Kuban we are bringing about a rapprochement between the Kuban Cossacks and the Denikinites. A blow struck from Kharkov towards Taganrog, which would have separated Denikin's forces in the Ukraine from the Kuban, would have given temporary support to the advocates of independence for the Kuban and caused the Kuban to stop fighting for a time. A movement for autonomy was strong among the Kuban Cossacks, and this led to conflict between them and General Denikin, who was rigidly for Russia one and indivisible. While waiting to see the outcome of our struggle against the Denikinites on the Donets and in the Ukraine. 3. A direct offensive along the line of most resistance proved, as had been forecast, wholly to Denikin's advantage. The Cossacks of Pshinskaya, Migilinskaya, and Kazanskaya stanitsas mobilized to a man, swearing never to surrender. In this way,
by our very offensive we provided Denikin with a substantial number of soldiers. For in order to form a judgment of the operational plan it would not be out of place to take a look at its results. The Southern Front was given forces such as none of our fronts had received before. At the moment of the offensive there were on the Southern Front no fewer than 180,000 bayonets and sabers, with the corresponding number of guns and machine guns. As the result of a month and a half of fighting we are miserably marking time on the eastern half of the Southern Front, while on the western half there has been a serious retreat, with destruction of units and breakup of organization. In other words, our situation on the Southern Front is worse today than it was when the command proceeded to implement its a priori plan. It would be childish to close our eyes to this. 66. 5 attempts to put the blame on the state of the armies of the Southern Front, the organization of the apparatus, and so on, are utterly groundless. The armies of the Southern Front are in no way any worse than those of the Eastern Front. The 8th Army is fully as good as the 5th. The weaker 13th Army is in any case inferior to the 4th. The 9th Army is approximately on the same level as the 3rd. To a considerable extent these armies were built by the same group of workers, and, to anyone who has observed these armies during their periods of success and of failure, talk of some differences in organization or combat capacity between our armies of the Southern and Eastern fronts sounds utterly false. 6. What is true here is this alone, that Denikin is an incomparably more serious enemy than Kalkak. The divisions that were transferred from the Eastern to the Southern fronts proved to be in no way better than the Southern front divisions. This fully applies to the commanding personnel. On the contrary, indeed, in the initial period the divisions from the Eastern front showed themselves to be generally weaker, until they found their feet in the new conditions, facing a new enemy. 7. But if the enemy in the south was stronger, we too were incomparably stronger than we had ever been before, on any of our fronts. We must therefore seek the reasons for our failure entirely and the operational plan. We advanced along the line of most resistance, that is to say, units of average steadiness were sent into localities inhabited entirely by Cossacks, who were not attacking but defending their stanitsas and their homes. The atmosphere of a Don People's War had a debilitating effect on our units. Under these conditions, Denikin's tanks, his skillful maneuvering, and so on, gave him a tremendous advantage. 8. In the region where smaller forces on our side could have achieved incomparably greater results, on the Donets and in the Ukraine, we left Denikin complete freedom of action, and thereby enabled him to obtain a huge reservoir for new formations. 9. All talk about Denikin not raising new forces in the Ukraine is rubbish. While there are in the Ukraine few politically educated proletarians, a circumstance which hindered our attempts to raise new forces, the Ukraine has very many officers, sons of landlords and bourgeois, and brutal kulaks. Consequently, while we were pressing against the Don country, strengthening the Cossack barrier against us, Denikin was managing, almost unhindered, to raise new formations, especially of cavalry, throughout the whole territory he occupied. 10. The erroneousness of the plan is now so obvious that the question arises, how could this plan have been formed in the first place? There is an historical explanation for its appearance. When Kalkak was threatening the Volga, the main danger was that Denikin and Kalkak might link up. In a letter to Kalkak Denikin spoke of keeping a rendezvous with him in Saratov. General Denikin wrote in the White Army, 1930, that one of my letters to Admiral Kalkak on the question of an all-Russian government contained the following words, "Please God, we shall meet in Saratov and decide that question for the good of the motherland." This letter fell into Soviet hands, as mentioned in Trotsky's article, Supra, Steel and Gold. Denikin notes, according to Trotsky's testimony my sentence about meeting Kalkak in Saratov served as a foundation for the Bolshevik plan of military operations on the Southern Front in spring 1919, and led to the concentration of the main Bolshevist forces in the direction of Saratov. Hence the task proposed by the former command, to form a powerful striking force on the Tsaritsin-Saratov stretch of the Volga. The Eastern Front considered it impossible at that time to transfer any of its units. The then Commander-in-Chief accused the Eastern Front of causing delay. The Eastern Front stressed that the delay would not be too protracted or dangerous, as units would be brought up directly to the left flank, resting on the Volga, of the Southern Front. The echo of these old plans, plus secondary considerations about saving time in the transference of units from the Eastern Front, led to the creation of Shorn's Special Group. All the other considerations, about striking a decisive blow at the Don and Kuban bases, and so on, were thought up after the event, when the absurdity of the a priori plan began to be revealed more and more harshly. 11. Now, in order to gloss over the actual results, a fresh hypothesis has been advanced. If the principal forces had not been concentrated in the Tsaritsyn-Novokirksk direction, Denikin would be in Saratov, and the Sazran bridge would have been blown up. The special importance of the railway bridge over the Volga at Sazran was that this was the only rail link between Central Russia, on the one hand, and Siberia and Turkestan, on the other. All these imagined terrors are meant to serve as our compensation for the real danger that threatens Orel and Tula, after our loss of Kursk. And the point is overlooked that it would have been as difficult for the Don Cossacks to get to Saratov as it is now for our forces to get to Novokirksk. September 1919. Endnotes. 66. It has not been possible to establish the precise dating of these notes. They were written after the August counter-move by the Southern Front against General Denikin. On August 1, 1919, our retreating units of the Southern Front stood on the line: Nikolaev, Yelizavetgrad, Bobrinskia Station, Romny, Oboyan, Korotoyak, Lisky Station, Poverino, Kamyshin, and from there down the Volga to its mouths. See Map 3. At that moment our command decided to strike a counter-blow at the enemy in two main directions: A. From the Balashov-Kamyshin front towards the lower Don, and B. From the Kursk-Voronezh sector towards Kharkov. The first of these directions was considered the decisive one. The offensive by our forces began in the middle of August. The enemy was driven back in both directions, and in 12 days we had captured, in the west, Volkansk, Kupiansk, and Valuiki, and had got to within 60 versts of Kharkov. In the east we had reached the line of the Middle Don. These partial successes did not bring about a general turn. The reasons for these failures are given in these notes. The course of events can be followed from the chronology and from Map 3. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Tula Steel. *******. The great struggle is nearing its denouement. The enemy's army is making its supreme effort. Having strained its muscles and sinews, it is, in its death agony, stretching out its hand towards one of the jewels of the Soviet Republic, Tula. That is where steel for weapons is being forged for the workers' and peasants' army. Tula is the great arms workshop of the revolution. It is from these that we get rifles, bayonets, machine guns, cartridges and sabers. Unable to cope with the heavy masses of the Red Army which are pressing ever more powerfully upon the Don, Denikin has set himself the aim of breaking deeply into the rear of our forces, descending upon Tula and there destroying the factories, annihilating the Red Army's great smithy. True, Tula is not now our only source of arms. The Urals have been liberated. The mighty factories of Izhevsk, Votkinsk, Perm, Ekaterinburg, and Zlatist are indefatigably hammering out weapons for our soldiers. These works are expanding and are growing. But Tula still holds first place. The Soviet power can therefore not let Tula be lost, even for a time. The whole area between Moscow and the Southern Front has been transformed into a fortified zone. Every town, every railway junction in this area is a front of the revolution. Every worker, every conscious peasant is a defender and fighter in this fortified area. From one village to another, from Velost to Uyezd, and from Uyezd to province stretches a network of unbroken military communications, and at the center of this network stands Tula, like a rock of the revolution cast from steel. The young garrison of Tula has been assigned a lofty task, to defend the approaches to the great workshop where thousands of red smiths are beating out white-hot steel for the red fronts. The title of Red Soldier of the Tula garrison is doubly honorable today. Denikin has received from the arsenals of British and French capital rifles and cartridges with which to shed the blood of Russia's workers and peasants. The gold and arms they get from foreign imperialism are helping Russia's landlords and capitalists to torture, ravage, and ruin our country. But they will not see victory. In this last battle we are as firm and steadfast as on the first day of our struggle. The day is near when the aggressor's weapon will be smashed to smithereens against Tula steel. October 6, 1919. Moscow Tula. En route, number 96. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Greetings. To the Revolutionary War Council of the Southern Front, the occasion of the rout of the Whites Cavalry Corps before Voronezh. The news of the brilliant victory over Mamontov and Shkuro has evoked mighty, joyful echoes on all fronts. Before Petrograd, where the 7th Army has begun to beat Yudenik, your victories have inspired a fresh access of energy. To the capture of Voronezh, the 7th Army will reply with the capture of Krasnoye Selo, Gatchina, Yamburg, and Dov. On its second anniversary, the Soviet Republic displays invincibility for all the world to see. I embrace Budyonny and the heroes of his invincible corps. I greet the commander and the members of the Revolutionary War Council of the Southern Front. 67. En route. October 26, 1919, number 102. Endnotes. 67. Comrade Budyonny's victory before Voronezh formed part of the general plan for defeating Denikin. After Mamontov's raid, the enemy renewed his offensive, but his victories were bought now at a high price. On September 21 our forces abandoned Kursk, and on October 14 Orel. By mid-October preparations had been completed for a decisive counter-blow by our forces. Two groups were formed for this purpose: one, drawn from the Commander-in-Chief's reserves, the Lettish Division, Pavlov's Brigade, the Red Cossack Cavalry Brigade, and units of the 14th Army, to the northwest of Orel, for action towards the Kursk-Orel railway line; the other, east of Voronezh, formed from Budyonny's cavalry corps, which, together with units of the 8th Army, was to smash the enemy before Voronezh and strike at the rear of the enemy's Orel group, in the direction of Kastamaya. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. A great victory. Budyonny has beaten Mamontov and Shkuro. Who is Budyonny? He is a true warrior of workers and peasants Russia, a former cavalry NCO who now commands the Red Cavalry Corps on the Southern Front. Budyonny's corps was formed gradually, in the course of ceaseless battles, first against Krasnov, then against Denikin. The corps includes many Red Cossacks from the Don and the Kuban. There are also many peasants and workers in it. Budyonny's corps was the first large cavalry formation in the Red Army. The first but not the last. Another corps on the same southern front is commanded by the hero Dumenko, under whom Budyonny served as deputy commander for several months. The commanders of the divisions, brigades, and regiments that make up Budyonny's corps are mostly distinguished heroes. Many of them, like Budyonny himself, have been awarded the Order of the Red Banner. "Order me to march against Mamontov," Budyonny asked, when Mamontov raided Tambov and Kozlov. Infantry units failed to catch Mamontov on the wing. Budyonny was sent in pursuit of him. Eventually he overtook Mamontov and stayed close to him and, along with him, the notorious Shkuro. For several days Budyonny stood waiting like a lion about to spring, between the two generals' corps. Then he sprang, a fatal spring for Shkuro and Mamontov. The whole strength of the Denikinite counter-revolution lies in its cavalry. The basis of the White Guard cavalry consists of two corps, Mamontov's and Shkuro's. If we suffered defeats in the south, sometimes very serious ones, it was because we were unable to counterpose to the enemy's cavalry a Red cavalry force of equal strength. It is hardest of all to form cavalry, and that was why it was formed only slowly. But now, before Voronezh, the Red Army has passed its cavalry examination, and passed brilliantly. The Red Cavalry Corps of Budyani has beaten the White Corps of Mamontov and Shkuro. The struggle in the south is far from over. But the enemy has been dealt a blow from which he will never recover. There are still nearly 2 weeks to go before the second anniversary of the birthday of the Soviet Republic. During that time events in the south will follow their course, the victories before Orel and Voronezh will be followed by many others. There can be no doubt that on the northwestern, Petrograd, front the next fortnight will bring a conclusive denouement. The 7th Army will not lag behind our victorious forces in the south, and will finish off Yudenika's bands in time for the second Soviet anniversary. 68. October 25, 1919. Petrograd. En route, number 102. Endnotes. 68. The battle fought before Voronezh by Budyani's cavalry corps had very great importance for the development of operations on the decisive sector of our counterblow. On October 24, Budyani's cavalry, having smashed the units of General Mamontov and Shkuro, took Voronezh and advanced to Kastornaya station. At the same time our shock groups before Orel and Voronezh forced the enemy to retreat all along the central sector of the front. On the situation at the front of the 7th Army, see the section The Fight for Petrograd and notes 78, 79, and 80. The fight for Petrograd. The blow struck. At Petrograd. *******. A pack of bourgeois swine are rending the flesh of Soviet Russia from every direction. In the south, Denikin is striving with all his strength towards Tula and Moscow. This has involved weakening his position in the Ukraine itself, with the result that Kiev has been boldly seized by Red forces. In the west the Polish gentry are gnashing their teeth. The German General von der Goltz has turned himself into Hetman Goldsafe and, egged on by the stock exchange scum of all countries, is conquering the Baltic region with the aid of monarchist bands, so as to strike at Moscow from there. On the northwestern sector of the front a bloody, drunken trio, Yudenik, Balakhovich, and Rodzianko. This is A.P. Rodzianko, not to be confused with his brother P.P. Rodzianko, author of Tattered Banners, who fought in Siberia, or with the Octoberist politician M.V. Rodzianko, are advancing on Petrograd 78. The blow struck by the White Guard bands was preceded by the peace negotiations of the Estonian White Guards, who acted as though on General Yudenika's behalf. It is still difficult to make out whether the Estonian White Guards are direct agents of Yudenik or his miserable dupes. But it is a fact that the Estonian peace negotiations served as a means of putting the Red forces in Petrograd off their guard, lulling their vigilance and lowering the level of their fighting capacity. The army defending the approaches to Petrograd did not sustain the initial onslaught and began to fall back. A terrible danger again hung over Petrograd. The British and French wireless reported with devilish gloating the defeats we suffered on the Yamburg road. The stock exchange press of the whole world, in transports of delight, forecast Petrograd's fall in the near future. They miscalculated again this time. Petrograd will not fall. Petrograd stands firm. We shall not surrender Petrograd. Forces adequate to defend the first city of the proletarian revolution will be found in the land of the workers and peasants. Yudenika's success is the success of a cavalry raid. Young infantry regiments which had never faced cavalry before drew back. But a limit will be set to the advance of Yudenika's cavalry. Army units from other fronts are going to Petrograd's aid, and, above all, the working class of Petrograd have risen to defend their city. Despite the howling of the bourgeois jackals of the whole world, Petrograd will not fall. It will stand firm. The working class will defend it this time too. But this time must be the last time. It is not enough to defend Petrograd. We must smash the skulls of the Yudenikite bands of Anglo-French imperialism. October 16, 1919. Moscow-Petrograd. En route, number 97. Endnotes. 78 In the first half of October the Northwestern Army made a second attempt to march on Petrograd. On September 28 enemy units brought pressure to bear on us in the Luga and Pskov direction and inflicted a partial defeat on the 19th and 10th Divisions of the 7th Army. Bad work on the part of the intelligence organs of our headquarters prevented our command from appreciating the significance of the enemy's regrouping. The Whites succeeded in concentrating superior forces in the Yamburg direction, which was the most important for them. The strung-out disposition of the 7th Army, which had been weakened both numerically and qualitatively, together with the absence of reserves and mobile groups, made it easy for Yudenich to break through our front and, on October 11, to take Yamburg. Yudenich's main forces, the 1st Corps, operated along the railway between Yamburg and Gatchina, while a subsidiary blow, which was intended to facilitate the capture of Petrograd, was struck in the direction of Luga and along the southern shore of the Gulf of Finland. On October 17 the Whites occupied both Gatchina and Strugi Byclyc, without fighting. Thus, a serious threat to Red Petrograd was created. The fight for Petrograd. The fight for Petrograd. Speech in the Petrograd Soviet of Workers, Peasants, and Red Army Men's Deputies, at the session of October 19, 1919. First of all I must refer, if only in brief and general terms, to the situation on all of our fronts, so that Petrograd's position in the general setting of military events may be made clear. The Northern Front was the quietest, and it is still so today. Some events have, however, taken place there, which are wholly to our advantage. The British have evacuated their forces which threatened us from that direction for so long. On the Northern Front the British Commander-in-Chief has been replaced by a Russian, a White Guard, who, in an order to his troops and to the people of the region issued in the last days of last month, calls on them not to give way to panic, on the one hand, while, on the other, he frankly admits that, after the British evacuation of the White Sea coast, the Whites will probably have to leave Archangel and shift their base to the Murman coast. Consequently, we cannot look for any unexpected unpleasantnesses to occur on that sector of the front, although it is certain that the difficulties we have recently experienced on the Petrograd front will make the White Guards on the Northern Front more insolent. Comrade Zinoviev mentioned here that we suffered a hitch recently on the Eastern Front, which in the last few months had been the most victorious of our fronts. On the front where, during more than 2 months, our troops advanced about 1,000 versts from west to east, a hitch has undoubtedly occurred. It was not the result of any disintegration or breakdown of our units, but, to a considerable extent, the result of a mechanical weakening of the forces, a reduction in their numbers. It is no secret to anyone that we have taken more than one division from the Eastern Front to help other fronts, and in particular the Southern Front. In addition, you know that Kalkak suffered a decisive defeat before Perm and before Chelyabinsk, withdrew what remained of his troops into the deep rear, and there reformed and reorganized them. For a certain period our troops on the Eastern Front advanced almost without meeting any resistance, and then, after they had by sheer inertia traversed 1,000 versts, they came up against a barrier constituted by the reinforced and strengthened remnants of Kalkak's forces. Just as an individual who takes a run up and goes on running from inertia, until, at a certain moment, at a certain point, he encounters a barrier, and then recoils from it, so the army which had been automatically advancing in recent weeks without meeting any resistance from Kalkak, at a certain stage recoiled to a distance of several dozen versts, and concentrated on the west bank of the Tobol. But, recently, it has brought up its reserves and gone over to the offensive along the whole line of the front. The events which have taken place there in the last few days possess the same decisive significance for the remnants of Kalkak's army as the great battles before Perm, Yekaterinburg, and Chelyabinsk had, in their time, for the main body of that army. We have had reports in the last 2 or 3 days of the utter routing of Kalkak's principal divisions, of our capture from him of dozens of guns, hundreds of machine guns, and other war booty. We have learnt that the enemy has been smashed and scattered and is retreating in panic, while our forces are advancing triumphantly along the whole line of the front.
This means that we have overcome the momentary hitch. In this connection it must be mentioned, to the credit of the Eastern Front, that it has got out of this fresh temporary difficulty entirely by means of its own forces, without any support from the other fronts. On the Southern Front the picture is indeed very far from being so favorable as on the Eastern Front. Here the fight is much harder, here the enemy is incomparably more numerous, here it is a matter not of tens but of hundreds of thousands of soldiers on both sides. On the Southern Front, as you know, Denikin's greatest weapon is his plentiful cavalry, drawn from the Don and Kuban. We were unable to counterpose anything of equivalent strength to him, because cavalry has always been, as I have emphasized more than once, the most conservative and reactionary type of arm. The Don, the Kuban, the steppes, the provinces of Astrakhan and Orenburg, the Turgai region, the Ural River region, that is, the most backward parts of the country, are the territory where our own Russian cavalry arose and was trained. The Russian proletarians got on horseback, settled themselves in the saddle, and learned the art of mounted warfare only after it had become clear to us that in the Civil War, in this war which is predominantly one of mobility and manœuvre, we need to create our own revolutionary cavalry. We shall create it, and in this matter we shall catch up with and surpass our enemy. But the period during which we were accustoming ourselves to the peculiarities of the Southern Front, when we were learning, forming our cavalry, our arms for beating off cavalry attacks, that period was a profoundly painful and difficult one for us. On the Southern Front we lost a number of important strong points and extensive territory which provided Denikin with a reservoir from which he could mobilize large masses. However, I entirely concur with Comrade Zinoviev's conclusion that there, too, a turn has, fundamentally, been accomplished, and not just in the directly military sense. It has been accomplished above all because, despite our previous military defeats on the southern fronts, our political strength has shown itself there in its full magnitude. During the last 6 or 8 weeks have had on the southern front 2 political experiences of gigantic importance. First, the treachery of the Cossack Colonel Mironov, and, second, the cavalry raid by General Mamontov, who broke through at Novokhopersk into Tambov province and overran the provinces of Ryazan, Tula, Voronezh, and Kursk. Mamontov had at his disposal about 7,000 sabres, and good commanders. He chose to advance through the richest, most counter-revolutionary parts of the southern provinces. First of all, he burst into Tambov province, a province with a kulak, counter-revolutionary bourgeois element in its villages, and there he raised the banner of revolt, reinforcing his argument with Cossack sabres and lances, the banner of revolt by the kulaks against the Soviet power. In the spring of this year a wave of kulak, and even middle peasant, revolts rolled over the whole extent of Soviet Russia. It seemed that if ever we had to expect a revolt of the rich kulak peasants of Russia's southern provinces, it must be now, when a whole cavalry corps, a very serious force, had come to the aid of the kulaks. This cavalry corps was seen by Mamontov and his master Denikin as a crystal to be dropped into the saturated solution of Soviet Russia, a crystal around which the bourgeoisie of town and country would gather, so that counter-revolution would develop in the form of an open revolt of the bourgeoisie and of the urban and rural masses. And what, in fact, did we see? We saw how Mamontov's corps, like a comet with a filthy tale of robbery and rape, passed through a series of provinces. Absolutely nowhere did Mamontoy succeed in raising a revolt, even if only a revolt of kulaks opposed to the Soviet power. What is the explanation? It is that the peasants, not only the middle peasants but even the kulaks as well, were confronted with the necessity of openly choosing, in the military sense, between the Soviet power and the power of counter-revolutionary monarchist rule, and both the kulak, passively, and the middle peasant, actively, voted in practice for the Soviet power, withheld support from Mamontoy, and returned without resistance to the fold of the Soviet regime. Comrades, we have largely passed by this fact without looking at it, without appreciating it sufficiently, and yet this is a fact which points to the colossally enhanced political strength which the Soviet regime has acquired in the countryside by the time of its second anniversary. This was shown by the attitude of the most reactionary stratum of the country's population, namely, the Cossack middle peasantry of the Don, to Muranov's revolt. Muranov raised the slogans which had been raised, in their time, by the right SRS, and then by the left SRS, slogans of democracy and the Constituent Assembly, under the name of so-called People's Soviets, down with the rule of the Communist Party, down with the Chayka, long live the working masses. Slogans that would appeal to the average Philistin, to the petty bourgeois in the town and to the middle peasant, including the Cossack middle peasant. And Muranov enjoyed immense popularity on the Don. The whole struggle, all the revolts of the lower orders against the upper stratum of the Cossacks had taken place there in the form of a duel between the people's hero Muranov and General Krasnov. This Muranov, to whom we had given the means of forming, arming, and supplying troops, raised a revolt with these slogans that were popular with the backward rural masses. He hoped to become master of the situation on the Don within a few weeks, perhaps even days. But what happened? He was rejected by the Don, in the persons of our cavalry corps, of our 23rd Division, which he formerly commanded, and which to a considerable extent, indeed mostly, consists of cavalry. He found no support among the Cossacks, and a few hundred of them, led by a Cossack, surrounded his detachment and captured it and Muranov himself without firing a shot. It cannot be denied that Muranov is sincere. He is a typical representative of the petty bourgeoisie, of the middle peasant, petty bourgeois strata of the Cossacks. Adventurism, open careerism, connected with the interests of the middle strata of the peasantry, are not alien to him, but neither, I repeat, is sincerity. He at once declared that he must bear the responsibility for what had happened, because he had involved the others, whereas his associates abandoned and repudiated him. This Muranov, having learned from the experience of this rebuff given him by the awakened Cossack community, declared, and his declaration was not the cowardly babbling of a child, but that of a revolutionary who had seen the light, after shedding a number of illusions, that his actions had been profoundly criminal from the political standpoint, that he was now convinced that for the Communist Party to fall would be the greatest of calamities for the cause of the revolution, and he begged only to be allowed, by death in battle, to expiate the crime he had committed. As you know, the Central Executive Committee has granted him his life, and the Soviet power will give him the opportunity in one way or another to expiate his crime and to go down in the history of the struggle on the Don as an honorable fighter. But what is the significance of the fate suffered by his revolt, his prank? It means that, while the Tsarist General Mamonov is unable to raise a revolt of the most counter-revolutionary elements in the countryside under the slogans of Russia one and indivisible, how can that be one and indivisible which they are dividing up and selling off, the slogans of autocracy, orthodoxy and nationality? Autocracy, orthodoxy, nationality were the official principles of Tsardom, just as liberty, equality, fraternity are the official principles of the French Republic. While he cannot do that, on the Don we observe an even greater wonder. A petty bourgeois democrat has proved unable to raise a revolt of the middle peasant elements among the Cossacks against the rule of the proletariat and the rural poor. This means that we have become invincible politically, that while the concentrated, armed, and organized force of the imperialist generals may fight against us, driving moujiks and workers with stick and whip into their army, there is among these imperialist generals no party, no group, no flag, around which they could unite, in an ideological, political way, any extensive strata even of the backward middle element in the countryside. Thus, we now stand politically, despite the hunger and ruin, despite the 2 years of civil war, in a stronger position than ever before, and this not only in the towns, wherever fresh thousands of proletarians are joining our party, the Communist Party. The party week in Moscow, for instance, has brought in over 30,000 new members, not only in the towns but also in the villages, not only among the rural poor but among the middle peasants, and not only in the provinces close to the industrial center but also in the slow-moving, backward provinces of the south, and even on the Don, where the antagonism between the Don and Kuban people, on the one hand, and Denikin, on the other, gets more and more intense. That apparently huge mountain of Denikin's might is being increasingly undermined, on the one hand by our blows and, on the other, by internal antagonism, social, political, and national. All reports, and the press of the Don and the Kuban, testify that the antagonism between these regions and Denikin has become extremely acute. In the persons of their Cossack kulaks, at the head of a band of middle peasants, the Don and the Kuban defected from the Soviet power, but they had, of course, no thought of marching on central Russia, no intention of conducting a campaign against Moscow. They were passing through the period which the peasantry of all Russia passed through, when they became disappointed with certain features of the Soviet power and tried to revolt against it, until the time came when Kolchak and Denikin taught them to see reason. The turn of the Don and the Kuban has now arrived. Their Denikin has, during this year, with all the energy which it cannot be denied he possesses, destroyed all the prejudices of even the backward strata of the Cossacks. We can see that it is inevitable that 3/4, if not 9/10 of the Don and Kuban Cossacks will be obliged to turn their front openly against Denikin, and to reach out their hands to us. They will encounter a sympathetic and helpful hand extended from our side. Our policy towards the peasantry in the recent period has been to a considerable degree directed towards getting agreement with the middle peasants. Even on the Don and the Kuban, which for a certain period served as an unshakable reservoir of counter-revolution, our policy must be directed in the immediate future towards reaching agreement with the Cossack middle peasants, those who exalted Mironov as a hero, a leader, and who masqueraded with that hero. They will have to understand and recognize that salvation for the working Cossacks lies only through agreement with the workers and peasants' power. All this, comrades, is something that will not happen in 24 hours. The work of the Red Army is important, of course, upon it the outcome of the struggle directly depends, but the work of the Red Army itself depends on the relation between class forces, the political relations of groupings, and, in that sense, the way forces are grouping themselves on the Don and the Kuban could not suit us better. Comrade Zinoviev mentioned the events in Caucasia. In this connection I cannot refrain from reading to you a fresh piece of news which I received by telegraph, the evening before last, from one of the outstanding workers of Transcaucasia, who has now made his way into Soviet Russia. He is a very well-informed comrade, a native of Caucasia, who, on the basis of his personal observations during the period of more than a year when he was cut off from us, presents a picture of what is happening at present in Caucasia. Public opinion throughout Caucasia is focused on the revolt of the mountain peoples of Caucasia, the Dagestanis, Ingushes, Chechens, and Kabardians, which began at the end of August. The inspirers and leaders of the revolt are the spiritual leaders. The spiritual leaders referred to here were the Muslim mullahs of the hillmen, who have always marched with the people and for the people. Apart from a handful of traitors from among the officers, who have sold themselves to Denikin, all sections of the mountain peoples, without help from any quarter but driven to desperation by Denikin's atrocities, have resolutely refused to pay the contribution imposed on them, or to provide the regiments demanded of them, to fight against the Soviet power. With no arms except rifles and daggers, that is, without machine guns or artillery, they have hurled themselves into bloody battle against the Cossack officer bands, being resolved either to conquer or to die. Universal enthusiasm, attaining the level of fanaticism, has seized hold even of the women, children, and old men, who have taken on all the complex work of bringing supplies to the front and the rebel units, since all the men are under arms. In bullock carts and on horses, the feeblest of the inhabitants are conveying to the front, for the warriors, everything that they possess in the mountain villages. Victory after victory is inspiring the rebels, who have displayed marvels of heroism, and the immense amount of war booty captured is strengthening their units, providing them with arms, of which the hillmen have very few. In a series of battles the Dagestanis alone have captured more than 3 million cartridges, 16 pieces of artillery and several dozen machine guns. They have annihilated the entire garrison of a mountain stronghold in Dagestan, killing more than 3,000 Cossacks. According to reports received by the White Guard newspaper Azerbaijan, a large-scale battle took place on September 28, before Grozny, between the rebel hillmen and 4 regiments of Shkurov's Corps which had been specially transferred there from the Soviet front in order to put down the hillmen's revolt. Very many trophies were taken, 28 guns, 31 machine guns, 48,000 rifles, a large quantity of ammunition and carts, 800 men were taken prisoner and cut to pieces, and the remnant of the volunteers retreated to Kizlyar. By October 7, the rebels had cleared Denikin's men out of their fortified strongpoints and captured the towns of Grozny. Temir-Konchura, in Dagestan, is now called Benaksk and Derbent. There, comrades, is a picture of the events that are now in progress in Caucasia. A mighty rebellion has broken out in Denikin's immediate rear. And we read here that he has taken a part of Shkurov's corps, his best fighting units, from the Soviet front and shifted them down there. Furthermore, Mamontov's representative has declared in Azerbaijan was ruled at this time by a Muslim nationalist party which, while anti-Bolshevik, was also opposed to Denikin, with his slogan of Russia one and indivisible, and gave fraternal assistance to the hillmen of the Caucasus who were fighting against him that if they do not act immediately against the revolt of the hillmen, Denikin will detach another corps from the Soviet front in order to crush all Azerbaijan. Thus, our southern front has had added to it several new red divisions, which we did not form or arm or transfer from other fronts. These are the hillmen, the freedom-loving poor peasants of the mountains who have risen against the insults, oppression, and torture inflicted on them by Denikin's bands, and we say to them, welcome, comrade hillmen, our new allies, take an honored place in our Soviet family. As regards the Ukraine, I can only support what Comrade Zinoviev said about the enormous political importance of the split and the armed conflict which is now happening between Denikin and Petliura. Petliura himself, of course, represents no serious armed force nor is he a serious political figure, but behind him now stand, to a considerable degree, bourgeois Poland and bourgeois Romania, who are arming and supplying Petliura and backing him against Denikin. Why? Because they fear a victory by Denikin, which would, of course, bring death and destruction to the independent existence of all the small peoples. Denikin has already declared that he does not recognize the independence of Poland but only its autonomy. He has also announced, for example, that he does not recognize the Kokhel. Kokhel is the contemptuous word used by chauvinistic Great Russians for a Ukrainian. In pre-revolutionary Russia the Ukrainian language did not exist officially, it was merely the Little Russian dialect language and that the state language in the Ukraine must be Great Russian. He has already subjected the population not only to material but also to national humiliations, and raised against him the Ukrainian petty bourgeoisie and the Ukrainian bourgeoisie. In this way he has shaken the social foundation in the Ukraine from which he might have drawn strength both military and socio-political. All this cannot but have its effect on the Western Front. Only 3 or 4 months ago we might have feared, and the bourgeoisie of the Entente might have hoped, that Denikin was going to link up with the Poles, that is, that the southern and western fronts would merge, and they would march together upon Moscow. We can now say, with every justification, that if Denikin does link up with the Poles it will be, mainly, so that they can seize each other by the throat, because they know that they are each other's mortal enemies. This has very greatly strengthened our political position on the Western Front. We looked on the Western Front as secondary, while we considered the Southern to be, as before, of first importance. When I spoke of the Western Front as being of secondary importance I had in mind the fact that second-rate military forces were opposing us there. We mentally excluded Petrograd, of course, in that connection, for the sector of the front which includes Petrograd, whether as a fighter or as a city in danger, cannot, in any case, be of secondary importance. We went through a period in which it seemed that Petrograd was protected and safeguarded against all dangers, and some comrades even said, half in jest and half in earnest, that the time had perhaps come to think of moving the Soviet capital back to Petrograd, back to the banks of the Neva. In March 1918 the seat of government had been moved from Petrograd to Moscow when it was feared that the Germans might occupy Petrograd. The Finnish bourgeoisie saw themselves compelled to renounce an attack on Petrograd. The Estonian bourgeoisie, fighting against us, found themselves obliged, by the whole course of events, internal and external, to give up the idea of supporting the imperialist drive against Moscow and Petrograd. The Seventh Army, which is fighting here and defending our Red capital, the Revolutionary Seventh Army, came up against the frontiers of Finland and Estonia, and it seemed that there was no further task for it to perform. It was marking time, and it became subject to a sort of feeling that its existence was purposeless. Having reached the frontiers of Finland and Estonia, its task seemed to have been accomplished, and, we must not remain silent about this, we took from the Seventh Army's fronts its best units, its best commanders and its most experienced military political workers. That, of course, could not but weaken the Seventh Army. But, I say again, what weakened its consciousness most of all was the sense that there were no more important, decisive tasks for it to carry out. This caused the army's internal regime to slacken. Comrades, an army is not a natural organism, it is not an organism which is created by production, by economic, industrial labor. The bonds of union that are formed in the village, in the factory, not to speak of the relations formed in the family, are very much more lasting, more natural and organic. The bonds, the relationships, that exist in the army are to a considerable extent felt by every participant, and do in fact take shape, as artificial relations. None of us tries to get out of working, we know that we shall always work, but we all try to get out of the army, to be finished as soon as possible with war and go over to economic and cultural constructive work. That is why, whenever the pressure of external circumstances ceases or slackens, the internal military regime of the army also slackens. This has been observed also here, in the Seventh Army, which has in recent weeks been considered an army of secondary importance, not because Petrograd is a secondary magnitude, clearly, that is not the case, but because it has seemed that the danger threatening Petrograd has ceased to exist. To this I would add the negotiations with the Estonians and the Lets. What role was played by these petty bourgeois envoys from Estonia, whether they were conscious deceivers, provocateurs, agents of Yudenik, or whether they were supporting Yudenik passively, and to a certain extent actively, under pressure from the Entente, while at the same time trying to find some support on the left, from Soviet Russia, that makes no difference so far as we are concerned. We are not obliged to expatiate on the psychology of the Estonian and Lettish Mensheviks and cadets, but it is a fact that the role they played was that of the white flag which the more treacherous and perfidious units sometimes hoist in order to deceive the enemy, allow him to come closer, and then drive a knife into his chest, his side, or his back. These peace negotiations have hitherto been, so far as Estonia and Latvia are concerned, in the nature of opium. They have been intended to lull the consciousness of a considerable part of the Red Army, to engender in it confidence that the war is drawing to a close on this front, so that then it may be possible to unleash against us the Entente's guard dog, Yudenik, and let him tear a lump of flesh from the body of Soviet Russia. At all events, in future, however the negotiations may go, we shall have to be, from the military standpoint, a great deal more cautious, vigilant, careful, and mistrustful in our dealings with those petty bourgeois compromisers who are willing or unwilling agents of the Entente. We must, at the same time, remind ourselves that the time is coming when Estonia and Latvia will have to make up their minds whether they are going to conclude peace with us or to fight against us, for we cannot, just as, where Finland is concerned, we could not tolerate Mannerheim's policy, we cannot tolerate for long the situation in which these countries, while not fighting against us, do at the same time support Yudenik, Balakhovich, Rodzianko, and Levin, and from time to time unleash them against us. We want to make peace, it does not matter what our feelings may be towards the bourgeoisie of these countries, we want to make peace in the sober calculation that a bad peace is better than a good quarrel. But we cannot take upon ourselves all the negative aspects of both peace and war. We are obliging our army to mark time before the frontiers of Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. We are obliging it to refrain from engaging in open struggle, and at the same time we are allowing the bourgeoisies of these countries to assemble forces behind their frontiers and to hurl them upon us whenever this suits the Entente. This is why our present struggle on the Petrograd front is not only a matter of repulsing a raid on Red Petrograd, why its task is not merely to exterminate the bands of Yudenik, Rodzianko, and Levin. No, this struggle must, as it develops in the near future, put the question point blank to Estonia and Latvia. I think that, in the course of the period immediately ahead, we shall concentrate here a force sufficiently strong to confront these countries not only with the arguments of reason and of political logic but also with those of real power, to show that on this front we possess adequate strength, that peace with us would not be advantageous to the countries which are now threatened by the notorious Ataman Goldsafe. I shall not dwell on this. It is in any case instructive that history has induced von der Goltz, the former Pasha of Constantinople, to turn himself into a Russian ataman. Trotsky here confuses Rudiger von der Goltz, the commander of the German forces in the Baltic countries, with Coleman von der Goltz, another German General, who helped to modernize the Turkish army and commanded Turkish forces against the Russians and the British during the World War. Goltz Pasha died in 1916. Goldsafe was given the task of fighting for Russia one and indivisible. One cannot imagine a bigger mockery than that. We were, in our time, accused of making an alliance with the Kaiser, with showing contempt for Russia's interests, and there was talk of a sacred national hatred of the Germans, as the age-old enemy of the Russian people. Now, history, I repeat, has brought forward a most despicable reactionary, an adventurer who became a convert to Islam, and he is presented as the one who expresses the highest ideology of the Russian bourgeoisie, whether Milyukovite, Denikinite, Kolkakite, or any other brand. Von der Goltz Pasha, there is a proper leader for them, that we can say before the whole people. This again simplifies greatly our political position. The task of the petty bourgeois democracies in the western borderlands has become more difficult. Von der Goltz is not so much a German agent as an agent of the French bourgeois republic. Between the hammer of the Entente, in whose hands von der Goltz is merely a tool, and the anvil of the Russian and world revolution, that is where the petty bourgeois democracy of the western borderlands is placed. The Western Front is not a danger to us, but the sector of the Western Front, its northwestern sector, where Petrograd, wounded but still strong, lives and breathes, that sector of the front is now in danger. Comrades, if I may employ a vulgar comparison, in the game we are playing, in the political, worldwide, historical pack of cards we are dealing, there are a few cards which we cannot allow to be covered. The game may turn out this way or that, but there is a card called Petrograd, a card called Moscow, a card called Tula, where the arms industry is concentrated, and however the great historical game may go that we are playing with the counter-revolution, these three cards cannot and must not be covered. That is why, comrades, it might be agreed in private conversation that the Soviet power is now so strong that if Petrograd were to be taken, the Soviet power would, of course, still stand, and, later, Petrograd would be recaptured. From the standpoint of historical development that is, of course, quite true. But when, instead of being a matter of assumptions, hypotheses, and logical conclusions, the fall of Petrograd began to seem a real possibility, when the threat to Petrograd was revealed in the last few days as something really practical, an electric shock ran through the whole country, and above all through the heart of Moscow, through its central institutions, and everyone said, "No. We are fighting in the north, in the east we are chasing Kolkak again, we have opened the gate to Turkestan, we are raising the flag of Soviet power in Asia, an ambassador has come to Moscow from rebellious Afghanistan. The Amir of Afghanistan, encouraged by Soviet Russia, waged the Third Afghan War against the British in India in 1919, and secured the ending of British tutelage over his country, to greet Comrade Lenin in the name of an Asian people oppressed by imperialism. This is a great struggle between two worlds,
there may be retreats and advances in this struggle, victories and temporary defeats, but there is one retreat, comrades, which we will never permit ourselves, and that is a retreat eastwards from Petrograd. That retreat shall never happen. Comrades, what we took from you, and we took too much from you, thereby weakening the northwestern front which is close to you, we are now trying, with feverish intensity, to give back to you both good units and good personnel, commanders and political workers. We are now, after all, firmly enough planted on our feet to be able to do this without serious damage to other fronts. When we from the center asked you, your representatives and comrades INOVV, what you need now and in the immediate future, in order to defend Petrograd, and received your requests, we gave you twice and 3 times as much as you had asked for. Comrades, reinforcements are on their way along nearly all the lines that now link Petrograd with the rest of the country. These reinforcements will be sufficient to accomplish the task of which I spoke. But, comrades, we are at present going through a very critical period on the Petrograd front. The new reinforcements have not yet been concentrated and deployed, they have not yet taken up their positions. This period involved is measured in days and weeks. Comrades INOVV referred here to the imperfect working of the railways. This is imperfect, of course, to some extent through general causes, but also, of course, as everywhere, partly through the ill will and slovenliness of certain elements in the country. But days are going by while all the necessary forces and resources are being concentrated, days are going by while the weakened units of the 7th Army are being pulled together, while the administrative apparatus is achieving the required level and strength of tension, firmness, and skill. This has happened more than once with our executives on other fronts, and it will happen now on the Petrograd front. But days and hours are passing, and every day and hour now has colossal importance for you, because the front is too close to Petrograd. On other fronts we were able to say that we would withdraw weakened divisions 15 or 20 versts to the rear and there reform them, bringing in fresh, strong, sound elements, eliminating useless elements and re-educating them. Here, on the Petrograd front, we cannot allow ourselves this luxury of withdrawing weakened divisions a distance of 15 to 20 versts into the rear. If they give way, then the white bands, and here we have to do with small but skillful and adroit gangs, may drive a spike into the body of Petrograd. We realize, of course, that they will not take Petrograd. It is, after all, a city of 1 million people and cannot be carried off in the clutches of a gang of a few thousand men, but they can do harm, inflict damage, cause cruel loss of blood. We had an example not long since. Mamontov did not succeed in capturing either Tambov or Kozlov. He tried to, and he had more forces than these gentlemen have, but he did not capture those places and did not succeed in raising a revolt. He threatened these towns, and killed a large number of workers, men and women, wives of Red Army men. He left devastation, terror and despair in the families of the working people. They could do that here, too, in this concentration, this reservoir of people which is called Petrograd. That is the danger. You know that we, communists and representatives of the Soviet power, by virtue of our fundamental policy, do not hide from the broad masses of the people the dangers, the blunders and menaces that lie in wait for us. In that lies our only strength. Always, on any day and at any hour, anyone must be able to go to any tribune, to any public place, and tell the people the truth. This is the essence of Soviet politics, and we must now say from this tribune, you must all say to your electors in the factories, at the workers' meetings, everywhere that you carry on the struggle for the triumph of the revolution, that Petrograd has never yet faced such danger as today. In other words, although the hand dealt to us in our great revolutionary struggle is generally favorable, our Petrograd card, which is infinitely dear and important to us, is in danger of being covered. For this reason we must ensure ourselves doubly, on the one hand, at the front, on the other, in Petrograd itself, that is, we must defend ourselves not only along the nearby line of Dietskoye Silo, but also in the organization which will be created here in the very heart of Petrograd, because, comrades, those who are, perhaps, preparing to descend on Petrograd in a night raid, so as to cut the throats of sleeping workers and their wives and children, must know, and they do already know this, that, with all the shortcomings of which Comrade Zinoviev rightly spoke, Petrograd has worked feverishly and will work in the same way tonight, tomorrow and tomorrow night, and in all the most critical hours facing the city, in order to set to rights and strengthen the city's internal organization, so as to make of its districts and sections a series of impregnable forts, which, taken together, will constitute a mighty organization for the internal defense of Petrograd. 79. I wrote and I repeat, I am profoundly convinced that, even with the weakening of Petrograd, we are strong enough to crush, to grind into dust, any White Guard raiders, even if they were to number not 3, 4, or 5,000 but even 10,000. This is a huge labyrinth of a city, which covers about 100 square versts, a city with 1 million inhabitants, in whose hands, that is in those of its working population, there are mighty means of defense, engineering and artillery resources, and which, finally, possesses Soviet trade union and party apparatuses. This city can be made a sheer trap for the White Guard raiders. Petrograd is not Tambov, Petrograd is not Kozlov, Petrograd is Petrograd. Comrades, in these days, these hours, you must mobilize here, for internal defense, everyone who is not capable of, or cannot be taken away for, participation in the city's external defense. While the privations and hardships of campaigns and battlefields are too heavy for women to bear, nevertheless, here, in the workers' districts, in buildings transformed into workers' fortresses, working women, wives, and mothers will be able to wield rifles, revolvers and hand grenades no less well than men, to defend in the streets, squares, and buildings of Petrograd the future of the working class of Russia and of the world. Everything is now being done to give the troops in the field the necessary skill, to make them appreciate that we are not faced with a solid front, that our foe does not consist of serious, weighty units against which one would have to move in a planned way, systematically and methodically, that before us are a few gangs which are inflicting jabs and stabs, and that they must be crushed and destroyed. The only tactics, the only strategy which is dictated by this war, with its exceptional peculiarities on this front, is to attack and crush. In those cases when a regiment of ours, moved forward by a good commander or commissar, a confident, resolute man, starts to advance, the whites do not accept battle. Why not? Because there are too few of them. They are well armed, they have automatic weapons, machine guns, but there are not enough of them, they are 2, 4, and 5 times less numerous than we are. When they open up a fusillade by night or at a distance, our men cannot make out how many whites there are and how many there are of us. But when the moment comes when our men see the whites and the whites see our men, then they both realize that the reds are many, but the whites are a tiny handful. And that happens every time there is a clash. This is why the whites systematically avoid direct encounters, hand-to-hand skirmishes, bayonet fights, and try to operate from the flank, from the rear, opening fire from unexpected places, sustaining the impression that they are numerous and powerful. What conclusion are we to draw from this? That our Red Army, our soldiers, must see the whites and realize how few they are, the whites must see the reds and realize how numerous we are. How are we to achieve this? Very simply, by bringing the whites and the reds together. How is this to be managed? By leading the reds forward, by urging, and, if need be, driving them forward. Who can do that? The workers of Petrograd, a strong commissar. For this no grand strategy is needed, it is not necessary to have graduated from the academy, or to dream about forming a solid front. This is not positional warfare, there is no need for an unbroken chain of troops, what is needed is a tough striking force, a firm commissar who will march towards the danger, towards the noise made by the enemy, for wherever we go we shall always be strong and numerous. This simple truth must be taught to our commanders and commissars. The only strategy for today on the Petrograd front is to go forward, to advance. The Whites will retreat, and we shall crush them. We shall pursue this strategy for a few days, and then, the next day or the day after, the psychological turn will take place, the precondition for a turn in the military and all other circumstances on this front. Last night we proved that when the alarm has been sounded, even if only with a certain delay, the proletariat of Petrograd is able to respond, in the persons of its best militant elements. It rose to its feet last night, and if circumstances require this, it will remain at the ready tonight and tomorrow night, in double and even treble strength. There can be no doubt about this, and it is certainly the only guarantee that the white bands will think 10 times before they poke their criminal heads in here. Thus, we clearly appreciate that Petrograd is now in immediate danger. This you must say, of course, while at the same time combating any senseless, panicky rumors. Checking on such rumors through your districts or through the Internal Defense Council, checking on them and punishing ruthlessly those who spread them. At the same time you must, as sharply as possible, make the workers of Petrograd aware that, today and tomorrow, Petrograd is under immediate threat. Within a few days we shall be invincible on this front, thanks to the turn that will take place, and thanks to the troops that are coming up, but today there are still many undefended places in the body of Petrograd. We shall be defended by the strengthening of the front and by organization inside the city. The Council of People's Commissars has sent troops here so as to help, on the spot, your central organ and military authorities in their work to strengthen Petrograd. I shall not hide from you that I came here with a heart full of anxiety. We have said many times, of course, that Petrograd is an inexhaustible reservoir of workers for our cause and of revolutionary energy, but this inexhaustibility must not be understood in the absolute sense. There is no city in the world, perhaps, that has gone through experiences like Petrograd's. In the end, sensitivity becomes blunted, nerves get overstrained and give way, like a string that loses its tautness, and people cease to react to danger. If this were to happen to Petrograd now, it would constitute a deadly menace. It would be a great menace not only to Petrograd itself but also to the whole country, for Petrograd is not only a part of the country, it is a barometer, the revolutionary barometer of the Red Soviet Republic. But this is not going to be the case, comrades. Of course, comrades, Zinoviev, as is required of a leader of the Petrograd working class and of the working class of the whole country, has mentioned here, quite rightly, the shortcomings, the defects, the faults, the slovenliness and carelessness that exists in various aspects of our organizational preparation. But let me say this, despite the slovenliness and carelessness which are to be observed here and there, nevertheless Petrograd in these gloomy, cold, hungry, anxious October days of bad autumn weather is showing us once again a majestic picture of élan, self-confidence, enthusiasm and heroism. The city which has suffered so much, which has burned internally, which has so often been subjected to dangers, which has never spared itself, which has stripped itself so bare, this red Petrograd is still what it was, the torchbearer of the revolution, the rock of steel on which we shall build the church of the future. And, backed by the combined forces of the whole country, we shall surrender this Petrograd to no one. Endnotes. 79. By October 19, when this speech was made in the Petrograd Soviet, the situation at the front had improved considerably. Already by the evening of October 17 the left flank of the 7th Army was 15 versts from the Nikolai Railway. The Nikolai Railway is the line linking Petrograd with Moscow, named after Tsar Nicholas I, in whose reign it was built. The cutting of that line would inevitably make it possible for Yudenik to break through into Petrograd. On October 18 General Rodzianko gave the 1st Corps the task of taking the city. Our units acquired greater resilience and staunchness through the shortening of the front and the proximity of their supply center. Instead of continually retreating, the units stood their ground in any convenient position they could find. At the same time, groups of the best communists were sent to the front, some of the commanders were replaced, the most badly battered units were withdrawn to the rear and fresh reinforcements brought up,
Agitation was intensified, and, finally, by Comrade Trotsky's order, the food ration was doubled. Comrade Nadezhny was appointed to command the army, while the former commander, Kharlamov, applied himself to forming the Kolpino shock group. Despite this preparation, however, the 5th, Levin, Division, operating on the left flank of the enemy's 1st Corps, continued on October 18 to 19 to press our units, and took the suburb of Ligovo. The High Command and the Petrograd Soviet realized that the Whites might break through into the city itself. Now began energetic preparation for defense from within. The whole city was divided into districts, each headed by special headquarters. The most important points were surrounded with barbed wire entanglements. A series of positions were selected for guns which were to fire on fixed lines. The canals, public gardens, walls, fences, and buildings were fortified, and the entire southern sector of the city was transformed into a solid fortress. Barricades were erected in many streets and squares. The fight for Petrograd. The turning point. Asterisk. Today was the critical day. Our troops had retreated to the Pulkovo Heights, that is, to the last line before Petrograd itself. Retreat from there would have meant that the battle would have been carried inside the walls of the city, that is, it would have become a defense of the city from within. Statements by soldiers who come over to us, and also other sources, confirm that the enemy issued an order during the night of 20 to 21 October for the capture of the Pulkovo Heights. However, the White Army has not carried out that order. 80 Not only have we not abandoned this very important line but, on the contrary, we have launched a fighting offensive all along the front. We have taken prisoners and captured machine guns and other trophies. Even the weakest of our units have shown resilience and power of resistance. The first tanks produced in Petrograd have taken part in the fighting, with undoubted success. The Red troops greeted with delight the appearance of the first armored caterpillar. The outcome of today's battle can be considered as entirely favorable to us. Thanks to the fresh reserves, on the one hand, and, on the other, the refreshed composition of the commanding personnel and the body of commissars, the 7th Army underwent an unquestionable inner turn. The units have recovered their self-possession and are striving to push ahead. The supply service has worked more than satisfactorily. Morale is absolutely assured. The cadets are especially keen to make up for the series of defeats that they suffered. Nevertheless, by virtue of the very circumstances, the situation remains tense. The enemy is within a day's march of Petrograd. Consequently, in order to ensure ourselves against accidents, we must untiringly persist with the work of fortifying Petrograd, organizing its internal defense. A Petrograd safeguarded from within will be, at the same time, a splendid rear for the reconstructed front. The turn has taken place. In the next few days this will have to be admitted by the lying Anglo-French wireless. October 21, 1919. Petrograd. En route, number 99. Endnotes. 80 By the evening of October 20 the units of the 7th Army had fallen back to the line of the Pulkovo Heights. The decisive battle was fought on this line. After taking Dietskoye Silo, during the night of October 20 to 21 the enemy attacked the Pulkovo Heights with the aim of breaking through into Petrograd. By that time, thanks to our retention of the Nikolai railway line, we had been able to concentrate Comrade Kharlamov's reserve group in the area of Kolpino and Tosno. At 2300 hours on October 20 the 7th Army was ordered to advance. The enemy did not take the Pulkovo Heights, and he suffered his first defeat in the bloody battles of October 21 to 22. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Order number 174. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Forces entering the Ukraine, November 30. 1919, number 174, Moscow. *******.
To be read to all companies, squadrons, batteries, and task forces. Comrade soldiers, commanders, commissars. You are entering the Ukraine. 69. By defeating Denikin's bands you are freeing a fraternal country from its oppressors. The Ukraine is the land of the Ukrainian workers and working peasants. They alone have the right to rule in the Ukraine, to govern it and to build a new life in it. While striking merciless blows at the Denikinites you must at the same time show fraternal care and love for the working masses of the Ukraine. Woe to anyone who uses armed force to coerce the working people of the Ukraine's towns or villages. The workers and peasants of the Ukraine must feel secure under the defense of your bayonets. Keep this firmly in mind, your task is not to conquer the Ukraine but to liberate it. When Denikin's bands have finally been smashed, the working people of the liberated Ukraine will themselves decide on what terms they are to live with Soviet Russia. We are all sure, and we know, that the working people of the Ukraine will declare for the closest fraternal union with us. Do your duty, Red soldiers, commanders, commissars. Death to the aggressors and oppressors, the Denikinites, the landlords, the capitalists, and kulaks. Long live the Red Army. Long live the free and independent Soviet Ukraine. Endnotes. 69. As the result of stubborn, month-long battles, Denikin had to begin retreating on the whole front. Only by December 1, 1919 was his resistance broken and his attempts to frustrate our operation smashed. These battles brought our armies once more into the Ukraine. The course of events can be followed from the chronology and map 4. The Southern Front. 3. The Red Army's second offensive in the Ukraine. August-December 1919. Order number 180. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs on Measures for Overcoming Guerrillism, December 11, 1919, number 180, Moscow. ******. The armies of the Southern Front are moving deeper and deeper into the area where the Ukrainian guerrillas are active. It is of immense importance to have a practical policy towards guerrillism and volunteerism. On this depends not only our victory over Denikin but also the entire fate of the Soviet regime in the Ukraine. A number of measures must at once be taken to exclude the possibility of any repetition of the events which brought about the fall of the Soviet Ukraine last time. 1. Above all, the Red regiments advancing into the Ukraine must be protected against infection by guerrillism and Makhnovism. To this end, an extensive agitation, both written and spoken, must be conducted to explain the advantages of a regular army over rebel detachments, using examples from the past to show the treacherous role played by the Makhnovites and Makhnovism. The units entering the Ukraine must be purged of commanders, commissars, and members of communist cells who are lacking in discipline and inclined towards guerrillism. All necessary measures must be taken to ensure that Red Army men of Ukrainian origin get no opportunity to quit their units and return to their villages, and especially not to take their weapons with them. In general, the level of discipline must be raised in the units, and a stern struggle waged against all manifestations of banditry and arbitrary conduct. 2. Commanders and commissars of active units are to be categorically forbidden to accept volunteers into such units directly, whether as individuals or in groups. All volunteers are to be sent to the rear and enrolled in the holding battalions of the army or of the front. Any commissars or commanders who violate this order are to be called strictly to account. 3. The special section, jointly with the political department, is to send ahead, into the area where the insurgents are active, a considerable number of agents, chosen from among its reliable, devoted, and tactful workers. These comrades are to join the guerrilla detachments so as to get to know, from inside, every aspect of the character of each detachment and the relations between different groups and individuals within it. These agents are to carry on in the guerrilla detachment, with all necessary prudence, agitation explaining the advantages of regular units over such detachments. 4. It is to be made a firm rule that a guerrilla detachment ceases to be a military unit after it has appeared on our side of the line of the enemy front and has made direct contact with our units.
From that moment it becomes merely material for processing, and for that purpose is to be sent to our rear and handed over to the formation administration, worthless elements to be expelled, the commanding personnel renewed, the necessary number of communists brought in, and training carried on with the required vigor. Certain more combat-ready units may be allowed to go back into the enemy's rear. In no case are guerrilla detachments, as such, to be allowed to fight in the ranks of the Red Army. 5. The attitude of our commanders and commissars towards the guerrilla detachments must combine unbending firmness with maximum tact. In order to secure complete subordination of the detachments, they must make use of the agents previously sent into these detachments, point 3, and of the best elements that these agents will have gathered round them. From the moment that we make contact with a detachment, agitation for its complete subordination to the regular system must at once be undertaken on a wide scale. No supplies must be given to a guerrilla detachment until it has become fully subordinate to our command. The most meritorious and disciplined guerrillas may and should be awarded military gifts and also the Order of the Red Banner. Worthless elements must be expelled from the units, transferred to penal companies or to the rear levies, or handed over to the military tribunals. 6. In the event that a guerrilla detachment that has made contact with us refuses to submit to order, displays unruliness and self-will, plunders the local population, or attempts to stir up trouble in the regular units, this detachment must be subjected to ruthless punishment. The commander responsible on our side must in such cases strictly and precisely calculate the blow to be struck. The reasons for the punishment must be clear to and understood by every peasant, worker, and Red Army man. The corresponding order, of an explanatory character, must be printed in good time in advance, in the appropriate number of copies. Absolutely reliable units must be chosen to execute the punishment. Disarmament, investigation, and punishment of the detachment concerned must be carried out as quickly as can be, if possible in a period not exceeding 24 hours. The commanders and the colloque leading circles of the detachment are to be punished most severely. 7. In view of the fact that, in the Ukraine, guerrilla detachments appear and disappear with ease, dissolving themselves in the mass of the armed peasant population, a fundamental condition for success in the fight against guerrillism is unconditional disarmament of the rural population, without exception. This task, which is of very great importance, must be carried out in a strictly planned way. Each army has the duty of disarming the population in the area in which it is operating, using all means at its disposal, agitation, intelligence from agents, payment in money or in kind for weapons surrendered, general searches, imposition of fines in money or in kind, enforcement of collective responsibility, taking of hostages, shooting of offenders, etc. The demarcation lines between divisions, brigades, and so on are also to serve to demarcate the areas subject to disarmament. Under the Revolutionary War Councils of the armies and the headquarters of divisions, brigades, and regiments, special commissions are to be formed, or individual plenipotentiaries appointed, to conduct all the measures directed towards achieving the disarmament of the local population. These authorities are to have placed at their disposal particularly reliable task forces, drawn from town commandants' forces, battle police detachments, special assignment units and so on, the size of which is to be commensurate with the general situation. The Revolutionary War Councils of the front and of the armies are required to pay particular attention to the tasks set out in the present order. Commanders and commissars of certain units, motivated by concern to fill gaps in their ranks as quickly as possible, are often inclined to disobey prohibitions such as this. At the same time, impelled by legitimate military ambition, they all too often fail to take the measures necessary to safeguard their rear. Supervision of the actual and unvarying implementation of the measures set out here is therefore made entirely the responsibility of the higher organs of the front and army administration. Guided by the relevant instructions from the government, the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic orders that territory be occupied only in those cases and within those limits for which adequate force is available for purging this territory of all manifestations of anarchy and banditry, and ensuring therein firm Soviet authority and proper military organization. All the commanders and commissars of the front must thoroughly realize that only by the fulfillment of this order can the higher interests of the Soviet Republic be safeguarded, and that therefore any violation of the directives here set out will be punished in accordance with martial law, as being equivalent to a very grave crime against the state. This order, which relates primarily to the armies advancing in the Ukraine, is to be extended also to other fronts where there has been extensive development of guerrilla activity in the rear of the retreating enemy, the Southeastern Front, the Turkestan Front, the Eastern Front. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's Offensive, March-April 1919. To the Communists on the Eastern Front. ******. The setbacks we have suffered on the Eastern Front have nothing catastrophic about them. There can be no doubt that the Eastern Front will soon revive, pull itself together and resume its victorious advance. Nevertheless, losses such as we have suffered there cannot be called insignificant. It is enough to mention the surrender of Perm and Ufa. 70. The enemy's forces are substantial, but they are not so large as to account for our defeats and our army's retreat on a considerable part of the front. There are undoubtedly internal reasons for our setbacks. And just as the principal causes of our successes have lain in the energy, cohesion, discipline, and self-sacrifice of the Communists, so, in this case too, we must seek in the work of the Communists one of the reasons for the setbacks that have befallen us. In certain institutions of the Eastern Front there were concentrations of Communists who saw it as one of their most important tasks to criticize and condemn our military system, passing resolutions to this effect, resolving that decorations are unnecessary, protesting against the internal service regulations, and so forth. This led in its turn to conflicts with those Communists who conscientiously carried out the party's policy. These conflicts then resulted in weakening internal relations and discipline, and had most pernicious repercussions in all spheres of work, and consequently in the Army's combat capacity. It is necessary now to remind all party members working at the front, without exception and with all definiteness, that they have been sent here not to criticize the military system but to implement it unanimously under war conditions. The member of the Revolutionary War Council of the front or of an army, the commissar of a division, a brigade, or a regiment, the worker in a political department or the member of a company communist cell, all these have been delegated by the party to carry out a definite policy and to see that it is carried out by everybody else. Anyone who does not agree with this policy has no right to act in the name of the party, abusing its name and authority, for it is in the last analysis a matter of indifference to the party and to the Soviet Republic who is disrupting the army's internal relations, its unity and moral authority, a left SR, or an undisciplined communist who is misusing his responsible position for a purpose directly opposed to that for which he was sent to the front. All the organs and institutions of the War Department and all the party cells of the front constitute not clubs for discussion but military organs, created to serve practical ends and obliged for this purpose to follow paths decided by the party. He who cannot subordinate his personal disagreement to the need for unanimity, he who indulges in argument, criticism, and complaining is thereby violating both military discipline and party discipline. The political department of an army is an organ of that army's Revolutionary War Council entrusted with tasks of supervision and education. It can have no independent tasks, no independent methods, other than those laid down and assigned to it by the Revolutionary War Council. The political department is unconditionally subordinate to the Revolutionary War Council. An army publication is the press organ of the Revolutionary War Council of that army. Such publications can in no way be turned into a free forum for criticism and condemnation of the established method of building the army. Every soldier of the Red Army must find in his army's publication a firm guideline that will strengthen his confidence that the Soviet power is doing everything it can to utilize the Red units in the best way in the interests of the working class. Still less permissible is it to denigrate in the military press those institutions and individuals to whom the Soviet power has entrusted this or that responsible task. It is necessary to begin at the bottom and strictly to check, in all units, the composition of the communist cells and the regimental commissars. On them depends the combat capacity of the units,
and a unit will retain its combat capacity only if the party group in it does not degenerate into a little political club to which everyone brings its grumbles and discontents, but remains the united fighting vanguard of the unit, setting an example of the strictest unconditional discipline to all the other soldiers. The comrade commissars must be reminded that they are directly answerable, along with the commanders, for the combat capacity of their units. There have been a number of cases recently on the Eastern Front of unprecedented and even shameful retreats by particular regiments. What measures were taken, in all these cases, by the commissars concerned, and where was the communist cell, what was it doing? After every such retreat a thorough check must be made by the divisional commissar or by the Army's political department on the individuals making up the cell, to ascertain how each of them in particular behaved at the critical moment. The number of communists at headquarters and in the political departments must be reduced to the minimum, and the most energetic, experienced and self-sacrificing workers must be sent directly into the active units. The title of regimental commissar must be exalted higher by appointing the best communist workers to these positions. Instead of engaging in gossip and chatter about the medals of the Order of the Red Banner, a feeling must be created such that every communist soldier will regard it as a matter of revolutionary honor to deserve by his conduct in battle the award of the Order of the Red Banner, as an expression of his revolutionary services to the working class. An immense amount of time is spent in discussing all kinds of orders and measures. Yet, in war, economy of time is an essential condition for success. It is necessary to suppress completely all pointless, irritating, demoralizing discussions. Communists must demonstrate by their own example that an order is an order, and has to be obeyed unconditionally and at once. Not one single breach of duty and discipline, especially if it be committed by a communist, must remain unpunished. It is necessary to revive at the front that high moral intensity which characterized all the communist workers on the Eastern Front in the period when the whites were being swept from the Volga. If, since that time, elements suffering from fatigue have accumulated among the communists, these must be eliminated and removed. Let anyone occupying a responsible post who feels that he is incapable of acting with all the firmness required by the situation of the Soviet Republic say so openly, instead of giving his fatigue and sluggishness expression in sterile, demoralizing criticism. At its Congress the party checked over the objections expressed in this criticism. By its resolution it reaffirmed the methods which it had laid down as the basis for building the Red Army. These methods have gained us great victories in the past. They will ensure complete victory over Kalkakspans if each one of us communists tolerates no waverings or deviations at his post. Addressing this letter to communist comrades, I ask them to render unanimous and heroic support to the Revolutionary War Council of the Eastern Front in its work of restoring the combat capacity of the Eastern Front. March 24, 1919. En route, number 27. Endnotes. 70. At the end of March the situation on the Eastern Front was as follows. After 8 months of active struggle against the Czechoslovaks and the People's Army of the Constituent Assembly, our Red Army had achieved substantial successes on the whole southern sector of the Eastern Front. The front had advanced from the Volga to the Urals, and at its southern extremity the Soviet Republic had linked up with Turkestan. Only on the northern sector had the enemy enjoyed success. He had taken Perm after stubborn fighting and was thereby threatening the flank of our Ufa group, the Fifth Army. The situation of our forces had also considerably improved during the winter. What had been unorganized Red units, operating separately, without any liaison between them, had been transformed into regular armies which successfully overcame difficult geographical conditions and the enemy's stubborn resistance. By March 1919 big changes had also taken place in the enemy's camp. The collapse of the Army of the Constituent Assembly before Samara compelled the SR government established at Samara to take part in a conference at Ufa in which all the counter-revolutionary forces were unified, on a platform of struggle against the Bolsheviks. A directory was formed, consisting of General Boldyrev, the Cadet Astrov, the popular socialist Tchaikovsky, the Siberian nationalist Vologodsky and the SR Avksentiev.
What was left of the army of the Constituent Assembly was handed over to General Boldyrev. The Directory began to follow an increasingly reactionary policy, and its cabinet was joined by A.V. Kolchak, in the capacity of War Minister. On November 18, 1918, the All-Russia Provisional Government broke up. What was left of the Constituent Assembly group, which had moved from Samara to Ekaterinburg, was arrested and taken to Chelyabinsk, and from there to Ufa. Kolchak was unanimously chosen to be supreme ruler of Russia. From that moment, alongside the crushing of all labor organizations, and endless arrests and executions, energetic work towards the formation of an army went ahead with very close help from the Allies. At the beginning of March, Kolchak, taking advantage of the diversion of our forces to other fronts, and without waiting until his own forces had been fully concentrated, began a vigorous offensive towards the Volga with the ultimate aim of taking Moscow. The operational drive of the Whites was split between two directions, towards Vyatka, in order to link up with the Archangel group of the Allies, and towards Samara, in order to link up with Denikin. After concentrating substantial forces against the left flank of the Fifth Army, north of Ufa, Kolchak launched an attack and on March 13 captured that town. Our forces then began to fall back all along the eastern front. By mid-April, under the enemy's pressure, our forces were 80 versts from Kazan, 60 versts from Samara and 40 versts from Orenburg. See Map 5. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's Offensive, March-April 1919. Order Number 87. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Second Army, March 26, 1919, Number 87, Saraypur. Saraypur is on the river Kama, about halfway between Kazan and Perm. ******. Soldiers, Commanders, Commissars. The White Guard regiments of the new autocrat, Kolchak, have set themselves the task of destroying your army and opening a road for themselves to Kazan. Thereby, a great and honorable task has been entrusted to your army, to give a ruthless rebuff to the enemy of working people's Russia, the hireling of the American capitalists. Your army has already rendered great services to the Soviet Republic. I do not doubt that, this time too, each one of you and all of you together will prove worthy of your task. All workers and peasants Russia looks to you with hope and confidence. Second Army, close your ranks. Death and destruction to the bourgeois and landlord bands. Death and destruction to the Kolchakite autocracy. Death and destruction to the foreign imperialists. Long live the Red Second Army. Long live workers and peasants Russia. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's Offensive, March-April 1919. The Eastern Front. Speech at the joint session of the Samara Province Executive Committee, Committee of the Russian Communist Party and representatives of the trade unions, April 6, 1919. Comrades, our international and internal situation has again reached a critical moment. There have indeed been a good many critical moments, difficulties, dangers, and surprises in the development of our revolution. This revolution does not develop along a straight ascending line, or in a uniform curve, but in zigzags, in a wavy line, though one that rises higher and higher. In general, this is the only way that a revolution can develop, being a clash between antagonistic forces. In the struggle between these forces, if they are strong, there will inevitably be bends to this side or that, ups and downs, advances and retreats. But only one of these forces is progressive, leading mankind forward, and that is the force of the working class, as must be revealed with ever-increasing clearness and certainty through all the retreats and advances, general upward movements and general progress. We see this in the development of our workers' and peasants' revolution and of the international revolution. Comrades, we began in October with a stormy rise, and swept away the rule of the landlords and bourgeoisie almost without resistance, but already in that period it was clear to the more experienced representatives of the working class that the October victory was not the final victory,
that the bourgeoisie and the possessing classes generally would not give up their inherited positions, privileges, and profits without a fight, that they would set everything in motion, heaven and hell, their international connections, their skill in lying and persecuting, armed force, in so far as they possessed it, the power to seduce and to bribe, in short, all the means which the possessing classes have evolved in the course of the centuries and millennia of their rule. And that expectation was confirmed. Already in January and February our position became critical. We found ourselves between the hammer of German imperialism and the anvil of Anglo-French and American imperialism. At that time the hammer seemed the greater menace, and we had to enter into a forced agreement with Austro-German imperialism by signing the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, a treaty of a harshness unprecedented in history up to then. Subsequently the Peace of Brest-Litovsk was surpassed by the conditions which Britain and France, those great democracies and liberators of nations, imposed upon exhausted and weakened Germany. Many of you, comrades, will probably remember our country's objective situation and the feelings which then prevailed among the working class in those accursed months after the signing of the Brest-Litovsk peace and before our victories began on the Eastern Front. From the West we were caught in the iron clutches of German imperialism. Those iron clutches were supported from within by the Russian bourgeoisie and all its servants, while at the same time these servants and lackeys exploited the fact of the German grip on us to say, "There you are, you see, the Soviet power has surrendered Russia to German imperialism." And at that same time, at the call and invitation of the Russian bourgeoisie and the parties serving it, a new threat arose in the northeast, the Czechoslovaks. The Volga country was in immediate danger, and, after the seizure of Archangel, the whole northern coastline as well. Comrades, I doubt whether any great people ever found itself in such a terrible situation as we were in during March, April, May, June, July, and August of last year. It seemed that our last accounts with history had been closed and signed, by German imperialism on the one side and by Anglo-French and Japano-American imperialism on the other. To our triumphant enemies it seemed that revolutionary Russia was a political corpse that would become manure for the fields of another culture, another civilization, that there would be no independent future for the revolutionary people of Russia. The bourgeoisie and those parties which supported it, and we must never forget this, and must always remind them of it, simply invited the foreign Varangians. The Varangians were Swedish Vikings. According to legend, the dynasty which ruled in Russia from the 9th century till the 17th, the Rurikoviches, were descendants of a Varangian named Rurik whom the men of Novgorod invited to be their prince. "Our land is great and fertile, but there is no order in it, come and reign and rule over us." To come in and rule over us. They applied to various addresses, to Germany, to Britain, to Japan, to America, depending on which addressee happened to be the nearest. The Ukrainian bourgeoisie and those outraged Russian bourgeois who fled to the Ukraine appealed to the Germans and Austrians. The bourgeoisie and kulaks in our north sought protection from Britain, and in the east they fraternized with the Czechoslovaks who, as we know, were merely the fighting detachment of the French Stock Exchange. And although the Russian bourgeoisie split up at this critical, crucial moment into several sections, that is, it sold the Russian people to different states, it kept its inner unity. At that time it demonstrated to the working masses of the Russian people that patriotism and the interests of the fatherland are nothing but a mask concealing the advantages of profit and privilege, and that every Kolchak, Milyukov, Denikin, and Skoropadsky is ready to sell and resell Russia 3 times over. Why do I say 3 times, 10 times, 100 times, just to keep 1/10 of his former privileges and profits? That was a great school for the working masses of Russia, a great school. And a second such school was our experience with Kolchak here in the East. In so far as the October Revolution was unexpected and unprepared for ideologically among Russia's peasantry, especially in the Eastern Zone, where the peasants were better off, less hungry, and therefore less susceptible to communist propaganda, in so far as the October Revolution was unprepared for ideologically among the peasantry of the Eastern Zone, to that extent the slogan and the idea of the so-called Constituent Assembly met with some response among them for a long time. In the mass, the peasantry is helpless, that is its misfortune. It is scattered, it does not live like the workers, who are concentrated in factories and towns, and so are nearer to universities, schools, education, newspapers, and the theater. However deprived the workers might have been under the capitalist order, they were nevertheless brought into closer contact with the sources of culture, civilization, and enlightenment. The peasantry were scattered in 500,000 villages and hamlets, spread out over the huge expanse of old Tsarist Russia. In each village there were hundreds, or at most, thousands of inhabitants, who were without links with each other and were ideologically helpless. This peasant mass finds it hard to give expression to its strivings, its demands, it staggers from side to side and fails to find a clear program for itself. This is not the peasantry's fault, it is a misfortune due to its grievous fate in past times. The peasants were deceived by the monarchy, by the priests of all religions, the bureaucrats of all lands, they were deceived by the bourgeoisie with liberalism and the ideas of democracy. And the peasants were affected from time to time by shocks from within, producing terrible revolutionary outbursts, in which they burnt down the landlord's property, but then grew tired and submitted again with resignation to the rule of the possessing classes. The history of mankind knows these fearful outbreaks of peasant wrath and, at the same time, of peasant helplessness. The possessing classes, being better educated, always succeeded in the end in bridling the peasants who had reared up against them. There was a danger that that would happen in our revolution too. If it did not happen, this was only because, for the first time in the history of the world, the peasantry which had risen in revolt was led not by the propertied classes of the towns but by the propertyless class of proletarians. The working class took its place at the head of the peasantry in order to lead it out of its poverty, and to transform its language of anger and suffering into the language of revolutionary ideas, revolutionary slogans, not to deceive the peasantry but to arouse it for the first time in history and emancipate it from hunger and from the old deceptions. But, comrades, this historical turn, this ideological turn was too catastrophic for the mass of the peasants, and it is not surprising if, after escaping from Tsarist barbarism and the oppression of the nobles, from the priests' prison, after coming out suddenly upon the road of the proletarian socialist revolution, they proved unable always to distinguish friends from enemies. And what a grievous, costly process this is in itself, comrades, especially when it happens in an exhausted country, a country that had experienced a 4 years' war and was now suffering the onslaught of world imperialism. Revolution is the birth pangs of a new social order. In coming to birth the infant causes grievous pain to the mother's organism, but here a new order is being born out of the old, and, naturally, the country's entire organism is shaken by frightful birth pangs, which are felt by the peasantry and the working class all over the country. But the working class realizes that this is a period of transition, that this period of transition will be followed by the absolutely normal development of a new society, which will compensate for all the hardships, burdens, and sufferings of this period of transition. It is incomparably more difficult for the peasant to grasp this fact, he feels much more strongly the hardships and calamities of the transition period, when new wounds are superimposed on old wounds, old sores, making them hurt still more, just as, when you take off the fetters which have eaten into a convict's hands and feet, he feels more pain than when he was peacefully lying down, chained to the wall. At that moment the peasant's old wounds and sores seemed especially unbearable, and just then the right SRS and Mensheviks came to him, to say that there was a special way of painlessly solving all problems through a constituent assembly, through peaceful universal suffrage. They would be gathered together in one building, called a parliament, there would be a chairman, called Chernov, there would be parties, there would be voting, there would be urns into which ballot papers would be dropped, and according to the way the voting went, so matters would be settled, the land would either be given or not given to the peasant, either the worker would be master in the country or the capitalist would. Everything would be done by voting, in the proper way, without any bloodshed. The worker knows that such radical questions are not to be settled by voting, by the raising and lowering of the hands and other parliamentary gymnastics, that the possessing classes will not give up their positions without a fight, that these positions can be taken only by force, chest against chest, steel against steel, blood against blood. The worker knows this, but the peasant is confused. But here in Samara, in the whole Volga country, history carried out a gigantic experiment in clarifying the consciousness of the most backward masses. Here the government of the Constituent Assembly established its seat, that is, Kolchak, the Dutavites, and that intermediate group of intellectuals who wander about between the landlords and the peasants and the workers. And it is this intermediate, good-for-nothing, mediocre group of SRS and Mensheviks that is the bearer of the idea of the Constituent Assembly. Kolchak knows that what counts is material power. Denikin knows that, too, and so do we. They, however, imagine that what counts is the magic of Chernov, Avksentiev, and the other great men of parliamentary democracy. History now performed its experiment. They left us, their Constituent Assembly departed from the working class and the poor peasantry, to join the baggage train of Kolchak's and Yutov's armies, as a non-combatant team which served there as intermediaries between the Black Hundreds and White Guards. Black and white are the same over there, on the one hand, and the working masses, on the other. With the slogans of the Constituent Assembly, the ideas of democracy, they helped Kolchak raise an army. Kolchak is an adventurer, a former Tsarist admiral, who tried to get help from the Germans, went over into the service of the Americans, visited New York, obtained his pieces of silver and came back here. He is a pure and simple adventurer without a past and, let us have no doubt about this, without a future. This adventurer would never have enjoyed any success unless he had gathered around himself the window dressing of the Constituent Assembly. And when this window dressing had helped him to form an army, he said to Chernov and Avksentiev, "The slave has done his work, now be off." Trotsky's phrase is a variation of a well-known sentence in Schiller's play Fiesco, "The Moor has done his work, the Moor can go." That was really what happened. The Constituent Assemblyite slaves who had done their work ran off in various directions. Avksentiev went to France and Britain to solicit the aid of European imperialism against us. Chernov, with his co-thinkers, with the entire presidium of the Most Holy Constituent Assembly, knocked at the door of our Soviet house and asked to be let in, for he could not endure to remain any longer in the atmosphere that the Constituent Assembly had created. 71. And this was a great lesson, comrades, for the most backward and ignorant masses. One could not wish or ask for a better, more graphic lesson, even though it was paid for at a high price. Go now and call on any Russian peasant who has some of his wits about him and ask, "Well, what about the Constituent Assembly, are you going to rally to its flag?" What must be the answer given by a peasant who has followed events in our country even a little? He can only answer, "I saw that flag in Samara, I saw in Ekaterinburg and in Ufa, I saw how Kolchak used that flag for footcloths." And so the most authoritative bearers of this flag, the SR gentlemen, sought refuge, where? Why, where the revolution had stood firm, because the working class had not let itself be seduced by the formal, superficial ideas of democracy, but had said that the defense of the revolution is the organized and armed working class which holds power, which mounts its armed guard at every door and says, "No entry here for oppressors and scoundrels." Thus, comrades, as regards our internal development, we have had ups and downs, advances and retreats, but, by and large, history has worked splendidly for us, destroying all the old superstitions. And we saw the result of this work precisely during the recent peasant revolts that were stirred up by direct agents of Kolchak and supported by the kulaks, but which in some places drew into their whirlpool considerable groups of the middle peasantry, because the peasants feel that life is hard, but cannot always discern the right way out of their difficulties. During these revolts, what was the slogan put forward by those who took part in them? Whereas at the beginning of the first, the February Revolution, they still raised the slogan for the Tsar, subsequently that slogan was dropped. They realized that it was not possible to reach any large group with that slogan, and borrowed from the SRS the slogan of the Constituent Assembly. At that time Krasnov, Denikin, all who were only dreaming of restoring the power of the landlord's autocracy, were for the Constituent Assembly. When they appeared before the people they put on the mask of the Constituent Assembly. Kolchak has exhausted that particular masquerade. Not a trace of it remains. And so, during the recent revolts, here in the rear of the Eastern Front, the slogan raised by the counter-revolutionary agitators was not, "Long live the Constituent Assembly," it was "Long live Soviet power." But accompanied by, "Down with the Communist Party, down with the foreigners," and so on. They did not dare raise the slogan, "Down with Soviet power," and, I have quite a number of appeals, printed and handwritten, that were circulated by the White Guards in Simbirsk and Kazan provinces. They everywhere counterfeited our slogans and our organizations. They set up their headquarters with a military commissar and a military leader, all proper, just as laid down in the decrees of the Soviet power. The idea of Soviet power must have penetrated deep into the consciousness, the nerves, and the skin of the peasant masses if the only way to deceive the peasants and raise them in revolt is to come forward under the banner of Soviet power. We must draw this lesson from the recent revolts. I reported on this matter the other day to the Moscow Soviet, and there I recalled how, 50 years ago or thereabouts, when our Russian revolutionaries were only an insignificant and feeble handful, and the peasantry was saturated in religious and monarchist superstitions, the Chigirin affair occurred, with as its leading figure our late comrade Stefanovich Yadov. Stefanovich died in 1915, then an inexperienced youngster, who took a very risky step. This group of revolutionaries appealed to the peasants using a forged letter in the name of the Tsar. It was called the Golden Letter, and bore a large gold seal. 72. What did this procedure signify? It signified the extreme weakness of the revolutionaries and the great power of monarchist superstitions among the peasant masses. This step was condemned by all the revolutionaries because, however weak revolutionaries may be, they never have the right to try and ingratiate themselves with the masses by imitating their wrong ideas. Where does the strength of a revolutionary party lie? In the fact that we enlighten and educate the consciousness of the working masses. A revolutionary party never has the right, either in time of success or in time of defeat, either when it is strong or when it is weak, to lie to and deceive the working masses. That was why the Revolutionary Party, as I said, condemned this adventure by a group of weak revolutionaries. But, comrades, whereas what we had 50 years ago was a false step taken by a young and weak revolutionary party, today we see before us the last gamble of the winded counter-revolution. It can find no ideological ground under its feet. It is forced to take its stand on our ground. This is why the left SRS, who consider themselves to be not a constituent assemblyite party but a Soviet party, are now serving as cover for the counter-revolution. Just as in the previous period the right SRS lent, or hired out, the flag of the Constituent Assembly to Kolchak, so now the left SRS are lending to the same Kolchakite agitators and to all the counter-revolutionaries generally a flag that is a sham, a forgery, a counterfeit flag of Soviet power. In these revolts, then, we recognized our own very great ideological and organizational strength. But at the same time, of course, these revolts were also a sign of our weakness. For they drew into their whirlpool, as I mentioned, not only kulaks but also, we must not deceive ourselves on this point, a certain section of the middle peasantry. This is explicable by the general causes which I have described, by the backwardness of the peasants themselves. But we must not put all the blame on this backwardness, for Marx once said that the peasant has not only prejudices but also good sense *, and one can appeal from the peasant's prejudices to his good sense, lead him on the basis of experience into the new order of things, so that the peasants really feel that in the working class, its party, its Soviet apparatus, they have a leader and defender, so that the peasant understands the reason for our requisitions, accepts them as something inevitable. Which we apply to the rebel peasants, acting so that a double and treble burden is placed on the kulak, that we enter into the internal life of the village and carry out investigations, to ascertain who is better off and who is worse off, so as to make an internal differentiation, a stratification, and try to form the closest friendly ties with the middle peasants. This we need to do for two reasons. In the first place, in our struggle against enemies, external and internal, until the working class has come to power in Western Europe, until we are unable to rest our left flank on a proletarian dictatorship in Germany, France, and other countries, the working class of Russia needs to rest its right flank upon the middle peasant inside Russia. But not only in this period, no, even after the ultimate, inevitable, and historically determined victory of the working class throughout Europe, we shall face in our country the important and immense task of socializing our agriculture, transforming it from the fragmented, backward, muzhske form of economy into a new, collective, cooperative communist form. How can this greatest? This alludes to Marx's comment on Bonapartism in the 18th Brunnmayer of Louis Bonaparte. It represents not the enlightenment but the superstition of the peasant, not his judgment but his prejudice. Transition in world history be accomplished against the will of the peasantry. It cannot be done. In this sphere we need not measures of constraint, of coercion, but educational measures, the exercising of influence, backed by good examples, by incentives. These are the methods by which the organized and enlightened working class will talk with the peasants, with the middle peasants. And on the Don, comrades, when our regiments came into contact with Cossacks of the lower strata, as liberators from Krasnov's rule, these Cossacks asked our communist commissars, "But what will happen next? Are you going to throw everything now into common stock? Are you going to take everything from us and hand it over to the commune?" Those commissars who had the best understanding of the sense of communist policy answered them, "No, we shall use force only against capitalists, exploiters, landlords, and village kulaks, those who exploit the labor of others for profit and speculation in grain. Where the middle peasant is concerned, including the Cossack middle peasant, we shall use methods of ideological influence, that is, we shall encourage the formation of communist farms. The state will help these farms with agronomical information, scientific, financial and technical aid, and the individual farms will be allowed to try and do better than these communist farms. Then the Cossacks, the doubting Cossacks, saturated with the sentiments of the small property owner, said, scratching their heads, "Well, that's not too bad. We'll see if your commune works well, and, if it does, then we'll go over to that way of doing things." This is the only correct method for the proletariat in power to employ, to see the peasant as an ally and to keep its policy in the countryside entirely to that line. The revolts that happened here in the Volga country gave us a warning, and a warning that is doubly terrible because the proletariat has not yet come to power in the West. Mistakes are always bad, but when we have been strengthened by the victory of the proletariat in the West, any mistakes we make will be less dangerous. Today they are dangerous indeed, and all the more so because these are not just mistakes but, more often than not, actual crimes. The Soviet power is a ruling power. Power creates opportunities for individuals to obtain all sorts of privileges, to acquire illegal profits and riches, to exercise violence, and in various places some deeply corrupt elements have inevitably attached themselves to the Soviet power. There are, of course, many officials who lived in a certain milieu under the old order, and believed in it, but who saw the new order and came over to our side as honest men who had understood the truth. But there are also very many who under the old order were double-dyed scoundrels, who upheld the old point of view because it was to their advantage to do so, and who are ready under any regime to repaint themselves in any color required, to pray to any god, just as in one of the old plays it was said that the old courtier Osterman prayed first to the Russian god, then to the Turkish god, then to the German god, then to all three and cheated them all. So, then, comrades, both at the top and at the bottom of the Soviet power elements have attached themselves that are, spiritually speaking, profoundly alien to communist politics, spiritually and morally alien to the working masses, and, just look for yourselves,
here and there in the uyezds and volosts they are behaving towards the peasants in the same way as in the old days the gendarmes and land captains behaved. In 1889, as part of a general move to get rid of some of the democratic features of the reforms introduced in the 1860s, the Tsarist government appointed land captains for the rural areas, usually ex-officers from the landed gentry. These were a kind of official squires whose task was to exercise a general control over all rural institutions. In some places the peasants, literally in a frenzy, in impotent protest, seized cudgels and pitchforks and in their ideological helplessness tore up railway lines and destroyed bridges, being incited to do this by counter-revolutionary agitators. Thus, in Kazan province I was shown documents relating to Sengilayevsk uyezd, where the peasants had been subjected to incredible rough treatment by some petty Soviet officials, I say officials, not Soviet executives, who serve the needs of the peasants and explain things, using open violence against the direct enemy, of course, but acting as friends to the peasants whose level of consciousness is low. What we had here was the old Tsarist methods, the old oppression and coercion. And when I had read these documents I asked, "What have you done with those men?" I said, "If I were a member of your tribunal I should have assembled the peasants of Sengilayevsk uyezd and summoned, on the one hand, those base agents of Kolchak who had incited them to destroy railway lines, and, on the other, those so-called Soviet scoundrels who, using the name of the Soviet power, had oppressed the peasants, and one and the same firing squad of Red Army men would have shot both lots together. Comrades, let us take clear heed of this warning. Let us examine and check our Soviet ranks, let us purge them of all alien elements and make the peasants understand that there is only one way forward for them, namely, to cross, along with the working class, over that difficult pass at the foot of which we are now standing. For while our internal situation is difficult in the hungry months of spring, and will get still more difficult in the summer, and this difficulty will be exploited by all our foes, our international situation is getting better and better, and opens up before us ever brighter and more cheerful prospects. Comrades, I began by describing the Brest-Litovsk peace as the gravest and darkest page in the history of Soviet power. You probably all remember how all the so-called patriots hooped at our expense, with talk of bribery and treason. Those were frightful weeks and months, when the Soviet power revealed its powerlessness. We had no army, the old army had dispersed, choking our communications and ruining the economy, and there was no new army, and we had to pay the reckoning for the war in which the Tsarist army had suffered a terrible defeat. We had to meet the old promissory notes of the Tsar and of Milyukov. All that came crashing down upon us. And when we said at that time, "Just wait, our day will come. Revolution will break out in Germany, the Kaiser won't last forever," how they mocked us, those sages who said, "You are feeding the Russian people on fables. The snail is coming, it will arrive sometime, and before the sun rises, the dew will eat your eyes away." They actually said that. Worse still, the German Mensheviks and SRS, the Schademans and Eberts wrote in their papers only 10 days before the German Revolution began, "The Bolsheviks are deliberately deceiving the Russian people with their talk of a revolution in Germany, there will be no revolution here." They wrote those lines 10 days before the revolution in Germany. Our Russian Mensheviks quoted them and commented on them, referring to their opinion when they wrote about this matter. Comrades, here too, as with the matter of the Constituent Assembly, history worked splendidly and anticipated all the agreements and all the forecasts both of the charlatans and of scientific socialism. At Brest-Litovsk we were crushed, sitting opposite us were Baron Kuhlmann and Count Chernin, representing the Hohenzollerns and the Habsburgs, and, comrades, if only you had seen them as close to as I saw them. However, I should not wish you to undergo for so much as half an hour what we had to suffer when we faced those certificate excellencies, the diplomatic blockheads of Hohenzollern and Habsburg. And they, comrades, gazed at us like some noble lady examining an exotic plant. "Look," they said, "just see what has turned up now. Soviet power. Well, we must hurry up and examine it,
for the forecast is that it will be dead by next Thursday week. Both Baron Kuhlmann and Count Chernin were, of course, highly polished persons. In official talks they merely hinted, but in private conversation they said straight out, you will sign the peace treaty, but others will carry it out, those who will take over from you, meaning persons better than you, solid bourgeois rulers, perhaps even the monarchy, those same Romanovs come back again. They were sure of that, and had not doubts about it. And when that insolent Count Merbuk, but let us not speak ill of the dead, came to see me at the War Commissariat, without being invited, of course, this happened in May of last year, when the Czechoslovaks had risen in revolt in the east and the Germans were advancing in the south, the whole of the Ukraine was in their hands. Skoropadsky was still in the saddle and thought himself firmly seated. In that accursed time Count Merbuk asked me, from the height of his grandeur, well, now, when are you going to say goodbye to Russia? Out of my obligation to be polite, I tried to avoid giving a direct answer and replied something like this, ah well, you know, Count, in our changeable and anxious times there are no stable governments anywhere. To which he replied, with all the insolence of a Prussian junker, no, I'm talking about your government. Then, forgetting any obligation to be polite, I threw this back at him, be sure of this, Count, our government is more robust than are some hereditary governments. And, comrades, you ought to have seen Count Merbuk's face. This took place on that very day when, in Hungary Moscow, the counter-revolution was trying to provoke clashes in the streets during the procession of the cross. The religious processions were moving past the Kremlin, and Count Merbuk, looking out of the window, our conversation took place on the third floor, repeated, everywhere, everywhere, they are tottering. So, when I told him that our government was more robust than some hereditary governments, he looked on me as a madman who had forgotten all laws, human and divine. Much time has passed since that day, not yet a year, to be sure, but what is 1 year in the history of nations? And where is Count Merbuk, now? True, he was killed, but where now is the German Kaiser? He is sitting in Holland, locked away somewhere, not daring to show his face in his own country. And Baron Kuhlmann and Count Chernin, with whom we sat down there at Brest-Litovsk. And the German monarchy? No trace of it remains. The German army? It has ceased to be, it has fallen to pieces. And the German working class? It is fighting for power. The Austro-Hungarian monarchy has been smashed, broken up. Where is the Austro-Hungarian Emperor Karl? He is hiding somewhere. Count Chernin? He is hidden away somewhere. But Soviet power exists in Moscow, in Petrograd, and in Samara, and everywhere it is 100 times more stable than it was a year ago. We were threatened by the clutches of Anglo-French imperialism, and there was a moment when it seemed that those clutches were going to squeeze us to death. After their victory over Germany there were no limits to the omnipotence of the British and the French. Furthermore, the German bourgeoisie itself, along with Hindenburg, eagerly entered the service of France and Britain in order to crush the Bolsheviks. I have here some recent German newspapers, in which they say plainly in editorial articles, in the West, that is, on the frontier between Germany and France, rise walls of concrete and cast iron, in the shape of fortresses, there stand the walls of the old national hatred between France and Germany. But all that is as nothing when compared with the gulf that separates us from the East. With France we must come to an agreement somehow or other, but with the Bolsheviks, with the Soviet power, never. That is a different world order, those people reject, this too is said in so many words, they reject all the foundations of economic life and private property, and, let us add for ourselves, they reject that order which is based on sacred profit. The struggle against Britain and France, the old fortresses of Belfort and Verdun, all that is as nothing compared with the hatred that we inspire in united European capital. This is acknowledged by the German bourgeoisie, crushed, humiliated and plundered, which, even now, writhing beneath the heel of the French and British bourgeoisies, says, and yet you are nearer to me, you are closer akin to me, than that dreadful Soviet Communist Republic. That is how they feel about us in Germany, in France, in Britain, everywhere. True, you may say that, when Britain and France proposed that we take a trip to the Prince's Islands, the Soviet power agreed, and agreed at once, just as at Brest-Litovsk, because we are ready to make use of any opportunity to shorten our front, to win an armistice, a breathing space, to lighten the burden borne by our Red Army and by all the working people. If we had gone to the Prince's Islands, it would, of course, have been as we went to Brest-Litovsk, not out of sympathy, respect, and trust in relation to Clemenceau, Lloyd George and that old transatlantic hypocrite Wilson. No, comrades, where that is concerned, Clemenceau, Lloyd George and Wilson, like the Hohenzollerns and the Habsburgs earlier, do not deceive themselves for one moment. They know that we feel towards them just as they feel towards us. We are bound to them by inner hatred, inner mortal enmity, and any agreement with them is dictated only by cold calculation and is essentially just a temporary truce, after which the struggle will inevitably break out with new force. Earlier, it seemed that they were out to strangle us, then they invited us to come to the Prince's Islands, but then they stopped talking about that. Why? Because Kalkak, Denikin, Krasnov, and Mannerheim in Finland said to the imperialist stock exchange, "Give us time, give us just the 2 or 3 months of spring, and the Soviet power will be crushed, and you won't have to negotiate with it on the Prince's Islands." To which Lloyd George replied, "You promised us that long ago." Milyukov was the first to promise it, then there was Kerensky, and Skoropadsky in the Ukraine, and Krasnov. Now Krasnov has fled from Rostov and been replaced by Bogayevsky. You all made that promise. Kalkak gave that promise long ago to America. We cannot help you anymore with soldiers, our situation in both the north and the south is getting steadily worse. Then Kalkak, Denikin, and the others answered, "We ask, we beg you to give us just a little time in order to finish off the Soviet power. Don't start negotiating with it, don't strengthen its position. We are preparing a great offensive in the spring. And this spring offensive has come, we are now experiencing it." Throughout the winter the Allies were supplying money and shells. They did not supply manpower, for they were afraid to get involved too deeply in our affairs, to get bogged down in our Soviet plane, because they realized from Germany's experience that, while the soldiers of the imperialists enter Russia beneath the tricolor flag of imperialism and tyranny, they leave Soviet Russia beneath the flag of communism. They agreed to give guns, money, rifles, pieces of silver, but they are withdrawing their soldiers. In France the leading newspaper Temps, and in Britain the newspaper with the same name, The Times, say frankly that the French troops are being withdrawn from Odessa because, after the fall of Nikolaev and Kherson, the position of the expeditionary force in Odessa has become too dangerous. That is how they write about it in the European press. I have a telegram here, received today or yesterday, dealing with the situation of the Allied troops in North Russia. I don't know whether it has been published in the press. America. Wireless message from Paris for Canada. The involuntary alarm which has seized hold of British circles regarding the serious danger of annihilation that threatens the Archangel expedition has merely confirmed the opinion of the American military leaders, expressed many months ago. Fresh striking facts have been added since then, in particular the mutiny of the Finnish troops in Archangel. The Americans and the British mobilized, or, rather, recruited Finnish regiments when the Germans occupied Finland, and the British presented themselves as liberators of Finland from German imperialism. Now an American wireless message from Paris speaks openly of a mutiny by Finnish soldiers forming part of the Anglo-American army on our northern coast. The mutiny of the Finnish soldiers threatens to cut off our troops' only line of communication, and the Bolsheviks' concentration of naval vessels on the Dvina and the Vaga shows that they are ready to attack. Men from Canada form the bulk of the forces in this area. Official sources state that there is not the slightest hope of reinforcing them before the Bolshevik attack begins. The London Daily Mail says in a leading article, "Responsibility for the danger lies with the Allies." They sent this allied army and they refused to withdraw it. This they did quite deliberately, and they completely disregarded the danger threatening the army, despite the warnings from military and naval men. The eyes of the whole world will be turned to them if they fall into the enemy's hands, for their fate will be a frightful one, and so on and so forth. That is an impudent lie, of course. If they fall into our hands we shall treat them as we treated the hundreds, and now probably even thousands, of French, British and Americans whom we have taken prisoner in the Ukraine and in the North. We shall sit them down on a school bench and give them teachers, French and British communists, and they will make splendid progress. In the British Parliament a bourgeois deputy recently asked the minister in the Navy if it was true that a certain Englishman named Price Morgan Phillips Price worked as a translator for the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs. He left Russia for Germany in December 1918 and worked as the Daily Herald correspondent in Berlin. The parliamentary question mentioned by Trotsky was asked on February 20, 1919. The government spokesman's reply was that Price had been editing a paper, The Call, which was circulated among British troops in the Murman territory, inciting them to mutiny. Price's book My Reminiscences of the Russian Revolution was published in 1921. When Price was adopted as Labour candidate for Gloucester City in 1922, the chairman of the local Labour Party stated, "He is not a Bolshevik and has subscribed to the National Labour Constitution. He was no traitor, he never was within 1,000 miles of a British soldier in Russia." Lots of people believed he would be arrested, but Scotland Yard has no warrant against him, was carrying on criminal Bolshevik agitation on the Murman coast, and if it was true that a British battalion there had mutinied and had to be withdrawn. And the British Navy minister was obliged to confirm that, yes, this Price, who had previously been a correspondent of the Manchester Guardian, a British democratic newspaper, had, in our Soviet school, become a communist and had been sent from Moscow to the north, where he conducted a highly successful agitation, also that more than one battalion had mutinied there, and that these troops were going to be brought home. In Odessa 2 French comrades were shot by the French general for carrying on agitation among the troops. Not for nothing has this French general referred to the excessive harshness of the climate and hastened to take his troops back home. I might quote from the same German newspaper as before, which says, "The Red Army is strong, but it is strong not so much in weapons as in oral propaganda. The Bolsheviks," says the paper, "are not just the political party which at present rules the Russian state, no, they are world revolutionaries who are putting into practice the principle of state internationalism and who reject in practice the rules of economic life and the concept of private property." It goes on, "We cannot resist the imposing masses of the Red Army with our Hindenburg volunteer detachments, and defend our frontier, because the Red Army has at its disposal a colossal power of propaganda, for it mobilizes all the discontented everywhere in the world under the banner of Soviet power." That is the admission made by this bourgeois paper, the Berliner Tageblatt. It notes the fearful dismay of the ruling classes of the whole world and ends by addressing genuine compliments to the Soviet government. The clarity and intelligence of the policy of Lenin and Trotsky is equaled by the senselessness and contradictoriness of the policy of the Entente countries. By their policy they are merely pushing Germany into the arms of the Bolsheviks, and so on. There you have the awareness that now prevails in the minds of the possessing classes, the bourgeoisie, ministers, governments, generals of all countries. They see that some sort of mighty elemental force has penetrated the consciousness of the working classes. Everywhere they are engaged in erecting a kind of sanitary cordon which is intended to surround Soviet Russia and to prevent the bacilli of Bolshevism, the microbes of Soviet power, from making their way westward, while at the same time they send expeditions against us, thereby taking the quickest road to infection. The leading press organs record the existence of confusion, helplessness, complete ideological and political prostration. I have quoted the Times and Le Temps, a French paper, and also one published in Berlin. They all complain about the confusion and stupidity of their ruling classes. It was said long ago that when Jupiter wants to destroy someone he first makes him mad. That is understandable, When a class's position becomes hopeless, it often loses its head. I'm not going to go into those considerations. That is not the point. Wherever history is working for us, for the working class, it urges the working class upward. Wherever history is exposing the whole foundation of rule by the old classes, we shall inevitably succeed. They have been condemned by history. I pointed to this when I said that our international position is getting better with every month, every week, and every day that passes. We are getting stronger, they are getting weaker. That is why we are not afraid of a truce. Time is on our side. When the truce expires, we shall be stronger, they will be weaker. Whether there will or will not be a truce I don't know, but they are withdrawing their forces, and in the north we are successfully advancing. These howls of theirs are not accidental. After the capture of Shenkursk we concentrated fresh forces there, and only yesterday a telegram reported a new leap forward of 18 versts towards Archangel. I have no doubt that this is only the beginning of a new offensive which will bring into our communist school several thousands of good British and American communists. All this testifies to the fact that our international situation is favorable. History has left to our internal enemies their last few weeks, their last month or 2 months. And they know that if now, in April and May, June, or in July, they do not manage to make us lose our footing and fall down on the very threshold of socialism in Europe, they will never manage it. It can happen that a healthy and strong man can slip on a piece of orange peel and break his neck. That is what they hope for, that the workers' and peasants' power, in these difficult circumstances when the revolution in Europe is developing but has not yet won complete victory, when we are being harassed on all sides, when it will, perhaps, be enough for Kalkak and Denikin to break through the front at one point, to frighten, terrorize, demoralize the Red Army, to deceive the middle peasants raising them in revolt against Soviet power under the slogan of Soviet power, to create confusion and bloodshed, that in these difficult circumstances Soviet power will perish in Russia on the eve of its complete triumph throughout the world. This is the meaning of Kalkak's offensive. On all the other fronts the offensive has miscarried. The German Hindenburg battalions have had some success in Latvia and in the West generally, along with the Poles and with the Lettish, Estonian, and Lithuanian Belarusian White Guards, but the newspapers themselves, I have 2 of them with me, an East Prussian one and a Berlin one, say frankly, these are fortuitous and partial successes, we cannot exploit them. If we possess any staunch units at all, we need them now in Berlin, against the Spartacists, not against the Russian Bolsheviks. The position on the Western Front is being restored. Petli Ura's bands are crawling away and breaking up. They do not frighten us. The Soviet Revolution has moved from the Ukraine into Galicia, and Galicia was Petli Ura's rear. This rear is now a conflagration aflame at his back. There were not many regular Red Army units in the Ukraine. But even before this mighty workers' and peasants' revolt broke out, a demoralized enemy retreat had begun which involved not only Grushin Almazov's Russian White Guards but also the Anglo-French regular units against which we fought before Berezovka, where we captured a great deal of military booty, including 3 formidable tanks. On the Don and in the Donets Basin no offensive was launched against us. There we are continuing our victorious advance into the Don country, which will be continued into Caucasia. Krasnov has been smashed. Denikin will be smashed. In the Donets Basin, where they are concentrating everything they possess, and where we shall seize them in an iron grip, from Mariupol to Taganrog, from Voronezh and Velikoknyazheskia through Torgovaya to Bataysk and Rostoy, we are grasping them more and more firmly and strongly. The month of the spring thaw will pass, and then our offensive will go forward, following its natural path. We are the stronger there. I do not hide from you the fact that our splendid flotilla lies at the entrance to the Caspian Sea, and it is incomparably more powerful than the enemy's flotilla. There remains the east, only the east, the Urals, Siberia, where Kalkak is advancing and we are retreating, where our enemy is enjoying success while we have recently suffered setbacks. Here Kalkak set himself the task of cutting the Volga at any cost before the coming of spring,
so as to deprive us of this very important artery. Not so long ago we cleared the White Guards off the Volga and made an honest Soviet river of it. Now the White Guards want once more to disianure and pollute the Volga and take it away from the workers and peasants, who need it for transport. If there is a danger threatening the Soviet power, the power of the workers and peasants, it comes from Kolchak bands, which were put together through the support given by the SRS and Mensheviks to the idea of the Constituent Assembly. Kolchak has a substantial rear. There is a rich Kulak peasantry in Siberia, and Kolchak relies on them. The worst counter-revolutionary elements from the old officer corps have hastened from all parts of the country to join Kolchak. With their aid and that of the Kulaks, Kolchak is carrying out a quite extensive mobilization of the peasant masses. He has received the necessary supplies from America, he holds at present a large area of the Urals, he has again taken from us Ufa, which was won with the blood of the workers and peasants, and he is threatening the approaches to Kazan and Samara. Here, comrades, we are faced with the task of the greatest importance for the workers and peasants of the whole country at the present moment. We must at all costs concentrate our best forces on the Eastern Front. Kolchak's success is due to a considerable extent to the fact that we were obliged last autumn and in the early part of the winter, after we had achieved big successes in the East, to remove some strong units from the Eastern Front, together with our best workers, and transfer them to the south, against Krasnov, who was threatening, through Voronezh, the heart of Soviet Russia, Moscow. The job has been 3/4 done in the south. The last quarter will be completed with the forces that are there already. Now, all our reserves, all the forces we have in the form of military units, and all organizing and ideological forces, must be directed to the Eastern Front. The watchword for Soviet Russia at the present time is, the Urals. We must concentrate all our strength in that direction, we must create shock regiments through an effort on the part of the workers and peasants, and advance them from the Volga eastward towards the Urals. The Urals must be ours, just as the Volga country is already ours, and also, to a considerable extent, the Don country. The Urals must be ours. We must recover Zlatist, Ekaterinburg, Perm, we must cut a road for ourselves through Chelyabinsk into Siberia, where the workers and poor peasants await us as their deliverers. While this is the principal task of the whole Soviet land, here in the East it is doubly and trebly your principal task, Samara comrades. Here you formerly had a powerful nest of White Guards, but now it is a center of our Red Army. Here are interwoven the roots of 3 armies of the Eastern Front. All attention, all effort must therefore be concentrated on fulfilling the tasks and meeting the needs of the Eastern Front. You are the immediate rear, the zone adjoining the front. You must contract your civil Soviet institutions and expand the military ones. Everyone who can be useful at the front must go to the front, as commissars, into the supply organs, into the cells, the regiments, the headquarters. You must give your best workers to the front. The fate of Soviet Russia is now being decided on the Eastern Front, and with it the fate of the world revolution as a whole. The world revolution will, of course, not perish, it will continue to advance, but it can be thrown back by a year, or 2 years, or 10 years. We want to enter into that world revolution, basing ourselves on Soviet Russia, as it exists today, on what we prepared through decades of stubborn revolutionary work and struggle, what we conquered in the October days and have defended against all enemies. This Soviet Russia, renewed by the blood of the working people, by their ordeals, we do not want to give up for anything. With our breasts we shall form a shield around it, and no force will break the shield. Comrades, I hope that I shall have the right to tell them at the front that in the 5th, 4th and 1st Armies and in the Southern Group, in Samara, they possess a firm, tempered rear. Samara comrades, when you were in trouble, when Dutov was making speeches here, perhaps in this very hall, we in Moscow and Petrograd sounded the alarm. We told the workers of Petrograd and Moscow that a knot had been pulled tight on the Volga which it was necessary to cut, and the hungry, exhausted workers of Petrograd, not complaining about their poor rations, drew in their belts still tighter, took up rifles, and set off to liberate the Volga and your Samara. Today, comrades, Samara is free, and in Samara there is a strong garrison, a powerful organization of Soviets, trade unions, and factory committees, the flower of Samara's working class, united by a common idea and steeled by hard trials and all the previous struggle. And now you do not ask the Moscow and Petrograd workers to liberate you, for you are not going to surrender, and so you will not need liberating. At this gathering, united by a single idea and a single will, we declare that all Kolchak's attempts to cut the Volga are so many efforts of passionate impotence. The Samara Soviet, the Samara garrison, the Samara proletariat, together with our front and with our deep rear, promise and swear that Samara will not be surrendered, and that the Volga will stay an honest Soviet river. Having successfully sunk several German submarines, Kolchak was in 1917 sent by Russia's provisional government to the USA, to advise the Americans on anti-submarine warfare. On his way back, he learned of the October Revolution and, realizing that Russia would now leave the war, he offered his services to the British Embassy in Tokyo. He was accepted, and set out for Mesopotamia, where an expedition to the Caspian Sea, against the Turks, was being prepared. However, when Kolchak reached Singapore, he was summoned by the anti-Bolshevik Russian ambassador in Peking to go to Manchuria, where he had served in the Russo-Japanese War, in order to look after Russian interests there. Endnotes. 71. The policy of the Constituent Assembly in Samara, and later in Ekaterinburg, led to the coup d'état of November 18, which put Kolchak in power. The Constituent Assemblyites adopted a number of stern resolutions, discussion of which was halted by a small detachment of the 25th Ekaterinburg Mountain Infantry Regiment. On November 19 that detachment arrested all the members of the assembly, headed by Chernov, and on November 20 this Congress, placed in heated goods vans, was dispatched first to Chelyabinsk, the seat of the Czechoslovak High Command, and from there to Ufa. The SRS who had been ministers under the Directory, Avksentiev, Zenzanov, Argonov and Rogovsky, were sent under special guard to Harbin and from there to America, after which they were allowed to go wherever they chose. So ended the existence of the Constituent Assembly on Russian territory. Some of the members of the Constituent Assembly came over from Ufa to join us in Soviet Russia. 72. In 1875 Comrade Stefanovich, together with comrades Bakhanovsky and L. Deutsch, Dyke, taking advantage of agrarian disturbances in Chigirin Uyezd, Kiev province, decided to try and organize a peasant revolt with the aid of Tsarist manifestos. Stefanovich prepared a false letter, allegedly written by Alexander II and printed on a large sheet of Bristol board, with a gold seal. Besides this letter Stefanovich circulated, also in the Tsar's name, the rules of a peasant association called the Secret Band. An underground organization was formed on this basis and set to work. For further details see Stefanovich's own notes, which are included in Thun's * History of Revolutionary Movements in Russia. This book, by Alphonse Thun, a German scholar, was published in 1883. A Russian translation appeared in Geneva in 1903. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's Offensive, March-April 1919. To the Urals. The long-prepared spring offensive by the enemies of the Soviet Republic has begun. On the Western Front the enemy was halted after his initial successes. The German press has been forced to admit that the German battalions which played a very important part in the offensive on the Western Front are quite insignificant numerically and extremely unreliable. That is not surprising. To the German bourgeoisie and its compromise lackeys strong units are much more badly needed in Berlin than in Kovno. Despite all the Allies' promises, the Polish troops are without boots or clothing, and are starving. Communism is making ever greater progress in Poland. The Western Front constitutes no serious danger. In the Ukraine things are going splendidly. The Petliurists' attempt at a counter-offensive met with miserable failure. They have already surrendered Korosten.
their reliance on the regiments from Galicia proved delusive. After the victorious Soviet Revolution in Hungary, a mighty revolutionary wave is rolling over all Galicia. The former head of the government of the Ukrainian Rada, Golubovich, who at Brest-Litovsk betrayed Russia and the Ukraine to German imperialism, has been arrested by the rebel workers of Galicia and is under lock and key. After giving up Kherson and Nikolaev, the Anglo-French have lost hope of holding out in Odessa. They are hastily evacuating their forces. The White Guard General Grishin Almazov is still tyrannizing over the capital of the south, still hanging Odessa workers from lamp posts, but the days of the bourgeoisie's rule are numbered not only in Odessa but also in the Crimea. On the Don, operations are held up for the time being by the spring flooding of the rivers. We undoubtedly enjoy superiority of forces in this theater. After taking Velikoknyazheskaya and forcing a crossing of the Menik, the Tsaritsyn army is stretching out its armed hand towards the railway junction of Torgovaya, and so creating a further threat to Bataysk and Rostov. At the same time, the Ukrainian forces which captured Mariupol are advancing on Taganrog. In the Donets Basin our forces are concentrating. Liquidation of the counter-revolution on the Donets and the Don is a matter of the next few weeks. On the Archangel front the enemy's position is hopeless, as the British and American press admits. After concentrating sufficient forces there, we have taken the offensive and are successfully advancing. Liquidation of the Archangel-Murmansk adventure is in full swing. The revolts that were raised inside the country to give support to the attacks from outside have been, or are being successfully liquidated almost everywhere. The middle peasants who were led astray in certain places are acknowledging their mistake and returning penitently to the family of the workers, Red Army men and peasants. Thus, the general offensive of the counter-revolution on the external and internal fronts has miscarried. Only on the eastern front has the enemy enjoyed success. For several months Kolchak formed his forces behind the screen of the so-called Constituent Assembly. Krasnov, Denikin, Grishin Almazov acted openly as Black Hundred bandits. Kolchak came forward under the flag of the Constituent Assembly. Chernov, Avksentiev, Lebedev, Fortunatov, Volsky and other SR luminaries of the Constituent Assembly gathered round Kolchak, carried on an agitation, deceived the peasants, helped to mobilize them, and in this way created an army for this usurper from the ranks of the Tsar's admirals. The abundance of rich kulak elements among the Siberian peasantry, together with a large influx of White Guard officers, made Kolchak's task easier. On the other side, after our successes on the Volga, the Central Soviet government concentrated all attention on the southern front, to which strong units were sent from the eastern front, while experienced, energetic leaders were also transferred thither. The result was that our front in the east was weakened. We lost Ufa, and Kolchak set himself the aim of launching an offensive simultaneously towards Kazan and towards Samara. The eastern front is now of first importance. True, all our information says that things are not going well in Kolchak's armies. The conscripted peasants advance only under the lash, mutinies frequently occur and are put down, and on the quieter sectors of the front Kolchak's men are coming over to us in tens and hundreds. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that the most substantial forces of the Russian counter-revolution are now on the eastern front. Consequently, it is there that the main blow must be struck from our side. Again, as in August of last year, we raise the cry, to the eastern front. We shall not only provide new, fresh units, we shall summon our best, experienced workers to that front, and not only from Moscow and Petrograd, as happened last year, but from the entire liberated Volga country, from Samara, Simbirsk, Kazan, and Sazran. All the conscious peasants of the Volga country will support the Red Army, as one man, and help it to strike a mortal blow at Kolchak. Kolchak's army is the counter-revolution's last card. That card must be covered. The Urals must again be placed at the disposal of Soviet Russia. Ufa, Zlatist, Ekaterinburg, Perm must return to the family of workers and peasants Russia. Through Chelyabinsk we must open a gate for ourselves into Siberia. April 7, 1919.
Samara. Pravda, number 83. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. A spring that will decide. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Decisive weeks in the history of mankind have arrived. The wave of joy amused by the establishment of the Soviet Republic in Hungary had not yet died down when the proletariat of Bavaria seized power and stretched out the hand of fraternal alliance to the Russian and Hungarian Soviet republics. 73 The workers of German Austria, the republic set up in Vienna in November 1918, called itself German Austria and proclaimed that it formed part of the German Reich. However, by the peace treaty signed at Saint-Germain, the republic was obliged to remove the adjective German from its name and to abjure union with Germany, are hastening in their hundreds and thousands to Budapest, where they are volunteering to join the Red Army. The movement of the German proletariat, which had subsided for a moment, is flaring up again with increased force. Miners, metal workers, weavers are sending fraternal greetings to the victorious Hungarian Revolution and calling on the German Soviets to make a complete change of front, to break with imperialism, their own, Anglo-French and American, and to ally themselves closely with Russia and Hungary. There can be no doubt that this movement will be given still greater sweep by the victory of the proletariat in Bavaria, whose Soviet government has severed all ties with the murderers in Berlin and Weimar, with Ebert and Scheidemann, the servants of German imperialism and assassins of Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. In Warsaw, which the Allied imperialists are trying to make the center of the offensive against Soviet Russia, the Polish proletariat is rising to its full height and, in the person of the Warsaw Soviet of Workers' Deputies, is sending its greetings to the Hungarian Soviet Republic. The French Minister of Foreign Affairs, Pichon, a sworn enemy of the Russian Revolution, reports to his parliament on the sad state of affairs. Odessa is being evacuated. This was even before Odessa was taken by the Soviet troops. The Bolsheviks are penetrating the Crimean Peninsula, and the situation in the north is unfavorable. Bad luck. The Greek soldiers who were landed on the shores of the Crimea were mourned, according to the reports of the Allied diplomats and newspapers, on Crimean donkeys, but these donkeys did not get to the Isthmus of Perico in time. Bad luck. Evidently the donkeys, too, have started to kick over the imperialist traces. The foreign consuls do not want to leave the Ukraine and are urging their governments to recognize the Ukrainian Republic. Wilson has sent to Budapest, instead of occupation troops to smash the Soviet Republic, the honey-tongued General Smuts, to negotiate with the Hungarian Council of People's Commissars. Wilson has finally changed direction and has apparently forced France to give up all hope of an armed campaign against Soviet Russia. The war with Soviet Russia, which the French Commander-in-Chief, General Foch, was demanding, would have had to go on for 10 years, in the opinion of American politicians. Not 6 months have passed since the decisive victory of the Allies over the Central Empires, when it seemed that the might of Anglo-French and American imperialism knew no limits. At that time none of Russia's counter-revolutionaries had any doubt that the days of the Soviet Republic were numbered. But events are stubbornly going the Soviet way. The worker masses of the whole world are rallying to the banner of Soviet power, while the world bandits of imperialism are being let down even by Crimean donkeys. We can now expect, from one day to the next, news of the victory of the Soviet Republic in Austria and Germany. Perhaps it is not out of the question that the proletariat of Italy, Poland, or France will disturb this order of proceeding and outstrip the working class of the other countries. These spring months are going to be decisive in the history of Europe. At the same time, this spring will finally decide the fate, too, of bourgeois Kulak, anti-Soviet Russia. In the East, Kolchak has mobilized all his forces, bringing all his reserves into action, because he knows well that if he does not win now he will never win. A spring has come that will decide. Kolchak's partial successes are, of course, trivial in comparison with the overall conquests achieved by Soviet power in Russia and throughout the world. What does our momentary loss of Ufa signify beside our capture of Odessa, our entry into the Crimea and, especially, the establishment of the Bavanan Soviet Republic? What does our withdrawal from Belebey, due to military considerations, signify in comparison with the mighty growth of the proletarian revolution in Poland and in Italy. Nevertheless, it would be criminally light-minded for us to despise the danger represented, in the East, by the White Guard bands of Kolchak. Stubbornness, staunchness, vigilance, and courage in armed struggle have alone secured, up to now, the international successes achieved by the Russian Soviet Republic. The victorious struggle of the Red Army on all fronts has raised the morale of the European working class and made it possible for first the Hungarian and then the Bavarian Republic to arise and be consolidated. Our work is still not over. Denikin's bands have not yet been finally smashed. Kolchak's bands are still advancing towards the Volga. A spring has come that will decide. Our strength is multiplied tenfold by the knowledge that the wireless telegraph stations of Moscow, Kiev, Budapest, and Munich are exchanging not only fraternal greetings but also the terms of practical agreements for joint defensive struggle. But we must direct the main point of our increased strength here, on our own territory, against the most dangerous foe, against Kolchak's bands. The comrades in the Volga country know this very well. In Samara province all the Soviet organizations have been put on a war footing, the best forces have been placed at the service of the army, for forming reinforcements and for carrying on work of agitation and enlightenment among the Red troops. The party, Soviet and trade union organizations in Suzerain have responded unanimously to the call of the central government to support the Eastern Front. From the best of its workers and peasants Suzerain, which itself groaned not so long ago beneath the heel of the White Guards, is mobilizing a special shock regiment. The country beyond the Volga has become the focus of attention for all Soviet Russia. To fulfill our international duty, we must first of all smash the bands of Kolchak. To support the victorious workers of Hungary and Bavaria, to help the revolt of the workers in Poland, in Germany, and throughout Europe, we must establish Soviet power definitively and irrefutably over the whole extent of Russia. To the Urals, this is the slogan of the Red Army and of the entire Soviet land. The Urals will be the last pass to be crossed in our intense struggle. Victory in the Urals will not only give bread to our hungry country and cotton to our textile industry but will enable our heroic Red Army to take, at last, the rest it has deserved. April 9, 1919. Penza. Endnotes. 73 The Hungarian Soviet Republic was formed on March 21, 1919. Under pressure from the revolutionary masses, the petty bourgeois government of Count Károlyi was obliged to resign and hand over power to the Social Democratic Party. The latter, lacking any authority among the masses, had to share power with the leaders of the Hungarian Communist Party. A council of people's commissars was formed, comprising both communists, Bela Kun, Tibor Samuli, Varga and others, and social democrats. The Entente replied to this revolution with blockade and war, hurling at Red Hungary the white troops of Romania and Czechoslovakia. After a 4-month struggle the Romanian army took Budapest and proclaimed the dictatorship of Admiral Horthy. The organizer of the Red Army, Tibor Samuli, shot himself. Samuli was killed while trying to cross the border from Hungary into Austria. Tens of thousands of communists and proletarians were shot, and some emigrated to Austria, where they were set free thanks to intervention by Soviet Russia. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. What does Kolchak want? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What is Kolchak fighting for? What does he want? For the sake what is he mobilizing the Siberian peasants? For what is he forcing them to shed their blood? At first, Kolchak said that he did not want to let Russia be execrated by the Germans. He called for the Soviet power to be overthrown so that the war against Germany might be continued. But what do we see now? At the same time as Kolchak is attacking Soviet Russia from the east, Hindenburg, in the west, having assembled the White Guard remnants of the former German army, is trying to advance on Vilna and Riga. What Kolchak said about a struggle against the Germans was therefore a lie. In his war against Soviet Russia Kolchak is now acting in concert with the most devoted general of the former German Kaiser.
Kolchak explained that his task was to unite Russia. But what do we actually see? Russia, beaten in the imperialist war and torn in pieces by vultures, is now being united to an ever greater extent by the Soviet power. Today Russia is one from Petrograd to Odessa, and from Orenburg to Riga. Great Russia, the Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania and Belarusia have voluntarily united under the banner of Soviet power. Kolchak rules only over a part of the Urals and Siberia. In order to unite Russia in accordance with his plan, Kolchak would now have to conquer the Volga, Petrograd, Moscow, Kiev and Kharkov, Lithuania and Riga, in other words, the whole of Russia. Kolchak wants to unite Great Russia, the Ukraine, Latvia, Belarusia and Lithuania with the Urals and Siberia. But it would be very much simpler to unite Siberia with all Russia, and, to do that, all that is needed is to get rid of Kolchak himself. Kolchak says, further, that he wants to free Russia from the Jews, whom he calls the Yids. But that is not true. Kolchak is closely allied with the American bourgeoisie. It would be more correct to say that Kolchak is the hireling of the American bourgeoisie. Before starting his campaign, Kolchak went to New York and Washington. There he received promises of support, from there he was sent money and war materials. But the American bourgeoisie is the most racially diverse bourgeoisie in the world. Among the American capitalists there are Anglo-Americans, Germans and Jews. Nowhere are there such rich Jewish capitalists, bankers, and usurers as in America. Over there they shamelessly exploit and oppress the American workers, Anglo-American, German and Jewish alike. On the American stock exchange, in the American banking world, in American war industry, in the American press, Jews, in the capacity of capitalists, bankers, lawyers, and bourgeois journalists, play an immense role. There can be no doubt that of every 100 rubles that Kolchak gets from America, not less than 25 are Jewish, that is, they have been plundered by the Jewish bourgeoisie from the American workers and handed over to Kolchak for his fight against the Russian workers and peasants. When, last autumn, the Red Regiments entered Kazan, Simbirsk, Sызrань, and Sainyara, the bourgeoisie left their homes, but the workers and the poor stayed put. Where did the bourgeoisie flee to? They fled to Kolchak's kingdom. Russian merchants and nobles, Jewish merchants, rich Tatars, all as one ran off to seek Kolchak's protection. All the workers, without distinction of nationality, received the Red soldiers as liberators. That is how matters really stand. Thus, Kolchak lied when he said he was fighting against the Soviet power so as to begin war with Germany. In fact, Kolchak is at one with the German bourgeoisie. Kolchak lied when he said that he wants to unite Russia. Russia has already been united against Kolchak, and Kolchak is trying to divide her. Finally, Kolchak lied and is lying when he says that he wants to free Russia from the Jews. Kolchak is shooting down Russian workers and peasants along with Jewish workers, in order to establish in Russia the power of the international bourgeoisie, including the Jewish bourgeoisie. But Kolchak cannot admit frankly that this is his aim. He is forced to lie and to deceive. He keeps putting forward ever new reasons for his war, throwing dust in the eyes of the ignorant workers and peasants of Siberia, deluding them and selling them to the American, German, British, French and Jewish bourgeoisie. For a long time Kolchak declared that he was fighting for the rights of the Constituent Assembly. The capitalists and landlords cunningly connived with him in this, although they knew well what he was really up to. Blockheads, Mensheviks and SRS, believed him and supported him. When the SRS had helped Kolchak to form an army, he chased them away, so that they would not get under his feet, and no trace remained of the Constituent Assembly. Kolchak now talks openly of bringing back the Tsar's throne, though he does not say which dynasty is to reign over us, the Romanovs or the Kolchaks. The bourgeoisie would be overjoyed to see the crown on Kolchak's head. The Orthodox priest, the Catholic priest, the Tatar mullah, the Jewish rabbi would all equally bless Kolchak as Tsar, just as previously they blessed the Romanovs. Kolchak's victory would mean restoration of the rule of a tiny minority over the immense majority of the working people. The Tsarist generals and landlords would recover their ranks, titles, and privileges. The nobles would again gather in a greedy throng around the imperial court. The capitalists would coin golden profits from the workers' blood. The land captains, the gendarmes, the policemen would protect the sacred property of the landlord, and the priests, supporting the police, would again be enabled to delude the people. And at the whim of the ruling gang, the Russian workers and peasants would again be drawn into another imperialist war. That is what Kolchak wants. That is the reason why he is waging a war against the Soviet power, conscripting the workers and peasants of the Urals and Siberia and shedding their blood. Kolchak is now the leader of all the oppressors, exploiters, and vultures, of all who hate the working class. On Kolchak's banner is inscribed, "Death to the working masses of Russia." If Kolchak were to win, he would drown in blood hundreds of the best workers and peasants, taking vengeance on them for the humiliations they inflicted on the rich classes. Kolchak has gathered everything that is sinister and dishonest around himself. On one side of the Urals stands Kolchak, on the other stands workers and peasants Russia. The bourgeois hireling Kolchak has thrown down a challenge to all Russia. Workers and peasants Russia has taken up that challenge. It knows that its salvation lies in destroying Kolchak. The Urals range has now become the principal barricade of workers and peasants Russia. We must capture this barricade, at any cost. Soldiers of the Red Army. To the Urals barricades. Forward. April 10, 1919. Simbersk-Nizhny Novgorod. En route, number 30. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. The fight for the Volga. Asterisk. In the south and in the west things are going splendidly and getting better every day. The capture of Odessa is a tremendous victory. We were threatened with the very great danger from that place. The imperialists brought thither soldiers from every part of the world and of every skin color. In the end they ran away, the best of proofs that European imperialism has lost confidence in itself. It has become weak and confused, and through confusion, greed, and cowardice it has become stupid. Our advance into the Crimea is proceeding magnificently. Simferopol, Yalta, Bakhchisarai, Yevpatoria are in our hands. We can expect to learn in the very near future that the whole of the Crimean Peninsula has been cleared of the enemy. And then, from Kerch, we shall directly threaten Novorossiysk and Yekaterinodar. The Romanians are retreating without a fight from the border areas of Bessarabia. All Bessarabia is rocking, and Romania as well. The bourgeois politicians of France and Britain do not doubt that the robber boyar bourgeoisie of Romania, together with that country's monarchy, will be unable to survive between Soviet Hungary and the Soviet Ukraine. A Soviet revolution is hourly expected in Austria. The German Kerensky, Scheidemann, has finally lost his head, and the waves of the Soviet revolution are rising higher and higher in Germany. In the French parliament the social patriot Moutet Marius Moutet, 1876–1968, that is, a sworn enemy of the dictatorship of the proletariat, has been obliged to admit openly that the French soldier will not lift his bayonet against Soviet Russia. Wherever one looks, the victorious allies are seizing each other by the throat. The French vultures, with bloodshot eyes, would like to grab the whole of Germany, annex its lands and mines, make its workers and peasants their slaves, and at the same time force it to pay milliards in tribute. Wilson realizes that this sort of peace program is senseless, and threatens the French imperialists that he will break off his alliance with them. If you don't moderate your appetites, he tells the Paris stockbrokers, I shall end my alliance with you and proceed to trade independently with the Germans and the Russians. The French bourgeoisie does not know what to decide, in its dizzy head blind greed is combined with fear of the advancing infection of communism. The revolution is striding across Europe, stepping over the old frontiers that were drawn with the blood of the masses. The bourgeois classes of Europe and the whole world have understood the inevitability of revolution, have sensed the beginning of their end. No trace remains of their past self-confidence. Formerly, the bourgeois world seemed to them to be the only possible world. The unrest of the masses seemed to them to be merely disagreeable but transient friction on the endless road of bourgeois society. This idea no longer exists. The class self-confidence of the bourgeoisie of the whole world has been dealt a mortal blow by the revolution in Russia, Hungary, and Bavaria. The bourgeoisie has been shaken. Hence its wavering, its squabbles and quarreling, its demoralization and breakdown. The bourgeoisie is going over from its previous brigand notions of crushing Soviet Russia to the idea of tricking, bribing, doing a deal. While its hatred of the workers' and peasants' power remains unchanged, its former strength and self-confidence have gone. This is the revolution's greatest conquest. The uncertainty in the ranks of its enemy increases the self-confidence of the European proletariat, and the latter's increasing pressure deepens the disintegration in the ranks of the bourgeoisie. Over the heads of the Finnish, Estonian, Polish, and Lithuanian White Guard bands we look with confidence to the west, where the numbers of Soviet Russia's allies are growing not daily but hourly. The revolution is striding forward unhindered. There is no power in the world that can halt it. But we have no right to look only westward, for in the east we still have a dangerous foe, namely, Kolchak. He is trying to thrust a knife into our back at the very moment when we are preparing to mount the threshold of the victorious revolution of the European proletariat. This contemptible adventurer has nothing to lose. There can be no doubt that he does not hope to be able to subject Russia to himself. But with the wild frenzy of a mercenary of the nobles and the bourgeoisie he is striving to do as much damage as possible to the workers and peasants. His main task is to reach the Volga. His aim is to cut the great waterway by which, from the end of April, it will be possible to bring grain to the hungry provinces of central and northern Russia. None of us can have even the shadow of a doubt that we shall eventually beat Kolchak's army and wipe the counter-revolutionary bands off the face of the earth. But we need this victory not eventually but immediately, we need it now. We need to safeguard Moscow and Petrograd from the severest trials of hunger in the coming months of spring and summer. We need to keep hold of the Volga. The command of the Eastern Front has been given the fundamental task of smashing Kolchak's bands. But that is not enough. Kolchak must be smashed not on the Volga but farther off, to the east of the Volga. He must not be allowed to approach Samara, or Simbirsk, or Kazan. The Volga must remain a Soviet river throughout its length. The working class and the poor peasantry of the Volga country will see to that. Young workers and conscious revolutionary peasants of the Volga country. Communists. The place for all of you is now the army. Both those called up under the mobilization order and those not so called up, you must get together in small groups and join our regular regiments. A few hundreds of firm, self-sacrificing proletarians are all that is needed to make a whole regiment indestructible. We need carts, we need boots, we need a strengthened repair service for our rifles, machine guns, and cannon. Everyone must help. All the forces and resources of the Volga provinces must at once be mobilized to serve the Eastern Front. In the next few weeks there will be a bitter struggle for the Volga. We must at all costs emerge victorious from this struggle. The Volga must remain our own Soviet river. April 12, 1919. Nizhny Novgorod. En route, number 31. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. What is Kolchak hoping for? Kolchak has had some serious successes on the Eastern Front. Although the Red Army adds new achievements to its record every day, it cannot be victorious on all fronts at the same time. Until recently our principal task lay in the south, and thither we sent our principal forces. By so doing we weakened the Eastern Front. That gave Kolchak a certain temporary superiority. He used it to attack, and, thanks to this, he achieved partial successes. Kolchak entered Ufa, took Belebey, Menzlinsk, Saraypul. But what is to come next? Do Kolchak and his collaborators hope that they will conquer the whole of Russia, the Ukraine, Latvia, and Lithuania, that they will take Moscow and Petrograd, Kiev, and Kharkov, Riga and Vilna? Does Kolchak really think that the people who have accomplished the greatest revolution in the world will let themselves be ruled by adventurers from among the Tsar's admirals? There can be no doubt that Kolchak himself is without illusions concerning his real strength. Yes, with the help of the constituent assemblyites he put together an army of a sort. Yes, with the help of the officers and the kulaks, by means of shootings and floggings, he still keeps control of that army. Yes, he obtained a certain temporary superiority and occupied a piece of territory. But can Kolchak hope for further large-scale successes? Can he hope for ultimate victory? I repeat, he does not think so himself. He knows too well how fragile his army is and how inevitably it will be shattered into fragments by the first serious blow. And that blow will not be long in coming. All workers and peasants Russia is preparing to inflict a decisive rebuff on Kolchak. Why is he continuing the war? What is he hoping for? Kolchak's whole misfortune is that there is nothing else left for him to do. Kolchak is not only a hangman, he is also a victim. He deceives the peasants and the officers, but he himself is deceived. The American bourgeoisie, the American stock exchange, the American government are deceiving Kolchak. 6 months ago the Allied imperialists promised Kolchak, Krasnov, and Denikin hundreds of thousands of their own soldiers for the task of strangling Soviet Russia. It was only because they reckoned on receiving this help from outside that Krasnov, Denikin, and Kolchak raised the banner of counter-revolutionary revolt. In all their appeals Krasnov, Denikin, and Kolchak spoke of the aid that was soon coming from the mighty democracies of America, Britain and France. The Russian counter-revolutionaries knew very well that it was beyond their power to withstand on their own a decisive clash with the Soviet forces. Precisely for that reason Krasnov, Denikin, and Kolchak begged the governments of the American vultures, orally and in writing, to send them help as quickly as possible. After each setback Kolchak spread the news of fresh landings by the French at Odessa and Novorossiysk, while Krasnov told the Cossacks after every defeat he suffered that Kolchak, together with the British and Americans, was approaching Moscow and Petrograd. But as time went by, the language of the Anglo-French and American generals and diplomats became more and more evasive. It became even clearer that no help was to be expected from them. Now, the shameful flight of the French expeditionary force from Odessa signifies the complete and final collapse of all hopes of armed intervention by the bandits of the Entente. They are not up to it. Kolchak and Denikin have been left to their own forces. This means that they are threatened with inevitable ruin. But they have no choice. History has already passed sentence on them. They are forced to follow their own road to the end. The Kolchakites gnash their teeth with malice and hatred. The Anglo-French and American imperialists have deceived and betrayed them. There can be no doubt of that. We have before us a case of betrayal of the minor brigands by the major ones. This has predetermined Kolchak's doom. He knows this himself. In his fury the cheated adventurer is trying to do as much damage to the workers' and peasants' country as he can. He has absolutely nothing to lose. Nothing can save him. But while Kolchak has nothing to lose, that cannot be said of many of those who are still marching behind him. The SRS and the Mensheviks recoiled in fear from Kolchak. But quite a lot of non-party people, especially from among the officers, followed Kolchak only because they believed he would win. How many citizens there were who said, the Soviet government will undoubtedly beat Krasnov, Denikin, and Kolchak, but its task will become very much harder when the victorious Allies invade Russia in support of Kolchak. That was what Kolchak gambled on. With the bait of American aid he caught many officers and lured them onto the road of his traitorous adventure. This adventure has miscarried. There will be no aid from the Allies. The capture of Ufa and Belebey will change nothing. The Soviet power is growing and getting stronger every day. The Soviet power has recovered Odessa and is recovering the whole of the Crimea. With every day that passes the Soviet power finds new allies in Europe. The imperialist governments are talking openly of the inevitability of negotiations with the Soviet power.
Only a short time is left in which those officers who linked their fate with Kolchak's can break that criminal link and return, repentant, to workers' and peasants' Russia. By doing so they will save much blood from being shed. The workers' and peasants' government wages ruthless war against rebels and counter-revolution. But it is always ready to extend the hand of pardon to all who have understood the futility and folly of Kolchak's adventure and who honestly declare their complete willingness to work in the ranks of the citizens of the Soviet land. April 13, 1919. Nizhny Novgorod, Kazan. En route, number 31. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. What does Russia need? Russia needs rest and peaceful labor. The Russian people need to heal themselves of the grave wounds inflicted upon them by the war caused by the Tsar and the bourgeoisie. Working Russia needs to restore its economy, on new, comradely, cooperative principles. What Russia is suffering from most of all at present is the forced continuation of the war. The workers have had to quit the factories and defend their country, rifle in hand, on our numerous fronts. Our disordered railways have been wholly given up to military trains and trains carrying supplies for the armies, while the towns are groaning for lack of food. Mobilization after mobilization has taken the workers from the fields. Life is hard for the peasants because disorganized and weakened industry cannot provide them with the agricultural implements they need, or with cloth, or, in general, with any necessities. Both the peasant and the worker need peace, above all. Given 2 or 3 years of peaceful labor we could restore and increase our economy, both urban and rural. We could put right both land and water transport, establish a proper exchange of products between town and country. The workers would get bread and meat and milk. The peasants would experience no shortage of nails, cloth, calico, or sugar. We need peace so that the peasants and the workers may appreciate to the full what tremendous gains the Russian Revolution has brought the people, no landlords, no land captains, no greedy capitalists, no usurers, labor in common for the common good. We need peace. But the enemies of the working class and the peasantry do not want to leave us in peace. In order to get back their lands, their ranks, and their capital, the landlords and capitalists have several times raised revolts. They called the Germans into the Ukraine, then they turned to calling in the British and the French, the Americans and the Japanese, surrendering Archangel and Siberia to them. The peasants and the workers need peaceful, tranquil, honest, comradely labor, but the landlords and capitalists promote conspiracies and revolts, blow up railway bridges, and compel the peasants and workers to create a strong Red Army to defend the country from oppressors both native and foreign. Soviet Russia's most formidable foe was German imperialism. But that now lies all in ruins. The German Revolution overthrew the Kaiser. We were freed from the most fearful enemy. The imperialists of France, Britain, and America, after conquering the German Kaiser, hatefully threatened the workers and peasants' Russia. All our internal enemies, the supporters of the Tsarist autocracy of the nobles and bourgeois, hoped strongly for help from Anglo-French imperialism. But nothing came of it. The French, British and Americans now have their hands full at home. They are having to fetch their troops back in a hurry. The danger from that quarter has dispersed like smoke. Thus, the principal enemies of workers and peasants Russia are departing from the scene. The peace and tranquil labor that we desire is coming nearer and nearer. But in order that we may at last be able to lay aside rifle and machine gun and take up plow and hammer, we must finish with the last enemy who dares to menace Soviet Russia, namely, Kolchak. If Denikin's army in the Donets area and in North Caucasia is still offering resistance, this is only because it hopes that Kolchak will win. If the Estonian, Lettish, Polish, and Lithuanian White Guards are still resisting the Red Regiments, this is only because they count on Soviet Russia being weakened by Kolchak's bands. Finally, if the Anglo-Americans, having practically given up the idea of making war on Russia, are still marking time in our north, this is only because they have not yet lost their last hope for the success of Kolchak's bands. A blow struck at Kolchak will have decisive significance.
The rout of his army will not only secure the Urals and Siberia for Soviet Russia, but will also have immediate repercussions on all the other fronts. The collapse of the Kolkhakites will lead at once and inexorably to the complete collapse of Denikin's volunteers under the lash, and the final breakup of the Estonian, Lettish, and Polish White Guards and the Anglo-American forces in the west and in the north. The text has east, but this must be a mistake for north. Russia, the working classes of Russia, need peace above all. But if this peace is to be won, we must smash Kolchak's bands, and this is now the principal task facing the entire country. Kolchak is our last serious enemy. 3/4 of the Red Army, if not 9/10, can be demobilized after victory over Kolchak. The workers will go back to their lathes, the peasants will go back to their fields. The railways, set free, will start to work exclusively in the interests of the economy. From liberated Turkestan cotton will come to our mills. From the Donets Basin coal will be sent to our factories. The railways will bring the peasants cloth, tools, and agricultural machinery, and start to supply the towns with grain and other foodstuffs. The country will breathe freely. Emancipated labor will come into its own. 2 or 3 years of peace and tranquility, and you won't recognize Russia. Our villages will flourish. In our towns, economic and cultural activity will be in full swing. The children of the workers and peasants will have access to all the sources of knowledge. The socialist country will take a mighty leap forward along the road of prosperity, knowledge, and happiness. But we need peace. And to obtain peace we need to crush the chief and now almost the only disturber of the peace, Kolchak. This is the task on which we must in the coming spring concentrate all our forces, all our willpower. Russia must and will live. Kolchak shall perish. In the course of this spring his bands will be crushed by the fists of workers and peasants. Russia. April 14, 1919. Kazan. En route, number 32. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. Behind the smoke screen. ******. A battle is taking place on the Volga-Urals front. On one side are the workers and peasants, on the other, Kolchak's bands. Blood is flowing, wealth, the fruit of the people's labor is being destroyed, villages are being burnt, railway lines and bridges blown up. The fires of war, the dust and smoke of devastation raise a screen on the Eastern Front. And why is all this happening? Because the former slave owners, oppressors, and exploiters do not want to live peaceful, laborious lives, but instead want to recover their hereditary rights to oppress and rob the working people. But what is going on over there, behind the line of Kolchak's front, behind the smoke screen of war, in the Urals and in the depths of Siberia? Who rules over there? What sort of order has been established there? We have received some very instructive information on that score. Every worker, every peasant, should reflect upon it. Behind Kolchak's back stretches, in a long narrow strip, the Trans-Siberian Railway, which runs to the great ocean. An immeasurable amount of labor and sacrifice was contributed by the working people of our country in order that the Trans-Siberian line might be carried through the mountains and the dense forests. In whose hands is this railway now? Not in the hands of the Siberian workers and peasants. But not in Kolchak's either. The American, Japanese and French governments have disputed a great deal amongst themselves about which of them is to rule the roost on the Trans-Siberian. There are American units there, Japanese detachments, and the remains of the Czechoslovak Corps, which consisted of mercenaries of the French bourgeoisie. In the end, the foreign imperialists decided that the Trans-Siberian should be led by an inter-allied, Anglo-Franco-Americano-Japanese commission. That is the situation today. The Trans-Siberian Railway has ceased to be Siberian, it has become foreign, it serves not to unite the different parts of Siberia, and the whole of Siberia with Russia, but to enable foreign capitalists to plunder Siberia and carry away from it the riches they have plundered. 6 #8216, Siberia is a gold mine. This old popular saying characterized the uncountable natural riches of Siberia. There are deposits of gold, and fur-bearing animals, and grain, and cattle. All this wealth ought to belong to the working masses of all Russia. But today Siberia, with its riches, has been torn from Russia and made the prey of foreign capitalist invaders. The Siberian workers and peasants are groaning. But even the terrible autocrat Kolchak has, in reality, no authority in Siberia. He is merely the executor of the orders of the American and Japanese stockbrokers. They need Kolchak only to separate Siberia from Russia. They will plunder Siberia for themselves. In war, this happens, in order that one may regroup one's forces without the enemy seeing. A thick smoke screen is created by firing off special smoke shells. A cloud of smoke divides the surface of the land, and it is impossible to see through this smoke. It is also for the purpose of setting up such a smoke screen that the foreign capitalists need Kolchak. They give him money and shells for this purpose. They know that Siberia, that gold mine, will repay them with interest the capital thus laid out. And Kolchak performs his task with zeal. The smoke of hell rises over the Urals and the Volga country, thousands of workers and peasants are being slaughtered, villages and hamlets are being burned down, hundreds of millions worth of the people's wealth is being turned into flame and ashes. Behind this smoke screen the foreign vultures are carrying on their diabolical work. They are seizing the Trans-Siberian Railway, taking possession of the gold deposits, the forests and pastures, preparing to pillage Siberia to the very dregs. Once upon a time the Cossack Yermak conquered Siberia. Western Siberia was conquered for Russia in the 1580s by Cossacks whose leader, the Ataman Yermak, was backed by a powerful merchant family, the Stroganovs. Now, Admiral Kolchak is selling it. What do the interests of the Russian working people matter to Kolchak? Did Kolchak ever have anything in common with the working masses of the country? Did he ever fight alongside the working class and the peasantry against the oppressors? This is a Tsarist admiral who was concerned only about his career, who was ready at any moment to sell himself and his country's wealth to the highest bidder, to Hindenburg, or Wilson, or Lloyd George, or Clemenceau. It was all the same to him. Kolchak found an employer, and undertook to conquer Siberia for exploitation by America. This is the meaning of the Kane's work he is doing. Behind the smoke screen raised by Kolchak there are, however, not only foreign thieves and vultures. There are the millions of workers and peasants of the Urals and Siberia. They look forward with passionate impatience to the time when the smoke screen will be dispersed and they will be able to reach out, through the Urals, the hand of friendship to workers and peasants Russia. Recovering Siberia for Russia means, first and foremost, returning Siberia to the Siberian workers and peasants. We must carry through our task to the end, as quickly and decisively as we can. We must show, once and for all, to all the thugs, burglars, and marauders, that Soviet Russia and Siberia are one great, common house of labor, with no entry for scoundrels. During this very spring we must ruthlessly, with the combined forces of the whole country, strangle the Kolchakite serpent. Then the eastern smoke screen will be dispersed, the air will become transparent and clear over the Volga and the Urals, Soviet Siberia will join Soviet Russia, and the great Trans-Siberian Railway will become what it ought to be, a great means for linking, economically and spiritually, the working masses of European Russia and Asiatic Russia. En route, number 32. April 18, 1919. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's Offensive, March-April 1919. Order number 90. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Commissars of the Third Army, April 23, 1919, number 90, Vyarka. *******. For several months now the Third Army has been falling back before the advancing enemy. 74 There are absolutely no grounds for attributing this steady retreat to a superiority of forces on the part of the enemy. With some variations this way or that, the contending forces were approximately equal. It would also be misplaced to refer in this connection to the army's tiredness. It is,
of course, very tired, but that is the case on all the fronts, and in the Hungary rear as well. Our front is 8,000 versts long, and until we have won a decisive victory on one of the sectors of the front there cannot be sufficient reserves available in the country to relieve the armies now in action. The surest road to rest is victory soon, and victory soon can be attained only through maximum effort. From this follows what must be the principal commandment for the leading communist workers in the army, to cast aside all talk about the enemy's superiority in numbers, to cease expecting salvation to come from the center, and to bring about an immediate turn within the army itself, establishing a firm regime in it, making the best of the soldiers, and primarily, the communist cells, understand that the country's fate now depends on the conduct of the Third Army, achieving a complete turn round in morale and going over to the offensive at any cost in effort and sacrifice. Until recently the number of communists in the army was given as 12,000. This is a very serious misunderstanding. If in the Third Army there were not 12,000 but 2,000, or even 1,000 real communists, that is, self-sacrificing seasoned fighters, we should long since have crushed Kolchak's bands on the Perm front. 1. It is therefore necessary to carry out a purge of the communist cells. There must be a practical check on how the members of the cell behaved at a difficult moment. It must be laid down as a rule that membership of a cell confers no privileges or rights but merely imposes the duty to fight more bravely and devotedly for the interests of the Soviet land. 2. It must once more be impressed on the mind of every commissar that he is answerable along with the commander, for the fighting capacity of his unit. The post of commissar of a military unit is one of the most responsible posts in the Soviet Republic. The commissar must be a model of personal courage. At critical moments the conduct of an entire unit and the saving of a position often depends on the commissar. The composition of the corps of commissars must be given an airing. There must be a real check on how the commissars of each unit behaved during the most critical moments. Those commissars whose experiences have tired them out excessively must be replaced. Those commissars who have lost faith in victory or who have come to accept the shame of constant retreat must be sent back to the rear. Those commissars who have entirely submitted to the mood of their units and have concerned themselves mainly with ensuring the security of the retreat must be court-martialed. Those battalions, companies, and commandos which have gone off on their own or which have begun to disintegrate must have special commissars assigned to them. Those Red Army men who have shown devotion and resolution under the test of fire must be promoted to the post of commissar or commander. All this must be done as quickly as possible. 3. There must be a check on the composition of the commanding personnel. A ruthless purge is needed of those commanders in the Third Army who hide themselves away in corners when fighting begins, but who are the first to get moving when the moment of retreat arrives. Care and vigor must be shown in promoting firm, resolute Red Army men to junior posts of command. 4. A regime of strict, unwavering discipline must be established in the army. In some units of the Third Army there are still surviving the habits of guerrillism and atamonism, the practice of discussing combat orders, and on various pretexts failing to carry them out. Direct responsibility must be imposed on commissars and commanders for the fulfillment of combat orders. Some communists justify by reference to their membership of the Communist Party the arbitrary violations of military order that they commit. A directly opposite rule must be laid down. Communists are to be punished with twofold severity for conduct that violates order and unity of action. No services in the past can or shall serve as justification for anyone who in the future shows himself to be an undisciplined member of the revolutionary military family. 5. In units which are advancing, it is the heroes who set the tone. In an army which has been retreating for a long time, power is gradually gathered by the self-seekers. This danger threatens the Third Army. It is necessary to introduce into the most demoralized units, as rank-and-file Red Army men, genuine and reliable communists who will bring a fresh eye to investigation of the internal life of a unit, help to rid it of direct agents of Kolchak, handing them over to the tribunal, and will thereby compel the self-seekers to hold their tongues. 6. It must be laid down as an invariable rule that not one crime,
not a single offense against revolutionary military duty is to be left unpunished. Investigation must be brief, so that the punishment may follow the crime as quickly as possible. The tribunals must ensure that, by the sentences they pass, they make the less conscious Red Army men and the less firm commanders and commissars realize that it is now a matter of life and death for the working class and that no mercy can be shown to criminals, idlers, cowards, and characterless connivers. 7. On the other hand, the best soldiers, commissars, and commanders must feel that they are surrounded by the care and love of the army and of the whole country. The commissars of units must be in the very midst of the mass of the soldiers, during their service, in battle, at rest, and in their recreation. This obligation must apply to the commanders as well. A closer bond must be established between the communist cells, when these have been purged and checked, and the commanders and commissars, in the work of keeping watch on the conduct of the Red Army men. Commissars of units must periodically submit, through the proper channels, reports on the soldiers in their units, putting forward the ablest of them for promotion to posts of command and recommending them for rewards, and publicizing their deeds in the press. 8. Commissars must regularly furnish, not less often than once a week, information for the political department and correspondence for the army newspaper. An army's newspaper ought not to be a mere reproduction of the Soviet or communist newspapers. It must never forget for one moment that it is an army newspaper. It must depict the life of the army in all its details. Every unit must recognize itself there, as though in a mirror. Heroes must be exalted in the consciousness of the masses, and self-seekers subjected to contempt and mockery. Such concrete illumination of the army's internal life has greater educative significance than agitational articles of a general political character. A Red Army man who is capable of following political affairs generally will read general Soviet publications. All the measures listed are to be put into effect in the shortest possible time. The period when the roads are unusable must be utilized for complete internal regeneration of the Third Army. This regeneration must begin at the top, with the commissars, the commanders, and the communist cells. Everyone must shake himself, cast aside fatigue and the habit of retreating which has been formed, stand fast, and concentrate all his energy and willpower on advancing, at whatever cost in effort. There can be no doubt that the forcibly conscripted, compulsorily knocked together armies of Kolchak will break up into fragments at the first serious blow. But this blow has to be delivered. The Third Army is not weaker numerically than Kolchak's army which opposed it. Consequently, everything now depends on initiative, resolution, devotion, heroism, and self-sacrifice on the part of the communist comrades. The party, through its Central Committee, addresses this call to them: Comrade Communists of the Third Army, it is up to you to save the revolutionary honor of the Third Army, and, along with that, to save the revolution. In the situation which has been created for the Third Army and for the country, communists can now have no doubts, no hesitations, there can be for them no looking back, no indulgence in criticism, but one slogan only: forward. Endnotes. 74. The Third Army, consisting of the 29th and 30th Divisions and a special brigade, was stationed on the extreme left flank of the Eastern Front. At a time when, in the Ufa and Orenburg directions, units of the 5th and 1st Armies had achieved, down to the beginning of March, some substantial successes, the Third Army, which at first was covering Pen, and then Vyatka, kept on falling back. After stubborn fighting the enemy took Pen, and thereby presented a serious threat to our Ufa group. By mid-April the Third Army had reached Glazov. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. The task of the Eastern Front. This task is a clear and simple one: to smash Kolchak, to destroy his army. But it cannot be accomplished while retreating. It is necessary to go over to the attack. This is the principal task of the Eastern Front, of its soldiers, commanders, and commissars. Going over to the attack, that is the demand of the moment. During recent weeks the armies of the Eastern Front have been retreating.
The Perm army has already been retreating for months. This has created a certain habituation to retreat. Units are retreating when there is no justification for this whatsoever in the relation of forces and the objective situation. Our Eastern Front is being strengthened not daily but hourly. The country is working intensely to supply it with reinforcements and all the supplies it needs. But for victory it is not enough to have soldiers and armaments, an unwavering will to victory is needed. This must be aroused and tempered in the next few days. When a ball rolls along under the impact of a jolt that is given to it, it does not stop until it has exhausted all the kinetic energy it has received. This sometimes happens with armies, too, when they have lost their willpower. But in the armies of the Eastern Front there is not even the shadow of loss of the will to victory. There is only a weakening of its tension. The commanders and commissars must themselves take the initiative in the advance, and transmit this initiative to the army as a whole. The season when the roads are impassable has given us a brief respite. This will enable us to bring order into disorganized ranks, to throw out the worthless elements, to renew and give an airing to the commanding personnel and the commissars, where this is needed, and thereby to prepare for the advance. An end to the retreat. We must smash Kalkak. He can be defeated only through an intense offensive all along the front. Such an offensive will entail many fewer losses than a protracted retreat. One decisive blow, and Kalkak's regiments, created by force and held together by the whip, will shatter into fragments. Such a blow we must deliver. Commissars and commanders. The Soviet Republic lays a very great responsibility upon you at this time. You dare not lose a single day, a single hour. You must shake up your units and arouse in them an unconquerable will to victory. Not one step back. The hour for the offensive has struck. Woe to those regiments which fail to obey a military order. Honor and glory to the brave soldiers, commanders, and commissars of the Eastern Front. April 24, 1919. Vyatha. En route, number 36. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's offensive, March-April 1919. To all citizens of Vyatka province. Counting on the bourgeoisie of Vyatka and the kulaks of the countryside, Kalkak has scattered his agents all over Vyatka province. They have been given the task, 1. To disrupt railway lines, blow up bridges, and destroy telegraph and telephone communications, 2. To stir up kulak revolts in the rear of the Red forces, and 3. To bring confusion and disintegration into the ranks of the Red regiments. In places in the town of Vyatka where certain units are quartered, White Guard Kalkakite appeals have been found which bear such false signatures as peasant, Uralian, and so on. A similar agitation is being carried on among the railway staffs and in the villages. Kalkak's agents, hirelings of the Russian and American imperialists, do not stop at anything in their struggle against the workers and the working peasants. In turn, the Soviet power will not shrink from using the severest measures in combating the counter-revolutionary traitors and their accomplices. It is hereby announced that 1. All citizens who are caught giving aid, whether direct or indirect, to Kalkak's agents, by providing them with lodging or helping them to move about, by concealing their presence, or by not reporting their activities to the nearest military or civil authority, will be treated as traitors and tried under martial law. 2. Responsibility for the inviolability of the railways, telegraph lines and, in general, of all installations possessing military importance, is laid upon the Soviets and upon the population generally of those villages and volosts through which the railway and telegraph lines pass. The assignment of responsibility for particular lines will be specially announced through the local authorities. In the event of malicious damage to lines, posts, wires or bridges, those kulaks and White Guards who have been taken as hostages will be shot. 3. Commandments of barracks, commissars, and commanders are to investigate unremittingly the appearance of suspicious persons in places where Red Army units are quartered. All honorable Red Army men comrades are to cooperate in this task in every way. Kalkak's hired agents must be caught and exterminated. 4. help, direct or indirect, given to the evasion of military service, either by incitement to desertion or by concealment of deserters, will be punished, in Viatka province, as an act of treason, with the full severity of martial law. 5. Bourgeois and kulak elements must remember that they are living in a socialist republic which is waging a struggle to the death against the enemies of the working class. In the event of the slightest attempt being made to help Kolchak, the ruthless fist of Red Terror will descend upon the urban and rural bourgeoisie of Viatka province. This announcement is to be posted up in all Soviet institutions and in all public places, and is to be signed personally by the chairman of the Volast and village executive committees of Viatka province. En route. April 24, 1919, number 35. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. Order. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Third Army, April 26, 1919, Viatha. ******. To be read in all companies, squadrons, battalions, and task forces. Comrade soldiers, commanders, and commissars. The command of your army has given you an order, to prepare for an offensive. This order you must carry out with maximum concentration of all your strength. Those few days which still remain for preparation must be utilized. You must apply yourselves to training. You must correct all shortcomings, make up for all oversights, repair all omissions. Every commander must inspect his unit carefully and strictly. Every commissar must remind the soldiers of his regiment of the lofty responsibility that they bear. Every soldier must remember that the entire country is now looking expectantly to him. When the order is given to begin the offensive, there must be no doubts, waverings, or looking this way and that. Woe to the soldier or the commander who leaves the ranks, as a violator of unity, a renegade. Iron discipline must be established in your ranks. The salvation of the country requires this. Every commander, from section leader up to divisional commander, must remember that he answers for his unit. Every commissar must remember that he shares responsibility with the commander. I have spent a few days with your army. I have seen the units and talked with soldiers, commanders, and commissars. I firmly believe that the moment for a decisive turn has come. There will be no more retreating. The Third Army will go over to the offensive. I send fraternal greeting to all those units of the Third Army which I was not able this time to meet personally. In the next few weeks, comrades, I shall meet you in Penn and then in Ekaterinburg. May victory crown your banners. Long live the Third Army. Long live workers and peasants Russia. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. What you do, do quickly. *******. Our armies have taken Benderi. Benderi is on the Bessarabian bank of the river Dniester. A wide door has been opened into Bessarabia. In the Kamenets-Podolsk direction, Ukrainian units are advancing to link up with the armies of Soviet Hungary. At the same time, things are going well in the north too. 4 weeks ago the British command was in utter despair, then it seemed to calm down, but now, once more, matters are as bad as they can be for this command. The whites are rebelling, calling out to our troops, coming over to our side, fighting in our ranks. This happened in the area of Tulgskaya village, on the left bank of the northern Dvina. Thanks to this development, our units, despite the extremely unfavorable physical conditions, have occupied at one stroke the highly important fortified area of Tulgskaya Volast, up to and including the villages of Karpovskaya and Butakovskaya. We can therefore look forward with complete confidence to the further development of events on the northern front. True, we have suffered a big defeat in the west. The Polish legionaries have taken Vilna. However, despite the great importance of Vilna as a Lithuanian center, the mere fact that Vilna has fallen does not in itself constitute anything dangerous from the military standpoint. Relations between Soviet Russia and Poland will be decided not by the bayonets of those essentially very insignificant forces which in the present conflict are deciding the fate of Vilna for a few weeks. The proletariat of Warsaw, Częstochowa, and Dąbrowa are raising sharply the question of Soviet power. The government of Polish capital can still today hurl shock groups against Vilna, but it is barely capable of creating any sort of stable regime in Warsaw. The fluctuations of the Western Front are consequently of third-rate importance. Over there, the whole matter will be settled all at once, and on a wide scale. There remains, as before, the Eastern Front. It would be hasty to affirm that we have already brought about the necessary change on that front. On the northern sector, operations have been almost halted by the very bad condition of the roads. On the southern sector, Kalkuk is still in some places pressing our units hard. Replacements and reinforcements are coming up from various quarters, but they are coming too slowly. Large numbers of communists are being mobilized, but they take too long in arriving. Through supply trains are moving eastward, but they are moving too slowly. We need not only to smash Kalkuk but to do this quickly, with the minimum expenditure of forces and resources. I therefore appeal to all institutions and workers in the rear, to the Central Supply Administration, to the All-Russia General Staff, to the military commissariats of districts, provinces, and uyezds, to Soviet and party organizations, to the trade unions. The Eastern Front calls to you. What you do quickly. En route, number 37. April 27, 1919. The Eastern Front. Kalkuk's offensive, March-April 1919. Don't waste time. ******. The danger from Kalkuk has undoubtedly evoked an immense upsurge in the country. All other questions have been put aside for the time being. It has again been shown that the great class bond that unites the worker masses is incomparably stronger than any conflicts or misunderstandings due to differences of trade or way of life. Discontent undoubtedly exists in relation to the state of affairs, or to other actions by the Soviet power. How, indeed, could that not be? The country has not yet escaped from the clutches of hunger and ruin. This discontent sometimes takes acute forms. Incited by the White Guards and the Left SRS, with the help of the Mensheviks and the Right SRS, discontent is at times transformed into local revolts or strikes. But it is enough for a general danger to appear, and all partial questions fall into the background. The working masses are united by awareness that, however hard things may be for them now, temporarily, under the rule of the bourgeoisie they would be incomparably harder and, what is most important, there would be no way out. Hence this militant upsurge, despite the heavy fatigue, hence this readiness to fight to the end for the workers' and peasants' republic. However, in this matter too the organizational apparatus is functioning too slowly. The path that links the readiness of the working masses to fight and the implementation of this readiness of theirs is proving to be too long. Reinforcement drafts often arrive too slowly owing to the shortage of uniforms. Local Soviet institutions work, as often as not, in isolation from each other. Uniforms held by the National Economic Council or by the Supply Committee are not available when required by the military commissariat of the province or the uyezd. An end must be put to this. The dispatching of reinforcement drafts must be made the central task of all Soviet institution and party organizations. Mobilization of communists, sympathizers, and volunteers is going well, but those mobilized take too long to get to the front. Workers removed from responsible posts take too much time in handing over their responsibilities. An end must be put to this. The handing over of responsibilities must be completed in a few hours. Persons mobilized must, so far as possible, be sent off on the very same day to the place to which they have been assigned. Local party committees and executive committees try to assemble the persons they have mobilized in large units, in battalions and regiments. This arises from a quite comprehensible and not at all blameworthy feeling of emulation. But this way of dispatching reinforcements has bad consequences for the front. it is best to include a considerable proportion of the communists who have been mobilized as Red Army men in the very next reinforcement drafts to leave, while the rest, as they assemble, should be quickly collected into special companies and sent to the front. We have there, in all our armies, good, hardened cadres, and in the immediate rear we have well-organized holding regiments. Training and formation proceeds a great deal more rapidly in the circumstances of the zone adjoining the front than it does in the distant rear. The main task now is not to waste time. The arrival of every new reinforcement draft, provided it contains firm cadres, is of enormous material and moral importance for the front. When it receives reinforcements, a regiment is regenerated. Each additional communist worker can be very important for the life of each separate unit. But we must hurry. Reinforcements, volunteer formations, commanders, communists must get to the front without delay, forthwith. And that this may happen, it is necessary to finish decisively with red tape and disparity between departments, in every uyezd and provincial town. Every uyezd must act as though the danger from Kalkak were bearing down directly upon it, and as though repelling that danger depended upon its own efforts. Only thus shall we achieve complete, decisive and, what is most important, rapid success. Comrades, hurry. Don't waste time. En route. April 28, 1919, number 38. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's offensive, March-April 1919. Russia or Kalkak? ******. The country has roused itself. The danger advancing from the east has awakened the great energy of the working masses. Forces are mobilizing, the will is being concentrated, a rebuff is in preparation. The country is weary, of course. This weariness has been accumulating for many years. The people, burdened with labor, has never emerged from its state of weariness. Weary, it was thrown into the hell of the imperialist slaughter. The February Revolution lured it with the phantom of liberation, only to disappoint it and increase its weariness. The October Revolution roused the forces of the people and showed them the way forward. But that same October Revolution, which constituted a terrible threat to the bourgeoisie of the whole world, led to a series of furious attacks on the workers' and peasants' power. For 17 months we have been waging an almost uninterrupted struggle. They attack us and we defend ourselves. The workers and peasants did not and do not want war, but they did not and do not want to be turned once again into beasts of burden, to be driven at Kalkak's command. Our exhausted country has defended itself and is still defending itself, pouring out its blood. The German imperialists were the first to count on the country's weariness, then the Anglo-French vultures, and now it is Kalkak's turn. He knows, of course, that he cannot conquer workers and peasants' Russia, with its many millions of inhabitants. But he counts on our people suffering loss of heart. So many calamities, adversities, and burdens have fallen to the lot of the working people of Russia during the last 5 years that one might wonder where they could find the strength to resist and repulse an attack. And Kalkak hopes that the Russian worker will hang down his head, that the Russian peasant's heart will sink, that they will lose courage and say, "We have no strength left with which to resist, let anybody come who wants to, Kalkak, the King of England, the Mikado of Japan. Let them plunder and strangle, let them do whatever they want, we can't and won't resist any longer." This is what Kalkak counts on. And, indeed, if the people's spirit were to be broken, that would mean our ruin. But it is not so. It will not happen. Before our eyes something great is taking place. The terrible danger has brought forth a new uprush of energy and power from the depths of the people. This happens, too, with an individual. Tired, worn out, half asleep, he is dragging himself along a forest path, ready to collapse under the first tree stump and sleep the sleep of the dead. But then, through the evening hush of the forest, he hears the whistle of a robber, and that traveler, half dead from fatigue, now roused and awakened, stares into the dusk and seizes hold of a stick, a stone, a knife, whatever weapon comes to hand. Mortal danger has restored in him the energy that had ebbed away. The Russian people are now like a great traveler. Having thrown off the chains of their former slavery, they are marching towards new, great goals, towards the building of an honest, just life of labor and happiness, based on principles of fraternal labor. But the road is a difficult one. There are ups and downs, potholes, and ravines, and sharp stones underfoot. And venomous snakes lurk beneath the stones along the road. A black crow, croaking hatefully, circles overhead and waits for prey. But the traveler, surmounting obstacles, continues on towards his goal, though exhausted with hunger. At certain moments it seems as though he has stopped, either from fatigue or in order to meditate. It is even as though a doubt has stirred in his mind, shall I ever get there? That was the moment that Kolchak seized. He scraped around, concentrated everything he had, and from out of the Siberian rear he struck at the Russian people. You are exhausted, proletarian, peasant, you are weary. Your heart has faltered, you are giving up the struggle, therefore, you will now be mine. I will crush you under my feet, I will shackle you with irons, I will fasten on you a new muzzle of autocracy, with red-hot rods of steel I will force you to serve, as before, your age-old masters, the landlords, the manufacturers, the generals and admirals. And Russia will again be the Russia of the Tsar and the nobles. But Kolchak did not get it right. He observed correctly that the people were tired. This tiredness affects everyone. The whole country wants peace and tranquil labor. But there is not only tiredness. The people have consciousness, and an unconquerable will to freedom, independence, and happiness. The Russia of today is a new Russia, not the Russia of the nobles, the bourgeoisie, the Tsar, or Kolchak, but a workers' and peasants' Russia. The alarm bell has rung out all over Russia, and not only the workers of Petrograd and Moscow, not only the working population of the Volga country, who are directly menaced by Kolchak, but also the peasants of the most out-of-the-way uyezds and volosses have heard it and understood that the last powerful and dangerous foe is threatening everything that the people have won and, what is most important, their whole future. Before every worker and peasant, before every conscious and honorable soldier of the Red Army the question is now posed, who is to live and who to die, Russia or Kolchak? Russia means the working people who have taken the government of the country into their own hands and are applying themselves to heal its old wounds and sores and to build a new, rational life. Russia means a people numbering many millions who want to live in peace and fraternity with all other working peoples. Russia means the young and rising generations, our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, to whom we shall hand over a country freed from the barbarism and brutality that weighed upon it for centuries. Kolchak is the embodiment of all the former injustice of Russian life. To transform the whole country into a frightful hard labor prison, in which the warders and executioners would be the exploiters who are now aggrieved, and the convicts would be the workers and peasants, that is the only purpose of Kolchak's campaign. The country has roused itself. In the provinces, the uyezds, and the volosses one question is now the center of universal attention, how to gather together and concentrate all forces and resources for the purpose of repulsing Kolchak. Besides the mobilizing of 5 age groups proclaimed by the Council of People's Commissars, all the provinces are trying to form model units composed of the more conscious, revolutionary and self-sacrificing workers and peasants, as volunteers. The example has been set by the Volga provinces, where the communists of Sызrань, Samara, Simbirsk, and Kazan are, with feverish energy, forming themselves into revolutionary shock regiments. The workers of Moscow have one thought, one care, to safeguard the Eastern Front. Heroic work in the interests of the Eastern Front is being carried on in Petrograd. The workers of Penza have sent a telegram to say that they are forming a shock regiment, in all haste. In Yaroslav and Vologda provinces the communists are doing their duty, mobilizing the best fighters for the Eastern Front. Russia has roused itself, province is competing with province and uyezd with uyezd in the task of repulsing Kolchak. This is a noble contest, inspired by ambition which is the reverse of vain,
being an endeavor to render the maximum service to the cause of the workers' and peasants' revolution. The danger on the Eastern Front is great. Kolchak's forces have not yet been beaten, and even his advance towards the Volga has not been halted. But it can already be said, with profound confidence, that Soviet Russia will reply to the Kolchakite threat with a mighty, crushing rebuff. Do not waste a day, not a single hour. Assemble all forces and all resources and set them to work. Put every worker in his proper place. Every province, every uyezd, every volast must now work as though the burden of Kolchak's invasion had to be borne wholly by itself alone. These spring weeks will decide things for good and all. If Kolchak's forces are scattered, then what remains of Krasnov's and Denikin's bands will disappear. In their wake, the British will withdraw their occupation forces, and Hindenburg will take himself off with his wretched iron battalions. Kolchak is the only serious danger threatening us. This danger will be overcome, eliminated, crushed. Workers and peasants Russia wants to live, and will live. Death and destruction to Kolchak. Long live workers and peasants Russia. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. Once more, don't waste time. *****. The situation on the Eastern Front continues to be alarming. Reinforcements are too slow in coming up. The necessary effort is not observable in the tempo of work of Soviet institutions. This is due to a considerable extent to the fact that during 1.5 years of Soviet power we have grown too familiar with dangers and with the victorious mastering of these dangers. Many comrades think, how could Kolchak possibly conquer the Soviet Republic? And with that thought they rest content. This mood threatens us with the greatest dangers. In any case it has the effect of very seriously slowing down the mobilization of the necessary forces, and thereby putting off the hour of our victory. Yet we need a quick victory. We have no right to waste time. The country is famine-stricken. The country needs grain, coal, oil, and cotton. All this can be supplied to the workers and peasants only by means of a quick and decisive victory. And such a victory is possibly only given a truly revolutionary effort on the part of all the advanced forces of the working class and the conscious peasantry. Work is proceeding too slowly. Many decisions and measures which might have been taken today are being put off till tomorrow. Much time is being lost in the transmission of orders from one institution to another. The responsible workers in the localities by no means always check on the fulfillment of decisions. Too many of them let themselves be lulled with words. Local interests still often exercise too great an influence on work to support the Eastern Front. Too large a number of executives prove to be indispensable for local work. Those who are assigned to the front are not removed from the localities soon enough. The handing over of responsibilities takes too long. Rolling stock for the movement of reinforcements is not ordered in good time. Disparity and discrepancy is to be found everywhere. In one place an hour has been lost, in communicating with another place half an hour has been lost, in that place, in turn, entire days have been lost. And the result is that the reinforcements reach the front a whole week later than would have been possible. Time is of more decisive importance in war than in any other sphere. Comrade members of province and uyezd executive committees and party committees. It depends on you to give a fresh sweep to all this work. No small amount of routine, red tape, new Soviet Oblomovism. Oblomov, the protagonist of Goncharov's novel, 1858, named after him, is an embodiment of complacent laziness. As the critic Mark Slonim writes, he firmly believes that inactivity is a symbol of social superiority, and that work is a curse. He is contrasted with his friend Stahls, an industrious and methodical German has accumulated already in our Soviet mechanism. The work of service to the Eastern Front must not be paralysed by these faults. The Central Committee demands that local organizations now devote 3/4 of their forces to work for carrying through successive mobilizations, troop formations, and the dispatch of reinforcements to the Eastern Front. This decision by the party's Central Committee is to be taken literally. Therefore, of every 4 local party workers, 3 must be transferred to war work in the broad sense of the word. Once again I repeat, every province, every uyezd must act as though the threat from Kalkak stood directly on its own border and could be warded off only by its forces. It is necessary to hasten the dispatch to the front of the comrades mobilized by the party and the trade unions. All energy must be shown in dispatching 10 to 20 persons from each volst, in accordance with the decision of the All Russia Central Executive Committee and the Defense Council on April 25 of this year. Measures must be taken at the same time to speed up the systematic formation and forwarding of planned replacements. The Russian working class is facing its last severe trial. This trial it will sustain, and victory will be won, but on one condition, that we do not lull ourselves with optimism, do not rely on others, do not put our trust in maybe, do not waste a single moment of time. Let every Soviet executive, every party member hang above his desk or his lathe this inscription: remember the Eastern Front. Don't waste time. April 30, 1919. Moscow. En route, number 39. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's offensive, March-April 1919. Order number 92. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the troops on the Eastern Front, May 1, 1919, number 92. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a period of temporary weakness and retreat, the Soviet Eastern Front has been reinforced and strengthened. We are holding the enemy's attack and on certain sectors have begun to go over to the offensive ourselves. Another week or two, and a turn will become apparent along the whole line of the front. Kalkak's forces will be hurled back. On the threshold of this new, victorious period in the work of the Eastern armies, I remind them of the need for the strictest fulfillment of my order previously given regarding the attitude to be taken towards deserters from the enemy and prisoners of war. Deserters from the enemy are to be received in a friendly way, as comrades who have freed themselves from under Kalkak's lash, or as repentant adversaries. This applies not only to soldiers but also to officers. Whoever comes over to our side is to be welcomed. Enemies who have surrendered or who have been taken prisoner are in no case to be shot. It is to be kept firmly in mind that in Kalkak's army there is a section who have been deceived and another section who are fighting under compulsion, and that only a very small section of that army consists of monarchist Kalkakites. Even among Kalkak's officers it is only the top layer of admirals and generals that consists of sworn enemies of the working class. The majority of the lower-ranking officers were forcibly mobilized and would be glad to shake off the yoke. When they have seen on whose side truth and power lie, not Kalkak's soldiers only, but also many of his officers will then work honestly in the Soviet ranks. Arbitrary shooting of men who come over from the enemy, as also of prisoners of war, will be punished ruthlessly in accordance with military law. Let Kalkak's executioners shoot prisoners. The workers' and peasants' army will turn repentant enemies into friends. Commanders, commissars, and conscious soldiers are to check strictly on the fulfillment of this order. The Revolutionary War Councils of the Eastern armies are instructed to give the widest publicity to this order, to circulate it in all units of the armies of the Eastern Front, and to convey it by hand to commanders and commissars of units, so that no one may excuse himself by pleading ignorance of it. At the same time, measures must be taken to ensure that the order becomes known to all the soldiers and commanders of Kalkak's counter-revolutionary army. Let them decide their fate for themselves. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's offensive, March-April 1919. The beginning of a turn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The results of the intense work done on the Eastern Front and in the rear are already beginning to show themselves. The line of Kalkak's advance has wavered. 75 on the southern sector of the Eastern Front we have achieved a serious success. Our position at Orenburg and at Uralsk is becoming quite secure. The Samara-Belebey line will soon be ours. The direct threat to the left bank of the Kama, at Spassk, can be regarded as having been eliminated.
On the northern sector of the Eastern Front the turn has not yet been achieved in forms obvious to all. On the front of the Perm Army there is a temporary standstill in operations, due to the continuing impassability of the roads and the necessary preparatory operations. True, the retreat of the adjoining army, to the south, is still going on. But this retreat has nothing in common with what we were seeing on various sectors of the Eastern Front until recently. In the given case, the retreat is due to definite considerations by the command, it has been confined in advance to a definite line, and it is being carried out with all the necessary degree of planning. A turn on the Eastern Front has become apparent. The line of Kalkak's advance has wavered, and in the south it has, under our pressure, begun to fall back towards the Urals. It would, however, be extremely light-minded and criminal to suppose that the main task has already been accomplished, that future victory is fully assured. No. Only the first step has been taken. Only a turn has been observed. And what we need is not just a turn, but a complete, decisive, crushing and, most important, rapid victory. All the work of the rear must be filled with this idea. Hurry. Hasten up reinforcements. Don't waste a day, not a single hour. Kalkak has wavered. He must be overturned. The work must be carried through to the end. We must destroy the snake. May 4, 1919. In Zaruzaevka. Inza and Ruzaevka are stations on the line between Ryazan and Sazran, southeast and southwest, respectively, of Saransk. En route, number 41. Endnotes. 75 Kalkak reached the apogee of his success in mid-April 1919. Only Orenburg and Uralsk remained in our hands, wedged into his dispositions and obliging him to extend his front widely. The dangerous situation on the Eastern Front engaged the entire attention of the party and of the mass of the peasants and workers in the Republic. On the Volga fortified areas were created, with incredible speed, to serve as defensive strongpoints for the front. Reinforcements were hastily brought up, divisions transferred from other fronts, and masses of communists drafted into the units. Our first successes were won before Orenburg, to take which Kalkak had diverted 2 divisions of his 4th Corps from Zlatist. In fighting on April 27 on the river Sakimra runs into the river Ural at Orenburg, this corps was almost completely annihilated. This defeat inflicted on the enemy enabled the command of the Eastern Front to complete its concentration of a mobile group which, exploiting its favorable position on the flank in the area of Buzoluk, launched an attack towards the end of April in the general direction of Buguruslan. This was taken by our forces on May 4. Orenburg, the defense of which had been left almost entirely to its workers, beat off persistent attacks by the Whites. From that moment Kalkak began to retreat along his entire front. The further course of events can be followed from the chronology. The Eastern Front. Kalkak's offensive, March-April 1919. Order number 94. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, May 5, 1919, number 94, Kazan. *****. The armies of the Eastern Front have been led for 8 months by SS. Kamina. Under his command the armies have dealt many a blow at the Czechoslovaks and at the bands of Dutov and Kalkak. Under Comrade Kamina's leadership the troops of the Eastern Front restored to the Soviet Republic Ufa, Orenburg, and Uralsk. For a number of reasons our Eastern Front weakened temporarily, and Kalkak again took Ufa, forcing our troops back to a considerable distance. In recent weeks, however, vigorous measures have been taken by the Eastern Front, under Commander Kamina's leadership, to restore the situation. These measures have already led to the first serious successes. Over a large sector of the line of the Eastern Front our armies have gone over to a successful offensive. The intense and continuous work of the commander of the Eastern Front has made it necessary that he take a short rest. While granting Comrade Kamina 6 weeks leave and giving thanks to him on behalf of the Red Army, I express the firm hope that the troops of the Eastern Front, under the leadership of their new commander A.A.
Samilo. Both Kamina and his successor Samilo were former officers of the Tsarist army, will develop the successes already attained, and give the Soviet Republic complete victory over Kolchak. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. Order number 95. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the N Division, May 6, 1919, number 95, Vyatskopolieni. ******. To be read to all companies, squadrons, batteries, and task forces. Comrade soldiers, commanders, and commissars of the N Division. I got to know the basic nucleus of your division during the memorable battles last year before Kazan. A considerable time has passed since then, and the detachment of those days has developed into a regular, powerful division, of which enemies speak with hatred and friends with respect and love. What has welded your division into unity? A clear consciousness that our struggle is honorable, a holy struggle. The enemies of the working people, the landlords and capitalists, forced us to take up arms. But since that is so, you said to yourselves, we must be real soldiers of the revolution, intrepid fighters. You have survived many battles. You have inscribed many victories on your banners. You have brought freedom to towns and villages. True, in recent times the weakened Eastern Front has wavered. You were obliged to retreat. But if you retreated for a time, it was only so as to take a better run up and then leap forward. The moment for the heroic forward leap has now come. Our oppressed brothers in Perm and in Ekaterinburg await impatiently the hour of liberation. This liberation you will bring them. When I visited you on May 6, I convinced myself, through talking with your riflemen, gunners, troopers, armored car crews, sailors, commanders, and commissars that the temporary retreat has not broken your spirit. It is as strong now as ever it was. Warriors of the N Division. An end to retreating. Not a step back. Death and destruction to Kolchak's dishonorable bands. Long live the courageous N Division. Long live the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. The Eastern Front. Kolchak's offensive, March-April 1919. A great test. *****. The party, Soviet, and trade union organizations in the provinces and the uyezds are undergoing a great test. On the vigor and the precision of their work depends the success of operations on the eastern and southern fronts. It would be criminal light-mindedness to suppose that with the recovery of Bugoruslan, Sergeyevsk, and Kystopol is on the river Kana, about 110 kilometers southeast of Kazan. Sergeyevsk is about 100 kilometers northeast of Samara. Our task on the Eastern Front is coming to a close. That is not so, it is far from being the case. Encouraged by the prolonged retreat of our eastern armies, Kolchak advanced too far. When the turn came in the morale of our forces, when we went over to the offensive, we soon crushed his vanguard. But only his vanguard. How numerous Kolchak's reserves are, and what staunchness they will show, can be discovered only in practice. Only the further development of operations will bring us into direct conflict with Kolchak's reserves. And it is not difficult to forecast that the pressure which our armies of the Eastern Front are exerting at present will not be sufficient to bring us complete victory. We have no right to stand still. We have no right to lose tempo. We must keep on advancing, developing our success, not allowing the enemy to halt, carry out the regrouping he needs, consolidate, and give us a rebuff. We now have in our hands the great advantage of the initiative. We must keep it. We must advance, 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 until we have completely crushed Kolchak's bands. But for this purpose the front needs reinforcements. The speed and continuity of their arrival depend on the vigor and precision of the work of the Soviet power at province and uyezd level. Up to now this work has been performed very much more slowly than the circumstances required. Resolutions and support for the Eastern Front flowed much more abundantly than reinforcements and drafts. And yet there can be no doubt as to the readiness of the workers and peasants to give everything for victory over Kolchak.
All that is needed is for the province and uyezd apparatuses of Soviet power to work steadily, precisely, without interruption. It is necessary that nobody shall dare to put off till tomorrow what can be done today. Our local organizations are indeed undergoing a great test at present. The task of the party and Soviet Center consists in precisely checking that this test is passed. Enterprising, reliable, capable, conscientious workers make themselves known precisely in critical moments. Brought to the forefront by circumstances, they must in future be given the opportunity to apply their capacities on a wider scale. Contrariwise, those workers who, in the localities, become overgrown with the cobwebs of bureaucratism must be removed from their posts. The great test which the country is undergoing must in no case be allowed to pass without consequences for our internal work of construction. The straining of all our forces must lead to a purging from the Soviet apparatus of all elements of passivity, thoughtlessness, and rot, and to leadership in work being assigned to all the creative elements of the working class. May 7, 1919. Kazan Shikrani. Shikrani is southwest of Kazan, where the line from Moscow joins the Kazan-Penza line. En route, number 43. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 79. By the chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Co-Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the soldiers of the Northern Army defending the approaches to Petrograd, February 11, 1919, number 79, Yamburg. *******. Comrade soldiers, commanders, commissars. Having been instructed to visit your front by the Council of People's Commissars, I greet all the honorable, staunch, and brave warriors of your army. I greet you in the name of the soldiers of the Southern Front, which has struck a mortal blow at Krasnov's bands and is now triumphantly approaching Rostov and Novokirksk. I greet you in the name of the troops of the Ukrainian army, who have liberated Kharkov, Poltava, Yekaterinoslav, Chernigov, Kiev, and Yelizavetgrad. I greet you in the name of the troops of the Eastern Front, who, after clearing the Volga, have set about clearing the Urals, and who, after taking Orenburg, have linked Soviet Russia again with Soviet Turkestan. I greet you in the name of the troops of the Western Front, who have freed Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus from the German White Guard yoke. Comrades, it is only on the sector held by your army that Soviet Russia has, with surprise, observed setbacks in recent times. Instead of advancing and liberating the workers and peasants, as befits revolutionary troops, you have until now been retreating. 76. Why is this? Is our enemy so strong? No, our enemy is few in numbers. You are incomparably more numerous. If you have retreated and enabled the insolent enemy to take town after town, the blame for this lies in the insufficient staunchness of your own ranks. I know that in your army there were not only individual soldiers but also whole regiments that fought honorably and courageously. They will all be singled out and rewarded. Their names will be uttered with respect all over Soviet Russia. I order the commanders and commissars of all units to compile a careful record of all the soldiers who have distinguished themselves, and to forward this through the proper channels so that they may be rewarded. But there have also been among you many unconscious, cowardly and even dishonorable soldiers, many self-seekers who, in the moment of danger, have thought not of the working people, not of their comrades in arms, but only of themselves, of their own skins. These self-seekers have brought disintegration into the Red regiments and have often incited them to retreat in shameful fashion. These self-seekers have often deserted and have incited waverers to desert. Such conduct has made your army the weakest and most helpless of the numerous armies of the Soviet Republic. An end must now be put to this. The Red regiments must not retreat. There can be no desertion from the ranks of the revolutionary forces. The cause for which you fight is the greatest, most sacred cause in the world. You are defending the workers' and peasants' revolution from the onslaught of hateful bands of landlords and bourgeois, who enjoy the support of Anglo-French imperialism. Your army guards the approaches to Red Petrograd.
The Estonian and Finnish White Guards are already boasting that they will capture this great center of the workers' and peasants' revolution. It shall not be. Your army must pull itself together and rise to the level of the other, the best, the victorious armies of the Soviet Republic. I warn the commanders and commissars that failure to carry out military orders will place a terrible responsibility first and foremost upon them. The best soldiers must support the commanders and help them to use an iron hand in dealing with the cowards and self-seekers. Not a single crime must be left unpunished. At the same time, not a single feat of arms must be left unrewarded. The Revolutionary Military Field Tribunal must ruthlessly punish all those soldiers who betray their brothers in battle. Honor and glory to the brave, conscious soldiers. Death to self-seekers, deserters and traitors. Long live the Workers' and Peasants' Red Army. Endnotes. 76. The reference is to the defeat suffered by units of the 7th Army which, advancing steadily into the interior of Estonia, and having fallen into disorder through loss of contact with their bases, encountered fresh White Guard forces in the Reval area and by the middle of February had been pushed back to the line of the river Narva and Lake Peipus. The basic nucleus of the enemy consisted of Estonian units together with the Northern Corps commanded by Colonel Jarajinsky. This corps had begun to form in the Pskov area already during the German occupation, with material aid and encouragement from the German command. By the terms of the Treaty of Brest the Germans were obliged to evacuate this and they decided to hand over responsibility for the guardianship of order to the White Guard organizations, who had recruiting offices all along the Baltic coast. After the German Revolution and the Red Army's advance, this Northern Corps had withdrawn, much battered, behind the Estonian frontier, and began reorganizing under the leadership of the Estonian Commander-in-Chief, Leedwiner. Encouraged by this success, the White Guards took Narva and Vok, in Estonian, Vega, is on the border between Estonia and Latvia, on the Pskov-Riga line and threatened Pskov. These events were the last military actions of the winter period. The fight for Petrograd, Finland and 13 others. A warning to the Finnish bourgeoisie. The garrulous and boastful Lord Churchill has listed 14 enemies who have combined against Soviet Russia. Among them is Finland. In recent times the European newspapers have had much to say about the deal that the Entente has made with the Finnish bourgeoisie. The object of the deal is an attack on Petrograd. For this Britain will give £6 million, with a corresponding quantity of grain, shells, and all the rest. Churchill also named the date for the realization of the deal, that is, for the attack, namely, the end of August. In the language of the stock exchange, that is called ultimo. Where in all this do lies end and where does half-truth begin? Independent bourgeois Finland is indisputably a very wretched, downtrodden, and enslaved country. Having received independence from the hands of the October Revolution in Russia, the Finnish bourgeoisie, after suppressing their own proletariat, at once sold this independence in exchange for foreign bayonets to defend bourgeois property. At first Finland became a petty vassal principality of Hohenzollerns, then an underling of the Entente. General Mannerheim sold his hangman's services with equal willingness to the Germans and to the British. But to whatever depths of political prostitution the Finnish bourgeoisie sank, they could nevertheless not shake off anxiety about some minimum guarantees for the existence of their country. Especially as the mass of the Finnish people, with the exception of a loudmouthed stratum of petty bourgeois chauvinist intellectuals, the so-called activists, are not at all disposed to gamble their fate on the card of a military adventure. As for Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and the other world-scale swindlers of the League of Nations, who swear by the freedom and independence of small nations, for them, of course, Finland is not an end in itself but merely a third-rate means. To speak plainly, it is an armful of straw which they want to toss onto the Russian bonfire, so as to strengthen the flame of civil war and thereby contribute to the weakening and bleeding of the Russian people. If Finland gets burnt as a result, why should the bandits of imperialism worry about that? The Finnish bourgeoisie is scared. It is calculating, haggling, asking for a deferment, postulating a better price, agreeing and then again taking fright. This uncertain bargaining has already been dragging on for many months. General Mannerheim was all ready to seize Petrograd in February of this year. He ordered maneuvers to be held on the Karelian frontier which were to serve as a rehearsal for the attack. However, the affair finished miserably. The Finnish conscripts held meetings. Only 2 companies turned up for the maneuvers. We fortified the Karelian Isthmus, strengthened the garrison of Petrograd, put the Baltic fleet on a war footing, and at the same time declared that we would in no case take the initiative in attacking Finland. That time, the adventure failed to come off. General Mannerheim was defeated in the presidential election. Urged by the compromisers, the Finnish bourgeoisie elected as president the colorless Professor Ståhlberg KJ. Ståhlberg was elected president of Finland in the summer of 1919 as the candidate of the Progressive and Socialist parties, whose policy amounts to this, that he trembles equally before Bolshevism, before the idea of getting mixed up in an adventure, and before the admonishing finger of the Entente. The election of the trembling Ståhlberg on the departure for Italy of the saber-rattling Mannerheim seemed to signify the liquidation of the plan for armed intervention by Finland. Foreign newspapers even wrote of something like a breach between Finland and the Entente. But the British government replied to a question in Parliament that the change of presidents did not mean that there would be any change in the Allies' attitude to Finland. And, indeed, great activity is to be observed in Finnish and Estonian waters. The Scandinavian papers, and other sources as well, carry news of substantial transports of military supplies arriving at Finland's ports. According to the same reports, German factories are supplying Finland with machine guns and explosives. There is a revival of talk about the miserable expedition to Olonets. There are reports that an offensive is being prepared in the Karelian sector, at first in the form of raids by Greens. As has been mentioned, in Finland only a small group of frenzied chauvinists are keen to join in the brigand schemes of Great Britain. A section of the officers, headed by Ignatius, went so far as almost to threaten revolt in connection with the retirement of Mannerheim. The Finnish activists think that they will most certainly obtain Eastern Karelia and an ice-free port. The ice-free port in question was Peshinga, Petsamo, which is on the shore of the Barents Sea, not the White Sea. It was ceded to Finland by the peace treaty with Soviet Russia in 1920, but taken back as a consequence of Finland's wars with the USSR in 1939–1940 and 1941–1944 on the White Sea if they can seize Petrograd as security. This notion is fully in the spirit of the fantastic Finnish legends of the Kalevala. Kalevala, Land of Heroes, was the name given to a collection of old Finnish ballads, arranged as a connected poem, which was published in the middle of the 19th century and played a big part in stimulating national feeling in Finland. It was translated into Western languages, and influenced Longfellow in the writing of Hiawatha, 1858. The original of Trotsky's Monster Cow is a great ox, of which the English translation of the Kalevala says, "All day long there flew a swallow twixt the mighty ox's horn tips, striving through the space to hasten, nor found resting place between them. Month-long ran a summer squirrel, from his neck unto his tail end, nor did he attain the tail tip, till a month had quite passed over." In these legends, as is well known, figure a gigantic duck, from whose eggs heaven and earth are hatched out, and a gigantic cow with a tail such that a bird takes whole days and night to fly from one end of it to the other. The idea of Petrograd being captured by the Finnish activists, to serve as security, is wholly in conformity with the cycle of images in the Kalevala. Except that in folklore all this has a naively poetic quality, whereas in the policy of the unbalanced chauvinists it amounts to delirious ravings. The seizure of Petrograd by the help of the Finns would mean, of course, that Finland itself would become an irrevocable security for Denikin. However, the question does not rest with the activists. If we are to believe Churchill, British imperialism has obliged the Finnish bourgeoisie to attack Soviet Russia within the next few days. In any case, we shall soon receive the necessary clarification on this point.
Compared with our 13 other enemies, the intervention of Finland cannot, of course, possess great importance in itself. The military forces which Mannerheim bequeathed to Stahlberg are extremely insignificant. Nevertheless, the question of Finland has now become a matter of principle. The Entente, which has grown weaker from the military standpoint, wants to use the teeth of the little dogs it has hired to gnaw and tear the body of Soviet Russia. The open entry of Finland into their company would raise our enemies' morale to some degree and drag out the denouement. That is why Soviet Russia cannot any longer permit bourgeois Finland to play with the idea of an attack on Petrograd. We are waging too great a struggle on the world scale to have any desire to respond to petty provocation. Therefore we repeat, if Finland remains within the bounds of decorum, not one Red soldier will cross its threshold. This decision is firm and inviolable. So as to help the Helsingfors government to arrive at the necessary decision, we will remind it of a few fundamental facts. Kalkak, the head of the Alliance of 14, has been completely smashed. The Urals and Siberian volunteers now already number tens of thousands. The mighty reserves which have been released from the east have been applied successfully on the southern front only to a limited extent as yet. Denikin has been dealt the first hard blows. He is reeling back southward. Within a short time our offensive on the southern front will become decisive. Even now, however, we are fully capable of concentrating against Finland forces sufficient not merely to give a rebuff but also to take the offensive. And not only to take the offensive but also to exterminate those guilty of provocation and banditry. We use that harsh word extermination not accidentally. An attempt by Finland's bourgeois mob to strike a blow at Petrograd will evoke on our part a crusade of extermination against the Finnish bourgeoisie. We have left a long series of provocations from Helsingfors unanswered, partly because we were too busy in the east and partly because we counted on internal contradictions in Finland itself. If this last factor proved inadequate, and the trembling Stahlberg were to carry out the insolent schemes of Mannerheim, our most immediate and urgent task would be to lance the Finnish boil with a long, sharp knife. Our policy is dictated not by feelings of vengeance but by revolutionary calculation. Conditions occur, however, when revolutionary calculation calls for ruthless vengeance. That is the case with Finland. We have to show the venal bourgeoisie of the little states that their Cain-like dealings with Britain will not be profitable to them. This lesson we shall give the little states, using Finland as example. In the event of provocation from Finland we shall set ourselves a small task in relation to that country which we shall perform regardless of the pace at which the solution of the tasks of our major war is proceeding. We shall find the forces required for the execution of the Finnish bourgeoisie. Soviet Russia has undertaken to organize the independence of the peoples of Asia, the Bashkirs, Kyrgyzs in accordance with common Russian practice at that time. Trotsky says Kyrgyzs for Kazakhs and others. These peoples, who have zealously formed their own infantry and cavalry in order to defend the independence they have acquired, know that the Finnish bourgeoisie are Kalkak's assistants and are helping to establish his autocratic rule over all the peoples of the former Tsarist Empire. Among the divisions which we are now transferring to the Petrograd front, the Bashkir cavalry is not the least in importance, and, in the event of an attempt by the bourgeois Finns upon Petrograd, the Red Bashkirs will go forward with the slogan, "To Helsingfors." A ruthless campaign of extermination will be waged against the bourgeoisie which is selling the blood of its own people and the blood of the Petrograd workers in the interests of the British moneybags. Soviet Russia is vigilant, it will not surrender Petrograd. Any attempt on the first city of the proletarian revolution will evoke from us a crusade of death and devastation. September 1, 1919. Moscow Tver. Pravda, number 194. The fight for Petrograd. Petrograd will defend itself. From within as well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Our task is not only to defend Petrograd but to finish once and for all with the enemy's northwestern army. 77. From this standpoint it would be militarily most to our advantage to let Yudenika's band get within the walls of the city itself, for Petrograd could without difficulty be turned into a trap for Tile White Guard troops.
Petrograd is not Yamburg or Luga. The northern capital of the Workers' Revolution occupies an area of 91 square versts. In Petrograd there are nearly 2,000 communists, a substantial garrison, and immense, almost inexhaustible means of defense for use by the sappers and the gunners. If they broke into this gigantic city, the White Guards would find they had fallen into a stone labyrinth in which every building would be for them either a riddle, or a threat, or a mortal danger. From which direction should they expect the shot to come? From the window? From the attic? From the basement? From round the corner? From every direction. We have machine guns, rifles, revolvers, hand grenades. We can cover some streets with barbed wire entanglements, while leaving others open and turning them into traps. For this purpose all that is needed is for a few thousand men to decide firmly that they will not surrender Petrograd. What forces has the enemy? Let us suppose that he has 5,000 men, or even 10,000. In the city streets they will be unable to maneuver either in compact masses or in extended lines. They will have to break up into small groups and detachments which will lose themselves in the streets and alleyways of Petrograd, without any proper intercommunication, and surrounded by danger at every corner. The entire apparatus of communication within the city would be wholly in our hands. Occupying a central position, we should operate along radial lines running from the center to the periphery, aiming each of our blows in the direction of greatest importance for us. The possibility of uninterrupted transfer of troops and the abundance of means of transport would multiply our strength tenfold. Every fighter would feel that behind him was a well-organized base and plentiful mobile reserves. If the White Guards managed even to get sufficiently close to use their artillery, before the arrival of our reinforcements, in that case too they would have gained nothing. An artillery bombardment of Petrograd would, of course, do damage to odd buildings here and there, and kill a certain number of the inhabitants, women and children. But the few thousand Red fighters, stationed behind barbed wire entanglements and barricades, in basements or in attics, would be subjected to very slight risk in proportion to the total numbers of the population and to the number of shells fired. Contrariwise, every White Guard who entered the city would be subjected to direct personal danger, for the defenders of Petrograd would shoot him as he advanced, from behind the barricades, from windows, and from around corners. It would be most difficult of all for the White Guard cavalry, since for each of them his horse would soon become a heavy burden. 2 or 3 days of street fighting like this would suffice for the invading bands to be transformed into a terrified, hunted herd of cowards who would surrender in groups or as individuals to unarmed passers-by or to women. The whole heart of the matter lies in not giving up at the first moment. It was said long ago that a great city is a great panic. And there are undoubtedly in Petrograd not a few petty bourgeois lackey remnants of the old regime, who are without willpower, energy, ideas or courage. This human pulp is, in itself, capable of nothing. But at a critical moment it often swells up strongly, absorbing all the fumes of selfish fear and herd-like panic. Fortunately for the revolution there are in Petrograd people of a different spirit, a different stamp, the advanced proletarians, and, in the first place, the conscious youth of the working class. Upon these elements rests the internal defense of Petrograd, or, more precisely, the task of exterminating the White Guard bands if they should burst into the proletarian capital. Street battles do, of course, entail the risk of accidental victims and the destruction of cultural treasures. This is one of the reasons why the command in the field has to take all possible measures to prevent the enemy from entering Petrograd. But if the field units do not prove capable of doing this, and leave the way open for the enemy to get into Petrograd itself, this would not in the least mean that the struggle on the Petrograd front was over. On the contrary, the struggle would become more concentrated, more embittered, and more resolute. Responsibility for the innocent victims and the senseless destruction would lie wholly with the white bandits. But, at the price of resolute, bold, fierce struggle in the streets of Petrograd we should achieve the complete extermination of the northwestern bands. Get ready, Petrograd. More than once have October days been great days in your history. Destiny summons you to write during this October a fresh and perhaps most glorious page in the history of the proletarian struggle. October 16, 1919. Volgoye Petrograd. Volgoye is where the line from Pskov joins the Moscow-Petrograd line, the Nikolai Railway, en route, number 98. Endnotes. 77. The Northwestern Army of Yudenik was created from the formations mentioned in Note 76. In May 1919, Yudenik's forerunner, General Rodzianko, tried to enlarge his placed arms and by seizing Yamburg and Pskov to increase his resources. On May 14 this corps broke through the 7th Army's front between Narva and Gdov, took Yamburg and Pskov, and began a swift advance towards Peterhof, Gachina, and Luga. This first offensive was quickly liquidated, and by the beginning of August, the White Guards had fallen back to their original position. Meanwhile, Rodzianko, and then Yudenik, continued to build up their forces. The corps became the Northwestern Army, which received material aid from the Entente. However, Yudenik was unable to establish good relations with Estonia, whose independence he stubbornly refused to recognize. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 155. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the 7th Army, October 18, 1919, number 155, Petrograd. *****. It is stated in yesterday's operations report by the field headquarters of the Republic that our troops have withdrawn from Gachina after a fierce battle. This is not true. There was no fierce battle, but there was a shameful panic, followed by a senseless flight. The field headquarters writes on the basis of reports received from the 7th Army, and the Army headquarters reports on the basis of information received from the divisions. Falsehood wends its way upward. At Gachina a numerous body of troops were seized with panic as a result of being fired on by a handful of White Guards who had hidden themselves in the park. We are now hearing talk about a flank left uncovered, the presence of the enemy in the rear, and so on and so forth. A still more senseless retreat has occurred today. One company of a rifle regiment became alarmed when a file of enemy soldiers appeared on its flank. The alarm spread from this company through the regiment, and the regimental commander ordered a retreat. The entire regiment left its position and, covering 8 to 10 versts at the trot, fell back to Alexandrovka. When a check was made, it turned out that there had been no enemy on the flank, but one of our own units, on which the panicky company had opened fire and then infected the entire regiment with its own panic. However, the regiment which had hurried to the rear proved to be not at all a bad one. As soon as it had recovered confidence, it at once turned back and, sometimes marching quickly and sometimes moving at the double, sweating despite the cold weather, it covered 8 versts in an hour, and then drove out the, not very numerous, enemy and reoccupied its former positions, suffering only a few casualties. Similarly, the cadets who abandoned Gachina are not at all bad soldiers. On the contrary, their morale is excellent and they are ready to give their lives defending the interests of the working people. The whole trouble lies in the leadership, the command. The command is extremely passive, irresolute, and inclined to panic, repeating uncritically foolish rumors about turning movements and encirclements by the enemy. The enemy's strength lies in the weakness of our commanding personnel. The enemy operates with small, well-armed detachments, which rely on surprise and effrontery. Until there is a direct, hand-to-hand clash, nothing will be achieved. It is quite understandable that the enemy avoids such clashes. His forces are too few, and if he were to get engaged in hand-to-hand fighting with our men he would be ground to dust. The enemy therefore always keeps just within range, and by using his machine guns and automatic rifles he develops an impressive firepower which conceals the insignificance of his numbers. Because they cannot see the enemy and do not actually clash with him, our Red Army men are not able to perceive, grasp, and firmly realize that the enemy is tiny and they are strong. The commander's principal task is to make this fact apparent to our soldiers.
How can this be done? Very simply, through attack, through a vigorous onslaught on the handful of enemy troops who are concealing their weakness by firing off a large number of cartridges. The enemy's interest lies in keeping us at firing distance, so as not to let us see him close to and thereby convince ourselves of his small size. Our interest lies in getting close enough to use the bayonets, when the mere sight of us is bound to overwhelm the enemy's scanty forces. We must once and for all stop and suppress the chatter about the enemy having cut us off, got round behind us and encircled us, because, wherever he may appear, to the left, to the right or behind us, we are always in a position to face him, fall on him and crush him with our weight. A commander who pulls back his unit because its flank has been uncovered must be court-martialed and punished as a traitor. Since we have before us isolated units, small groups, it is senseless to stretch our forces out to form a cordon, an unbroken line, standing shoulder to shoulder. On the contrary, we should form concentrated striking forces to operate in the most important directions. Each such force will inevitably have an uncovered expanse to right and left which will have to be searched by scouts, and when the enemy's presence is discovered, the striking force must, as a whole or in part, come down upon him. When they have themselves firmly grasped this idea, commanders and commissars must explain it to every Red Army man and inspire him with it. Whoever says fall back, the enemy is behind us is either a fool or a traitor. The enemy operates by night, so as to use darkness to conceal the smallness of his numbers and to frighten us. Night operations call for great secrecy, carefulness, and preparation. The enemy is sometimes able to make his night raids only because during the day we mark time, thus enabling the enemy to acquaint himself with the situation and prepare his raid in detail. This must cease. We must make use of the daytime, because we are interested in causing the numerical weakness of the enemy to manifest itself in practice. Besides, our large units are not suitable for night operations. From this the line for us to follow emerges quite clearly, to operate by daylight, not to waste the day. During the daytime we must tirelessly pursue the enemy, and chase him so hard that he will no longer possess either the desire or the ability to worry us by night. As soon as our commanders stop being afraid of turning movements, Yudenika's army will cease to exist for us. Every small detachment of theirs which impudently separates itself from their other forces will be smashed, for our large units will not run away from these detachments but will attack them. The task facing the commanders of the 7th Army is now to educate themselves along these lines and to pass this education on to their army. We must have a clear appreciation of the truth, and we must not hide it. We must not write false operations reports about a severe battle when what actually happened was a severe case of panic. By such falsehoods commanders excuse themselves for their weakness, and dull the consciences of their soldiers. Falsehood must be punished like treachery. The practice of war permits mistakes but not lies, deception and self-deception, for a mistake can be corrected, but a lie which makes its way upward engenders in turn a mistake that makes its way downward, and so on without end. Fix this in your memory, comrade commander. The enemy is undoubtedly less numerous than we are. The enemy does not maintain a continuous front. On the contrary, he has divided his forces into small detachments. These detachments sneak around our units, fearing to get close, and encircle them with their fire. The enemy's whole idea, his whole concern, is that our soldiers shall not see him, but frightened by his shots, shall fall back. You are 3 and 4 times, often 5 times, as strong as he is. The enemy commander is afraid that the Reds may see how few whites there are, and that the rank and file white soldier may see how numerous the Reds are. Consequently, it is in your direct interest, Red commander, to show the Red soldiers how few the whites are and to show the white soldiers how numerous the Reds are. To this end you must make your unit visible and tangible. To make it visible, you must advance. To smash the enemy all that is needed is to hit him. To hit him you must get near him. Consequently, forward, attack, attack, attack. In this lies the guarantee of your victory. Gachina was in 1923 renamed Trotsk, to honor Trotsky's role in the defense of Petrograd in October 1919. In 1929 the name was changed to Krasnogvardeysk, and in 1944 Gachina resumed its original name. The fight for Petrograd. Before the turning point. ******. The Soviets' northwestern front has rolled back to Petrograd itself. Despite the enemy's undoubted lack of numbers, our units are still retreating. There has so far been no turn at the front. Nevertheless, it is possible to say that events are taking place which herald an inevitable turn. Why have we fallen back from the Narva to Petrograd? The first reason is the insufficient staunchness, which means the insufficient consciousness, of the units concerned. The second reason is the considerable number of worthless commanders. The third reason is the insufficient vigor, persistence, and vigilance of the political workers. The fourth reason is the premature reassurance of the advanced workers of Russia, and of Petrograd itself, regarding the northwestern front. We had reached the borders of Finland and Estonia. The compromisers in the Baltic countries had started peace negotiations with us. Yudenich had come to blows with Balakhovich. Therefore it seemed that complete liquidation of the northwestern front was approaching. An army is an artificial organization. When the pressure of circumstances slackens, an army starts to come unraveled, vigilance is weakened, willpower grows soft. In one place a nut works loose, in another a screw, and at the first serious jolt the whole mechanism starts to break down. An active army must be in a constant state of tension, otherwise it is quite useless. There was no such tension in the 7th Army in recent weeks, and the Petrograd proletariat, which has given so many of its sons to all our fronts, was paying too little attention to its own front. When defeats were suffered, first before Pskov and then at Yamburg, the Petrograd proletariat, having seen all sorts of sights and undergone all sorts of experiences, just shook its head and said, "We'll cope." But Yudenich's offensive developed. Our units, weakened inwardly by their own passivity, continued to retreat. The front drew nearer and nearer to Petrograd. At first the advanced workers could not believe what was happening, they were at a loss. How could a band of a few thousand men, even if well organized, threaten the great city of the revolution? But after the fall of Krasnoye Selo, and then, especially, of Gachina, the Petrograd proletariat understood that the situation was very serious. And from that moment on, feverish work began, in two directions, strengthening the front and creating the conditions for defending Petrograd from within. In order to strengthen the front it is necessary to tighten the screws where they have worked loose. The units have to be purged of commanders who get by through making false operations reports about enemy pressure, about fighting retreats and so on, instead of actually leading their units into battle, smashing resistance and advancing. A commander without willpower, without energy, without the urge to win, is just a rag, not a commander. A commissar, and, in general, a communist, who puts up with shakiness in his unit, and patiently retreat along with it, is good for nothing. We need commissars of steel, who incarnate the revolutionary will of the working class. Weak will, flabbiness, and sluggishness in his leaders inevitably induces demoralization in the soldier. Egoism, cowardice, self-seeking lift their heads. But war is war. For victory it is necessary that the individual shall subordinate himself to the whole. Those self-seekers who do not want to accept this must be compelled by brute force to do their duty. A long drawn-out war cannot be waged and brought to a victorious conclusion by means of improvisation, enthusiasm, individual élan. It demands organization, precision, assiduity, and a strict regime. Under the impact of defeat, Red Petrograd and the best workers of the 7th Army have again appreciated all this in all its acuteness, and have called for ruthless measures against everyone who disrupts unity of action, who shows an irresponsible attitude towards military duty, or who does not devote all his efforts to the task. Slovenliness, irresponsibility, laziness, and, even more so, treachery, in wartime bring death and destruction to hundreds and thousands of others. Those guilty of such crimes must themselves be punished with death. The necessary conditions for a rapid rebirth of the army are, reinforcement of the best workers, and harsh treatment of the worst. At the same time, the proletariat of awakened Petrograd has resolved not to leave the fate of its red capital to the field forces alone. It has resolved to defend, if need be, the city of the October Revolution from within its own walls. All workers, men and women alike, who, for one reason or another, cannot take part in the fighting in the field, are now being drawn into the organization of the city's defense. Revolutionary determination to defend themselves is being combined, in this work, with the application of all the technical forces and resources in which Petrograd is so rich. The task of transforming every district of the city into an armored section of a single, dreadful labyrinth, is perfectly within the capacity of the advanced workers of Petrograd, and is being successfully carried out by them in these days and hours. The line of the front has worsened in the last 24 hours. But the proletariat of Petrograd has understood the danger more profoundly. It wants to eliminate that danger, and it can do this. And that means that the overall situation has improved. Within a day or two the inevitable turn will take place on the Petrograd front. October 18, 1919. Pravda, number 234. The Fight for Petrograd. Order. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army men, commanders and commissars defending Petrograd, October 20, 1919, Petrograd. Red Army men, commanders, commissars. Tomorrow will decide the fate of Petrograd. While in the south the Red Armies have gone over to a decisive, victorious offensive, have retaken Orel and smashed 10 of Mamontov's regiments, on the Petrograd front a series of defeats has forced our troops to fall back to the Pulkovo positions. They must not retreat any further. Petrograd cannot be surrendered. Even a temporary surrender of Petrograd would mean the loss of thousands of workers' lives and of innumerable cultural treasures. Petrograd must be defended, no matter what the cost. All measures have been taken. Additional units have been brought up, giving us an immense superiority in numbers. The commanding personnel have been revitalized and renewed. The best battle-hardened proletarians have been enrolled for the fight. All the conditions for victory are present. All that is needed is for you to want, and to pledge yourselves, to secure this victory. Remember this, to your lot has fallen the great honor of defending the city where the workers' and peasants' revolution was born. Forward! Into the attack! Death to the hirelings of foreign capital! Long live Red Petrograd! The fight for Petrograd! The first blow! Down to October 21 Yudenich was advancing, meeting only feeble resistance. On October 21 the 7th Army consolidated itself on the Pulkovo line and repulsed the enemy. Yudenich's advance was halted. On October 22 the Red Army went over to the offensive. The White Guard's resistance proved very stubborn. During October 21 and 22, when Yudenich's offensive was at a standstill, he managed to bring up reserves, and thereby to strengthen his ranks. The fighting became intense. By the evening of October 23 we had completely conquered Dietskoye Selo and Pavlovsk. This was a serious success. We had not only halted the enemy's offensive but had also struck him a very heavy blow. Our units have been regenerated. The apparatus of communication and administration is functioning without interruptions or hold ups. Thanks to the efforts of the best workers of Petrograd, supply has been properly organized. Units that had been taken unawares by Yudenich's offensive and embittered by a series of defeats are now rivaling each other in self-sacrifice and heroism. The first crack has appeared in the enemy's ranks. In the past period hardly any prisoners were taken, and the soldiers coming over to us could be counted in single figures. The number of deserters from the enemy and of prisoners taken by us has now suddenly increased. They are arriving in dozens, and soon they will start to arrive in their hundreds and thousands. Our success is great. But we are still far from having finished our task. We have to smash Yudenik, to wipe him off the face of the earth, and thereby to ensure the security of Petrograd once and for all. So far we have dealt the white bands only the first blow. The danger hanging over Petrograd has been pushed back, but it has not disappeared. The enemy is only 2 days' march from Petrograd. Work on the fortification of the city must therefore proceed at full blast. No less energy must be devoted to the work of keeping the field army up to strength and providing it with horses and all the supplies that it needs. It would be unforgivable if our first success were to be the cause of thoughtless complacency. On the contrary, it must be the signal for a fresh effort. The enemy has been weakened but not smashed. We have driven him from an important position. He must now be pursued untiringly. All forces and resources for an offensive must now be brought into play. Yudenika's bands must be allowed no rest, no time. The army's apparatus must be improved, communications strengthened, discipline tightened. We must attack, pursue, and beat, until the end, until complete victory is won. Then the first blow will soon be followed by the last. October 23, 1919. Petrograd. En route, number 100. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 158. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, October 24, 1919, number 158, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A heavy blow has been struck at Yudenika's bands. The boastful, lying telegraphic reports of the Anglo-French imperialists had already announced Yudenika's capture of Petrograd. But the heroism of the soldiers, commanders, and commissars of the Red Army put an end to that bloodthirsty project of the international vultures. Petrograd has not surrendered and will not surrender. The 7th Army is advancing. The Whites are retreating. The number of prisoners taken and of men crossing over from the White camp is increasing hourly. Comrade Red Army men! Spare the prisoners. Give a comradely welcome to those who come over to our side. Only a tiny minority of those in the White Army are dishonorable, corrupt, venal enemies of the working people. The overwhelming majority consist of men who were duped or who were forcibly mobilized. Even among the white officers a considerable section are fighting against Soviet Russia under compulsion, or have been deceived by the agents of the Anglo-French and Russian stock exchange speculators and landlords. Against the White Guards who attack us and threaten Petrograd we act and shall continue to act with ruthlessness. We shall pursue them with fire and sword, until we have wiped them from the face of the earth. But we shall spare the prisoners. Senseless bloodthirstiness is alien to the workers' and peasants' Red Army. Those who come over will not find themselves in the slightest danger among us. Whosoever has understood the dishonorable character of the White Guard campaign, in whomever the conscience of the working people has awakened, and who boldly comes to join us, is our friend and brother. This applies not only to rank and file soldiers but also to officers. On the Eastern Front many hundreds of officers have come over to us from Kolchak's army, being filled with the greatest respect for the organization, cohesion, and heroism of the Red Army. They are now serving in our ranks. There can be no doubt that the approaching breakdown of Yudenika's army will impel towards us the better part of the officers who are now still in Yudenika's leading strings. Every one of them who sincerely and honestly wants to serve the workers' and peasants' power will find a place in our ranks. Woe to the unworthy soldier who sticks a knife into an unarmed prisoner or a soldier who has come over to us. Long live the conscious warrior of the Red Army, merciless to the enemy but magnanimous to the prisoner and the soldier who has come over to our side. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 159. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army and the Red Navy, October 24, 1919, number 159, Dyerskoye Silo, formerly Tsarskoye Silo. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two Britons. Red warriors. On all fronts you are encountering the hostile machinations of Britain. It is from British guns that the counter-revolutionary troops fire at you. It is munitions of British make that you have found in the depots of Shenkursk and Onega and on the southern and western fronts. The prisoners you take wear British clothing and equipment. The women and children of Archangel and Astrakhan have been murdered and maimed by British airmen and British explosives. British ships are shelling our shores. British gold is sowing corruption, bribing disinnumerable elements at the front and in the rear. The British wireless tells lies about and slanders workers and peasants Russia every day, trying to poison the whole world with its falsehoods. Soldiers. Sailors. Your hearts are often filled to overflowing with hatred for predatory, lying, hypocritical, bloody Britain. And your hatred is just and holy. It multiplies tenfold your strength in the struggle against the enemy. But even today, when we are engaged in a bitter fight against Britain's hireling Udinich, I demand this of you, never forget that there are two Britons. Besides the Britain of profits, violence, bribery, and bloodthirstiness, there is the Britain of labor, of spiritual power, of high ideals of international solidarity. It is the vile and dishonest Britain of the stock exchange that fights against us. The Britain of labor, of the people, is with us. We are firmly convinced that this Britain will soon rise to its full height and put a straitjacket on the criminals who are now plotting against the working masses of Russia. Moved by this indestructible belief, we cry amid the flame and smoke of conflict, death to the vultures of imperialism. Long live workers' Britain, the Britain of labor, of the people. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 160. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Navy, October 24, 1919, number 160, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Baltic Fleet, which was restored by the joint efforts of our best naval workers, has suffered a grave blow. 3 destroyers have been lost, having collided with mines during a bold nocturnal enterprise. 81 many fine lives have been lost. Despite the sorrow which pierced our hearts when we first heard the news of this blow, every one of us can cry, with legitimate pride, the spirit of the Red Navy lives. The enterprise in which the destroyers were engaged involved exceptional risk. All the sailors who set out in the destroyers knew clearly how great the danger was. And, nevertheless, they went cheerfully and confidently into battle as though to a festival, the spirit of the Baltic Fleet lives. Danger is our inevitable fellow traveler in the harshness of war. So long as there is war, so long there will be danger, and so long will men go forth bravely to meet it. Men go forth bravely to meet it. New vessels have already come up to replace those we have lost. Young, courageous fighters are taking the places of the fallen heroes. The Red Navy is alive, its spirit lives. But the memory of the fallen will live forever in our hearts. From the commander of the division to the most junior of the sailors, they gave us an example of valor and solidarity in struggle and in death itself. Even the White Guard wireless was obliged to acknowledge the courage of the crew and the loyalty of the commanders to the Soviet flag. May the memory of this blow suffered through the fate of war weld together more closely the family of red sailors of the Baltic Sea. May its waves wipe away the last traces of dissension. May the flag of the Baltic Fleet become the flag of fraternal unity and service to the freedom and independence of the working people of Russia. Glory to the fallen. Long live the Baltic Fleet, and may its spirit be steeled by its trials. Endnotes. 81 On October 21, when General Udinich's army, resisting stubbornly, was trying to protect the left flank of its retreating units, movement by the enemy vessels was observed in Koporaya Bay. Considering that an enemy landing was possible, the command of the Baltic Fleet ordered a night operation to lay a minefield in the bay. The 4 destroyers which undertook this task, Mani, Gavnil, Konstantin, and Svoboda, collided with mines, and 3 of them were blown up and sunk. The 4th, Azard, returned safely to Kronstadt.
The fight for Petrograd. Tanks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We are advancing and beating Yudenik. It is clear now to the youngest soldier of the 7th Army that we are stronger than the White Guard bands. And yet, only a few days ago, some units of the 7th Army retreated at extraordinary speed before Yudenik's troops. For what reason? From panic. Taken by surprise owing to the carelessness of many commanders and commissars, these Red Army units did not manage either to stand their ground, or to look around them, or to grasp what the situation really was. They fell back. A big role in this momentary panic was played by tanks. Few were harmed by them, few even saw them. But the mere word tank produced a fearful impression on many simpletons. This was exploited by traitors, agents of Yudenik, and they filled the young Red Army units with fear of tanks. There are tanks on our left, there are tanks on our right, tanks have appeared in our rear. It was enough to set such a rumor afoot for a mass retreat to begin. Fear of tanks is a senseless fear. A tank is merely a metal wagon constructed in a certain way and in which machine guns and cannon are transported. A tank possesses no special means of killing people. It operates by means of machine gun and artillery fire. A machine gun or a cannon on a tank is no different from a machine gun or a cannon anywhere else. A tank is a vehicle made of metal. The special feature of this vehicle is that it can move across ditches. But on the Petrograd front there are many excellent highways along which an armored car can move just as well as a tank. And a tank is just as incapable of crossing rivers and marshes as an armored car is. Tanks play a big role in positional warfare. In that type of warfare, where soldiers sit motionless in trenches on a particular sector of the front, tanks, which are capable of crawling across trenches, can do a lot of damage. All that is needed is for them to act all at once, in great masses, in tens and hundreds. But in our field warfare 2 or 3 tanks cannot play any serious role. Whence, then, such fear in face of tanks? It is due to their novelty. People are often frightened by something they have never seen before. And not only people, but animals as well. Which of us has not seen how, in the countryside, a horse takes fright when it sees a motor car? When it beholds the wondrous machine, the horse starts to whinny, its eyes become bloodshot, it rears up, presses its hindquarters on the cart it is drawing, forces the cart to one side, and often tips it into the ditch, injuring itself in doing so. The senseless fear shown in face of tanks is in no way better than the horse's fear of the motor car. A few individuals may have been killed by the tanks, but tens and hundreds have lost their lives through fear of them, because frightened men run away without seeing anything, and the enemy shoots such fugitives down at his discretion. Tanks are now being produced in our Petrograd factories. Some of our tanks are already operating at the front, and operating no worse than the British ones. But, in themselves, tanks, whether British or our own, cannot decide the issue. Everything depends on living men, on their courage, consciousness, firmness, and devotion to the cause of the working class. A brave, resolute unit can use any weapon. To panicky, that is, easily frightened soldiers, no weapon will give any advantage. They will simply surrender their rifles, machine guns, or tanks to the enemy. Comrade Red Army man. When a sudden, senseless fear clutches your heart at the word tank, just remember the horse frightened by the motor car, remember it and feel ashamed. After all, man has been given a different brain and a different heart from those of a horse. Panic is the mother of all calamities. For this reason the enemy does everything he can to induce panic. If, during a battle, somebody starts to scare you with various bogies, especially with tanks, know that he is a provocateur, a hireling of Yudenik, who wants to win by means of baseness because he cannot win by force. Red Army man, remember that we are bigger, that we are stronger, that our cause is just. Remember that in Yudenik's ranks men are fighting who are physically no stronger than you are, and who are mentally weaker. If only you will remember how strong you are and, once and for all, expel base panic from your ranks, you will become invincible.
Then we shall soon put an end to the struggle, in the north and in the south. After crushing the enemy, we shall all return to our homes, in town and village, return to peaceful labor. October 25, 1919. En route, number 101. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 161. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the 7th Army, October 28, 1919, number 161, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first part of the 7th Army's task has been accomplished, the enemy has been thrown back from Petrograd. The Red Proletarian capital is out of danger. Everyone, from the army commander to the most junior Red Army man, has done his duty and deserves the gratitude of the socialist fatherland. It now remains to carry out with the same success the second half of the task, to destroy the enemy for good and all. There is only one way to do this, not to allow the enemy any respite, to pursue him and beat him until he is completely annihilated. The situation of Yudenika's army is essentially hopeless. It could be saved for a time only by delay on our part. Hence it is the duty of the 7th Army to concentrate and focus all its strength on pursuing the half-beaten bands. Advance and drive the enemy in front of you, overcoming your own weariness, dog the enemy's heels. Every hour wasted now could be paid for in the future in fresh large-scale losses. Therefore, do not lose a moment. The success of a battle depends on its speed. Red Army men, commanders, commissars. The Soviet power expects that you will exert the maximum effort you are capable of. Forward. Surround the beaten enemy. Cut off his line of retreat. Forward. Do not allow the enemy any respite, chase him, crush him, beat him without mercy. The time for rest will come when the snake has been destroyed. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 164. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the troops of the 7th Army, October 28, 1919, number 162, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On October 28, having learned from the Army Commander's report of some minor military setbacks in the area of the villages Gostlitzy, Dyatlitzy, and Fokovsy, I went to that sector with a view to ascertaining on the spot the reasons for these reverses. From the report of the commander of the sector, Comrade Koshtanov, and from other commanders, it became clear that many junior commanders had, through negligence or ignorance, allowed a number of violations of the field service regulations to be committed, and that these violations had been paid for with the blood of honorable fighters of the Workers' and Peasants' Army. 1. In Volkovitsy village, 2 platoons of the N Regiment, after posting sentries to their south, that is, in the direction of the enemy, failed to carry out reconnaissance to the east of their position, in Mulda village, where the enemy were lying, and failed to link up by means of patrols with their neighbors in Rodel. As a result, the enemy, after driving our outpost from Rodel, appeared unexpectedly in the rear of the 2 platoons that were in Volkovitsy, and took them prisoner. Such a disaster as this would not have occurred if all the requirements of the field service regulations regarding protection of flanks and liaison with neighboring units had been fulfilled. 2. A detachment of sailors who were in Vidno village, having obtained food from the mobile kitchen, dispersed into houses in the settlement to eat their meal, forgetting to post sentries. The White Guards took advantage of the carelessness of the commander of this detachment of sailors, attacked them by surprise, and drove the sailors out of Vidno. Failure to post sentries on a battlefield, as required by the field service regulations, is one of the gravest of military crimes, and the guilty commander will be severely punished. 3. Part of a battalion of the N Regiment, stationed in Peryarovo village, on learning that the Red units had left the neighboring villages, set off in an unknown direction without informing the sector commander. The field service regulations require that, when a unit leaves a position, it must inform the sector commander of the time of its departure, the reasons why it is leaving, and the place to which it is going, Otherwise, a detachment which arbitrarily quits its position and omits to report this through the proper channels may put other units in an awkward situation, which is what happened in this case. 4. A guerrilla detachment which was sent to Periaravo, and which knew that part of the N battalion was stationed in that settlement, marched thither in a carefree way, merely throwing out a single patrol of 5 men, which moved at a distance of 200 or 300 yards ahead of the column. The detachment commander forgot that, in war, situations change not only every hour but every minute. In fact, the units of N battalion, fearing encirclement, had left Periaravo and gone off in an unknown direction, without reporting their movements to the sector commander. The advanced patrol of 5 men were halted in the area of Periaravo by a shout of "Who goes there?" Having learnt that a column of Red Army men was coming along behind, the Whites opened fire on the column with their machine guns, and the detachment retreated, after suffering casualties. In this case, the advanced patrol helped the White Guards by letting them know that they were being followed by a guerrilla detachment of the Red Army. The Field Service regulations require that an advanced patrol shall move at a distance from the column such that the latter may be forewarned of any immediate danger of rifle or machine gun fire. A column must enter a village only after receiving a report from the commander of the advanced patrol that the village is free of the enemy. 5. The battalion of the N Regiment, having been sent from Krasnoye Selo to reinforce Comrade Koshtanov's sector, arrived at this sector without the battalion commander having reported to the sector commander that he was coming. The Field Service regulations require any unit approaching a battlefield to report itself to the sector commander. The regulations stress the special importance of observing this rule when approaching a battlefield. In this case, the battalion commander violated an immutable requirement of the Field Service regulations. Failure to observe all the above-mentioned rules and requirements of the Field Service regulations resulted in units of our forces, taken unawares by the enemy, not only having to give up a number of settlements, Vidno, Glukhovo, Periaravo, and Volkovice, but also paying with blood for the carelessness and negligence of their commanders. For the inefficiency, inattention to the requirements of the Field Service regulations, negligence and carelessness of some commanders, and also, perhaps, for their ignorance of those regulations, many brave warriors of the Workers' and Peasants' Army paid with their lives, or were wounded. Such behavior cannot be tolerated in the Red Army, and all the military commanders who permitted departures from the requirements of the Field Service regulations and breaches of its rules will be severely punished. Everyone must know that laziness, carelessness, and contempt for the Field Service regulations of the Red Army will meet with most ruthless punishment, up to and including death by shooting. The Fight for Petrograd. Order No. 162A. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, October 30, 1919, No. 162A, Petrograd. *****. To be read in all companies, batteries, and squadrons. Comrade Red Army men, commanders, and commissars. The defense of Petrograd depends not only on the 7th but also on the 15th Army. By pressing Yudenika's troops from the south you safeguard Red Petrograd. The greatest energy and offensive spirit is required of you. You are tired, you are exhausted, but the hour has arrived when all obstacles have to be overcome with the maximum effort of will, beating down fatigue and bringing all your strength to bear. The entire situation demands this. We can now direct at Yudenik coordinated blows by the 7th and 15th Armies. Do not lose a day, or an hour, but press forward, advance. Yudenika's end is near, and this means that the rest that you have deserved is also near. Long live the 15th Army. 82. Endnotes. 82. At the moment when the initiative passed to us in the Petrograd direction, the 15th Army, commanded by Kork, with Kuk as Chief of Staff, held the front between Lake Pskov, Seltso, Batyskaya Station, and Lake Volyi. Given its situation in relation to the line of the enemy's principal blow, this army was able by moving straight ahead to threaten Yudenika's deep rear and communications. The 15th Army was ordered by Western Front Headquarters on October 24 to attack in the Luga-Pskov sector. The wooded nature of the locality, cut up by rivers, marshes, and lakes, offered great advantages for defense. Units of the 15th Army, advancing extremely slowly, took Luga on October 31. Only by the combined operations of the 7th and 15th Armies was the complete liquidation of Yudenika's adventure finally accomplished. The fight for Petrograd. Petrograd, October 1917 to 1919. On the second anniversary of the October Revolution, Petrograd stands once more at the center of the whole country's strained attention. And once again, just as 2 years ago, Petrograd has been threatened from the southwest, and just as happened then, at the end of October, Old Style, 1917, the fate of Petrograd has been decided on the Pulkovo Heights. In those days the military operations of the enemy and of ourselves alike were shrouded in an atmosphere of absolute uncertainty. Nobody could tell us, even roughly, what forces were attacking us. Some said that there were 1,000 Cossacks, others that there were 3, 5, or 10,000 of them, and so on. The bourgeois press and bourgeois rumor-mongering, at that time both of these were very loquacious, monstrously exaggerated Krasnov's forces. I recall that I received the first reliable information concerning the number of Cossacks present from Comrade Foskov, who had observed their trains at Sestroresk and categorically insisted that the Cossacks numbered no more than 1,000 sabres. But it still remained possible that some more units might be on the march, since Comrade Foskov spoke only of entrained troops. Equally uncertain was the strength of the forces that we were in a position to counterpose to the Cossacks. We had at our disposition the quite numerous garrison of Petrograd. But this consisted of regiments which had lost their capacity to fight in the first upheavals of the revolution. The old discipline had been destroyed along with the old commanders. The revolution had demanded that the old commanding apparatus be smashed. There was as yet no new military discipline, workers' Red Guard detachments were hastily formed. What striking power did they possess? Nobody could say, so far. We did not really know where to find the supplies we needed. The old military authorities were not at all in any hurry to make them available to us. The new authorities did not know how to get hold of them. All this created a situation of extreme uncertainty, in which it was easy for panicky rumors to arise and spread. At Smolny, I forget on what day, a garrison conference was held, with Comrade Lenin and me, at which the commanders were present. A section of the officers had already gone into hiding at that time, but a considerable number had remained with their regiments, not knowing what to do, and, from tradition, considering it impermissible to abandon their units. Not one of the officers who took part in that conference allowed himself even to hint at the inacceptability of civil war and unwillingness to beat off Kerensky and Krasnov. The reason for this was, principally, the complete confusion that prevailed among the officers, who had, of course, no cause to cherish Kerensky's regime, but who had no grounds, either, for rejoicing at the accession of the Soviet regime. There was as yet no organized camp of counter-revolution. The agents of the Entente had not yet spread their nets. In these circumstances, the simplest decision for the commanders to take was to stick with their regiments and do whatever these wanted. To which it must be added that the commanders were already subject to election, and the most hostile elements had been got rid of. However, none of the commanders wanted to assume responsibility for directing the whole operation, partly because, so far as I recall, none of the participants in the conference had had a great deal of military experience, but, principally, because none of them wanted to push himself forward too much, since they did not know what the outcome would be. After some unsuccessful attempts to induce certain regimental commanders to take charge, the choice fell on Colonel Muravyov, who subsequently played no small role in the military operations of Soviet Russia. Muravyov was a born adventurer. At that period he considered himself a left SR. Left SRism then served as a cover for many a sly fellow who wanted to get in with the Soviet regime but was unwilling to assume the heavy burden of Bolshevik discipline. Muravyov's military past, apparently,
was that of an instructor in tactics in a Junker training school. Though Kolstakov is the ebullient confidence trickster hero of Gogol's play The Inspector General, 1836, and a braggart, Muravyov was not without certain military talents, quick thinking, boldness, ability to approach soldiers and encourage them. In Kerensky's time, Muravyov's adventuristic qualities had made him an organizer of shock troops, which were, as we know, directed not so much against the Germans as against the Bolsheviks. Now, when Krasnov drew near to Petrograd, Muravyov himself, and rather insistently, put forward his candidature for the post of commander of the Soviet forces. After some understandable hesitations, his application was accepted. A group of 5 soldiers and sailors, elected by the Garrison Conference, was attached to Muravyov with the responsibility of keeping him under continuous observation and, in the event of the slightest attempt at treachery, to put him out of harm's way. Muravyov, however, did not intend to betray us. On the contrary, he got down to work with the greatest cheerfulness and self-confidence. Unlike other workers in the military sphere at that time, especially the party members among them, he did not complain about shortages and defects, or about sabotage, but made up for all shortcomings with his cheerful eloquence, gradually infecting others with his faith in victory. The principal organizational work had to be performed, however, by the workers' districts of the city. There they hunted out the necessary rifle ammunition, shells, guns, horses, and harness and wheeled the improvised batteries into positions which they were fortifying at the same time. The regiments of the Petrograd garrison moved rather sluggishly into their positions. At that time, in the dawn of the October Revolution, the mass of the workers were not yet aware of the necessity of stern struggle to consolidate the revolution. It seemed to the masses who had been conquered by the ideological power of the revolution that the question had been finally decided by means of agitation alone, by the power of words. The armed clashes with the Cossacks seemed to them to be a regrettable misunderstanding which accidentally interrupted the triumphal march of the October Revolution. They did not take seriously the battles that lay ahead, preferring to send agitators and negotiators to meet the enemy. The proletariat of Petrograd had a more serious attitude to the matter than the soldiers of the garrison, but they were able to put into the field only the hastily formed detachments of the so-called Red Guards. The outcome of the battle was decided by the artillery, which, on the Pulkovo heights, did considerable damage to Krasnov's cavalry. Casualties of 300 to 500 killed and wounded were mentioned, undoubtedly an exaggerated figure. The Cossacks fought without any particular zeal. They had been assured that the population of Petrograd would receive them as deliverers, and that a minor artillery bombardment would suffice to bring an end to their campaign. They halted, complained to their commanders, held meetings, and entered into negotiations with the representatives of the Red Guards. Eventually, the Cossacks withdrew to Gatchina, where Krasnov's headquarters was. Kerensky fled, deceiving Krasnov, who, seemingly, was preparing to deceive him. Kerensky's adjutants, and Voitinsky vs. Voitinsky, a former Bolshevik, became Kerensky's commissar for the Northern Front in the World War, and took part in the attempt by Kerensky and Krasnov to suppress the Bolsheviks in November 1917, who was with them, were abandoned by him to their fate, and were taken prisoner by us along with Krasnov's whole headquarters. The onslaught had been repulsed, the October Revolution had been consolidated. At the same time an epoch of continuous and intense civil war had opened. 2 years later we have had once more to safeguard the October Revolution on those same Pulkovo heights. Krasnov, who was imprudently released in 1917, is now fighting with Yudenika's forces in front of that same Gatchina where we took him prisoner. Together with these features of similarity there is also, however, an immense difference. In those days Petrograd still swarmed with bourgeois and intellectual elements, groups, circles, parties, newspapers, and all that motley fraternity thought that the world belonged to them, that the Soviet power would prove to be a short-lived accident. The proletariat went into its revolution with great enthusiasm, great faith, and élan, but also with a great deal of good humor. During these 2 years, the broom of the revolution has passed harshly over the bourgeoisie of Petrograd. On the other hand, the workers of Petrograd have undergone tremendous trials. Their enthusiasm does not burn with such an outwardly striking flame as was the case 2 years ago, but, as against that, they have acquired experience, firmness, confidence, spiritual tempering. The enemy has organized himself and become stronger. It is not 1,000 Cossacks who are now attacking Petrograd, but many hundreds of thousands of soldiers, armed by the resources of world imperialism, who are attacking the Russia of October. Petrograd is threatened by tens of thousands of white soldiers who are very well armed. British ships are firing 15-inch shells at our coast. But we, too, have become stronger. The old regiments have gone. The improvised detachments of armed workers have also seen their day. Their place has been taken by a properly organized Red Army which, it cannot be denied, has known its moments of depression, failure, and even pusillanimity, but which has always been able, in the end, at the moment of danger, to focus the necessary energy and rebuff the enemy. 2 years ago Petrograd came forward as the great instigator. Today, world imperialism wants to show, in Petrograd, its power to suppress the revolution. The struggle over Petrograd is assuming the character of a world-scale duel between the proletarian revolution and capitalist reaction. If this duel were to end badly for us, that is, if we were to give up Petrograd even temporarily, this severe blow would still not mean the downfall of the Soviet Republic. Behind us there still lies an immense placed arms where we can maneuver until ultimate victory. On the other hand, a victory for us in the Petrograd duel will mean a crushing blow for Anglo-French imperialism, which has wagered too highly on the Yudenik card. In fighting for Petrograd we are not only defending the cradle of the proletarian revolt but are also fighting in the most direct way for the extension of this revolt all over the world. Awareness of this multiplies our strength tenfold. We shall not surrender Petrograd. We shall defend Petrograd. October 30, 1919. Pravda, number 250. The Fight for Petrograd. Order number 163. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs to the 7th Army, November 2, 1919, number 163, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The overwhelming majority of the commanders of the 7th Army are honorably doing their duty to Soviet Russia. A certain number of traitors, agents of Yudenik, have, nevertheless, revealed themselves among the junior commanders. These hirelings of foreign capital have in some cases intentionally caused confusion and alarm, have sown panic in their units, and taking advantage of this, have gone over to the camp of the Whites, betraying some Red Army men into the hands of the latter. I order commanders and commissars to carry out a rigorous investigation, so that none of these cases of treachery may be left unpunished. The traitors' families must be arrested at once. The traitors themselves must be entered in the Army's Black Book, so that, after the approaching final triumph of the revolution, not a single one of them may escape punishment. During battle, commanders, commissars, and advanced Red Army men must keep a sharp lookout to ensure that traitors do not accomplish their task. Anyone who tries to start a panic, calling on our men to throw down their arms and go over to the Whites, is to be killed on the spot. The enemy, at his last breath, is resorting to bribery and provocation. In reply, we must redouble our vigilance and ruthlessness in relation to traitors and provocateurs. The fight for Petrograd. Will the Finns intervene? Talk with the representative of the Soviet press. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Recent wireless messages have brought news that the bourgeoisie of the Entente has secured, in exchange for the Åland Islands. The Åland Islands were taken from Sweden along with Finland by Russia in 1809. When Finland became independent, the islanders expressed a desire to be reunited with Sweden. Eventually the islands were allotted by the League of Nations to Finland,
on condition that they be demilitarized and the inhabitants allowed autonomy, agreement by the Finnish bourgeoisie to take part in the bandit campaign against Petrograd. Regarding this question, which is of exceptional interest not only to Petrograd but to the entire country, the following can be said. 1. The report itself is unconfirmed and is even improbable. Yudenich is rapidly falling back from Petrograd, and the Red Army has been ordered to finish him off at any cost. The excellent situation on the other fronts makes it possible for the High Command to assign sufficient forces to rout Yudenich. It seems extremely unlikely, at this moment, that the Finnish bourgeoisie would risk gambling its fate on the doubtful card represented by Yudenich. 2. If, nevertheless, what seems unlikely were to prove correct, and the Finnish bourgeoisie were really to throw itself upon Petrograd, this attempt would cost it extremely dear. The local command has received all necessary instructions both for the further fortification of the Karelian Isthmus and for the required concentration of manpower. The Soviet government, true to its fundamental, principled line of conduct, will take no steps and make no statements which might be seen as a challenge or a provocation to Finland. But for this very reason, in firm awareness of the justice of its cause, the Soviet government will answer an attack by Finland with a resolute counter-offensive, making responsible for the attempt on Petrograd not merely the Finnish bourgeoisie as a whole but every Finnish bourgeois individually. In conclusion, we consider it necessary to repeat once again that there is every reason to suppose that the Finnish bourgeoisie will not need to be given such a severe lesson. The fight for Petrograd. To the soldiers of General Yudenich's army. Read. Listen. Ponder. The Soviet power is beating the landlords, capitalists, and Tsarist generals on all fronts. In Siberia we are beating and chasing Kolchak. Our forces are approaching Omsk. Kolchak has fled from Omsk to Irkutsk. In the south our forces have taken Voronezh and Orel. The Tsarist General Denikin is retreating before the onslaught of the workers' and peasants' army. Yudenich will not hold out. We have recovered Dietskoy, formerly Tsarskoy, Silo, Pavlovsk, and Krasnoy Silo. We have recovered Luga. The Red troops are approaching Dov. Things look bad for Yudenich, the hangman of the workers and peasants. Listen, you soldiers serving under compulsion, slaves of the Tsarist General Yudenich, the Red forces are surrounding you more and more compactly. Concentrated against you are powerful artillery, armored trains, armored cars, and tanks made in Petrograd. There is only one salvation for you: surrender. The Red Army is not fighting against workers and peasants, but only against landlords and capitalists. Soldiers serving the Tsarist General Yudenich under compulsion, surrender. Come over to our side. Kill commanders who try to stop you. Come to us. You will be received as brothers. Peace and fraternal labor will reign in our country. Without landlords, without capitalists and usurers, without Tsarist generals and dignitaries, the country will lead a calm and happy life. Death to the Tsarist General Yudenich. Long live United Workers and Peasants Russia. November 3, 1919, en route, number 103. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 164. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Northwestern White Army, November 3, 1919, number 164, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To be read in all companies, task forces, squadrons, and batteries. In view of the fact that the enemy of the people, the Tsarist General Yudenich, has arbitrarily and forcibly conscripted members of the working population against workers and peasants Russia, I hereby order, in the name of the All-Russia Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Peasants, Red Army Men's and Working Cossacks Deputies. 1. All units without exception, of the so-called Northwestern White Guard Army of General Yudenich are to be disbanded. This applies to the Lager Cavalry Regiment, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Riga Regiments, the 3rd Talabsky, the Semyonovsky, the 2nd Ostrovsky, the 7th Uralsky,
the Vyatsky, the 53rd Volensky, the Krasnogorsky, the 12th Temnitsky, the 1st Ingermanlandsky, the 9th Krenevsky, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd Holding Regiments of General Payan's 1st Corps, Balakhovich's Cavalry Regiment, the 23rd Pechersky Regiment, the 21st Judsky, 1st Georgievsky, the 2nd Revelsky, the 3rd Kolovinsky, the 4th Dovsky, the 1st Ostrovsky, the 2nd Litovsky, the 13th Narvsky, the 1st Piskovsky, the Denikinsky, the Voznesensky, the 2nd Tulsky, the 2nd Goraysky, the Kochanovsky, the 1st Holding Regiment of General Arsenyev's Corps, and to all others. 2. On receipt of this order, all soldiers of the Northwestern Army are released from military service and required to return to their homes. 3. All commanders of the Northwestern Army who obstruct the fulfillment of this order are pronounced to be outlaws, and every soldier is required to kill them on the spot, as enemies of the people. 4. The following payments will be made, in full, for weapons brought by demobilist soldiers of Yudenika's Northwestern Army to one of the Red Army's headquarters. For a rifle, 600 rubles. For a machine gun, 2,000 rubles. For separate parts, according to valuation. For a gun, 15,000 rubles. 5. Soldiers who have lost working time through the criminal actions of Yudenik will retain, as compensation, their uniforms, and also a horse and other things needed for life as a peasant. 6. All demobilist soldiers of Yudenika's army are guaranteed free railway travels to their home district. 7. Concealment of this order from the soldiers will be treated as equivalent to the worst crimes against the state and punished in accordance with martial law. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 165. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, to the 7th Army, November 3, 1919, number 165, Petrograd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Our advance, which was halted for a time, has been resumed. We have brought up huge masses of artillery and technical resources. The numbers of our troops considerably exceed those of the enemy. We have everything needed for a complete rout of Yudenika's bands. It is necessary that the entire apparatus of the 7th Army should work impeccably. 1. Those responsible for supplies to the fighting units are to check unremittingly that the soldiers are shod, clothed, fed and provided with ammunition. There must be no interruptions in victualling and supply. Everything needed is available. All that remains is to deliver and distribute it properly. The supply officers of units will bear responsibility that this is done. 2. Commanders and commissars must conduct their units with a firm hand. Military orders are to obeyed unconditionally and unquestioningly. No exceptions or excuses will be allowed. Commanders and commissars will answer for their units to the Soviet Republic. 3. The infantry will keep it firmly in mind that artillery and armored cars do not replace the infantry but merely assist them. 4. Communists are to be present in the most dangerous posts, setting an example of courage and tirelessness. Communists who show signs of self-seeking are to be punished with twofold severity. 5. Severe punishment is to be meted out to cowards and self-seekers. Those who retreat without orders, after being warned, are to be shot on the spot. The battle police detachments are to bring deserters before the tribunal without delay. The tribunals are to act on the spot, so that punishment may follow immediately upon crime. 6. Commanders, commissars, communists, and honorable soldiers are to watch unremittingly that traitors do not disrupt our ranks. Provocateurs and panic-mongers are to be shot on the spot. Each and every one must be at his post, working not from fear but from conscience, making the greatest effort he is capable of, and remembering that by the unanimity of our onslaught we can, this time, secure the complete annihilation of Yudenika's Northwestern Army. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 166. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Revolutionary War Council of the 7th Army,
November 3, 1919, number 166, Petrograd. ******. The Foreign Wireless has reported simultaneously two very important pieces of news. The imperialists of the Entente have allegedly obtained from Finland, in return for cession of the Åland Islands, that country's consent to launch an attack on Petrograd. The White Guard government of Estonia, certain of whose regiments are supporting Yudenik, has now announced general mobilization. Both of these reports, if confirmed, can possess the greatest military significance for the 7th Army. The Soviet government has declared more than once, and proved its statements in practice, that it has not the slightest intention of going to war against independent Estonia and Finland. On the contrary, the Soviet government sees it as very much to its interest to demonstrate in practice to all peoples its policy of genuine respect for the right of all nations to self-determination. But, of course, the Soviet government cannot in any event tolerate attempts by the bourgeoisie of the small states upon the independence of workers' and peasants' Russia. If Yudenik, taking cover from pursuit by the 7th and 15th Armies, were to be given support by Estonia, the task of the 7th Army would then be to repulse the attack not only of Yudenik but also of his white Estonian accomplices. In that connection, the 7th Army must keep it firmly in mind that its purpose is not to violate the independence of Estonia in any respect whatsoever, but only to rout the White Guard bands. Therefore, the 7th Army will be required to march against the Estonian Army only in the event that and only insofar as Estonian units give active support to Yudenik. An attempt by the Finnish bourgeoisie upon Petrograd would be such a monstrous and senseless foray that, despite the statement on the Foreign Wireless, this report must be considered improbable. If, nevertheless, it should be confirmed, then the 7th Army's task would be not only to administer the required rebuff to such an attack, but also to cure the Finnish bourgeoisie once and for all of any designs against Soviet Russia. In the event that the Finnish bourgeoisie concentrates forces against Petrograd, it will be necessary first and foremost that commanders and commissars explain to all the soldiers of the 7th Army the brigand character of the attack being undertaken by Finland, and to lay the responsibility for this crime, in full accordance with the facts, not only upon the Finnish bourgeoisie as a whole but also on every Finnish bourgeois individually. Every Finnish bourgeois will answer with his property and his life for this bloodthirsty challenge to the Russian proletariat, who are ready to live in peace with all peoples. In accordance with the above, I propose that the line of the Karelian fortification be developed, giving it a completely finished character. That adequate forces, drawn from the numerous reinforcements which have been received by the 7th Army, be concentrated on the Russo-Finnish frontier. That the command prepare a complete plan for a quick and powerful blow to be struck at Finland in the event of an obvious challenge from that quarter. That all necessary preparatory measures be taken so that the pursuit and routing of Yudenik may, without any hold-up, be continued on the far side of the Estonian frontier. That, in carrying out all these measures, the offering of any sort of challenge to Finland or Estonia be strictly avoided on our part, since we have every reason to suppose that the Finnish and Estonian bourgeoisies will, at the last moment, decline to link their fate with that of Yudenik, who is doomed to complete defeat and destruction. 83. Endnotes. 83. The mistakes on Yudenik's part which hastened his defeat and rout were: a. His refusal to recognize the independence of Estonia and Finland, which made these states unwilling to help him with material resources and manpower, despite the Entente's prompting, so that the Northwestern Army lacked protection on both of its flanks. b. The fact that, at the decisive moment, the Allies, too, failed to help the Northwestern Army. The British fleet did not turn up before the forts of Kronstadt and Krasnaya Gorka. A major strategic mistake was that, carried away by his drive towards Petrograd, Yudenik failed to concern himself sufficiently with cutting the Nikolai Railway, and so allowed us to concentrate the necessary reserves. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 167. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the commanders, commissars, and all responsible workers of the 7th Army, November 4, 1919, number 167, Petrograd. ******. The enemy is retreating all along the line. The immediate result of this is the removal of the danger which hung over Petrograd. But the task before the 7th Army does not consist in removing the immediate threat to the great city of the revolution but in smashing Yudenika's army, destroying it and wiping it from the face of the earth and thereby really safeguarding Petrograd. It would be extremely dangerous, therefore, to flatter ourselves that the main task has been completed. No, the enemy has not been smashed. He is retreating so as to avoid that fate. Meanwhile, he is retreating in good order, carrying off his Matbzel. The 7th Army's duty is to pursue the enemy without losing fighting contact with him, to strike blows at him, to cut off his escape, to bring disorder and confusion into his ranks, to smash him to pieces, and, eventually, to destroy him utterly. The 7th Army will be able to carry out this task only if the leading workers make every effort to improve still further its organization, discipline, assiduity, and precision and to foster in it an unwavering will to victory. An army can be broken up more easily than it can be created. A little carelessness on the part of one person, a lack of assiduity in a second, some inattention in a third, and the result is the collapse of units and disorganization of whole armies. What is needed is tireless vigilance, intense attention, staunchness, struggle against all sorts of negligence, lack of assiduity and indiscipline, stern punishment of disorganisers, cowards, self-seekers. There is no other way. We must not look back at what we have achieved, but forward, at the tasks we have not yet fulfilled. It is necessary to perfect the supply apparatus, ensuring that food and ammunition are quickly brought up and properly distributed. Intelligence work must be raised to the proper level, and carried out with more initiative, courage, and resourcefulness. Communications must be steadily improved. The units must be taught to observe strictly the measures laid down for the posting of sentries. Economy in expenditure of ammunition must be inculcated, and, in this connection, troops must be taught fire discipline. All conditions are present for the 7th Army to become one of the best armies of the Soviet Republic. To work, then, comrades. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 169. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the train of the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic, November 4, 1919, number 169, Petrograd. *****. The last weeks of October and the beginning of November will enter forever into history. In those days the 7th Army, shoulder to shoulder with the workers of Petrograd, defended Red Petrograd against the White Guard vultures. The workers of our train took a worthy part in the heroic struggle of the 7th Army between October 17 and November 3. Comrades Kliger, Ivanov, and Zastar were killed in action. Comrades Preed, Drodin, Purin, Chernyavtsev, Kupriyevik and Tesnek were wounded and comrades Adamson, Purin and Kisilis shell-shocked. There was not one among the staff of the train who wavered a hair's breadth in carrying out his revolutionary and military duty. I do not mention the rest by name because I should have to name all of them. The workers of our train played an important part in bringing about the turn that took place at the front. I firmly believe that these latest trials, battles and sacrifices, which have led to a glorious victory, will bind still closer the brotherhood in arms of our train, which has now served for 15 months the cause of victory for the working class over all its enemies. 84. Endnotes. 84. Comrade Trotsky's train was organized during the night of August 7 to 8, 1918, in Moscow, and at dawn set off for Svyazk, on the Czechoslovak front. Already in 1918 the train constituted a mobile apparatus of administration. It was equipped with its own printing plant, telegraph, wireless, electric power station, library, garage, and bathhouse. This train, which organized willpower and brought victory with it, would appear at critical moments at key sectors of the front. During Yudenika's October offensive, the train was sent to Petrograd. Out of its personnel was formed a crew for the armored train named after Lenin, and a commando which was incorporated in a Red Army unit in the Ligovo area. For its participation in these battles, the train was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. In the course of the Civil War, the train made 36 runs, covering a total distance of 97,629 versts. The fight for Petrograd. Order number 170. By the Chairman of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic and People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs to the Red Army and the Red Navy, November 4, 1919, number 170, Petrograd. *******. I have received from the Executive Committee of the Communist International 5 banners to be awarded to the most meritorious units of the Red Army. I have received 3 banners for the same purpose from the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Red Army Men's Deputies. In notifying the Red Army and the Red Navy of this, I can say with confidence that now, when we are victoriously beating the enemy on all fronts, there will be no shortage of units worthy of distinction. The fight for Petrograd. The defense of Petrograd. Report to the All Russia Central Executive Committee, November 7, 1919. Comrades. Allow me to begin with a communication which has just reached us from Comrade Zinoviev, in Petrograd. The 7th Army, together with the neighboring 15th Army, the 2 armies which are waging the struggle against Yudenika's white bands, have advanced successfully and recovered the only town which really served as a strongpoint for Yudenik, namely, Dov. If you recall, comrades, that, 4 weeks ago, our military situation not only seemed but was in fact extremely threatening, it can be said that the Red Army has in the last month achieved great successes on all fronts. On our very anniversary, yesterday and today, the Red Army has won back for us Chernigov. Sivsk stands at an important crossroads about halfway between Bryansk and Sumy and between Orel and Konotop and Dov. On the most important front, the southern front, we have not yet completed our main task, we have not yet crushed the basic nucleus of Denikin's forces, but we have already done heavy damage to it. The enemy is launching no more attacks, apart from isolated attempts by small units. On the contrary, Denikin's retreat is taking place along a line of enormous length, and the Anglo-French press is wondering, with natural and legitimate concern, about what the causes of this retreat can be. What has happened to Denikin, the British and American wireless wonders, who, they want to know, has, so to speak, put the evil eye on this Denikin who not long ago was winning victories. They have learned something in the last 2 years, have those gentlemen. They saw how Kolchak, who had almost been anointed Tsar by all the stock exchange speculators and usurers of both hemispheres, how that Kolchak, who had reached out his hand to take Moscow, rolled smartly back eastward, and, according to our information, has transferred his residence from Omsk to Irkutsk, closer to his colleagues, the stockbrokers of Tokyo and New York. We have done well in the Northwest, too. Just before the 2nd anniversary of Soviet power, a blow was struck at us from that corner from which we had ceased to expect one. I refer to the Northwestern Army, the army of Yudenik, whom Comrade Demyan Bidny, with or without justification, considers to be a descendant of Judas. Yudenik had hardly any rear, in which respect he was in a weaker position than the 2 other candidates, Kolchak and Denikin. But he did have plentiful aid from the Entente. He was nearer, more accessible from the sea, and he relied upon the newly formed Baltic states. After his May offensive, Yudenik was beaten off by our forces, beaten off but not finished off. In tranquility, on the territory of Estonia, and backed first and foremost by the Entente, he restored his forces and began an offensive. Our efforts were strained to the highest pitch, we were busy with Denikin and had been obliged, in order to defend the road to Tula and Moscow, to weaken the 7th Army, before Petrograd. It was just at that moment, when our position in the south improved and the immediate threat to Tula and Moscow disappeared, that the blow was struck from Yamburg towards Petrograd. Things had so worked out that all the hopes, appetites, and yearnings of all our foes were, so to speak, focused on the question of Petrograd, as though the fate of the Soviet power depended on that. In reality, this was not the case, and now, when the threat to Petrograd has passed, we can say with assurance that even if we had been obliged to surrender Petrograd for a time, we should not, of course, have perished as a result. But the bourgeois classes of all lands, who had been fighting us for 2 years and were awaiting our downfall with impatience, said to themselves at that moment, when Petrograd seemed to them to be in their grasp, this is the beginning of the end for the Soviet power, from Petrograd it is not far to Moscow. They talked so much about the march on Petrograd, they riveted the whole world's attention so firmly on that campaign, that our victory was a real catastrophe for them. I have here some interesting and instructive evidence taken from the bourgeois press, mainly that of Scandinavia, from which it can be seen how carefully prepared, both materially and as regards ideas, if one can call ideas what amounted to lies, baiting, and slander, how carefully prepared was Yudenika's last campaign. A Finnish bourgeois newspaper tells, in its issue of October 15, how lengthy and thorough the preparation was, and how great the confidence that it would succeed. They mobilized everything they could. Estonian and Ingria, or Ingermanland, is the name of the territory between Petrograd and the Estonian border. Some speakers of Ingrian, a language akin to Finnish and Estonian, still survive there, and extreme nationalists in both Finland and Estonia laid claim to the territory in this period. Units, the British fleet, and Yudenika's army, which they reinforced with the crack battalion commanded by His Serene Highness Prince Levin, as he was called in orders, and also with units brought from the Archangel front. All these were, in their way, crack units, in many of which every section was commanded by an officer, that is, there was one officer for every 7 or 8 soldiers. A soldier who took one step back would be killed there and then. The advantages enjoyed by the forces of the bourgeois counter-revolution in their fight against us consisted in their being very well supplied with all that they needed, and, of course, in their having greater technical possibilities at their disposal than we had. Who brought those legions from Archangel? The British fleet, of course. Yudenik had tanks. Who supplied those tanks? Britain. Who operated the tanks? Qualified British military specialists. Who bombarded Krasnaya Gorka with big guns? British vessels, monitors, armed with 15-inch guns, the last word in naval artillery technique, which came in only in 1916. Our sailors defended Krasnaya Gorka under a hail of those terrible shells. I have here a wireless report stating that Krasnaya Gorka was to be taken that day or the next, and a report that Kronstadt had fallen to the wells of the British monitors. They thought our sailors would not stand up to a bombardment by 15-inch guns, but our sailors held firm, and Krasnaya Gorka and Kronstadt are now more firmly in our hands than ever. I repeat, they prepared for this campaign, they looked forward to it, they thirsted for this decisive moment. In the first days of October, even before Yudenika's blow from Yamburg, one of the bourgeois papers wrote that an offensive by Yudenik against Petrograd was in prospect in the next few days, and would prove decisive. We did not know this at the time. As the newspaper reached us later, the British newspaper was, of course, giving away a military secret, but they are so eager to promise and proclaim the overthrow of the Soviet power that they do this even when it means going against their own military interests. British imperialists of the Churchill type have linked their fate too closely with that of the intervention, and the desperate bourgeoisie press hard on Churchill, saying, "You have squandered over 2 milliard francs on the campaigns of the Russian bourgeoisie, that is the figure for the purely military expenditure of British imperialism, and it has all produced nothing except a strengthening of the military power of the Red Army." Churchill answered, "Just wait a bit, in a week, or 2, or 3, General Yudenik will do what Kolchak, who disappointed us, didn't do, and what Denikin didn't finish doing. He will capture Petrograd, and there, in Petrograd, his first task will be to form a mighty army that will advance into the heart of Russia." A Swedish paper wrote about this plan,
at the beginning of the campaign, a short decisive blow at Petrograd, the capture of Petrograd, securing a base, the forming of an army, and then the blow to be struck from Petrograd against Moscow. Everything had been carefully prepared. True, Britain wanted the blow to be struck from two directions at once, from Estonia and from Finland. And during October the whole British press was egging Finland on. For example, the British newspaper The Times wrote in a leading article about Finland's moral obligation to take part in the brigand campaign, saying that this would enhance that country's international prestige. Mighty Britain, in whose hands are all favors and all chastisements, brought the full force of its threats and its promises to bear in order to draw Finland into an adventure in aid of Yudenich. Finland hesitated and wavered all that time. She has still not made up her mind, and we find the reason for this indecision in the Finnish bourgeois press. I have some very interesting evidence regarding the growth and revival of the communist movement in Finland. This is what the newspaper Karlala writes: until recent months Bolshevik newspapers have been circulated here clandestinely, publications have come in from Petrograd, but in the last few months our own workers' press has acquired a purely Bolshevik tone. There is a whole series of legal publications which directly and openly threaten revolution in the event of an attack on Soviet Russia. There, comrades, is the most important circumstance which has tied the Finnish bourgeoisie hand and foot. To be sure, we read a wireless message about the question having been settled, and that General Mannerheim was already on his way from Europe to Finland, and then suddenly things changed again. General Mannerheim has decided against, the Finnish weather would be bad for his gout, and he is remaining in Paris. He has remained in Paris to this moment. And what the Petrograd proletariat and the army did in those critical days allows us to say with complete confidence that even if Finland had attacked we should have held Petrograd. Now, after Yudenich has been thrown back, we no longer fear any attack by the Mannerheimites. But, of course we were nevertheless profoundly concerned that Finland should not attack. The steps that were taken by Soviet diplomacy were dictated, naturally, by real interests and real considerations, and not by any sympathy with the Finnish bourgeoisie. We never gave anyone any delusions on that score, neither our friends nor our enemies. But it is to the interest of the Finnish bourgeoisie, if, in general, history is going to allow them a certain period of further existence, that a country which is situated only 1 or 2 days' march from such a very important center of our republic as Petrograd, that this country, in the persons of its bourgeois ruling classes, should say to herself that she will not thrust her head into the crack into which Anglo-French imperialism is pushing her, because it is obvious to the most obtuse. Viborg, Aepuri, was then the nearest Finnish town to Petrograd. It is now included in the Leningrad region of the RSFSR petty bourgeois that we cannot live year after year under the constant menace that General Mannerheim, or somebody else, is going to take Petrograd from us. In so far as Finland is independent, and we frankly and honorably, without any mental reservation, recognized her independence, the direct responsibility for this independence, for Finland's survival as a country, lies with the Finnish bourgeoisie now in power. And we, considering that history will make its way in Finland too, are getting on with our own work inside our country, and the Finnish proletariat does not and will not demand of us that we engage in armed intervention, because it understands that such intervention would do nothing but harm to the cause of the Finnish Revolution in the present epoch. This is what explains why peaceful relations, peaceful coexistence, can exist between us and Finland. But, on the other hand, we repeat that a city in which there are now more than 10,000 working men and women, a city which has been weakened and bled, but which remains, as before, a splendid center of revolutionary energy, this city cannot live under the Damocles sword of an attack from Finland, and if the scales were to tip towards intervention by the Finnish bourgeoisie, which we do not want to happen, then we should say to ourselves that, this rhyme, the matter must be settled once and for all. And so, Yudenich has been driven even from his Gdav, yet success had seemed so possible and so near. One of Yudenich's ministers, the Petrograd barrister Margulies, who was Minister of Supply and of Food in the former Gdov government, had stocked up everything in Finland, even down to steam candles for almost conquered Petrograd. They haggled over prices there with the Finnish suppliers, in the name of various governmental institutions. The question seemed already settled. And it must be said that those gentlemen did have some chances of success. Our army fell back to the Pulkovo Heights, to a line only 1 day's march from Petrograd. From the Pulkovo Heights the city is laid out as though on the palm of a hand. By night it resembles a sea of light. Even now, with the shortage of illumination, it represents after dark a large and attractive patch of light. There was Dietskoy Silo, which used to be called Tsarskoy Silo, and which by its very name attracted the attention of the entire international bourgeoisie, so that every little petty bourgeois, every shopkeeper in Paris knew that Tsarskoy Silo was the Tsar's summer residence, almost Petrograd itself, and Yudenik and Rodzianko were there. What a victory! They say that General Rodzianko came on October 20 to Tsarskoye Selo, and when he was offered binoculars with which to look at Petrograd, said, "I don't need to, tomorrow or the next day we'll be strolling down the Nevsky Prospect and we'll be able to see it without binoculars." Now, comrades, he would need glasses of very high magnifying power. What caused our retreat? There were a whole number of reasons. War, comrades, as is clear to all of us here who have seen it close to, and which of us has not seen it more or less close to? War is not so much a material process as a mental one. In that respect the situation of our 7th Army was made extremely unfavorable. Yudenik hid his tail in Estonia and Finland, and his main base was the British Isles. We were not fighting Finland or Estonia, on the contrary, we were carrying on negotiations with those countries. Estonia seemed to be very interested in peace talks with us. Who was deceiving whom in that case, or whether they were jointly and consciously trying to deceive Russia, so as to facilitate the success of Yudenik's attack, is something that you won't soon discover, because where the international policy of the Estonian rulers is concerned it is extremely hard to make out where they are being deceived and where it is they who are doing the deceiving. But the fact is that these negotiations, the positive significance of which none of us can deny, since they influence the Estonian population, showing them in a practical way that we do not want to coerce Estonia, these negotiations were taken by the soldiers of our 7th Army as meaning that peace was an accomplished fact. Some said that they were going to be transferred to the southern front, while others simply took a rest, letting their vigilance be dulled, never thinking of the blow that threatened them. I have already mentioned that we had taken a number of workers and commissars from the 7th Army for the southern front. This state of the army, waiting, slack, not keyed up, with the front resting on Estonia and Finland, with whom we were not at war, made the army somewhat friable, and that enabled Yudenik to exploit the situation and to use with great success a new mechanical weapon, tanks. Here, again, tanks are not frightening in themselves. In the last analysis, tanks merely operate machine guns and cannon, and on a battlefield their significance is not great, but their very shape, their way of moving, the aureole surrounding tanks, produced at once a big impression on our soldiers, often evoking real panic. This new technical means, the tanks, clever commanders, especially in the battalions of His Serene Highness Prince Levin, in the best shock units, all that, together with the limp, waiting posture of our forces, constituted the general preconditions for a campaign which gave the counter-revolution grounds for declaring that they would be in Petrograd no later than the end of October or the beginning of November. However, they did not take account of that moral factor which our army possesses in the form of the advanced workers, the communists, our great ability to mobilize the army's spirit, to raise and draw taut its willpower within a short space of time. This ability is not possessed, we can say with confidence, by any other army in the world. We have many shortcomings and deficiencies, though we are striving to eliminate them. We are now armed even with tanks, which operated against Yudenik, and operated with great success. This produced a tremendous impression on our Red Army. Our Red Army men said, gaily,
Now we have our own tanka. Tanka is both the Russian word for tank and a diminutive of the girl's name Tanya, itself derived from Tatyana, at the front. But, all the same, we have very many technical deficiencies, and there are cases when, here and there, we have to plug these gaps with bast wisp. But, as against that, we have our irreplaceable, reliable, staunch apparatus of proletarian communists. The place of our communist commanders and commissars cannot be taken, on Yudenika's side, by the officers who are so numerous in his principal units. They are, of course, capable of heroism. Many of these officers were killed in the fierce fighting, but they are, all the same, representatives of the petty bourgeois intelligentsia, capable of making a breakthrough, easily encouraged by success, but losing heart after the first setback. The proletarians of Moscow and Petrograd are quite different. The more they are stricken by the blows of fate, the tougher they become. We have now experienced this afresh. Every time we are obliged to undergo such a trial we are once more convinced of the strength of the proletariat. Just look at Petrograd. What a lot of workers we have extorted from Petrograd, how many of them have perished on all our fronts, and yet in the hour of danger Petrograd put forward fresh thousands, who did not let the enemy overthrow them. We divided the task of defending Petrograd into two parts. The enemy was on the Pulkovo Heights, our field army was struggling there, it had fallen back, got into a state where it was unable to fight, and it had to be strengthened, regrouped and tempered. On the other hand, though, if the field army should nevertheless give up its positions, and Yudenik should break into Petrograd, we decided to transform the whole city into one armed camp, in which every district, every sector, would be ready to do battle. The Petrograd workers were split into two groups. One group was assigned to the battle line, with the task of restoring the units of the 7th Army, while the other was told to fortify the city, dig trenches, form fighting squads, assemble machine gunners and grenade throwers, form detachments, find suitable buildings, organize command posts there, occupy the cellars, supply the workers, both men and women, with rifles and grenades with which to greet the enemy in the proper way if he should break in for a few hours. Within a few days we had divided the city into districts, and the districts into sub-districts, organized and distributed the fighting squads, undertaken the necessary fortifications work, and if the Whites had managed to break into Petrograd, they would have had to tear with their teeth at every single quarter, every sector, every district. If the field army had retreated, that would not have meant that Petrograd had fallen. It would merely have meant that the struggle shifted to the streets of the city, and here, in the streets of Petrograd, we did not doubt, Yudenika's army would have been totally exterminated. But things did not come to that pass. The taking of Dietskoye Syklo and Pavlovsk was Yudenika's last success. On October 21 his offensive was halted. On the 22nd we went over to the offensive. On the 23rd we took Dietskoye and Pavlovsk, and, a few days later, Krasnoye Syklo. Our capture of the first two villages already possessed decisive importance. It showed that the 7th Army had been reborn, that it had recovered its resilience and tenacity, that it had shaken off the weakness of will that had been manifest when it was unexpectedly thrust out of Yamburg, and fell back. Our task consisted in bringing about a turn in morale. Gatchina was taken by the enemy by means of a skillful night raid. A very small unit, possibly only a company, this has not yet been established, got into the park, opened fire under cover of darkness, and thereby created panic. With the skill of trained guerrillas, the enemy exploited the effect of surprise. A single company produced the greatest confusion. It was necessary, at any cost, to make our units pull themselves together. Every soldier had to be made to realize that the enemy was weak and we were strong, the Reds had to be shown the Whites, every soldier in the army had to be filled with confidence in his strength, and that was done by the workers of Petrograd and Moscow. It was necessary to show that tanks are nothing more than iron boxes in which sit some men who are armed with the same weapons as ordinary machine gunners, and this we were able to do only thanks to the manpower that arrived from Moscow and Petrograd, and which, having arrived, at once set about its tremendous task. But when they had taken their 2 or 3 first villages, the question was settled, because we were more numerous, we were well armed, and we wanted to crush the enemy. We succeeded in effecting the turn. Within a few days we began to take prisoners from among the enemy, and there were even men coming over to us, whereas during our retreat there had been none, precisely because the 7th Army was steadily retreating. The turn had been made. This fact, comrades, we have had occasion to observe on more than one of our fronts, when one or other of our armies, improvised, that is, created in a short time in a more or less amateurish way, and not well united, lost its distinctiveness as a military body, lost its self-possession, just because it lacked sufficient skill, sufficient training, sometimes because it lacked the commanders it needed, and it went to pieces, so to speak, the ground beneath its feet seeming to fall away. But it was enough to bring into that army a certain number of courageous proletarians who declared firmly that they would die rather than retreat, and the turn came about. This new factor in war which the old armies of imperialism did not know, and which the British Stock Exchange has not yet recognized, this new revolutionary tank of ours, the proletariat of Moscow and Petrograd, works wonders. This tank will overcome all obstacles. All that is needed is that it should understand that the danger is great. The whole heart of the matter is there. When, comrades, we suffer some setbacks at the front, the Petrograd and Moscow workers sometimes say, never mind, we'll cope, we've coped more than once before, and then often some calamity occurs, but when these workers discover for themselves that the danger is great and immediate, then they always find, hidden somewhere within them, a source of fresh strength, which proves, each time, to be greater than all the strength that they had previously expended. And the fight before Petrograd had a dual significance for us. On the one hand, the Stock Exchange had staked a great deal on the Udom card, had convinced itself that this attack would be decisive, first Petrograd then Moscow. Consequently, not to surrender Petrograd would mean dealing a hard blow to the European Stock Exchange, discrediting it, making it a laughingstock in the eyes of the mass of the workers in Europe and America. On the other hand, the question of Petrograd bore the character of an internal test. Is there still some powder in the powder flask of the Russian Revolution and, in particular, in the Petrograd proletariat, after we have expended this revolutionary powder so mercilessly? It has turned out that there is, that Petrograd can defend itself. The fact that we did not surrender Petrograd is of immense importance for the attitude of the European proletariat towards us and, by repercussion, for the attitude taken up towards us by the European bourgeoisie. The European proletariat has not begun its revolution precisely because the European bourgeoisie is stronger than ours. There is a certain inertia, a sluggishness in class relations, which prevents an old working class from revolting against an old and powerful bourgeoisie. The European proletariat is moving towards revolt, but by a slower road. Its bourgeoisie, taking advantage of the slow development of the revolution, is fighting us with all the weapons and means it is capable of setting in motion. True, Britain has not hurled her divisions onto our territory, but only her 15-inch shells. Why not? Because she cannot. But if she cannot do that, then even less can she fight the British workers. The proletariat of London, who have threatened the bourgeoisie with a general strike if the war with Russia is continued, who have prudently and cautiously asked themselves whether they are strong enough openly to revolt against the British Stock Exchange, will now say to that Stock Exchange, so, then, you started a fight against Petrograd, against Russia, you promised to set the Baltic Sea on fire. You promised you would take Red Petrograd, but you have failed. Petrograd was and remains a proletarian city. That is what the British worker will say. And the more the world's press did to stir up interest in the question of the taking of Petrograd, the more strongly, the more cruelly will world imperialism be discredited in the consciousness of the world proletariat, not only from the moral angle, it has long been without any credit in that respect,
but also as regards its real military power. And that interest in the question of the fate of Petrograd was at a high level of intensity we see from that same bourgeois press. A Swedish paper writes in so many words, "Worldwide Week of Petrograd Fever." Taking Petrograd, wrote the bourgeois journalists, means opening a new chapter in world history. Thus, under the Pulkovo Heights where we fought with Yudenich, those comparatively small armies constituted two detachments of the two greatest forces in the world. On the one hand, the world bourgeoisie, which had contributed everything it could at that moment to the fight against us, on the other, the European proletariat, which at that moment could contribute nothing but its ardent sympathy, since the sea, the ships, the cables and the wireless are not yet in its hands. The struggle acquired, therefore, not only a material but also a symbolic character. It was a trial of strength between the world revolution and the world bourgeoisie. This happened precisely on the eve of the second anniversary of Soviet power. It was as though history was trying, on the day of our festival, to test us, on the one hand, and, on the other, the World Stock Exchange, so as to find out by giving a shove, how firmly each was planted on its feet. In the battles before Petrograd the Soviet power showed that it stands firm and unconquerable. Consequently, the Petrograd battles have very great principled and agitational importance, which will take effect in the coming weeks and months. This does not mean that our task has been completed. No, it has not yet been completed even on the Petrograd front. It has been fundamentally completed, perhaps, only on the Eastern Front, where the enemy has been smashed, and where our task now consists in occupying those boundless spaces extending to the Pacific Ocean, organizing and consolidating Soviet power there, a task that is already 9/10 non-military in character. In the South our military task has not been completed. Nor has it been completed yet in the Northwest. Petrograd is out of danger, that is beyond doubt, and the enemy has been hit hard, but he has not yet been broken. He is retreating but is not yet fleeing, and, in any case, has not yet been crushed. This task we must perform, and Yudenich's army must be crushed. The troops from the Petrograd front must be freed as soon as possible for other tasks, primarily on the southern front, where the turn has been fully accomplished but where all possible forces, willpower and creative energy must be concentrated in the next few weeks, because, as we were shown by the example of the 7th Army, it is disastrous for us when, after large-scale successes, we allow our organization to lose impetus, get slack, and go to pieces. We then have, by means of incredible efforts and many needless sacrifices, to make up for what we lost through lack of self-control. Fortunately, experience is increasingly hardening us and making us more stubborn and systematic in our work. There can be no doubt, after all we have gone through on our fronts, that we shall crown our military task with complete victory. In our young army, comrades, we already possess magnificent cadres, warriors the like of whom are rare in world history. If, comrades, we speak frankly about our shortcomings and failures, about the cases of panic that have occurred, then I think we have the right and the duty to speak about the heroism, the extraordinary élan that was seen on the Petrograd front. Read the Denikonites reports, their newspaper accounts, in which they speak about the way our Red Army men, our cadets, our communists fight, as they put it, with mad fury. And that is true. There, where in the enemy's small units there was one officer to every 7 men, where a third of the enemy's forces were armed with automatic weapons, where they had tanks and motor cars, and where they did not waste their shots but fired only at our men, there, on our side, we had less skill and were hindered by shortages, but these defects were more than made up for by enthusiasm and heroism. The whites claimed that we suffered more casualties than they did, although they admit that their losses were also great. It is difficult to check whether or not this is true. But what is true is that our 7th Army has dealt the enemy an irreparable blow. There were many casualties. I saw them in action there, young workers and peasants, cadets from Moscow and Petrograd. What fighters! The regiments that came from the Eastern Front, the Lettish regiments, What heroes! They threw themselves, revolver in hand, upon the tanks. A company commander of the Lettish regiment leapt onto a tank, shouting, "The tank is ours." These are all facts which Yudianch calls instances of heroic madness. I believe that, with an army such as this, the third year of Soviet power will see the complete destruction of our enemies and a firm peace, secured by the armed hand of the proletariat. Yes, I believe that the third year will be a year of peace, of that peace for which we are striving so hard and which we need so much. We are not seeking victory for victory's sake, we are fighting because they are forcing us to fight. What we want is peaceful economic construction, the development and flowering of culture. In the war that has been imposed on us we see a frightful obstacle in the way of our great and sacred task. The first day of peace will bring us the demobilization of the army, will bring back into our ranks the many hundreds of thousands of proletarians and peasants whom the Soviet land gave to the army in order to defend the independence and freedom of the Republic of Labor. They will all return, but they will return not just as they were when they left, they will return changed, and changed for the better, not for the worse. Their experiences, the tension they have undergone, will have left deep scars on each man's soul, and hardened his will into steel. Wherever our cadets and Red Army men may be sent in the future, they will carry out the task they are given. We say to them, the enemy is Yudenik, beat him, and they beat him. Tomorrow, when Yudenik and Denikin have been beaten and you bring our warriors back to the rear and say, the enemy is the cold, hunger and devastation that prevails in the country, beat them, all the energy, enthusiasm and self-sacrifice which have been accumulated in the Red Army will enter into the service of peaceful labor, for the well-being of our hungry workers and working women, mothers and children. And we shall then become truly invincible, we shall heal our country's wounds, we shall ensure for it peace, prosperity and free development, and become a free country among other happy countries. The fight for Petrograd. Petrograd, be on your guard. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Petrograd has been decorated with the Order of the Red Banner. There, now, is somebody who has really deserved the award. When medals are given to individuals, mistakes can always occur, or there can be occasional cases of privilege. But in the award made to Petrograd there was neither error nor partiality. In this case the merit is plain to the whole country and the whole world. Does Petrograd's Order of the Red Banner bestow on the city the right to rest? Not yet. The northern capital stands on the blockaded Baltic Sea, and from two directions, from the west and from the northwest, it lies open to the piercing winds of imperialism. Peace has not yet been concluded either with Estonia or with Finland, and there are not a few scoundrels, both Russian and foreign, who are eager to shed the blood of the Estonian and Finnish workers and peasants in order to restore the Tsarist landlord autocracy and the profits of the Anglo-French stock exchange. In October the Estonian bourgeoisie involved its army in Yudenika's adventure. Yudenik was beaten. The white Estonian forces were thrown back, some beyond Luga, some beyond the Narva. Negotiations are in progress at Dorpat, Uriv. 85. So far as the Soviet power is concerned, the purpose of these negotiations is a most sincere and conscientious attempt to make peace as quickly as possible. What is, for us, the principal condition? It follows quite clearly from our recent experience. The Estonian government must give real guarantees for the security of our frontier on the Narva. Honest, good neighborly relations must be established. These conditions are comprehensible to every Estonian and every Russian worker and peasant. What we want is a real peace, not just a temporary breathing space in which Yudenik can assemble his forces beyond the Narva and then launch another bandit raid against us. Independent Estonia must no longer serve as a kennel for the guard dogs of the counter-revolution, that is all that our conditions amount to. Finland did not participate openly in Yudenika's drive against Petrograd, although, indirectly, she did everything she could to help him succeed. In October and November we made no response whatsoever to the provocation of the Finnish chauvinists. The reason for this did not lie, of course, in any military weakness on the part of the Soviet Republic. In the center of our country and on our victorious fronts, extending over several thousand versts, we could always have found 2 or 3 dozen regiments, that is, a force perfectly sufficient to beat out of our northwestern neighbors all desire to make an attempt, whether direct or indirect, upon Petrograd. If we firmly rejected the use of force, that was because we regard as most important the attainment and safeguarding of peace. We fight only where we are forced to fight, where we are not allowed to refrain from fighting, and we fight only so long as we are obliged to fight. The basic task of the Soviet government lies wholly in the sphere of economic and cultural construction. Equally alien to the Soviet power are striving for territorial acquisitions and national oppression. Our entire policy in relation to Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland follows from our conviction that the existence of these countries is possible only if they maintain peaceful and good neighborly relations with Russia. An Estonia or a Finland wishing to serve as a weapon of the imperialism of the great powers will inevitably be ground to dust between 2 millstones. A Finland and an Estonia at peace with Soviet Russia will be incomparably more independent in relation to all great power aggressors. We need peace. It is no less necessary for Estonia and Finland. But peace between us and them is not what is wanted by a certain third party. If the decisions taken at Dorpat express the will of the Estonian and Russian peoples, peace will be made, for the stronger side, Soviet Russia, does not want war. But if the decisions taken at Dorpat are dictated to the Estonian government by the Anglo-French Stock Exchange, for which Estonia is merely a tiny little weight in the scales of world power, their blood will flow beside the Narva. The decision has not yet been taken. The Estonian government is hesitating. Nor has the danger yet vanished from the Karelian Isthmus, for the Finnish government has not declared that it is ready for peace. The danger has not disappeared. Therefore Petrograd must remain watchfully on guard over the northwestern approaches to the Soviet Republic. The time for rest has not yet come. On the contrary, the Soviet Republic is now passing through days of the greatest tension in most ferocious struggle. No less self-control is needed in time of success than in time of defeat. Success must not lull our vigilance on any of the sectors of our immense front, and least of all on that sector where, at the apex, stands Petrograd. The danger has not passed, and vigilance must not slacken. Greetings to Petrograd, city of the Red Banner. Greetings, and this appeal, Petrograd, be on your guard. December 22, 1919. Moscow Petrograd. En route, number 104. Endnotes. 85 The peace treaty with Estonia was signed on February 2, 1920.